Li Xiao, an ordinary young man from Blue Star, experienced an unexpected car accident, and his soul traveled to a mysterious world called the Ancient World. However, when he opened his eyes, he found himself as a baby in swaddling clothes. All this completely confused him, especially when he realized that his little hands could no longer hold the steering wheel. Instead, he was wrapped in a layer of soft cloth, and even his speech turned into a wah-wah cry. Before he could recover from the shock, Li Xiao found that his situation was desperate. In front of him were 7 beautiful women, each with their own unique style and powerful aura. They surrounded him with complicated expressions, even arguing about their own stay or departure and fate. Especially the woman in the black dress, with a cold and beautiful face and a dagger shining with cold light in her hand. He said coldly, "You can raise him, but you have to purify yourself first and become our 8th daughter, so that he won't inherit his father's bad habits in the future." "Cleansing? I just traveled through time. Why are you so cruel?" Li Xiao exclaimed in his heart, and suddenly he felt a chill down his crotch, and his hair stood on end. Helpless, he could only use his baby's body to fight back, and he even peed himself due to excessive tension. The dripping sound instantly made the scene quiet, and the arguing women frown, but this unexpected incident made the woman in the black dress put away her dagger. Finally, a woman in a plain white dress and with a gentle face reached out and hugged him. Her name was Su Susu, and she was the most rational among the 7 sisters. "He is just an innocent baby. Since he is the bloodline of the 3 swords, we cannot transfer our hatred to the child," she said gently, convincing the sisters. After this incident, Li Xiao managed to save his life. However, he gradually realized that his situation was by no means lucky. Although these women let him go, they were full of resentment towards his biological father, Li Sanjian, who was known as the Heartless Man. The ancient world is a vast ancient world full of killing and fighting. Strength is respected here, and the law of the jungle is the only rule. Divine beasts, ancient tribes, humans and endless demons are intertwined, and every corner is filled with danger. The reason why Li Xiao fell into the hands of these women was because of his father Li Sanjian. Li Sanjian was once one of the geniuses of the human race in the ancient world, and was famous for his unparalleled talent in swordsmanship. However, he was also a romantic figure with numerous love debts. He had complicated entanglements with several divine beast women, and even failed to fulfill his responsibility of raising his own children. As part of the bloodline of a divine beast, his growth may become another way for the sisters to seek revenge using his talents to allow him to grow into a human who can replace his father. Li Zhao's human bloodline should have been fragile, but the 7 divine beast women fed him in their own way. They are all top-level divine beasts in the ancient world. Every time they are fed, Li Zhao's body undergoes amazing changes. What he drank was milk containing the blood of the ancestral divine beasts, and every drop contained infinite power. The energies of these ancestral blood accumulated in his body, causing his bloodline to gradually transform. Not only did his body become stronger, but he even began to faintly awaken the magical powers of the divine beast. All this shocked the sisters. Li Zhao's physique seemed to be able to carry the power of the bloodlines of many kinds of mythical beasts, becoming a special chaos carrier. However, as Li Xiao grew up, not only his body underwent a transformation, but also more and more troubles. The order of the ancient world was full of bloodshed, and his existence quickly attracted the attention of the outside world, including the enemies of his father Li Sanjian, and various forces that coveted the bloodline of the divine beast. As time went by, Li Xiao gradually grew up. His body was completely different from that of ordinary humans. Not only did he possess amazing strength, but he also began to show wisdom and abilities beyond ordinary people because he had integrated the blood of 7 divine beasts. But just as he tried to rely on these powers to protect himself, he learned a shocking secret. His father Li Sanjian was not as heartless as he seemed, but was a hero who undertook a huge secret mission in the ancient world. The entanglement between him and the 7 sisters is a huge chess game concerning the survival of gods and demons, and Li Zhao's birth is an indispensable part of the chess game. Su Susu looked at the baby in her arms and sighed, her tone complicated. "Your unfaithful father broke into the forbidden zone of life for you alone, risked his life to find the elixir of immortality, and that's how he saved your life." She raised her hand and gently touched the baby's white and tender cheek, with pity in her eyes. What a pity, the Emperor's bone was taken away. Although the immortality elixir saved you, your talent has been lost, and you are destined not to become a strong man. You are such a pitiful child. Li Xiao was curled up in the cradle and sleeping. His face was pink and clear, as if it was carved out of white jade, and his eyebrows and eyes were faintly revealing a smart look. Although he is in human form, he inherited the appearance of Su Susu's divine beast bloodline, making him more lively and cute than ordinary babies. At this moment, Li Xiao was not asleep. He was immersed in the strange changes in the depths of his mind. Suddenly, a three-legged ancient tripod appeared in his body. The tripod was dark gray and simple in shape, presenting an illusory state that seemed real but not real, and exuded a mysterious pressure. Li Xiao was stunned. Isn't this the ancient tripod found in the unnamed ancient tomb of Xia Kingdom in Blue Star? How did it travel here with me? Memories of his past life emerged. Li Xiao was originally a graduate student majoring in history and archaeology in the Xia Kingdom of Blue Star. Before crossing over, he was studying this tripod he had dug out from an ancient tomb, but he had a car accident on his way back. Could it be that this tripod brought me to the ancient world? Before he could think about it, a message suddenly came to his mind. The primordial Mother Qi cauldron can absorb energy, transform it into the Mother Qi of all things, and purify the most primitive substances. Li Xiao instantly understood the power of this tripod. Just as he was about to think further, he felt a strange energy gushing out from the mouth of the tripod, turning into a light smoke that penetrated his limbs. This energy transformed his body at a profound level, reorganizing his flesh and bones, and even reshaping his essence at a microscopic level. Strands of dark gray runes appeared deep in his bones like starlight. This change is the power of the tripod. Unfortunately, the energy is too little, and the transformation is still very limited. Li Xiao was shocked. However, he could not think any further. As a baby, he was physically weak and his mental activity was very short. He closed his eyes drowsily and fell into a deep sleep, but driven by instinct, he was still greedily sucking the milk of the divine beast. Su Susu looked down at him, frowning slightly. Why does this child eat so much? As an exquisite divine beast, she has noble blood and her milk contains endless essence. An ordinary human baby only needs a few mouthfuls to be full. But Li Xiao was like a bottomless pit, sucking one mouthful after another with no intention of stopping. Su Susu was going to stop him, but when she saw Li Xiao sucking with a satisfied look on his face, she softened her heart. Her maternal instinct prevented her from being cruel. Inside Li Xiao's body, as he continued to absorb the beast's milk, the operation of the primordial Mother Qi cauldron became more and more active. The essence in the milk of these mythical beasts was refined and transformed in the cauldron, generating even purer energy, which spread into his flesh and blood. At the same time, a trace of the ancestral blood of the divine beast gradually condensed in his body. Although it was extremely thin, it contained infinite potential. When almost 70% of the milk was sucked out, Li Xiao finally stopped and fell into a deep sleep with satisfaction. Looking at his peaceful appearance, Su Susu shook her head helplessly. What a greedy little devil! Then, she changed his clothes into clean swaddling clothes and gently put him back into the cradle. She turned her eyes and looked to the other side. Her own child, Li Xiaoyan, was pouting at this moment, with a look of grievance in her eyes. Because Li Xiao drank too much, she only drank half full. She was obviously very dissatisfied with this, and couldn't help crying. Su Susu reluctantly picked up Li Xiaoyan and rocked her gently to sleep, whispering to herself, "This human baby took advantage and drank more than my child." Although she felt a little speechless about Li Zhao's appetite, Su Susu's eyes softened a lot. Perhaps it was because of the maternal instinct during breastfeeding, or perhaps it was because Li Xiao had the blood of her beloved man flowing in his body. She had already developed a deep love for this child. At the same time, the cauldron in Li Zhao's body was still running slowly while he was sleeping. Every ray of energy injected into his body caused subtle changes. On the third day, visible changes began to occur in Li Zhao's body. His appetite became more and more astonishing. The amount of divine beast milk absorbed by the original Mother Qi cauldron gradually increased, and the feedback energy of the cauldron also increased accordingly. This feedback not only transforms his flesh and blood, but also shapes his blood structure at a profound level. And through the casual conversations with the 7 divine beast women who fed him, Li Xiao gradually pieced together the outline of the world he lived in. This is a fantasy cultivation world that is completely different from Blue Star, an ancient world where power is supreme. The 7 women are all powerful beasts from ancient times, and their identities opened his eyes. The identities of the 7 mythical beasts are revealed. The eldest sister Ao Buhui, who has a sharp tongue but leadership style, is from the Zilong clan, has a hot body and is full of oppression. The second foodie sister, Gu Shishir, is from the ancient Kunping clan. She has the most perfect body shape and is so powerful that it can be breathtaking. The charming fourth sister, Yun Yun, is from the 9-tailed fairy fox clan. The sixth sister, Qin Sisi, is from the 9-life black cat clan. She has a cold and arrogant personality, and is a bit of a germaphobe. Su Susu, who had been feeding him, was from the Linglong divine beast clan, with the best appearance and graceful figure. All 7 of them were divine beasts, the ultimate existence of the ancestral beast bloodline. Li Xiao continued to absorb the beast's milk, and the primordial mother Qi cauldron refined and transformed the essence in the beast's milk, gradually condensing an extremely pure blood aura in his body. On the 3rd day, he actually captured a ray of information in his blood, ancestral blood, which only exists in the body of the ancestral beast, is the essence of blood with extreme purity. It turns out that although the divine beasts are descendants of the ancestral beasts, most of them only inherit part of their blood essence, and only a very few can return to their ancestors. With the help of the primordial mother Qi cauldron, Li Xiao actually extracted ancestral blood from Su Susu's milk. When Su Susu was feeding Li Xiao, she suddenly felt a weak blood pressure. Her heart was shocked, and she found that Linglong ancestral blood had condensed in Li Xiao's body. How is this possible? Su Susu was so shocked that she was incoherent. His physique, can he extract the essence of beast milk and transform it into ancestral blood? This ability is unheard of. What made her even more unbelievable was that when she found the location of Li Zhao's sternum, the emperor's bone that had been dug out actually began to grow again. Although only a small section had grown out, ancient and mysterious runes could be faintly seen on it, emitting a mysterious aura of oppression. The lost emperor's bones can actually be reborn. Is it because of the effect of the elixir of immortality? Su Susu was puzzled and could only attribute the reason to the legendary treasure. Su Susu hurriedly informed the other 6 people of this matter. The eldest sister Ao Buhui arrived first, and checked Li Zhao's situation with a suspicious look on her face. After a brief introspection, her expression became extremely solemn. New bones have indeed grown. The bone runes are extremely complex, like some kind of mysterious avenue talisman. The other sisters were also shocked by the news. Sixth sister Qin Sisi was full of doubts. Extracting ancestral blood from animal milk, this kind of physique is unheard of. Seventh sister, you can't be mistaken, right? Su Susu argued. I'm not wrong. If you don't believe me, you can try feeding him with your own animal milk. Qin Sisi frowned and stepped back. I don't want it, it's disgusting. Ao Buhui snorted coldly. This kid's physique is indeed extraordinary. The lost emperor bone can be regenerated, and it is a bone with amazing phenomena. This is beyond common sense. Even for our divine beast clan, it is impossible to recover easily after losing an important part of the bloodline. She pondered for a moment, a cold light flashed in her eyes. No matter what, he is that man's son. This physique may not be a blessing. If one day, his existence threatens us sisters. Su Susu's face changed, and she immediately protected Li Xiao. Sister, he is just a child. Ao Buhui sneered. A child who may be a disaster. Just when the atmosphere was tense, Gu Shishir, the second sister who was feeding Li Xiao, smiled and tried to smooth things over. Sister, this child is not yet grown up, you are too nervous. Why not let me try and see if he can extract Kunping's ancestral blood from my beast milk? If that's the case, maybe we should reevaluate his value. Su Susu frowned, but did not argue. She looked down at Li Xiao, who was still sleeping, feeling complicated. At the same time, Li Xiao was not completely asleep. The operation of the original mother energy cauldron in his body gradually stabilized, and with the transformation of his blood, he vaguely sensed the conversation in the outside world. If I can extract more ancestral blood from the milk of the other 6 divine beasts. Li Zhao's heart was burning with excitement. He understood that the ancient world was a world where strength was respected. If he wanted to survive, He had to be strong enough that no one could bully him. The 7 ancestral bloods are my supreme foundation. Li Xiao secretly vowed that no matter how turbulent the outside world was, he would find an invincible path in his own way. The 7 divine beast women chattered about the matter like a group of spring swallows, but after arguing for a long time, no one could come up with a definite explanation, and finally they attributed everything to the effect of the elixir of immortality. After observing Li Xiao for a while, the other 6 people left with doubts. Not long after, Su Susu's child Li Xiaoyan woke up because of hunger. As soon as she woke up, she started crying, and no matter how she was coaxed, it was of no use. What's going on? Why is your child making such a fuss? My child just fell asleep and was woken up again. The eldest sister Ao Buhui was the first to rush in, speaking in a bad tone, holding the child she had just comforted in her arms. She glanced at Su Susu coldly, but her eyes stayed on her slender and graceful figure. She even deliberately straightened her chest and said with disdain, "You are a divine beast, and you can't even raise a human baby?" Before he finished speaking, the other sisters came in one after another, and the originally crowded room suddenly became lively. The second sister, Gu Shishir, was the most leisurely. She was nibbling on a piece of pancake the size of a wash basin in her hand. She was eating with gusto, and a relaxed look on her face. Su Susu was almost crying, and said helplessly, "She didn't even have enough to eat today." Ao Buhui walked to the cradle, glanced at the sleeping Li Xiao, and sneered. "This little human demon's offspring is not only good at eating, but also a pig. He makes so much noise, but he sleeps like a stone. Enough, hurry up and coax the child. It's so annoying." The cold and beautiful fifth sister Renning frowned and urged impatiently. Ao Buhui raised his eyebrows again and looked at Su Susu, saying sarcastically, "Seventh sister, you should also pay attention to your nutrition, and don't just focus on maintaining your figure. Learn more from your second sister and eat more so that you don't fall behind in animal milk." Gu Shishir immediately glanced at Li Xiao on the bed with caution, her face full of vigilance. "This guy has such a big appetite, he won't snatch food from me when he grows up, right?" Su Susu was almost rolling her eyes at the laughter of these women, and couldn't help but say, "You should think of a solution, the child is almost going crazy with hunger." Ao Buhui said coldly, "We would like to help, but you can't feed your child casually. Our beast milk contains blood essence. Your daughter's blood is different from ours. Absorbing it will only cause conflict or even backlash." Everyone present was well aware of the blood conflict between the mythical beasts, which was why their children had to be raised by their biological mothers and could not be raised by other mythical beasts. Although the blood of the human race is mediocre, it is extremely tolerant. If the young human beings can be fed with rare animal milk, they can not only forge a solid foundation, but also gain unimaginable potential. Just when everyone was in trouble, Li Xiao suddenly woke up and let out a shrill cry, sharper than Li Xiaoyan's, which directly pushed the atmosphere in the room to the brink of collapse. Ao Buhui held his forehead with his hand, his tone full of helplessness. "Seventh sister, what happened to him?" Su Susu looked exhausted and whispered, "He must be hungry too. Are you hungry? Didn't you just feed you?" Ao Buhui's tone sank, and he was obviously a little annoyed. "You don't know, his appetite is getting bigger and bigger every day, and all my animal milk is not enough to feed him." Su Susu seemed helpless, with a bit of grievance in her tone. Hearing this, the other beast ladies all showed surprise. How could a human baby actually eat so much beast milk? This was really beyond common sense. "This little guy may have some serious problems with his physique," Renning muttered in a low voice, but did not say much. At this time, Li Xiao was listening to the arguments around him, but he was extremely excited. He cried even louder and harder, as if he would not stop until the roof collapsed. Li Xiao was secretly excited. The original mother energy cauldron in his body could extract the essence of animal milk into ancestral blood. He had already extracted a trace of exquisite ancestral blood from Su Susu's animal milk. As long as he can drink the milk of the other 6 divine beasts, he will have the opportunity to extract more ancestral blood. Ancestral blood means controlling the magical powers of the ancestral beast level, and a bloodline is a kind of heaven-defying ability. Li Xiao knew that such an opportunity was crucial to his future. He cried and made a fuss in order to force these divine beast women to feed him. "Here it comes! New beast milk!" Li Xiao screamed in his heart, and cried even harder on purpose. Su Susu comforted Li Xiaoyan while looking at Li Xiao nervously. Ao Buhui finally couldn't stand the double torture of the two babies and couldn't help complaining to the other sisters. This little human goblin is too noisy. Who will feed him? Otherwise, everyone will be knocked unconscious by him. Li Xiao cried even harder when he heard this. He knew that as long as he pushed them to the limit of their endurance, someone would definitely compromise. As his cries became more shrill, the expressions of the other divine beast women gradually became complicated. Ao Buhui turned his gaze to Qin Sisi, who was sitting beside him, and said in a commanding tone, "Sixth sister, you are the youngest. Except for the seventh sister, you will be the one to feed her first." Hearing this, Qin Sisi waved her hands and flatly refused. "I won't. I feel uncomfortable feeding other children." Li Xiao, lying in the cradle, eyes lit up and the crying stopped abruptly. His little head quickly turned to Gu Shishir, his little hands waving non-stop, and his crying broke out again, echoing throughout the yard, seeming particularly persistent. Ao Buhui followed Li Zhao's gaze and looked at Gu Shishir, who was chewing a cake. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as if he had realized something. "Second sister, he seems to be going after you." Qin Sisi immediately agreed when she heard it. "Yes. Second sister has enough milk, there will be no problem feeding a child." Gu Shishir frowned, her tone a little disdainful. "But he's a child, he can neither cook nor make cakes, why should I feed him?" Li Xiao was speechless and shouted, "Don't look down on me! When I grow up, you can eat as much pancakes, braised pork ribs, and crayfish as you want." Ao Buhui took the opportunity to persuade her. "Second sister, think about it, if you feed Sanjian Sun well, he will definitely reward you when he comes back. Last time he said he would roast a whole deep-sea magic dragon for you, do you still want to eat it?" Gu Shishir's eyes suddenly lit up, and she swallowed her saliva. "Of course I want to eat." "If you want to eat, feed him quickly," Ao Buhui urged in a sharp voice, his tone quite impatient. Convinced, Gu Shishir immediately finished the pancake in her hand with a few bites, then strode to the cradle, picked up Li Xiao, and skillfully placed him in front of her to feed him. Li Xiao drank the milk from the divine beast Kunping, and the original mother energy cauldron in his body immediately became active, quickly absorbing and refining the influx of the original essence. A rich and unique energy slowly flowed into his limbs and bones, which was completely different from the energy he had obtained from Su Susu before. This energy is filled with unparalleled speed and explosive power, as if it can break through the air at any time. In the feedback from the primordial Mother Qi cauldron, Li Xiao clearly felt that a trace of new ancestral blood was being born. Although the concentration of the ancestral blood is still very thin at present, it will be able to condense into the complete Kunping ancestral blood with multiple feedings. Not long after, Li Xiao finally stopped smoking and his eyelids closed heavily. Although his body was small, he drank half of Gu Shishir's milk, which shocked Gu Shishir. "My child only needs to drink 1/3, but he actually drank half." Ao Buhui frowned and whispered, "This little guy is really not simple." Su Susu couldn't help but roll her eyes. "I told you he can drink a lot, but you guys still said I didn't have enough milk." Qin Sisi shrugged, with a slightly teasing tone. "Seventh sister, you really don't have enough milk. Look at the second sister, she can do it easily." Su Susu was speechless and said no more. At this time, Li Xiao, who had drunk his fill, fell asleep, and Su Susu's child Li Xiaoyan finally drank the milk and stopped crying. The two babies were lying side by side, but Xiaoyan was not sleepy. Instead, she opened her bright eyes and stared at Li Xiao. Occasionally, a fierce look flashed across his eyes as if he was resentful of him for stealing the milk that originally belonged to him. After a while, Li Xiao woke up and met Xiaoyan's eyes. They stared at each other for a few seconds, and suddenly, Xiaoyan waved her chubby little fist and punched Li Xiao with all her might. However, her hands were too short to reach it, so she could only slap the animal skin mat between them. Li Xiao was stunned, then he took a breath of cold air. "Is this my seventh sister? She wants to beat me up at such a young age. The descendants of the divine beasts are really more brutal than each other." Xiaoyan was exhausted after making a fuss for a while and soon fell into a deep sleep. Li Xiao lay there, looking inward at the Kunping ancestral blood that had just been extracted from his body, and he was very excited. Sure enough, The cauldron can extract ancestral blood from the milk of different mythical beasts, and different ancestral blood can be perfectly integrated without any conflict. This original Mother Energy cauldron is indeed extraordinary. It can use beast milk as a medium to allow him to obtain ancestral blood and then give birth to the ancestral beast's magical powers. Li Zhao's thoughts became more active. 7 divine beasts, 7 ancestral bloodlines. If I can gather all these bloodlines, wouldn't that be equivalent to mastering the magical powers of the 7 ancestral beasts? Thinking of this, his eyes were full of longing. All 7 of them must become my wet nurses. In this ancient world, divine beasts have always been considered much more powerful than human cultivators of the same level, and those human geniuses who can overpower the ancestral beasts are extremely rare. Li Xiao vaguely realized that he might be walking on such an extraordinary and heaven-defying path. With Gu Shishir joining the feeding team, Su Susu's pressure was greatly reduced. The children were finally no longer hungry and their crying gradually subsided. For the next 3 days, the house regained a brief peace, and all the children were able to drink and sleep well. On this day, the weather was clear, the sun was shining all over the earth, and the scenery of the wilderness was picturesque. The flowers in the courtyard were filled with butterflies dancing and bees buzzing, full of vitality. In the slightly spacious courtyard, 8 cradles were neatly arranged. Li Xiao and his 7 sisters were moved to the courtyard by 7 divine beast women to bask in the sun. 7 women of different looks sat together and chatted, but their expressions were slightly worried. Gu Shishir was chewing on a huge piece of cake, eating it happily with both hands, when she was unexpectedly slapped on the back by Ao Buhui. Gu Shishir immediately looked at her with tears in her eyes. "Sister, why did you hit me?" Ao Buhui glared at her angrily. "San Jian hasn't come back for so long, and you still have the mood to eat?" Gu Shishir made an unclear excuse. "Eating will give me the strength to wait." Ao Buhui became even angrier upon hearing this, and raised his hand to hit her again, but Gu Shishir was prepared and dodged swiftly. At the side, the immortal phoenix Jixiener, who was carefully examining her own face in front of a bronze mirror, spoke slowly. "Sister, don't worry. San Jian is the top powerful person of the human race. With his strength, he won't get into trouble easily." However, Renning frowned and said coldly, "Not necessarily. His life mark token can no longer sense his aura." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression suddenly became solemn. The life mark talisman was a special method in the ancient world. If the breath of the talisman owner dissipated, it usually meant death. Li Xiao, sitting in the cradle, listened silently. His heart was in turmoil. Did that cheap dad really get into trouble? Although he had never met Li Sanjian, Li Xiao found that when he heard the news that the other party might be dead, a sense of oppression and heaviness rose in his heart. If he is really dead, then I have also lost both my parents. As expected, the fate of every child who loses his parents is not simple. Li Xiao thought secretly, feeling inexplicably excited. At this moment, the 6th sister Qin Cici suddenly spoke up, breaking the solemn atmosphere. "There is another possibility. Perhaps Li Sanjian used some powerful magical power to jump out of the current era, so the talisman became ineffective." Li Xiao was slightly stunned. "Jumping out of the current era? What kind of ability is this?" "If you jump out of the current era, you will no longer belong to this ancient history, and your life mark will naturally become invalid." Su Susu's eyes suddenly lit up. He added, "San Jian mentioned this situation before. He may have temporarily left this era for some special purpose." Everyone nodded thoughtfully, but they were still worried in their hearts. After all, the ancient world is extremely dangerous. Especially outside the world, there are countless powerful people with extraordinary magical powers. If you are not careful, even someone like Li Sanjian may perish. After hearing this, Ao Buhui's eyes turned colder, and he muttered sourly, "It's all that human little demon's fault. If it weren't for her and her child, why would the 3 swords have come to this point?" Renning snorted coldly. "I've said it before, none of the human race is a good thing." Hearing this, Li Xiao couldn't help but secretly gasp. "It turns out that these 7 divine beasts have such a deep grudge against my mother." From the fragments of information he had heard during these days, he roughly pieced together the entire incident. His biological mother, Zhao Menjing, is the contemporary saint of Yaoqi Holy Land, one of the 7 holy lands of the human race. She is extremely talented and has been cultivated by the sex since childhood. But she fell in love with the playboy Li Sanjian, which made the Yao Qi Holy Land extremely dissatisfied and even gave Zhao Menjing the cold shoulder. Zhao Menjing thought of the kindness of the sect in raising her, and tried to draw a clear line with Li Sanjian and return to Yao Qi Holy Land to atone for her sins. However, she was already pregnant at that time. After the child was born, the Saint Lord of Yao Qi learned that the baby was born with the bones of the great emperor. He became jealous and viciously dug out the child's bones and implanted them into another 3-year-old child. When Zhao Menjing learned about this, she was heartbroken and went on a killing spree in the Holy Land of Yao Qi, but was seriously injured due to the disparity in strength. Li Sanjian rushed to the scene after hearing the news, and although he saved Zhao Menjing and her child, it was too late. Zhao Menjing died of her injuries, and the child was also dying. That day, the angry Li Sanjian almost razed the Yao Qi Holy Land to the ground. In the end, he broke into the life-restricted area and found an immortal medicine to extend the life of the child. However, the elixir of immortality could only save one person, and Zhao Menjing died as a result. In order to revive Zhao Menjing, Li Sanjian sealed her body in the immortal coffin, left the ancient world, and went outside the world alone to find the second elixir of immortality. Su Su sighed softly. I hope nothing happened to Sanjian. The courtyard fell into silence for a moment. Li Sanjian, the youngest powerful man in the ancient world, is extremely handsome and unrestrained. Not only can he capture the hearts of these top women at the same time, but now that he may be in danger, they are actually worried about him. The ancient world allows strong men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, especially young and promising men like Li Sanjian. In Lan Xing's words, he is simply extremely handsome, rich and good at talking. Li Xiao lay in the cradle, feeling the quimping ancestral blood that had just been refined, and secretly made up his mind. With a father like this, I'm simply invincible from the start. When I see him in the future, I must ask him for a few tricks. I can't waste my ability to pick up girls. While Li Xiao was intoxicated, Gu Shishir sat beside him and keenly noticed the changes in Li Zhao's blood. She frowned and murmured, "This blood is stronger than mine?" This sentence made Ao Buhui next to him stunned. "What are you talking about? The blood aura of this kid is not the blood of an ordinary divine beast, it's more like the blood of our ancestors." Gu Shishir's eyes were complicated, obviously unbelievable. Ao Buhui and others were instantly shocked. Ancestral blood represented the bloodline of the ancestral beast, which was the source of the bloodlines of all divine beasts. Ordinary divine beasts are already astonishing, but the ancestral beasts are the pinnacle existence that cannot be surpassed even among divine beasts. Ao Buhui stared at the small figure in Li Zhao's cradle with a solemn look in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "To extract ancestral blood from the milk of a divine beast? This is already incredible. Not to mention, he can actually let different ancestral blood coexist in his body?" The human race's bloodline is indeed very inclusive and can absorb the essence of various beast milk to forge the foundation, but when it comes to the bloodline level, it is another matter completely. The conflict between different beast bloods was huge. Even the gifted human geniuses could only use the blood of divine beasts as energy, and dared not truly fuse their bloodlines. Otherwise, their meridians would be overwhelmed and they would even explode and die. But Li Xiao actually did the opposite and extracted pure ancestral blood from beast milk, which could coexist with other ancestral blood in his body. Su Su came over at this time and said softly, "His Linglong ancestral blood has become thicker and thicker in recent days. It seems that every time he drinks our beast milk, he can extract new ancestral blood." Her tone was filled with deep shock and complexity. "His physique is capable of regenerating the blood of the ancestral beast." Qi Xianer, who had been silent, put down the bronze mirror, her eyes flickering. "If I drink other people's animal milk again, can I still extract new ancestral blood?" As soon as these words came out, everyone gasped. The coexistence of 2 ancestral bloods was already incredible. If one more was added, wouldn't it be 3 ancestral bloods coexisting in one? Qin Cici's mouth twitched, and she said with a complicated expression, "I think this kid really has a chance." Su Su's eyes widened and she murmured, "If that's true, then his physique is simply too amazing." Qin Cici suddenly turned around and said provocatively, "In that case, who is willing to feed him and try?" Renning glanced at her coldly. Since it's your suggestion, then you should do it. Qin Sisi quickly waved her hands. I don't want it. Ao Buhui pondered for a moment and said seriously. There's no need to try. If something goes wrong, how are we going to explain it to the Three Swords? Everyone thought about it for a while and nodded. After all, Li Xiao was just a baby. Although his physique was amazing, no one could predict whether refining the ancestral blood again would cause a conflict. Seeing that no one was arguing anymore, Su Susu said softly. Actually, I have one more question I haven't told you. This child is getting more and more drunk. Gu Shishir nodded in agreement. Yes, he can really drink. I even doubt whether he is my son. Everyone was speechless after hearing this. Li Xiao couldn't help but complain in his heart. Second sister, are you kidding me? My last name is not even Gu. The nine-tailed fairy fox Yunyan smiled charmingly, her voice gentle but lazy. I think we should go to the mountains to find some ordinary animal milk to feed it. Renning nodded in agreement. That's right, this will not only fill him up, but also won't exhaust your energy. Ao Buhui frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. I'm afraid that won't work. If his body can really refine ancestral blood, then ordinary beast milk may make his blood mixed and ruin his aptitude. Renning snorted coldly. It's ruined, it's just the offspring of a little goblin from the human race anyway. Ao Buhui raised his eyes and glanced at Renning coldly, his tone firm. No matter whose child he is also the flesh and blood of the Three Swords. Since we choose to raise him, we can't treat him casually, let alone ruin his future. Su Susu echoed. That's right. How can adults take out their grudges on a child? In the cradle, Li Xiao listened to everyone's discussion and felt secretly delighted. He remembered clearly that Ao Buhui's true form was a divine beast from the ancestral dragon clan. If he could drink her milk, the primordial Mother Chi cauldron would be able to extract the ancestral dragon's blood. Thinking of this, his heart was filled with excitement. The mysterious tripod in the Blue Star tomb somehow traveled with him to the ancient world, and it might even have contributed to his reincarnation. And now, the power it displayed was even more shocking. The message conveyed by the magical power of Kunping's ancestral blood is the destruction of the world. It represents the ultimate power of material attacks in the world. When it is evolved to the limit, it is enough to destroy the world. Li Xiao thought of the information he got from Kunping's blood, and he was looking forward to it. What about the ancestral dragon? What kind of extreme does the ancestral dragon represent? He vaguely felt that as the pinnacle of legend in the ancient world, Zulong's bloodline and magical powers must be even more astonishing. Qi Xianer took out a bronze mirror, looked at her own beautiful face and said softly, It would be great if San Jian was still here. He can capture those special lactating animals and extract their milk without any effort. This way, we don't have to work so hard to feed them. Ao Buhui glanced at her coldly and said calmly, Even if he was here, it might not be of any use. Our bloodline originated from the 7 ancestral beasts. The bloodline he extracted from our beast milk is almost exhausted. Even the strongest one may not be able to find it. She paused, and continued, What's more, not every ancestor beast left behind offspring. Many ancestor beasts, out of their own pride, would rather live a lonely life than have offspring with other beasts. Everyone nodded silently. The ancestral beasts were the first creatures born in the world. They were extremely rare, and their offspring were even harder to find. Ao Buhui turned to look at Li Xiao, his face slightly grim. But he has taken the immortality elixir. The effect of the medicine has not yet worn off. Even if there are some problems, he will not lose his life. Sure enough, after drinking Ao Buhui's beast milk, the original Mother Energy Cauldron began to operate efficiently, and once again refined a mysterious blood power, the blood of the ancestral dragon. This ancestral blood did not conflict with the Kunping ancestral blood and Linglong ancestral blood in the body, but was perfectly integrated into Li Xiao's body. He clearly felt that the runes around the reborn emperor's bone had once again become complex and profound, as if they contained endless mysteries of heaven and earth. At the same time, a piece of information about blood inheritance suddenly appeared in his mind. Ancestor Dragon's magical power, time and space catastrophe. Li Jiao's heart was shocked. The space-time tribulation was actually a top-notch magical power that involved both time and space. In the previous life, time and space were the most difficult areas to study in science and technology, especially time. Li Xiao murmured, I didn't expect that in the ancient world, This kind of magical power has been mastered by the power of blood, and the magical power of the ancestral dragon bloodline actually combines the two ultimate powers of time and space. He was shocked and felt that a door to a new world seemed to be opening in his future. But currently, the bloodline magical power has only been born and he is unable to use it. If he wants to truly master it, he needs to refine the ancestral dragon's blood to a complete level. At the moment when the ancestral dragon bloodline gave birth to supernatural powers, Ao Buhui, holding Li Xiao, suddenly felt a heart-pounding shock. Her face changed slightly, and she murmured in a low voice, "Ancestral dragon blood. He actually extracted the third ancestral blood from his body." She felt that the three completely different ancestral bloods coexisted in Li Zhao's body. Not only was there no conflict, but it made his aura even more vigorous, and his entire vitality was filled to an outrageous degree. Ao Buhui had a complicated expression and quickly told the other sisters the news. "The third ancestral blood?" Su Susu exclaimed in disbelief. "His physique can actually accommodate 3 different ancestral bloods?" Gu Shishir grabbed a piece of cake in her right hand, and broke off her fingers with her left hand, tilting her head and saying, "If that's the case, then if he drinks our beast milk, can he still extract 5, 6, or even 7 ancestral bloods?" Su Susu pondered for a moment and nodded. "Judging from the current situation, it is very likely." Thinking of this possibility, everyone was shocked. Losing the Great Emperor Bone should have been a fatal flaw, but Li Xiao not only regenerated the Great Emperor Bone, but also gradually showed more amazing talents. This made these descendants of top beasts feel extremely complicated. However, as time went by, everyone gradually discovered that Li Zhao's appetite had completely exceeded the range of a normal baby. "It's not enough to feed him by one person alone." Ao Buhui rubbed his sore arm. There was helplessness in his tone. "Now, most of the time, it takes 2 or 3 of us to barely feed him a meal." 10 days later, Li Zhao's appetite increased further. Ao Buhui, Gu Shishir and Su Susu were tortured by him and complained frequently. "Is this guy really still a human cub?" Gu Shishir couldn't help but complain, mumbling while chewing on a piece of bread. "I'm almost doubting whether he is a divine beast." Su Susu also looked helpless. "He always drinks until we are exhausted. God knows if it will be even more exaggerated in the future." In Su Susu's room, 7 divine beast women gathered together, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn because of Li Zhao's amazing change. Ao Buhui rarely restrained his venomous tongue in sarcasm, sat on the edge of the bed with a serious expression, released a gentle divine sense, and carefully explored the condition of Li Zhao's body. When her spiritual thoughts penetrated into Li Zhao's body, she was stunned for a moment, with an expression of shock that could not be concealed. The vision of a body full of great emperor bones. "All the bones in my body are transforming into the great emperor bones," Ao Buhui murmured in a low voice. This sentence made the room suddenly quiet. The 7 women looked at each other in shock, with huge waves in their hearts. The great emperor bone was extremely rare. A human genius who was born with a great emperor bone was already a monster that was unrivaled in his generation. However, Li Zhao's entire skeleton was transforming into the bones of the emperor. Qi Xian'er was the first to break the silence. "Is this true? Big sister, are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" Ao Buhui retracted his divine consciousness, raised his eyes and nodded slowly. "There is absolutely no way I could be wrong. His bone patterns are extremely similar to the runes of the regrown emperor bone, and can even be said to be identical." Hearing this answer, Su Susu added softly, "Not only that, his flesh and blood are also coated with runes. This is not only a great emperor's bones, but more like a complete great emperor's body." After these words were spoken, everyone could no longer remain calm. Li Xiao closed his eyes at this moment, pretending to be asleep, but a huge wave of emotions was already rising in his heart. He knew clearly that his transformation was not the result of the true great emperor's bones, but rather the astonishing transformation that was only possible after absorbing the mother qi of all things transformed from the primordial mother qi cauldron. However, he did not intend to explain. After all, even he himself did not fully understand the nature of this body. "Since they think this is the great emperor's bone, let's call it that. In fact, my body is formed by absorbing the mother energy of all things. This physique, let's call it the mother energy of all things." Li Xiao named it secretly in his heart. Ren Ying's always cold face also showed a trace of emotion at this moment. If he has a great emperor's body, then it can indeed explain why he can accommodate multiple alien ancestral bloods without any conflict. Everyone nodded. This ability to control multiple ancestral bloods was indeed unprecedented. However, an inopportune voice broke the solemn atmosphere. A whole body of the Emperor's bones and flesh, Gu Shishir said seriously while chewing the pancake in her hand. If I could eat it, it would definitely be delicious. Everyone. Li Xiao. Li Xiao felt cold all over and complained to himself. Beauty, can you think differently? Eat, eat, eat. Will you die if you don't eat? Gu Shishir was clearly unaware of the impact of her words, while Li Xiao quickly turned his attention back to the changes in his body. At this time, Ao Buhui stood up and looked around at everyone, his expression becoming more serious. There is one more thing we must discuss. This kid's appetite is getting more and more amazing. My second sister, my seventh sister, and I can't hold on any longer. Who of you is willing to join in feeding him? Qi Xian'e lazily put down the bronze mirror and said casually. Whoever wants to go can go, but I'm not going. My child will be weaned soon, and I want to restore my body to its perfect shape. Qin Sisi shrugged and shook her head decisively. I won't go either. I am born clean, and feeding other people's children is too hard to accept. A trace of disgust flashed across Ren Ying's cold face, and she expressed her attitude directly with silence. And Yun Yun just smiled charmingly, and remained a quiet beauty, neither objecting nor agreeing. Seeing this, Ao Buhui sneered. You guys push them away one by one. Are we the only three who should bear this hardship? Qi Xian'e curled her lips and said, There's no need to be so particular about a human child, right? The blood of the three ancestors is enough. Why do you need to feed him so meticulously? You're such a grown-up, is there any need to compete with a child? Ao Buhui retorted coldly. Qin Sisi sighed, with a hint of helplessness in her tone. Sister, it's not that we don't want to help, it's just that I really can't get over the hurdle in my heart. Ao Buhui's eyes turned cold and stern. In that case, let's draw lots to decide. Whoever draws the lot will join. If you dare to go back on your word, don't blame me for being rude. Listening to everyone's arguments, Li Xiao felt helpless. The problem of the wet nurse will be solved sooner or later. But I have to hurry up and make use of the power of these 7 beasts. Thinking of the legendary magical powers of the 7 ancestral beasts, his eyes were filled with greater ambitions. The blood of the 7 ancestors will jointly forge an invincible path. This path is destined to be different. Chapter 10 Li Beijian? Qin Sisi and the others looked visibly stiffened. The angry elder sister was an eternal pain in everyone's heart. In terms of fighting ability, Ao Buhui is the most ferocious among the 7. Qi Xian'e quietly put away the mirror and sat up straight. She glanced at Qin Sisi and suddenly remembered something. She said, Hey, sixth sister, when San Jian brought the child to me, it was for you to hold. I didn't see you have any objections then. Why are you so hypocritical now? Catching Qin Sisi's little trick, Qi Xian'e said relentlessly. Humph, don't think I don't know you, you just want to show off in front of the 3 swords. Qin Sisi, whose heart was caught, argued. Nonsense! I didn't do that. Qin Sisi was furious. Say it again. Ao Buhui said angrily. Stop arguing! I'm asking you to feed the child, not to die. What's your attitude? Just follow my rules and draw lots. This time, draw one person first, and no one can object to whoever is drawn. Qin Sisi and the others glanced at the eldest sister. Their faces looked ugly and gloomy, but they knew that they could not confront the angry eldest sister, so they did not dare to say anything more and acquiesced to Ao Buhui's decision. Although the wooden stick was held in the palm of the hand and could not be seen by ordinary people, everyone was a powerful divine beast and could use their divine sense to check it. With her own spiritual power, Ao Buhui was unable to intercept the other party's spiritual power, but she could sense the other party's spiritual power. Ao Buhui's last few words were just a warning. Soon, all 4 of them chose a lot. Qi Xian'e glared at her. It's you, it's you, it's you! After taking out the wooden sticks and comparing them, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Because the person who drew the shortest wooden stick was Yun Yun, the 9-tailed fairy fox. As if not wanting to give Yun Yun any chance to refute, Ao Buhui stood up and said directly, Fourth sister, it's you. The meeting is over! The people behind him were somewhat stunned. In Su Susu's room, Yun Yun, wearing a solemn purple dress, sat on the edge of the bed. She was as beautiful as a fairy. Her charming eyes stared at Li Xiao on the bed, her eyes blurred. Look at your eyebrows and facial features. When you grow up, you will probably be as handsome as your father. Since you are a handsome man, it is not a loss for me to raise you. Li Xiao's inner thoughts. How old am I? How can you tell what I will be like in the future? But it must be said that even though he was only a month old, Li Xiao already had a handsome face, with big, bright eyes, like a fairy reincarnated. Then, Li Xiao thought to himself, I remember that she is a divine beast from the nine-tailed fairy fox clan. I wonder what kind of magical power I will get if I extract the ancestral blood from her milk? Yun Yun picked up Li Xiao, laid him horizontally in front of her, and began to feed Li Xiao. After drinking Yun Yun's milk, the milk was refined by the original Mother Energy cauldron, and once again a stream of ancestral blood was extracted. The blood of the nine-tailed fairy fox. The feeding lasted for about 4 days, and the blood of the nine-tailed immortal fox in Li Xiao's body finally accumulated to the level of quantitative change, and thus a magical power was born again. The magical power of the nine-tailed immortal fox, the Three Lives Eyes. According to legend, when the Three Lives Eyes are opened, one can trace back past lives, present lives, and future lives. The power of the 3 lives is combined into one, and all causes and effects of the enemy can be cut off, and all traces of the past and future can be wiped out, making the person dead no longer able to die. This 3 life eyes involves the aspect of cause and effect, and is the ultimate magical power in this regard. The 3 lives eyes are so powerful! Li Xiao was extremely excited. At this moment, the ancestral blood of 4 ancestral beasts was already flowing in his body. Yun Yun also sensed the moment when the magical power was born in Li Xiao's body, and then told others about it, but everyone was already used to it, and this situation was already within everyone's speculation. Soon, a month passed and Li Xiao was already 2 months old. Once, Li Xiao and Su Susu's child Li Xiaoyan were the only ones in the room. Li Xiao was fine, but Li Xiaoyan always looked fierce and aggressive, as if she was still holding a grudge against Li Xiao for stealing her animal milk. Li Xiao couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to say something to her, but Li Xiao actually made a sound. The language of the ancient world is 9 levels similar to the ancient language of the Xia Kingdom on Blue Star. Li Xiao studies history and archaeology and is familiar with ancient languages. So after traveling through time, he could barely understand what everyone was saying, and naturally he could speak the language of the ancient world at this time. Li Xiao's words at the time were, "You little bastard, who are you bullying? Believe it or not, I will beat you so hard that your mother won't recognize you." Although Li Xiaoyan couldn't speak yet, he obviously understood some of what was said. He knew that Li Xiao was scolding him, and he was so angry that he screamed and almost rolled off the bed. The screams soon attracted Su Susu, who picked up Li Xiaoyan and went outside to coax her. Li Xiao, who was alone in the room, was amazed at himself. "I'm only 2 months old, and I can actually speak." Li Xiao did not just babble the few syllables, but spoke fluently and clearly. However, since he was still a child, his voice inevitably had a baby tone, which was very cute. In fact, after being transformed by the original Mother Energy, Li Dao's body grew very fast, and his metabolism increased day by day. As a result, Li Xiao's body structure supported him to speak when he was only 2 months old. "I am really a child prodigy," Li Xiao said boastfully. On this day, 7 divine beast women carried 8 children in cradles to the edge of a clear lake to enjoy the wilderness scenery. In order to kill the boring time of taking care of the children, the 7 women inevitably started chatting again. She talked about how she met Li Sanjian and the embarrassing things that happened after they got together. Some of the content was extremely pornographic and not suitable for children, but Li Xiao was extremely excited to hear it. He was fully alert and had no desire to sleep at all. After talking about adult matters, we talked about children's matters. Su Susu suddenly said, "By the way, the human child hasn't been named yet, why don't we just give him one? We can't keep calling him a human child." Ao Buhui nodded. "Okay," Qin Sisi said in a sarcastic tone. "Just call him Li Beijian, he is the 8th one, and then the bastard's bastard." Chapter 11. A group of uneducated divine beasts. If he could gain fame in the future, if he took this derogatory name, wouldn't it become the biggest stain on his life in the ancient world? Li Xiao would never allow it. And it would have been fine if he hadn't traveled through time with his memories, but since he had his memories with him, he still had deep feelings for the name, Li Xiao. Fortunately, Su Su Su, who had raised Li Xiao early on, already had deep feelings for him and regarded him as her own son. In her heart, she treated him as her own son and was genuinely dissatisfied with the name, Li Beijian, at this time. Qin Sisi pouted. I'm not kidding, his father's name is Li Sanjian, and his name is Li Beijian. As soon as you hear the names, you know that the son is more outstanding than the father, and the disciple is better than the father. Qi Xianer burst into laughter at the name, Li Beijian. She gently stroked her black hair from the back of her head to her chest, thinking of the children of the human race who were named Guden, Haiwa, Dezhuang, and the like when they were young. So she suggested, he is a human child, so let's give him the most common name in the countryside, such as Li Guden or Li Dazhuang. I personally think that Li Dazhuang is more suitable for him. After all, he now has the blood of 4 ancestors. With this foundation, he can't help being big and strong when he grows up. But Li Xiao was just thinking about it. Even if he really jumped out, facing 2 powerful divine beasts, he would be helpless as he was young and weak, and would definitely be pinned to the ground and rubbed by the 2. Ao Buhui, who seemed to be taking it seriously, deliberately put on a stern face. Okay, we are serious about naming, don't mess with it. The first half of the sentence made Li Xiao, who was on edge, feel relieved. After all, Ao Buhui was the eldest sister of the group and had some authority. With her speaking, most people would stop making trouble. However, the second half of the sentence almost made Li Xiao furious. I thank your whole family. Li Xiao was about to explode and almost vomited blood. These women are more outrageous than the other. Can't they just have fun? Grandma Li Qi, are you serious? You're even more outrageous than me, Qi Xianer said, covering her mouth that she couldn't close. Ao Buhui glanced at everyone and said, I'm serious. Is this a bad name? Li Xiao, who was watching silently, really wanted to say, You're such a jerk. After thinking for a long time, she seemed to have finally come up with a name that suits her needs, so she said excitedly, He's such a big eater, so let's call him Li Foodie. Su 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 couldn't stand it anymore and decided to name her beloved human child herself. Sisters, you are not good at naming and you are not serious enough. Let me name it. Being told he was not good at it in front of him, Ao Buhui snorted in dissatisfaction and sneered. Then you try to pick one and see how poetic you can get. Su 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 thought seriously for a while, then said, He is the 8th child, and he is handsome and cute, so lovable. My child is called Li Xian, so let's call him Li Xiuba. What a lovely name! Li Xiao, who had some expectations for Su Su Su, finally had his defenses collapsed at this moment. These divine beasts really didn't know how to name them. They were a bunch of uneducated people. They were really out of line. However, the name Su 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 chose is already the most normal one among the names. Li Xiao, who was so sad that he wanted to cry but had no tears, was at least sure that Su 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 was serious and not joking. As for the others, they were not joking, but they were worse than joking. Look at what was taken. Li Qi Nai. Li Qiwa? Is this a name that a human can call her? It seems that I have to do it myself. I will choose my own name. Li Xiao couldn't help but sigh sadly. He was only 2 months old, and he had to choose a name for himself. What kind of people were at this stall? Oh no, they are indeed not human. If the 7 names chosen by Ao Buhui were acceptable, Li Xiao would not mind changing his name. After all, no matter how attached he was to the name, Li Xiao, when he arrived in another world and started all over again, it would not be a bad idea to change his name and his fortune. But Li Xiao was very disappointed with the names given to the mythical beasts one by one. In order to keep the name he used in his past and present life unchanged, Li Xiao made up his mind to name himself at this moment. After hearing the name Su 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 came up with, Ao Buhui curled her lips, as if to say, You are nothing special. Then she looked at the other sisters who hadn't spoken a word and asked, What about you? Have you thought of any good names? Yun Yun quietly watched her sisters, each one more lame than the other, so she wanted to join in the fun and show off her intelligence and talent. After thinking for a while, she was about to speak when a sudden baby voice rang out from the cradle next to her. "Shut up, I'll name you!" "Everyone? What's going on?" The 7 bewildered and uneducated beasts turned their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. They immediately saw Li Xiao in the cradle staring at them with his big, cute, and fierce eyes and his mouth puffed up. "You are such a loser, a bunch of uneducated people who can't even come up with a good name!" shouted the cute and fierce Li Xiao. Even though he was surprisingly angry, the words he said at this time sounded clearly childish. People didn't feel that he was angry at all, but instead felt very cute. Chapter 12: The Meaning of the Name Li Xiao. Qin Sisi looked incredulous. "Did I hear him right? Was he the one speaking just now?" "Li Xiao. You heard me right, I'm the one talking. I was born with an unparalleled physique. I can extract ancestral blood from beast milk that is better than yours. I'm destined to be extraordinary. Is it strange that I can talk?" The human cub, who is only 2 months old, can speak fluently. If it weren't for the baby voice, his words would be more like those of a person who is good at speaking back at people. It's so fluent, which shows that his thoughts are very clear. Ao Buhui walked to the side of Li Xiao, stared at him, and nodded. This nod seemed to be a response to Ren Ying's exclamation. Then he said solemnly, "At such a young age, his intelligence has developed so well. He is indeed a monster." Thinking about Li Zhao's special physique, he could not only trace back to his ancestral roots from animal milk and extract ancestral blood, but also regrow the lost emperor's bones. The most shocking thing was that Li Zhao's bones and flesh had been transforming into emperor's bones imperceptibly during this period of time, and the mysterious dark gray bone patterns on them became more and more complex with the passage of time. After thinking about it this way, all the divine beasts were relieved at once. Qin Sisi's eyes were blank as she murmured, "What kind of offspring did that little goblin from the human race give birth to?" Qi Xian'e looked at Li Xiao curiously, and then said, "Don't forget, he has taken the elixir of immortality. That medicine is extraordinary and difficult to understand. It may have effects that we don't understand, which makes him so extraordinary." Once women start talking, men really have nothing to do. Li Xiao seized the opportunity and spoke again. "Remember, I will choose my own name. I want to be called Li Xiao, the Li of Musi Li, the Xiao of Xiaoyao." Hearing Li Zhao's sudden fierce howl, the 7 divine beast women suddenly came back to their senses and looked at Li Xiao in surprise. This kind of thing has never been seen before. Ren Ying's cold and fair face was clearly startled, as if she had thought of something embarrassing. "Didn't he hear everything we said just now?" Hearing this, Qi Xian'e remembered the embarrassing things between adults that they had just discussed enthusiastically. She suddenly felt embarrassed, and her cheeks turned red to her ears. Su Su's pretty face turned slightly red, and she comforted him with a lucky mentality. "Don't think too much, he is just a child, what would he understand if he heard it?" Li Xiao said in a baby voice. "Yes. The name you picked is too bad. It has no culture at all and does not fit my identity as the great emperor." Ao Buhui felt ashamed when being mocked by a 2-month-old child, but he refused to show it on the surface. He said coldly, "How arrogant! How can you, a kid, give a name like that?" Li Xiao was lying in the cradle and yelled in a baby voice, "I hope that I can be free and unfettered in this life. But as a human being, living in this world, constraints are everywhere. Being free and unfettered without rules is undesirable and does not exist. So I only take half of the freedom to warn myself that there is a limit to freedom." These words were certainly not what Li Xiao thought, but what his father in Blue Star said to him in his previous life. Li Xiao clearly remembers that one summer night, the family was sitting in a country yard enjoying the cool air. Curious, Li Xiao asked his father why he named him Li Xiao instead of Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao sounds so nice. So Blue Star's father said the above words to Li Xiao earnestly. After hearing it, Li Xiao felt refreshed and thought it made a lot of sense. He still remembers it vividly. After listening to Li Zhao's explanation, Su was greatly surprised. She couldn't believe that this came from the mouth of a human cub. She repeated the 4 words in Li Zhao's words. "Free and unrestrained." Oh, it would be great if the 3 swords also understood this principle. Ao Buhui, who was slapped in the face by Li Zhao's words, chose to remain silent, but silence could not hide the embarrassment that was rising in her heart at this moment. Thinking of the name she had given herself and comparing it with the one given by Li Xiao, who was 2 months old, Ao Buhui suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Hearing Su Susu's words at this time, Ao Buhui quickly took over the conversation and sneered. If he understood, he would not be Li Sanjian. Li Xiao didn't care what others thought, he just wanted to finalize his name. My name is Li Xiao, so don't give me any other names. Hearing this, Su Susu walked to Li Zhao's side, squatted down, and then gently stroked Li Zhao's fair face, saying softly, Li Xiao, what a good name, I'll do as you say. No one would argue with a baby over a name, so Ao Buhui and the others naturally would not have any objection. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Li Xiao finally felt relieved. At least he did not become Li Dazhuang or Li Qi Nai. The days in the great wilderness were very peaceful. 5 days had passed since Li Xiao named herself, and Ao Buhui became worried again because Li Zhao's appetite increased again, making the 4 divine beasts they were responsible for feeding unable to support him. At this time, another divine beast was urgently needed. But Renning, Qi Xian'er and Qin Sisi were extremely firm in their stance and refused to bite no matter what. Ao Buhui had no choice but to use hard measures, and the decision was also made by drawing lots. The lucky one who drew the short lot this time was Qin Sisi, who was suspected to have mysophobia. Ever since Li Zhao's talent became more and more amazing, Ao Buhui resolutely refused to feed Li Xiao with mountain beast milk. The reason why Ao Buhui did this was not only because she didn't want to ruin Li Dao's qualifications, but most importantly, she took Li Sanjian's feelings into consideration and didn't want Li Sanjian to feel resentful or dissatisfied because of this. And the 7 of them are all descendants of the unique and powerful ancestral beasts in the primitive period. Li Xiao estimates that he can extract the strongest ancestral blood from their milk. If the strongest ancestor of an animal is just a divine beast, then no matter how special Li Zhao's physique is, the ancestral blood he can extract can probably only be of the divine beast level. Therefore, good animal milk is very important. It just so happens that all 7 of them are descendants of the ancestral beast, and the beast's milk is very suitable for Li Xiao. Although Qin Sisi drew a short lot, she was still reluctant and hesitant, as if every cell in her body was resisting. But Ao Buhui's words made Qin Sisi pinch her nose and agree obediently. Ao Buhui, if Sanjian comes back and finds out about your behavior, your carefully crafted image of being obedient and generous will be completely ruined. Chapter 13 Cultivation Method. While feeding, Li Xiao, lying in Qin Sisi's arms, could clearly feel that her delicate and smooth skin all over her body seemed to be covered with goosebumps, and her plump body seemed to be trembling slightly in resistance. After feeding Li Xiao, Qin Sisi rushed to the bathhouse and stayed there for the whole afternoon. Gu Shirsi, who was sitting on the stone bench in the yard outside the bathhouse and eating a pancake in silence, heard the clear sound of pouring and changing water coming from the bathhouse more than once. Regardless of the abnormal behavior of Qin Sisi because she was scared by Li Xiao touching her body, not long after Li Xiao drank Qin Sisi's beast milk, he once again extracted the blood of an ancestral beast into his body, which made Li Xiao extremely happy and he was grinning all day long. After obtaining the new ancestral blood, Li Xiao, who was extremely bored and trapped in the baby's body, naturally looked forward to what new magical powers this ancestral blood could bring him. And now, the blood of the 5 ancestral beasts is flowing in Li Zhao's body. After Qin Sisi fed Li Xiao once, her reaction was not as intense the second time she fed him. After feeding him a few more times, she gradually got used to it. Later, Qin Sisi, who had been staying at home in the wilderness for a long time, even looked forward to the time to feed Li Xiao every day. On the 5th day of feeding Li Xiao, the 9-life black cat ancestor blood in Li Zhao's body finally showed a quantitative change, and Li Xiao unsurprisingly gained another bloodline magical power. What surprised Li Xiao was that the magical power of this 9-life black cat was not actually aggressive at all. The magical power of the 9-life cat is to obtain 9 lives. Li Xiao was shocked. Although this magical power is not aggressive, it is definitely extremely perverted. Who wouldn't want an extra life? And this is 9 extra lives. However, there is one very useless aspect of this magical power. When encountering an enemy who is stronger than you, the 9 lives magical power becomes useless. The perceptive Li Xiao quickly saw through the weakness of this magical power. But this is a situation of crushing strength. With crushing strength, Even Zilong's magical power of time and space catastrophe may not be able to kill in adversity. But Li Xiao also knew. But when the strength is similar, or the gap is not too big, the 9 lives divine ability will show its terror. Life in the wilderness is so ordinary that it is boring. The 7 divine beast women who have nothing to do seem to talk a lot. Apart from feeding the children every day, they spend the rest of their time chatting about gossip or talking about the common things among the monks. Otherwise, they just do their own things. For example, the cold and indifferent Renning, who has a strong temper, would practice diligently when her children are asleep. There is also the big sister Ao Buhui, who occasionally devotes some time to cultivation, but most of the time, she wanders around in the not-so-large courtyard, with an attitude of giving orders. She either scolds Gu Shishir for not washing the children's clothes cleanly, or ridicules Qi Xianer for staring at that broken face all day long. Su Susu, who loves Li Xiao the most, always looks sentimental and delicate most of the time. She makes Li Xiao feel pity for her, which reminds him of Lin Daiyu, a famous novel character in his previous life. Her favorite thing to do is to sit alone by the clear lake, gazing into the distance and often sighing. Although the silly and cute Gu Shishir is often scolded by her elder sister, this does not affect her mood for eating. However, the food is very monotonous, always the same kind of big pancake. Li Xiao is really confused in his heart, how much she has saved and why she doesn't change the taste. Yun Yun, who was born with a charming figure, was the quietest among the group of women. She spent the whole day either sitting upright in her own boudoir, or quietly sitting in the courtyard where the breeze was blowing. She always had an arrogant demeanor that kept strangers away, and she rarely spoke to anyone. She has a proud figure, and wears a solemn purple dress. Her temperament is more noble and dignified than the other 6 sisters. She looks like a cold queen. But in Li Zhao's words, she is too good at pretending, but people like this style, and it is not tiring to be pretentious. Qin Sisi was not a person who could sit idle. She especially liked to follow her elder sister around, watching her give advice on how to deal with things, and then laughing like the gossipy beautiful woman who stayed at the village entrance in Li Zhao's previous life. She would occasionally interrupt, but most of the time she would agree with her elder sister and rarely express her own opinions. It's just strange that recently she actually took the initiative to offer to feed Li Xiao, who was crying loudly due to hunger. The huge contrast in behavior before and after couldn't help but make others feel puzzled. Li Xiao couldn't believe it either. He often wondered to himself, could it be that his charm was so great that he could make Qin Sisi, who was extremely reluctant to feed the baby, become someone who actively rushed to do this job? As for Qi Xianer's daily life, looking in the mirror, drawing eyebrows, fiddling with rouge and powder, and asking her silly second sister to hug her to see if she has gained weight recently. Whenever this happens, Li Xiao will think, I want a hug too. More than 10 days passed in a flash, boring and ordinary days. On this day, a group of children were lying in cradles in the courtyard, and 7 women were sitting beside them in their favorite postures. Since a few days ago, Su Susu has never stopped sewing. What she holds in her hands is soft and delicate animal skin, which she specially hunted in the mountains in order to weave clothes for the growing Li Xiao. More than 2 months have passed, and the freak Li Xiao's body growth rate has become more and more amazing. Especially this month, it has been an explosive growth, which has surprised all of the divine beasts. Less than 3 months old, he is already the same size as a normal human baby over 1 year old. Moreover, Li Xiao can not only speak, but he can even walk. Among the 8 children, Ao Buhui, Gu Shishir and Qi Xianer's children are all 8 months old. The 3 children were born in the same month. Ao Buhui's is the oldest and Qi Xianer's is the youngest. These 3 children, as descendants of divine beasts, are naturally extraordinary. When they were about 6 months old, they could already walk unsteadily and babbled like humans. Now 8 months old, they can clearly call, mother, and express some simple wishes, such as being hungry and wanting to drink beast milk. Although Li Xiao could walk and talk, he never bothered to dance with his sisters. Because Li Xiao, with an adult soul, simply cannot integrate into the life circle of a group of babies, he would rather lie dead in the cradle. Of course, Li Xiao, who was lying down, was not just lying there doing nothing. Chapter 14 What is a Demon? Regarding the sacrificial text on the primordial mother gas, Li Xiao was not sure of its origin, so he temporarily named it the Primordial Sutra. When he was on Blue Star, Li Xiao had studied the sacrificial text on the tripod. However, He had previously lived in a materialistic world with flourishing scientific and technological civilization, and he firmly believed that science was the truth. At that time, he dared not think of the sacrificial text in the context of spiritual practice. So when he was awake, Li Xiao would carefully ponder the sacrificial text on the tripod in his mind. As he pondered, and compared it with the knowledge of Taoism he had heard, he finally became certain that this sacrificial text was a mysterious method of cultivation. But the bone patterns that appeared on his bones and flesh were extremely similar to the sacrificial inscriptions on the tripod, and the bone patterns were so amazing that a group of divine beasts with extraordinary knowledge could not help but express their amazement. At least judging from this point of view, Li Xiao believes that the original sutra is not simple. But the 7 divine beasts around him often talked about things related to cultivation. Although what they talked about were trivial and hidden in the daily conversations, Li Xiao, who was naturally smart, was always able to extract the key points and summarize them in his heart. Gradually, he had a basic understanding of the cultivation system of the ancient world. During this stage, the monks cultivate their body's qi and blood, and strengthen their tendons and bones. After forging their blood, the monk's strength will increase greatly, and their vitality will be far more vigorous than that of ordinary people. Moving huge rocks that are several meters in size is a very common behavior for them. In the ancient world, the most primitive way to practice in the blood-tempering realm is hard training, such as lying on your back, carrying weights, constantly destroying your body, and tempering your body, just like smelting iron, using brutal means to force the body to be tempered into steel. Later, some monks who were good at observing the universe discovered that adopting a specific breathing method could prompt the body to actively absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which would then circulate through the body's meridians and transform into a body-tempering energy, thereby causing the body to undergo a transformation and more efficiently achieving the effect of strengthening the blood and body. The sacrificial text on the primordial Mother Qi cauldron is actually a profound method of cultivation. The blood-tempering realm can be divided into different levels according to the different qualifications of the cultivators, such as Forging 1, Forging 2, Forging 3, etc., and the ultimate level of the blood-tempering realm is Forging 9. With each transformation, the qualities of the blood-tempering realm cultivators in all aspects will be greatly improved, laying a solid foundation for the Spirit Sea realm and Tao Palace realm in the future. Li Sanjian, who was once the best of his generation, broke through the limits continuously when he was in the blood-tempering realm, and reached the astonishing blood-tempering 18. His body transformed 18 times. And Li Zhao's body, under the transformation of the mother energy of all things, has transformed into the mother energy of all things. In the words of the divine beasts, he has the body of a great emperor. And having created a body of great emperor's bones, to what extreme level can Li Xiao push the blood-tempering realm in the future? Li Zhao's body absorbed this energy, and immediately his bones and flesh underwent another transformation, but this time he took the initiative to intervene, which was different from the transformation of the mother energy of all things. The mother energy of all things is used to forge a special physique, similar to the ancient holy body and the cause and effect holy body among the human race. The practice of the original sutra is a transformation of this special physique. The mother energy of all things has only changed my aptitude. Now that I am practicing the original scriptures, I will truly begin my cultivation, Li Xiao said secretly. Of course, at present Li Zhao's mother energy of all things has not been fully formed, and it is not the final form of this holy body. Now that he is practicing the original sutra, even if he reaches the extreme realm, it is not his true extreme realm. His true ultimate state is when the mother energy of all things is fully formed. However, this does not affect Li Zhao's practice of the original sutra, because the two can proceed simultaneously. The surrounding spiritual energy suddenly gathered towards Li Xiao, which immediately attracted the attention of the 7 divine beasts. Everyone stopped talking and looked at Li Xiao in the cradle in shock. Su Susu was surprised. What's going on? Why is the surrounding spiritual energy gathering towards him? Ao Buhui's expression was slightly moved. Is this? He is drawing qi into his body on his own? He is practicing? Beside Ao Buhui, Qin Sisi's eyes were filled with disbelief. Such a little kid can practice cultivation? Where did he get the cultivation method? Has any one of you taught him? Ao Buhui said solemnly. No! He doesn't need anyone to teach him how to practice, because any genius with the bones of a great emperor can comprehend the most suitable practice method for himself from the bones. In fact, the runes on the so-called Great Emperor's bones are themselves an analysis of the supreme principles of heaven and earth. They are condensed in the bones and transformed into abilities similar to supernatural powers, allowing people who have not comprehended the principles to use the power of those principles. And the method of cultivation is actually the application of the laws of heaven and earth. That's right, Qin Sisi reacted. Qi Xian'er stared at Li Xiao. He's only less than 3 months old, and he's already comprehended bone patterns and cultivated on his own. This is too much of a freak. Throughout the history of the ancient world, when has such a genius ever appeared? This is too extraordinary. Renning couldn't help but say, "What a freak!" Su Susu suddenly squatted down beside Li Xiao's cradle and looked at him worriedly. He is so young and he is practicing on his own. Will there be any accidents? After hearing this, Ao Buhui nodded and said, "Protect him." After several hours, Li Xiao finally stopped practicing the original sutra. It has only taken a few hours, and my body has undergone 6 transformations, which is the 6th level of blood tempering realm, Li Xiao exclaimed. At this moment, his small body seemed to be filled with the power of Fu Xiang, and his strength was astonishingly great. After a few hours, he reached the 6th level of forging. What is a demon? This is a demon. It takes ordinary cultivators several years to reach this level. Even for an average genius, it would take several months. And Li Xiao, only a few hours. This is the benefit of having amazing talent and a superb physique. Those who possess powerful holy bodies are not only stronger, but also have faster cultivation speed. Chapter 15. The same type as your father. After finishing practicing the primitive sutra, Li Xiao resumed his comfortable lying position, and his pair of beautiful eyelashes curved into crescents. After a few hours, I have reached level 6. For ordinary people, level 9 is already the ultimate. Li Xiao thought happily. I have been transformed by the original mother energy, and I am definitely not an ordinary person. I will definitely break through the level 9 and reach level 10, level 11, even level 14, level 15, and even higher. Su Susu was moved. His physical body functions are so active, far more amazing than that of a cultivator at the 9th level of forging. Qi Xian was curious. He just drew qi into his body, which should be a blood forging process. I wonder how many times his body has undergone transformations? Generally, the human geniuses who have grown great emperor bones have extremely amazing blood forging speeds. Now the emperor bone that Li Xiao lost has long been restored to its original state, and it is even more mysterious. Qin Sisi said. So, he has at least reached the 6th level in just a short while? It is difficult for outsiders to judge how many times the body has undergone transformations, especially for geniuses with special physiques. They can only judge the current level of body function. Because at the same level, cultivators with stronger physiques will have stronger physical functions. Qin Sisi's beautiful eyes widened like 2 copper bells. That's too exaggerated. At this time, a cocky voice sounded. Are you stupid? If you want to know what level I have reached in my cultivation, just ask me directly. Everyone. A layer of gloom crept up on Ao Buhui's forehead. He turned around and stared at Gu Shishir with cold eyes. Eat your cake. If you can't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Qi Xian leaned down and looked at Li Xiao, revealing an alluring white chest. Li Zhao's eyes widened immediately. Qi Xian asked curiously. Then tell me, what level of forging have you reached in your cultivation? After taking a few greedy glances at the scenery above, Li Xiao closed his eyes unsatisfiedly, crossed his arms behind his head, and put on a baby-like, dignified look. Want to know? Hey, I won't tell you. Qi Xian gritted her teeth and said, You have never learned to be a good person since you were a child. You are just like your father. Seeing Li Xiao like this, Qi Xian became even angrier, but she couldn't bring herself to argue with the baby, so she snorted, turned around and took 2 steps away from Li Xiao, stood aside, then took out a mirror and looked at her eyebrows that she had just drawn today and was very satisfied with. Her mood became beautiful again. How old are you? How can you keep people in suspense? Ao Buhui was surprised that Li Xiao was so intelligent. He hadn't even been weaned yet he knew how to keep people in suspense. In the past few days, she had been feeding Li Xiao and had developed feelings for him. At this moment, she suddenly felt excited and happy that her child was really smart. But then she changed her mind and found out that such an outstanding person was not her child, but the descendant of the human goblin who seduced Li Sanjian. Suddenly, a sour feeling arose in her heart. The word morality was about to come out of her mouth, but she held it back. She found that she couldn't bear to scold this little brat. Su Susu didn't care what Li Xiao said. In her eyes, he was just a child. She squatted down and gently touched Li Dao's face with her slender hands. Xiao Ba, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. But if you want, you can tell Nanny Chi secretly. Nanny Chi also wants to know. After Su Susu said this, Qi Xian'er pricked up her ears, as if she was listening carefully to Li Zhao's reaction. She was fooled, and she hoped that Su Susu would suffer the same fate as her, otherwise she would lose face. Li Xiaoming opened his eyes and screamed. I told you not to call me Shiba. Su Susu. Okay, then don't bark. Xiaoba is the best. Li Xiao felt a flash of electricity on his forehead and his fists stiffened. He suddenly wanted to hit someone. But thinking of how good Su Susu was to him, Li Zhao's eyes rolled around, he stretched out his little hand, shook it towards Su Susu, and said, Put your ear closer. Qi Xian'er's delicate body stiffened slightly. Su Susu, whose vanity was satisfied, smiled slightly, lowered her body cooperatively, and leaned closer to Li Xiao. Li Xiao lowered his voice. He wanted to share it with Su Susu, who was the best to him. But when the words came to his mouth, Li Xiao suddenly remembered that these beasts were all powerful and their thoughts were omnipresent. They would definitely be overheard. So he changed his mind temporarily and didn't want to say it anymore. He planned to continue to whet everyone's appetite. Forget it! Su Susu's face froze, she looked a little embarrassed, and then her pretty face gradually turned red. Qi Xian'er looked at the mirror, sneered slightly, and said in a very low voice, TSK, you feed him every day, but he still doesn't listen to you. Afraid of being rejected by a baby, Ao Buhui didn't even try to ask Li Xiao and said with disdain, It doesn't matter if he doesn't say anything. It's not a big deal. Qi Xian'er agreed. That's right. Li Xiao snorted arrogantly and turned his face away. In fact, Li Xiao really didn't want to say it. He was afraid that he would behave too abnormally and arouse the suspicion of the 7 divine beasts. He has the cauldron of the mother energy of all things hidden in his body. This cauldron is too special and too important. Li Xiao does not want to be discovered. Although Ao Buhui and others used their divine sense to search his body and did not detect the existence of the cauldron, Li Xiao still subconsciously refused. This is a kind of self-protection when living alone in an absolutely unfamiliar environment. After all, Li Xiao didn't trust the 7 mythical beasts enough, and was still wary deep in his heart. After a while, everyone dispersed, and some children had to be fed as it was time to eat. Except for Li Xiao, the other 7 children all have half the blood of the divine beast flowing in their bodies, and can be considered descendants of the divine beast. According to Su Susu and the others, the cubs of divine beasts, no matter how they develop, must be fed with animal milk for a full year. Li Xiao, who is growing at an astonishing speed, has now grown tender teeth and can actually eat on his own. But Li Xiao was still thinking about the milk from the other 2 divine beasts and didn't want to stop drinking milk immediately. Qi Xian'er and Renning are descendants of the ancestral beasts Immortal Phoenix and Chaos Peacock respectively. Li Xiao really wants to obtain the bloodline of these 2 people. Chapter 16. The Worried Li Xiao. Night. From time to time in the wilderness, there are always the sounds of quack and jiejia from some unknown beast. They are especially loud in the deep mountains and old forests where no one lives in the middle of the night. They don't seem very scary at first, but if you listen carefully, you will feel a little scared. In Su Susu's room, Li Xiao was lying in a cradle that was 1 size bigger than Li Xiaoyan's because he was growing too fast. Although Li Zhao's body has developed ahead of time, he is actually equivalent to a 1-year-old child. He practiced the original scriptures for several hours during the day. By now, he could no longer resist the invasion of strong fatigue. His eyelids were drooping, but Li Xiao was holding on and refused to let his eyelids close. It was as if a tug-of-war was going on between Li Zhao's will and his tired body. On one side, the body was forcing him not to sleep, while on the other side, the body was telling him to close his eyes, causing Li Xiao to squint and then open his eyes. He was thinking about the milk of two powerful divine beasts, Qi Xian'er and Renning, and wanted to drink it quickly to refine the ancestral blood. Qi Xian'er is vain. I can please her, but Renning hates humans from the bottom of her heart. She is the most difficult to deal with. It's so troublesome. It's so worrying. Li Xiao was in a daze, and his will was finally succumbed to his body. He lost the tug of war between sleeping and not sleeping, and went to meet Zhou Gong in a deep sleep. In fact, Li Xiao has already refined the ancestral blood of 5 ancestral beasts, and possesses the 5 great ancestral beasts. In theory, he should be content. Not only does he not want to give up, he also wants to take the initiative and seize the initiative, rather than being forced to wait, because there are too many uncertainties. The next morning, Li Xiao woke up and immediately started to practice the primitive sutra and began to cultivate diligently. After practicing for half an hour, Li Xiao's qi and blood transformed again, and he reached the 7th level of forging. This made Li Xiao very happy. He was making rapid progress. Ao Buhui picked up Li Xiao skillfully and said as usual, "Stinky boy, come and eat. You are like a pig every day. It takes 3 people to feed you every time. You are a born glutton at such a young age. Your father doesn't eat so much. It's obvious that you just follow your shameless mother." Ah! Ao Buhui, who was feeding Li Xiao, suddenly cried out in pain. He bit his mouth slightly and felt a slight pain in his chest. He became a little angry and slapped Li Xiao's butt in annoyance. Li Xiao's face looked aggrieved. Li Xiao didn't know whether Ao Buhui was speaking in anger or really intended to do so, but no matter which the situation was, he immediately felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Soon, this little incident spread among the 7 women. Raising a child in the wilderness is boring to begin with, so whatever happens will be spread around as a topic of conversation to kill time. Has it grown teeth? Let me see. Su Susu walked to Li Xiao, pinched open his mouth, looked inside carefully, and then said, "It has really grown teeth, and there are quite a few of them. It seems that it can indeed be fed liquid food. However, liquid food cannot be random, it must be fed with Ba Yao Tang or something like that, treasures that can lay the foundation. If that's true, if his appetite increases, I won't have to feed him anymore, right?" Qi Xian'er realized this problem at the first moment, turned to look at Ao Buhui, and asked expectantly. Ren Ying's pretty face was cold. "Of course I need to say that." Even Yun Yun, who seldom spoke, sighed and said with some regret, "I lost." What she meant was that she shouldn't have given up so quickly in the first place. If she had persisted, maybe she wouldn't have to feed this human child. No need to feed me anymore?" Qin Sisi was stunned, and seemed a little reluctant. Renning rolled her eyes at her. "Why, do you still want to continue?" "Yes, no. No. Why would I think so?" Qin Sisi smiled awkwardly and waved her hands, her face turning red in confusion. When everyone saw this, they were puzzled and looked at her strangely, as if to say, "I see, that's what you think." As if some shameful secret had been exposed, Qin Sisi's heart was pounding and her cheeks were becoming increasingly dry. Ao Buhui gave Qin Sisi a deep look and cursed. "This is inexplicable." Li Xiao on the side was wailing in his heart, "No, no. I'm still short of 2 ancestral bloods." Li Xiao was anxious and wanted to ask for it. He called out in a baby voice, "Big Nanny, I don't want to eat liquid food. I need the milk of the 3rd and 5th Nanny. I can use it to refine the ancestral blood of the ancestral beast. This is for laying the foundation." Qi Xian'er glanced at him and said, "You have already refined the blood of 5 ancestral beasts, is it not enough?" Li Xiao kicked his calves in a mock manner and yelled, "Not enough!" Renning said coldly, "If it's not enough, then you can die." Ao Buhui thought for a while and suggested, "Why don't you two put the animal milk into an animal leather bag and give it to him to drink as a treasure for building his foundation?" Renning refused directly. "Don't even think about it." Qi Xian'er smoothed her black hair in front of her chest. "That will delay my recovery, and I won't agree to it." Seeing this, Ao Buhui said nothing more. She knew the two's personalities very well, and using strong probability would not work, and might instead destroy the sisterhood between them. During this day, Li Xiao, lying in the cradle, had been thinking about how to make Qi Xian'er and Renning willingly offer their animal milk. Chapter 17, Pectoralis Major. In his previous life, when he was on Blue Star, Li Zhao's ex-girlfriend had the habit of watching breast enhancement exercises frequently. At that time, Li Xiao had a good relationship with his girlfriend. She watched him and he watched too. Under the influence of her, Li Xiao memorized several sets of breast enhancement exercises. Women all love beauty. Li Xiao, who couldn't think of a better way, decided to give it a try. Even if he failed, it wouldn't matter much. Li Xiao climbed down from the cradle with his buttocks up. Li Xiaoyan next to him looked at him with envy. Li Xiao looked back at her, and before leaving, he touched Li Xiaoyan's fair face and said, "Don't be envious. I am just so awesome. I can walk and march, talk, and practice bone patterns. Even though you are a descendant of a divine beast, you are not as good as me. There is no point in glaring at me. Don't be unconvinced. Even though you were born before me, I hope you call me brother and I call you sister. Do you understand?" I heard that Li Xiao was so shameless and disrespectful that he actually wanted to be her brother. And listen, is what he said human language? Li Xiaoyan's cheeks were puffed up with anger. Her bright eyes were now cute and fierce. Her pink little fists were clenched tightly in the cradle, and it looked like she wanted to beat Li Xiao to death. This human who tried to steal her animal milk was so annoying and infuriating. It was obvious that she was born first. How could this be possible? After hearing these words, especially the last sentence, Li Xiaoyan became even angrier, like a little puffer fish. But she couldn't do anything about Li Xiao, and at this time Li Xiao had already walked out of the room happily. Li Xiaoyan was getting more and more angry, and finally managed to utter a harsh word. Beat you, beat you! The weather is breezy and sunny. What Qi Xian'er was doing at this moment was a bodybuilding method commonly used by the beauty-loving ladies in the secular world of the human race to maintain their figure. In fact, it is of little use. As a divine beast with profound cultivation, Qi Xian'er does not need such a method to manage his body shape. Just like some women on the blue planet, they will do anything to become thinner, even if they are already thin enough. Qi Xian'er didn't move. Go play somewhere else. Oh. Li Xiao seemed not to feel Qi Xian'er's coldness towards him. He looked around, his clever little eyes rolling around. Soon, the pretentious Li Xiao seemed to suddenly think of something. He stood up and trotted to Su Su, who was sitting on a patterned stone bench doing handicrafts not far away. Without asking anything, he directly dragged away a piece of animal skin from Su Su and ran back to Qi Xian'er. Su Su scolded with a smile. "This child is so naughty at such a young age. How should I control him when he grows up? Alas, his father is not here, and it would be better if he is here again." After saying that, Su sighed softly, lowered her head and went back to her needlework. It was just that Li Zhao's appearance caused her to look up from time to time, and she smiled at Li Xiao, curious about what this naughty boy wanted from her animal skins. Li Xiao took Su Su's animal skin mat, walked to Qi Xian'er's side, spread the animal skin as if no one was around, and then sat down cross-legged with his two short legs, doing the same movements as Qi Xian'er. But he was too small and couldn't stretch his body at all. His movements were awkward, funny and hilarious, which made Su on the other side burst out laughing. Seeing this, Qi Xian'er frowned and glanced at Li Xiao, wondering what this baby was going to do. "Who?" Li Xiao imitated Qi Xian'er's exhalation. Qi Xian'er pulled in her abdomen, and he also pulled in his abdomen. Qi Xian'er patted her face, and he also patted his face. Qi Xian'er frowned even deeper, and then he suddenly became furious and cursed. "You naughty boy, who are you slandering here? Believe it or not, I will beat your ass." Su was amused and said with a happy smile, "Third sister, look how smart this child is, he learns very well." After hearing this, Qi Xian'er became even angrier. "Seventh sister, you are the only one who thinks he is good. He is actually slandering others and has no manners at all. If he wasn't the child of the three swords, I would slap him to death." Su was not worried about getting angry. She knew Qi Xian'er was just angry and would never do that. She smiled and said, "Third sister, I think you should stop getting angry. Women in the human race are prone to wrinkles when they get angry." In fact, Su had something else to say in her heart. No matter how angry or sad I am, I don't get better. Human women are just pretentious. Qi Xian'er reacted after hearing this, and quickly took a deep breath to calm down. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Who would be proud of being angry to death? The naughty kid is proud of being proud." Li Xiao closed his eyes and said, Third aunt, I didn't learn from you. Qi Xian'er snorted, tisk, and glanced at Li Xiao, then stopped looking at him. Out of sight, out of mind. There was no need to get angry with a kid, it would not be worth it to ruin her appearance. At this time, Liao's movements also changed. He left the animal skin mat and seriously began to do Blue Star's Beauty Bible breast enlargement exercises. He put his hands together, then separated them, and then put them together again, repeating this process. After a while, Qi Xian'er noticed Li Gao's action. She was very attentive in this regard, which immediately caught her attention. She asked curiously, "Naughty boy, what are you doing?" Li Xiao, "Practice pectoralis major." What is the pectoralis major muscle? Qi Xian'er had a face full of question marks, but even though she didn't understand, the word chest particularly aroused her curiosity, and she immediately carefully observed every move of Li Xiao. Qi Xian'er became more and more excited as he watched, and gradually he involuntarily wanted to imitate Li Xiao's gestures. But at this moment, Li Xiao's practice reached a critical moment, and suddenly stopped. He stopped his movements, stood up and went back to the house, not caring about returning the animal skin to Su Su Su. "Where are you going?" Qi Xian'er felt itchy and uncomfortable after being interrupted. Li Xiao didn't even turn his head. "I'm tired, let's go back to sleep." Qi Xian'er snorted. "What a fool!" Qi Xian'er ignored Li Xiao and the actions that Li Xiao had just taken. He just continued with the previous actions. But as he was doing it, Qi Xian'er subconsciously imitated Li Xiao's actions. Chapter 18. Li Xiao'er was stunned. Qi Xian'er was able to notice the complexity of Li Xiao's actions purely because of her own keen sense. In fact, even though Li Xiao grew fast, he was only about the same age as a 1-year-old child. What he just did looked more like playing around. This means that Li Xiao is definitely not a normal child and cannot be viewed with the eyes of a normal child. Qi Xian'er was very happy. "I am really smart. I saw a few movements of a baby playing around and I can use them to keep fit. I am really talented. If these few movements were to be spread to the world, those beautiful ladies would definitely go crazy for them." Qi Xian'er certainly didn't think that Li Xiao did this on purpose for her to see, and she didn't believe that Li Xiao was really exercising his pectoralis major muscles just now. She just thought it was a naughty child playing around. Qi Xian'er even felt that Li Xiao was making fun of her and was deliberately using such an action to laugh at her for being too beautiful. Thinking of this, Qi Xian'er suddenly hoped that the baby would do this action more often. This phenomenon surprised Ao Buhui and others. They all thought that Li Xiao was a terrible freak. Only 2 days had passed, but Li Dao's body functions had increased by at least 2 times. At the same time, the bones, blood, and flesh of Li Xiao's body were still constantly transforming towards the bones of the emperor, and his body did not show any abnormalities. This made the group of divine beasts believe that Li Xiao was really transforming into the body of an emperor. Ao Buhui was also shocked and curious. "The whole body is made of the bones of a great emperor. Who would have dared to imagine this before? I am very curious, in the blood forging realm, to what extent can he improve the blood forging extreme realm?" Su 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 only compared Li Xiao with his biological father, and did not directly say that Li Xiao would be a powerful person in the future. After all, talent is only one of the requirements to become a powerful person. Only when everything reaches the extreme can a top-notch, powerful person be born. After practicing the primitive sutra and drinking enough animal milk, Li Xiao babbled as he staggered to the front yard. In the yard, Qi Xian'er imitated the movement of putting his hands together, then opening them, and then putting them together again, doing it over and over again, without getting tired of it and enjoying it. He has now also embarked on a journey of spiritual practice, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, she could sense that when Qi Xian'er was doing that set of breast enhancement exercises, he had actually attracted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Because only 1 day had passed, Qi Xian'er's breasts, which were not very plump to begin with, had surprisingly grown in size, making them even more attractive. Li Xiao was shocked and his eyes widened. "This is fucking outrageous. Is this the immortal version of breast enhancement exercises?" Li Xiao felt like his worldview was shattered. This is outrageous. Originally, he was just trying it out, and casually did a few breast enhancement exercises from his previous life. But Qi Xian'er saw it and learned it, and even improved it by incorporating elements of Taoism. Is it still possible to play like this? Li Xiao was dumbfounded. Qi Xian'er was very happy. Seeing Li Xiao coming, Qi Xian'er deliberately glanced at Li Xiao and said, "You naughty boy, you want to slander me again today?" Although she said this, Qi Xian'er actually wanted to see what tricks Li Xiao would play today. She remembered that Li Zhao's action yesterday was not finished. But she was not sure whether the little Li Xiao could remember what he did yesterday. After all, she felt that what Li Xiao did yesterday was just a spur-of-the-moment action. But Qi Xian'er still had expectations, because from the contact in the past few days, although Li Xiao was young, his intelligence was really not low, and seemed to be almost the same as that of an adult, so it was still possible that he could remember. Li Xiao calmed himself down and wanted to cough, but he felt that it was inappropriate for a baby to do so, so he endured it and said, "Third Nanny, you think too bad of me. How can I be that bad? In my eyes, Third Nanny is the most beautiful of all the nurses. I like Third Nanny so much." When Qi Xian'er heard this, she was immediately delighted. Her fuller breasts made her inexplicably more confident, and this emotion became even stronger at this moment. As the saying goes, children speak without restraint. When an adult praises you, you may think that he has other intentions or is just being polite, but it is different with children. Children's words are usually very real and come from their hearts. "You're such a smooth talker, just like your father." Qi Xian'er glanced at Li Xiao and said some unpleasant words, but her face showed uncontrollable joy. Li Xiao babbled, "Of course. The Third Nanny is the most beautiful, I said." Qi Xian'er's eyebrows raised even higher. "Then what are you doing here?" Qi Xian'er asked with a smile, looking very friendly and amiable. Li Xiao said in a baby voice, "Practice your pectoralis major muscles. Didn't I mention that yesterday?" Qi Xian'er's eyes lit up, but she said, "How shameless!" Li Xiao didn't say anything, walked aside, and started doing the breast enhancement exercises in an orderly manner. Qi Xian'er seemed not to care about Li Xiao, but in fact she was paying attention to him all the time, and even secretly used her spiritual power to carefully observe Li Zhao's every movement, analyzing the details, and was very serious and attentive. As a result, Li Xiao got to the same position as yesterday, then stopped again, and then sat down on the ground with a listless look. Qi Xian'er was stunned and felt a little anxious. How come this naughty kid fails at the critical moment? "What's wrong? Don't you want to train your pectoralis major muscles anymore?" Qi Xian'er asked. Li Xiao sighed calmly, his eyebrows drooping. "Alas, I don't have enough milk to eat, and I have no strength." Chapter 19 Bluff. Li Xiao looked listless. "Well, I'm not full." Qi Xian'er was sharp-minded and realized that the naughty child in front of her might be thinking about her animal milk. Li Xiao frowned and said pitifully, "Their children are getting bigger and bigger, their appetites are increasing, and I am also growing, and they can't afford to feed them. Many times I am not full, but I lie to them and say I am full, but in fact I am starving. But it's okay, sisters, as long as you are full, I am a boy, I can endure it." But looking at Li Zhao's pitiful appearance, and what he said just now, Qi Xian'er felt distressed. This child was too sensible. He actually concealed this matter and starved alone. He was so kind from the bottom of his heart, and knew how to feel sorry for his sisters. He must have been pretending to spit up milk. By the way, he is smarter than other children, no wonder he is so sensible. Thinking of this, Qi Xian'er felt even more distressed. This baby may be naughty, but he is really sensible. Li Xiao squatted on the ground and waved his hands awkwardly. "No need! This will affect the recovery of Third Nanny's figure. Third Nanny is so beautiful, if she becomes ugly because of me, I will feel bad. This child, Wu, is so sensible." She felt ashamed of herself and felt very sorry. She thought that as an adult, why should she compete with a baby and be reluctant to feed him even a single sip of animal milk? Li Xiao squinted his eyes at Qi Xian'er and sighed. "Third Nanny, if you like to call me Li Dezhuang, just call me that. I don't mind, really. Just think of this as the nickname Third Nanny gave me. I will remember it for the rest of my life." Qi Xian'er was surprised again. Before, she called Li Xiao Li Dezhuang, which made Li Xiao scream and scream. He was very angry. But now he was so calm. Li Xiao opened his big cute eyes, looked up at Qi Xian'er, and asked, "Third Nanny, do you want to see how I train my pectoralis major muscles? But although I really want to train for you, I don't have the strength. Alas! Li Xiao answered very seriously at this time, but if you knew the details, you would definitely call Li Xiao a charlatan. I figured it out from the bone patterns on my body. Doing this can train my sternum, but I think it is training my pectoralis major muscles. Those seemingly ridiculous movements actually came from bone patterns. Qi Xian'er stared at Li Xiao. She didn't really believe it. She felt that this kid must be fooling her. If you are going to fool people, you must fool them to the end. Anyway, he is the only one who can understand his own bone patterns, and it is like reading a book in heaven for others to read them. Is that true? Yes, I can improve these movements, integrate them into the method of cultivation, and draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to change my body shape. Other folk body techniques cannot be like this. The more Qi Xian'er thought about it, the more he felt it made sense, and the more he believed it to be true. He couldn't figure it out for a moment, and finally simply concluded, it seems that things from Blue Star are not simple. Blue Star has now become more mysterious in Li Zhao's mind. Because the cauldron in his body is too special. It's not just that this cauldron can transform the mother energy of all things and refine the original material properties. The most important thing is that several powerful divine beasts used meticulous divine thoughts to search his body, but they couldn't even discover the existence of the cauldron. The cultivation levels of these divine beasts are extremely powerful. If any one of them goes out, it will cause tension among the major human forces. However, such a powerful beast could not even discover an alien cauldron that was not controlled by anyone. It actually came from the bone patterns. Qi Xian'er became even more anxious and wanted to know what would happen next, but when he turned around, he saw the baby looking listless, and it was inconvenient for him to ask Li Xiao to practice for him. Regardless of whether Qi Xian'er could see that Li Xiao was pretending, even if she knew it was a pretense, Qi Xian'er understood that this little baby only wanted the milk of the immortal phoenix on her body. How could she expose him and compete with him? As for children, just coax them. After thinking for a while, Qi Xian'er hesitated for a while, then said to Li Xiao, "Wait for me here." "Oh." Li Xiao, knowing that there was a chance, responded obediently, squatted on the ground, and looked at Qi Xian'er with a smile. Qi Xian'er stood up, glanced at him, then walked back to her room gracefully, twisting her waist. After a while, Qi Xian'er was seen coming back slowly, carrying a bag of animal milk. She handed the milk bag to Li Xiao, scratched his nose with her onion-like fingers, and said, "Don't think I don't know that you are thinking about the milk of my immortal phoenix clan. Here, take it and drink it. After you finish drinking it, continue to practice your pectoral muscles." Li Xiao chuckled, took the bag of milk without hesitation, opened it, and drank it. Soon, his pair of innocent-looking eyes narrowed into crescents. Seeing this, Qi Xian'er scolded, "What a foodie, and a scheming foodie at that." Li Xiao just grinned, with animal milk on the corner of his mouth. The milk of the immortal phoenix entered Li Zhao's body and was immediately absorbed by the primordial Mother Qi cauldron. After a moment, a stream of energy was emitted from the mouth of the primordial Mother Qi cauldron like mist rising from it. Among them, there is an immortal phoenix ancestral blood. Li Xiao finally obtained the sixth ancestral beast bloodline as he wished, but this bloodline is currently not enough to give birth to magical powers. But once you have started, you are not afraid anymore. Feeling the newly refined blood, Li Xiao giggled happily. Qi Xian'er squatted, half of her chest exposed, and looked at Li Xiao, her eyes shining. "Are you full?" "I'm full." "Why are you standing there in a daze when you are full? Hurry up and train my pectoralis major muscles." "Mistress, do you want to use the method I learned to train your pectoralis major muscles?" Chapter 20: The Immortal Phoenix Magical Power. Rubbing his pulled ear, Li Xiao stood up happily, patting his buttocks. "Third nanny, I'll start now. If you want to learn, go ahead. I won't laugh at you. It's not shameful to learn from a child." Qi Xian'er felt a flash of electricity on his forehead, and gritted his teeth and said, "Shut up!" After receiving the milk from Qi Xian'er, the immortal phoenix, Li Xiao did not refuse to do so. He performed the breast enhancement exercises he remembered from beginning to end in a very serious manner. After finishing a whole set of dance moves, Li Xiao scratched his head in a confused manner and said, "That's all I learned from the bone patterns. This is for training the sternum. I'll try again in a couple of days to see if I can figure out how to train the femur. I don't think my butt is perky enough." Next to him, Qi Xianer, who had gotten more moves, was very happy and was about to start practicing when he suddenly heard Li Zhao's words. His ears perked up and he had an idea in his mind. He immediately became cautious and thought that he must keep a close eye on this baby in the next few days to see what tricks he could play. Li Xiao snorted. Don't interfere in children's affairs. Qi Xianer, TSK. The next day, Li Xiao was still asleep when he was abruptly woken up by a burst of noise. Li Xiao was very annoyed and wanted to scream and vent his dissatisfaction as soon as he woke up. A group of women surrounded his cradle, staring down at him with unfriendly expressions. At this moment, Li Xiao felt like he had spent the night in the wild and woke up to be surrounded by a group of wild beasts. Li Xiao was so frightened that he forgot to speak. He looked around blankly, stretched his neck and looked down at his mythical beast. After a moment, Li Xiao, who had a bad premonition, forced a smile and greeted in a baby voice. Good morning, nurses. Although no one spoke, Li Xiao seemed to hear a cold snort. Ah? Li Xiao was stunned, then his heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself. It's bad. Also, what's going on with Qi Xianer? Is she showing off everywhere just because someone casually praised her? Upon hearing this, Qi Xianer was unhappy. What do you mean nothing? That's what you said yesterday. While speaking, Qi Xianer deliberately puffed out her chest, and Li Xiao immediately discovered that her chest was almost as big as Qin Cici's. The effect is so obvious? Li Xiao was stunned. Ao Buhui glared at Li Xiao and cursed. I really fed you in vain, you ungrateful wolf! Qi Xianer actually shouted at Li Xiao for the first time. Why are you an ungrateful person? Is it ungrateful to praise me as the most beautiful? Children's eyes are sharp. If she says I am the most beautiful, then I am the most beautiful. You're just vain all day long. Your face is painted like a monkey's butt. It makes me want to vomit. Who are you calling monkey ass? I'm talking about you. Stop arguing, it's not a big deal. Li Xiao covered his ears silently. Oh, woman! After the quarrel ended, Li Xiao finally had some peace and quiet, but he faced a bigger problem. He was going to be hungry. Because of Li Xiao's unintentional words, Ao Buhui and others, who were still angry, went on strike and refused to feed Li Xiao. This made Li Xiaoyan next to him laugh and kick her legs happily, as if her emotional revenge was finally taken. The annoyed Li Xiao felt so angry that his teeth were itching. In the end, only Su Susu, who loved him the most, fed him animal milk. But Su Susu fed him only after feeding Li Xiaoyan, which made Li Xiao's stomach only half full. No way, even the silly mistress is angry. This shouldn't be the case. Li Xiao wailed in despair. In fact, Gu Shusher was not angry, but Ao Buhui had ordered her not to do so. She had never had much of an opinion, so naturally she would not disobey orders. After this incident, Li Xiao understood a truth. One should always be cautious when talking to women, no matter what kind of women they are. Li Xiao, who was hungry, started practicing the primitive sutra despite the waves of hunger. Although he was not full, Li Xiao still did not forget to practice. After practicing for a while, Qi Xianer came to him. Qi Xianer squatted down, approached Li Xiao and said, You naughty boy, they won't raise you, but the third nanny will. But you must remember to promise the third nanny that after you have had enough, I will study your bone patterns carefully, especially the method of training your femur. Liao's eyes were filled with tears. Third nanny is still the best. Just like that, for the next 5 days, Qi Xianer was very proactive and diligent, and took on the responsibility of preparing Li Zhao's meals. During this process, Qi Xianer even neglected her children, who often cried out of hunger. On the 5th day, the immortal phoenix blood in Li Zhao's body finally accumulated to a sufficient amount, and supernatural powers appeared. Li Xiao also learned about the magical power from his blood. The magical power of the immortal phoenix ancestor beast Nirvana. The supernatural power of Nirvana, evolved to the extreme, can be reborn from particles. In other words, even if the body collapses to the point where only a particle remains, it can be reborn as a complete body through the power of Nirvana. This is a magical power that represents the ultimate vitality. Li Xiao was moved. This magical power of Nirvana can be called immortality. Rebirth from the particle level is too abnormal. And for me, with the magical power of Nirvana and the magical power of 9 lives, it will be difficult for me to die in the future, Li Xiao said excitedly. If these two supernatural powers for saving lives are developed to the extreme, no one will be able to match Li Xiao in terms of saving his life in the future. Everyone soon learned about the birth of the immortal phoenix, but no one was surprised because everyone had expected it. With Li Xiao's physique, as long as he drinks the beast's milk, he will be able to extract the ancestral blood. Compared to Li Xiao's extraction of the immortal phoenix's ancestral blood, these women were more concerned about another thing, which was the breast enhancement technique that Qi Xian'er practiced every day. Because only a few days have passed, Qi Xian'er's figure is almost catching up with the Fudi Gu Shi. This made the group of women extremely surprised and envious. After learning the reason, Qin Sisi first, then Ao Buhui and Yun Yun, all joined Qi Xian'er's team one after another. Every day, this group of women would practice in the front yard, giving Li Xiao a sense of déjà vu of square dancing in his previous life. Li Xiao, who drank Qi Xian'er's beast milk, did not disappoint Qi Xian'er. He demonstrated to Qi Xian'er all the dances he had performed in his previous life, such as hip lifting, waist slimming, yoga, etc. What surprised Li Xiao the most was that Qi Xian'er was able to improve these dances, incorporating the spiritual elements of this world into them, and making them more beautiful with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. What kind of world was the blue star in my previous life? Why are the things there like this when they come to this world? Li Xiao was stunned. But soon, Li Xiao became worried again. Qi Xian'er's bloodline of the immortal phoenix has been obtained, now all he needs is the bloodline of Renning, the Chaos Peacock. Chapter 21, The New Saint. Have you had enough to drink? I'm full. Li Xiao has been very happy recently, but also very painful. Because Li Xiao taught Qi Xian'er various bodybuilding dances from Blue Star, and after Qi Xian'er's improvements, everyone used the improved body techniques, and after just a few days, their figures improved greatly. They became more curvaceous, and their personal image and temperament became more perfect. But unfortunately, this effect is only obvious in the first few days, and later on, the effect is almost negligible. Because the existing physical techniques, no matter how they are practiced, are no longer effective, or the effects are so small that they can be ignored, and the few women who have tasted the sweetness are unwilling to give up easily and want to get more physical techniques from Li Xiao. This is a bit like cultivation. If you don't break through the cultivation method and realm, your strength cannot become stronger. As for the reason, Li Xiao didn't want to know. He only knew that he was about to be tortured by several wet nurses. Sure enough, it's the same everywhere. Anything that can make women thinner, kavia, or fuller can make women crazy. What a sin! Li Xiao often lamented like this. It was not until more than 10 days later that everyone saw that they could not get anything new out of Li Xiao, and the matter finally came to nothing. The only one who didn't give up was Qi Xian'er. Without being disturbed by others, Li Xiao thought about how to get Ren Ying's milk every day. He wants to collect the magical powers of the 7 ancestral beasts, and now he only needs the last one. Soon it was a month later. The bone patterns all over his body became more and more perfect. And Li Xiao never forgets to practice the original meridians to temper his blood every day. Now Li Xiao has already broken through the 9th level of the blood tempering realm, and reached the 11th level. Forging 11, this is a level that many geniuses cannot reach in their entire lives. Because even if one is a genius, it is difficult to break through the 9th extreme realm without a special physique and an amazing and suitable practice method. But Li Xiao, who absorbed the mother energy of all things, easily broke through the 9th level of forging in just over a month, and even reached the 11th level of forging. Now Li Xiao's physical functions are so active that Ao Buhui and others are shocked. Looking at Li Xiao running towards the lake to play, Ao Buhui's eyes narrowed slightly and he said in surprise, "This human child is too good. He is only 4 months old, but his body functions are far more terrifying than those of a divine beast in the blood-refining realm." Su Su's eyes were also filled with shock. Who said it wasn't true? Yesterday, with such a small body, he actually moved a huge rock that was several meters long. What kind of viewing platform is he going to build by the lake? Speaking of Li Xiao's observation deck, everyone was speechless again. This human child is not only naughty, but also has many tricks. Qin Sisi said at this time, "I have seen the observation deck. The location is very good. It is really a pleasure to enjoy the scenery there. I have to say that this child is very thoughtful and has a lot of weird things in his head. He is very smart, Aobuhui said. He is obviously the youngest, but he is the smartest. His intelligence is as good as that of an adult. He seems to be childish in his actions, but in fact he is very organized. But it's good. With him around, we don't have to take care of children anymore. Our children all play with him. Shishiena smiled at the mirror and said, After my child followed him, I felt relieved. I have more time to dress up and take care of my body every day. Otherwise, by the time my child grows up, I would have wrinkles from worrying about it. Aobuhui looked at Shishiena with disdain. How can you still be a mother if you are like this? Shishiena was not angry either, and said without blinking, The child was an accident. Who wants to be a mother from the beginning, no matter if it's a mother or not? Aobuhui was stunned when he heard this, and actually felt that it made some sense, so he blamed the culprit again. It's all Li Sanjian's fault. Hearing about Li Sanjian, Su Susu sighed and said, To this day, the life mark talisman left by Sanjian still has no breath of life. I really don't know if he really didn't come back in another era, or if he met with an accident. At this moment, Renning, who was standing next to him, snorted coldly and said, According to the news from Shaoqing, since the three swords haven't appeared for such a long time, his enemies are already ready to make a move, secretly trying to find our traces and attack us. Especially in the Yaoqi Holy Land, there are powerful emperors among them who have threatened to kill us and grind our bones to ashes, in order to avenge the three swords who nearly destroyed the Yaoqi Holy Land that day. Aobuhui snorted coldly, with a murderous look on his face. Yaoqi Holy Land? How dare they? Renning said coldly. The new generation saint girl of Yaoqi Holy Land who has the bone of Emperor Li Xiao implanted in her body is said to have completely fused the bone that did not belong to her, and now truly possesses the bone of the Emperor. I heard that the bone is extremely extraordinary, even more amazing than the sword bone of the three swords back then, and possesses tremendous power. Moreover, the new generation saint girl broke through the extreme realm of blood forging only a few days after fusing the bones, and now has reached the 13th level of blood forging. Renning added at the end that even with her cold personality, she was shocked at this moment. In just a few days, he went from not breaking through the 9th level to reaching the 13th level. This is truly a man of extraordinary talent. Of course, the new generation saint must have cultivated to a certain level in the blood-tempering realm before, and received the full resources of the Yaoqi Holy Land to cultivate her. This made it possible for her to break through to the blood-tempering 13 within a few days. Chapter 22 – Occupy the Nest. Everyone was silent for a moment, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little depressing. After a moment, Su Susu frowned and said, That's what you said, but everyone knows that it's not so easy to fuse different bones. Implanting someone else's different bones is against the will of heaven. Foreign bone rejection can cause sudden death at any time. Qin Sisi sighed. The Saint Lord of Yaoqi is really a cold-hearted person. If we are not careful with this bone-transferring method, it will not only kill Li Beijian, but also the new generation saint girl. Renning said coldly. But now she has succeeded. She has subdued the alien bone with great willpower, and used it for her own benefit. Her physique is not simple to begin with. It is a rare holy body of cause and effect. Now she has merged with the stronger great emperor bone. It is just around the corner for her to achieve the emperor realm in the future. Judging from Li Xiao's current performance, everyone also believes that if nothing unexpected happens, Li Xiao will be able to achieve the emperor realm in the future. No matter how evil the new saint girl is, no one dares to assert that she will become a powerful person in the near future. Aobuhui was surprised to hear that Renning, although they were one of her own, was praising others and making them look impressive. Moreover, although Aobuhui didn't say it these days, she had already treated Li Xiao as her own son in her heart. Moreover, the new generation saintess of Yaoqi Holy Land had stolen the emperor's bone from Li Xiao and thus gained her reputation as a genius. Aobuhui felt suffocated and uncomfortable in his heart, and felt aggrieved for Li Xiao. When he spoke, Aobuhui's tone already had a strong flavor of protecting his child. Su Susu nodded in agreement. Yes. And Xiao Ba's physique can also extract ancestral blood from our beast milk. Although we don't know whether his ability has any effect on other substances. But from this point alone, it has been proved that his physique is unprecedented and has never been seen in the ancient world. His life is destined to be extraordinary. Hearing this, Ao Buhui thought of something, looked at Renning, whose face was always cold, and said seriously, "Fifth sister, I know you don't like the human race, but Li Xiao is different. He is the offspring of the three swords. I hope you don't impose your prejudice against the human race on him. If you can provide him with beast milk, he will have an extra ancestral beast magical power. Doing so will have no effect on you, but it will greatly enhance his ability." Before she could finish her words, Renning next to her gave her a cold look. Su Susu looked at Renning deeply, and then said softly, "Fifth sister, I wonder if you have noticed recently. Xiao Ba ignores other children, but he is particularly concerned about Xiao Qin. Sometimes you are busy practicing, and the child is crying and hoarse, and Xiao Ba will impatiently go over to make her happy. When you go to the lake to play, he will only run with your child, and clumsily use his little hands to block the wind." Su Susu spoke softly about the little things one by one, which gradually moved Renning, and her cold eyes also softened a little. Renning sneered and said stubbornly, "He has ulterior motives." Ever since Li Xiao taught Qi Xian'er various dances, Qi Xian'er likes Li Xiao very much. Ao Buhui nodded. "Fifth sister, aren't you and San Jian's children half human? If you must say, they are from the same clan, all members of the Li clan. When the children grow up, they will have to take care of each other. You don't want your child to be rejected and excluded by others, do you?" Renning had a gloomy face, with an uncertain expression. Ao Buhui continued, "Actually, deep down in your heart, you don't really hate humans that much, otherwise you wouldn't remain in human form and be willing to be with the three swords." Ren Ying's eyes fluctuated violently for a moment, but were soon covered with indifference. "If it weren't for the three swords, I would have killed all the humans long ago." Everyone sighed and said nothing more. Renning silently raised her head and looked towards the direction of the lake. There, a group of little ones were playing carefree under the leadership of a leader. Li Xiaozhen didn't want to play with a group of kids, but these kids insisted on following him. Life in the wilderness was so boring that Li Xiao had nothing to do except practicing the primitive sutra every day. In order to fill his boring life, Li Xiao always had to find something to do. Although he was still very young, only 4 months old, due to the absorption of the mother energy of all things, his body was already as strong as that of a 3-year-old child. More importantly, he had broken through the limit of the blood-tempering realm and reached the 11th level, with enormous strength. This means that even though Li Xiao is trapped in the body of a child, he can now do a lot of things. Even doing heavy work is easier and easier than in the previous life. Beside the clear lake, a huge rock several meters in size was piled up next to a patch of evergreen reeds. The top of the rock was flattened with weapons, revealing a platform. It was not Li Xiao who flattened the boulder. He asked Su Susu to help. There are wooden fences half an adult's height on the lake-facing side and both sides of the boulder. Standing on the flat surface of the boulder, you can look out over the fence and take in the beautiful scenery of the lake in the distance. At the fence, you can also ask Gu Shishir to take some of the cake she eats, crumb them into crumbs, and throw them into the lake to feed the fish. Among the group of children, Li Xiao, needless to say, can move freely. As for the others, Ao Buhui's child Li Xiaoxi, Gu Shishir's child Li Xiaotong, and Qi Xian'er's child Li Xiaoqing, are now 9 months old. In less than a month, they will be 1 year old, and it is time for them to be weaned. They are all descendants of divine beasts, and can move freely and speak fluently, but their voices are still babyish. The other children were a little younger, but they could also walk, though they moved unsteadily and spoke in babbling, with incomplete sentences. Chapter 23 I'll Make You Grilled Fish. Among the other children, the older ones sat on both sides of Li Xiao, one next to the other, sitting in a row. Their short legs stretched out over the fence like Li Xiao, and then they tried their best to stretch their little heads out over the fence. Their little bodies clumsily leaned on a smoothly cut upright wooden railing, and their ignorant eyes stared at the lake. The 4 younger babies squatted on the wide platform at the back, occasionally raising their little heads and stretching their necks to look into the lake. It was unknown whether their eyes could see the scene in the lake. But the adults who were watching from a distance were not worried at all, because, even if they really fell into the water, with the kids' strong physiques, they would not drown at all, but could instead struggle around in the lake. The water in the lake is so clear that you can clearly see the roots of the reeds on the lake bottom that are attached to the old silt. Large fish of various colors with shiny scales are swimming quietly among the not very dense reeds. Soon, several clever big fish discovered the bait placed by Li Xiao, and swam over with caution. But in the next moment, the movements of these big fish suddenly attracted the attention of the fish that were originally swimming quietly at the bottom of the water. Many big fish immediately discovered this fresh food, and instantly rushed over to grab it, which immediately caused a burst of water sound. The kid near the fence got excited and screamed loudly. However, the sudden sound inevitably startled the school of fish below, causing the fish, which were originally trying to scramble for the food on the hook, to be frightened and immediately run away, causing another sound of water. Li Xiao saw the fish being scared away, and angrily put his hand on his forehead, and said angrily, "You are a bunch of idiots! I told you not to make any noise, but you insisted on making noise!" Seeing this scene, Li Xiao swallowed his anger. But Li Xiao thought about it, and felt that there was no need to argue with a group of ignorant kids. It was not that he was not angry, but it would make him look like he had an IQ problem. Thinking of this, Li Xiao threw the fishing rod directly into the lake and stopped fishing. The group of kids looked at Li Xiao in confusion, but soon they were attracted by the fish at the bottom of the lake and laughed happily. Thump! Li Xiao was startled when he heard the sound, and quickly looked back. His heart tightened, and then he ran back to the fence quickly. Snap! 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 But at this time, 1 fish, 2 fish, 3 fish, many fish suddenly flew up from the bottom of the lake and fell on the flat and smooth rocks. The fish out of the water jumped on the rocks in panic, trying to get back into the water, but they couldn't find the direction for a while. Li Xiao was stunned when he saw the scene in the water. In the lake, I saw Ao Buhui's child Li Xiaoxi, splashing happily in the water, swimming faster than the fish. He slapped the water with his little hands, splashing a lot of water, but the fish in the water were also bounced up by the strange force. Even when she was moving among the reeds, she still appeared extremely agile, like an elf in the water. Damn! I almost forgot, they are not ordinary children, but a group of descendants of divine beasts. The scene in front of him made Li Xiao laugh and cry, but he also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Ba, fish, so many fish! All for you! Li Xiaoxi laughed happily, babbling in a baby voice. When she spoke, she smiled innocently. She was very smart, and had just noticed that Li Xiao was unhappy. She naively thought that Li Xiao was unhappy because he couldn't catch any fish. Now she was using her own method to catch fish for Li Xiao. However, she obviously doesn't understand the real fun of fishing. Li Xiao frowned, and a hint of tenderness appeared in his eyes. Fish, come up quickly! So many fish, all for you. But Li Xiaoxi was still happily splashing in the water and catching fish. At this moment, Ao Buhui suddenly appeared behind Li Xiao without anyone noticing, and did not attract Li Xiao's attention at all. It was not until he heard the sound that Li Xiao was startled. Ao Buhui put his hands on his hips and yelled into the lake. Li Xiaoxi, have you had enough fun? Hee hee. Li Xiaoxi was not afraid at all when she saw Ao Buhui. She laughed happily in the water, even a little complacent. Ao Buhui was so angry that he immediately released the divine power, forcibly rolling up Li Xiaoxi's hands and feet in the lake. Then he waved his hand, and the divine power swept over Li Xiaoxi from head to toe, and her wet body and clothes were immediately completely dry. Ao Buhui kicked Li Xiaoxi angrily. Li Xiaoxi stood there, scratching his butt with his left hand, looking like a naughty kid who had made a mistake and was unrepentant. Seeing this scene, Ao Buhui couldn't help but act like an old mother. She wanted to beat and scold her son but couldn't bear to do so. But she couldn't swallow her anger by ignoring him either. Ao Buhui's full breasts rose and fell, and then she suddenly turned around and glared at Li Xiao, taking out her anger on him. Grandma Li Qi, look at what you have done! You are so young and don't learn good things, just tinkering with useless things. Last time you had a barbecue and burned the child's hair. I haven't settled the score with you yet. What are you doing today? Li Xiao stood there and muttered. TSK, you seem to have eaten a lot of the roasted pheasant last time. You almost fought with the mistress for it. You! Ao Buhui almost got angry to death. This little bastard, how dare you talk back? Then, Li Xiao was picked up by Ao Buhui fiercely, clamped at the waist, and his butt was severely beaten. Li Xiao. Wow, wow, you tigress! Then, Ao Buhui attacked even more ruthlessly. Li Xiao regretted it. After beating Li Xiao, Ao Buhui drove a group of children to the courtyard. She used her magical power to pick up the children who could not walk steadily and brought them back, not allowing them to stay by the lake to play. Li Xiao, who was still weak, did not dare to contradict him and could only admit defeat and follow him back reluctantly. But soon, Li Xiao noticed some movement behind him. He turned around and saw Li Xiaoxi trying hard to hold two raw fish with their tails jumping around in her arms. She was following closely behind him. When she saw Li Xiao turning around, she looked at him and smiled cutely. Li Xiaoxi is less than 1 year old, but the two fish can't break free from her restraints. This shows that Li Xiaoxi, as a descendant of a divine beast, is not simple and has extraordinary power. Chapter 24 Shameless Ancient Poetry. Compound. A triangular support made of wooden branches stands on flat ground. The two tripods were separated by a distance, with a wooden fork across the middle, and two big fish on the fork. Li Xiao and a group of kids gathered around the campfire. He was in charge of grilling the fish, while the other kids stared at the grilled fish with drooling mouths. Some of them were so impatient that they even stretched out their hands to grab the food with their bare hands, but were stopped in time by the sharp-eyed Li Xiao. "It's not cooked yet, why are you in such a hurry?" Li Xiao said. Unconsciously, even if Li Xiao didn't want to, he still became the leader of the children, and the other 7 children all listened to him. She was such a grown-up, but she couldn't help drooling when she smelled the aroma of the grilled fish. However, the moment her saliva started to flow, she immediately sucked it back and looked around to see if anyone noticed her. She must have felt embarrassed and ashamed. Gu Shishir stared at the grilled fish on the rack with shining eyes, and said anxiously, "It smells so good. Naughty boy, hurry up!" However, Gu Shishir's eyes did not leave the grilled fish on the stand. "It's not me who snatched it, it's you who eat too slowly. You can't blame me for eating fast." Gu Shishir swallowed her saliva and said, "You naughty kids don't understand. When eating, the size of the food doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is the speed." Li Xiao snorted with disdain. After these days of contact, the 7 women subconsciously began to treat Li Xiao as a little adult without realizing it. This kind of performance once made a group of adults marvel, but later they all accepted it. They all thought that Li Xiao was a genius with extraordinary talent, and was smarter than ordinary people since he was a child. They secretly felt that Li Xiao would achieve extraordinary things in the future, and had the potential to become an emperor. If he develops smoothly, he will definitely become a powerful emperor. Soon, the grilled fish was finally ready and the aroma was fragrant. But suddenly, Li Xiao sniffed, and before he could react, a phantom flashed before his eyes, and his hands were empty. The grilled fish disappeared, and was snatched away by Gu Shishir next to him without anyone noticing. Although Gu Shishir looks cute and silly, she has extraordinary skills. Even Li Xiao didn't know how she snatched the grilled fish, and the fish was in her hands. Gu Shishir smelled the roasted fish, her saliva watering, her index finger twitching. "It smells so good. It smells even better than the roasted chicken last time, little one. Although you are young, your cooking skills are really great. You must be a natural chef." As she spoke, Gu Shishir took a big bite, not afraid of the heat, but eating with relish. It's delicious. Much better than the pancakes made by San Jian. Wow! Seeing the grilled fish being snatched away, the other children burst into tears out of grievance. Li Xiao was furious and yelled, "Second wife, how dare you snatch food from a child? Do you have any shame?" Although Li Xiao was so angry that he screamed, he had no way to deal with Gu Shishir, who was a divine beast. Gu Shishir looked unimpressed and said, "I'll trade you guys for the pancake." As she spoke, she waved her hand and 2 more pancakes appeared in her other hand. She handed them to Li Xiao and said, "Here, take them and share them. You're welcome." There was a black line on Li Xiao's forehead. This mistress has completely lost all her dignity just for food. Beside him, Li Xiaoxi's fierce eyes were filled with tears. "Grilled fish! I want to eat grilled fish, this is my grilled fish!" She was so smart. She remembered that Li Xiao said that this was the grilled fish made for her. Now it was snatched away by Gu Shirshir. She was unhappy and kicked her legs in grievance, venting her anger. Fish! I want to eat fish! The other children also started babbling. In the end, Gu Shirshir was embarrassed and felt very ashamed, so she gave half of one of the fish to other children. Li Xiao was angry. This foodie! For a bite of food, he didn't even care about his own children and ate most of it by himself. Li Xiao felt that Gu Shirshir was unique and a true foodie. The baby who was given half of a grilled fish instinctively scrambled for it. Fortunately, Li Xiao came over to maintain order so that each child got an equal share. Li Xiao also got a portion for himself. It was the portion left after he had distributed it to other children. When Li Xiao squinted his eyes and smiled, wanting to enjoy the delicious food, he looked up and found Li Xiaoqin looking at him expectantly with her eyes and sucking her little lips. To be more precise, he was looking at the grilled fish in his hand. This little girl eats very fast, and she has already finished the portion I was given. Li Xiao looked at Li Xiaoqin's appearance. His eyes suddenly warmed up, and then he handed the grilled fish over. Here! Li Xiaoqin took it, stuffed it into her mouth, then looked at Li Xiao and smiled happily. Li Xiao smiled in a mature and gentle manner and said, Eat slowly, there are bones in the fish. But Li Xiao's words were obviously redundant, because although these descendants of the divine beasts were young, they were not afraid of fish bones at all, and they tasted them just like humans eating soft tofu. They are all extraordinary. Even though they only have half the blood of divine beasts in their bodies, they are already gradually showing their extraordinary qualities when they are less than a year old. The blood of the divine beasts in their bodies is of high purity. Li Xiao looked at Li Xiaoqin's adorable appearance as she wolfed down the food, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He then touched the latter's little head. Li Xiao is actually an adult, and knows a lot. These are his half-sisters in this life. Although Li Xiao comes from another world and has an independent soul and his own ideas, the blood of Li Sanjian is still in his body, and he has a blood connection with the other children. But in his eyes, the 7 sisters in front of him were just a group of ignorant and innocent babies. He couldn't bear to hurt them, but instead developed a desire to protect them in his heart. Li Xiao didn't know that this scene was seen by an indifferent figure standing quietly on the roof, and a hint of warmth quietly appeared in her eyes, which seemed to be always cold. After eating the grilled fish, Li Xiao returned to his room to practice the primitive sutra. He never forgot to practice. The next day, when Li Xiao just got up, he found a bag of animal milk next to his bed. Chapter 25. Time flies. 6 years later. Li Xiao was surprised to taste the animal milk he had never drunk before. He sat up straight in the cradle and looked around, but he didn't see anyone. It was the 5th wet nurse who secretly gave me her beast milk. Li Xiao's heart moved slightly, and the usually cold figure of the 5th wet nurse emerged in his mind. He felt a little unbelievable. He did not expect that the 5th wet nurse, who hated the human race so much, would take the initiative to provide him with beast milk. He was just trying it out, and didn't think too much about it. In fact, his kindness to Li Xiaoqin came from the heart, and he didn't have any ulterior motives. His intentions were not bad. Li Xiao thought to himself. In fact, this 5th nanny is not a bad person by nature. It's just that her heart has been frozen by something. She is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, especially towards the human race. Li Xiao didn't know much about the past of the 7 wet nurses. Currently, he only knew that they were all divine beasts among the descendants of the ancestral beasts. The Chaos Peacock beast milk entered Li Xiao's stomach and was quickly absorbed by the original Mother Qi cauldron in his body. After a while, the original Mother Qi cauldron began to feed back a special energy, which included the mother energy of all things, as well as a new and powerful ancestral blood, the Chaos Peacock ancestor blood. This Chaos Peacock progenitor beast later combined with a divine beast-level peacock creature to give birth to the current Chaos Peacock clan. However, due to the impure bloodline, there are no pure-blooded Chaos Peacocks among its offspring. After many generations of breeding, even the probability of offspring with divine beast-level bloodline appearing is extremely small. Although the bloodline of the Chaos Peacock is becoming weaker and weaker among its descendants, it does not mean that there is no possibility of a pure-blooded Chaos Peacock appearing again. It's just that the probability is pitifully small, perhaps even smaller than the chance of Li Xiao accidentally traveling through time. Li Xiao drank happily until the 8th day after drinking the Chaos Peacock beast milk. The Chaos Peacock ancestral blood in Li Zhao's body finally accumulated to the level of quantitative change, and the Chaos Peacock ancestral beast's magical powers were born in his body. Li Xiao was shocked. The magical power of Chaos Peacock is actually reincarnation. Reincarnation. And all reincarnations are controlled by the rules of reincarnation. Even those as powerful as the Emperor cannot remain eternal. When their lifespan ends, they can only turn into a handful of dirt, return to the earth, and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Living beings have bodies and souls carried by the bodies. Both are transformed from the energy between heaven and earth. After death, this energy must be returned to heaven and earth. The magical power of Chaos Peacock actually touched upon reincarnation. He was born with the power of reincarnation and controlled the essential power of the world. If the reincarnation magic of the Chaos Peacock is developed to the extreme, it can reverse the entire era, cause time to cycle, the myriad worlds to collapse, and everything to return to zero. This is a force that returns to zero. Li Xiao was born with ancestral blood, at the same level as the ancestral beast Chaos Peacock, and the magical power he developed naturally represented the ultimate. He also understood from his blood the terrifying effect of this magical power evolved to the extreme. Li Xiao was shocked. The power of Chaos Peacock is so terrifying, it feels stronger than the ancestral dragon's magical power of time and space. Li Xiao was very satisfied with obtaining the reincarnation of magical power. He would not dislike the powerful magical power. The stronger the magical power, the happier Li Xiao is. Life in the wilderness is plain, but also carefree. Every day, Li Xiao would receive milk from 7 wet nurses, and he was carefully raised by the divine beasts. It was just because Li Xiao grew too fast, and the 7 wet nurses found that Li Dao's intelligence was too high, no different from an adult, so it was no longer appropriate to hold him and feed him. So in the end they all changed to putting the animal milk into animal skin bags and continued to feed Li Xiao in this way. Moreover, according to Ao Buhui and Su Susu's opinions, Li Xiao is the offspring of Li Sanjian and should be treated the same as other children and enjoy the treatment of a divine beast. They plan to provide Li Xiao with animal milk for at least a full year, and will only consider weaning him when he is 1 year old. By absorbing the energy containing the essence of the blood of the divine beast, Li Xiao's mother energy of all things is gradually improving, and the 5 ancestral bloodlines in his body are also gradually taking shape in the accumulation. Time flies, 6 years have passed in a hurry. 6 years is neither long nor short. During these 6 years, Li Xiao's 7 wet nurses have never left the great wilderness, and they also do not allow Li Xiao's 8 children to stay away from the compound. However, every month, a blue bird would fly back from the outside world and bring Ao Buhui and others various important news about the ancient world. Although Ao Buhui and others lived in a remote area, they were not completely out of touch with the news. They were well aware of major events in the outside world. And the most eye-catching thing in these 6 years was that the new generation saint girl of the Yaoqi Holy Land, who was only 9 years old, almost defeated a Taoist monk above the spiritual sea realm and the blood-tempering realm. She fought across 2 major realms and shocked the entire ancient world. It is a rare case in the ancient world that someone at the blood-tempering realm can be on par with those at the Dao Palace realm. There are very few people in history who can achieve this. The most recent one is the youngest top powerful person in the history of the ancient world, the famous Li Sanjian. But now, the new generation of Holy Maiden of Yaoqi Holy Land has done the same thing, and her performance is even more amazing, because she has not yet chosen to break through the blood-tempering realm, and is still striving for her own limit. A year ago, it was said that this woman had reached her limit and broke through to the 18th level of forging, reaching the height that Li Sanjian had reached back then. During this year, she even tried to break through to level 19. I don't know if she has achieved it after a year. You know, every time you break through a certain level in the blood-refining realm, the difficulty increases dramatically. At first, this woman broke through to the 13th level in a few days, but it was only because of her rich accumulation and the fusion of the great emperor's bone that she was in the outbreak period. But after that, every time she made a breakthrough, it took longer and longer. Therefore, it took her 5 years to slowly break through to the 18th extreme of forging. On top of that, if she wants to go one step further and reach an unprecedented peak, she needs not only time, but also talent, luck, courage, great wisdom, perseverance, and so on. However, this woman's breakthrough to the 18th extreme of forging still inevitably caused a violent shock in the ancient world, causing a huge uproar and shocking countless cultivators. Back then, Li Sanjian reached the 18th level of blood-tempering realm, laid an unparalleled foundation, and eventually became the youngest top-level powerful person. Even if this woman may not reach Li Sanjian's level in the future, her limit is definitely not limited to the ordinary emperor realm. Some even claimed that this woman's talent was higher than Li Sanjian's. And those who came to this conclusion relied on the fact that this woman was still striving to reach the peak of her blood-forging realm. Although it does not mean that success will be achieved, it at least shows one thing, that is, this woman does not think that she has reached her limit, but that there is still room for further exploration of potential. A few years ago, the Saint Lord of Yaoqi cruelly dug out the bones of other people's babies and implanted them into the body of the new generation of Saint Girl. This actually caused a huge public opinion in the ancient world. The entire world of cultivators scolded the Saint Lord of Yaoqi for being too vicious and cruel, and said he was not worthy of being the master of the Holy Land. Filthy words and gossips once flooded the Yaoqi Holy Land, causing its reputation to plummet among the 7 holy places. It was branded as the devil among devils. The name of the Holy Land was like polluted stinking water, despised by all cultivators, who covered their noses when hearing it and stayed away from it. Originally, as one of the 7 holy places, the disciples of Yaoqi Holy Land must be high and mighty and respected when they go out. But since then, their disciples are always pointed at and talked about behind their backs when they are outside. Even if there are cultivators who show respect, it is only because of the power of Yaoqi Holy Land. Then they show contempt and even disdain in their eyes. But since a year ago, when the news of the new generation of the Holy Maiden's extraordinary talent came out in the Holy Land of Yaoqi, the outside world's opinions have quietly changed. Many cultivators who once cursed the Holy Land of Yaoqi even believed that the Bone Transfer Act of the Holy Lord of Yaoqi was an extremely wise decision, which enabled the great Emperor's bone to have a better owner and display its unparalleled charm. However, it is not necessarily true that the great Emperor's bone would have been able to shine as well on the original owner. It is not ruled out that the Holy Land of Yaoqi is behind this kind of whitewashing public opinion, but the fundamental reason is that the performance of the new generation of the Holy Lady is so outstanding and amazing that everyone has to admit defeat. It can be imagined that once this woman breaks through the 18 extreme levels of forging and reaches an unprecedented extreme height, more people will agree with this view. At that time, the Holy Land of Yaoqi will surely become famous. And the poor baby boy who lost his bones will gradually be forgotten and may not even be mentioned. Great wilderness, great courtyard. Li Zhao's 7 wet nurses sat in the hall. 6 years had passed, but they were still as charming as ever, with no wrinkles on their faces. Time had not left any trace on them, and their looks had not diminished at all. Instead, they became more plump and had more of the beauty of young women. My lord, Ao Buhui listened to the news reported by a young lady in green clothes in the hall. He was so angry that his beautiful face was heaving and the anger on his face was getting more and more intense, almost impossible to dissipate. When Ao Buhui heard the green-clothed woman say that the outside world had gradually acknowledged the Yaoqi Saint Lord's Bone Transferring Act, he became so angry that he slammed the table with his palm, smashing it to pieces. The green-clothed woman who was reporting below was so frightened that her snow-white neck shrank in fear. Su Su and the other 6 women also suddenly looked gloomy. Ao Buhui angrily said, "What a bunch of bullshit! Stealing someone else's bones is justified! How ridiculous!" Su Su's pretty face sank slightly. The Yaoqi Holy Land must be behind this, fanning the flames, hoping to restore the Holy Land's former reputation. 6 years have passed, and Qi Xian'er has become more and more beautiful. At this moment, she smoothed her hair and sneered. After all, it was Xiao who stole his bones. How can this infamy be washed away? Humph, if Xiao is born, I wonder how these shameless people will react? A boneless baby boy has not only not become useless, but has become even more outstanding. When Li Xiao was mentioned, everyone's expressions relaxed and a smile appeared on their faces. Chapter 26 Li Gao's Extreme. Considering that Li Xiao was not disabled because of losing his bones, but became even more outstanding, Ao Buhui's anger finally subsided. However, when he thought of the meanness of the Yaoqi Holy Land, he still felt unhappy and still felt sorry for Li Xiao. Stealing other people's bones is now justified, and even using other people's talents to achieve one's own legendary fame. No one can accept this. Soon, only 7 people were left in the hall. It was quite quiet. Aobuhui took 2 deep breaths and suddenly said sneerily, "Breaking through the 18th level of forging and being on par with the 3 swordsmen of the past, I used to think she was really amazing. But now, this achievement is far behind Shower, a small witch meeting a big witch." Aobuhui nodded solemnly. "That's right. Forge 72. Because of such an amazing achievement, before the freak Li Xiao appeared, no one dared to even think about it. It is difficult for a mortal body to reach the realm of genius. But it doesn't mean that there won't be a genius who can break through the 9th extreme realm among ordinary people, but it's hard to meet one even after a long period of time. But what about Li Xiao? This is several times more than the level of Forging 18. And this is not Li Xiao's true limit. He is still seeking a breakthrough in order to reach a higher level. However, from our understanding, for Xiao'er who possesses the Great Emperor body, this is actually a normal thing. His current achievements are worthy of his Great Emperor body. Li Xiao no longer had any guard against them. When the 7 nurses asked him about matters of cultivation, Li Xiao told them the truth without any intention of hiding anything. However, the only thing Li Xiao did not reveal was the original Mother Energy Cauldron in his body. Li Xiao had already decided not to mention it to anyone, including his cheat father Li Sanjian in this life. One reason is that he needs to ask the wet nurses for advice on cultivation. The other is that the higher his level in blood tempering realm is, the stronger his body functions will be. This will be sensed by Su Susu and the others, and it will be difficult to hide it. Even if they don't know Li Xiao's exact level of cultivation, they will still feel that Li Gao's performance is different from that of ordinary people. Qi Xianer sneered again. That thief who stole someone else's Emperor Bone thought it was great to challenge the Dao Palace realm with the blood-tempering realm? Oh, she was just almost defeated. If it was Shower, with Shower's current strength, I'm afraid she could kill a Dao Palace realm with one palm. Qi Xianer's words sounded exaggerated and absurd, as if he was exaggerating to vent his anger. But when everyone heard it, they nodded slightly in approval. This shows that everyone agrees with this statement. A blood-tempering realm could kill a Dao Palace realm with one blow? This is something that no one in this world dares to imagine. If this gets out, people's worldview will be shattered and they will doubt their lives. Qin Sisi then said, "This is just great strength. Don't forget, Shower extracted the blood of the 7 ancestral beasts from our beast milk, and possesses the magical powers of the 7 ancestral beasts. Now these 7 bloodlines have already been fully formed, flowing in his body in distinct and non-conflicting ways. Xiao'er himself is a body of great emperor bones and flesh, engraved with complex primitive runes, which also endows him with powerful emperor bone magical powers. Yes. All emperor bones are born with supernatural powers, similar to the bloodline powers of beasts. Otherwise, those with holy bodies would not be as powerful as they are said to be. This is not just about physical strength. The so-called magical power of the Emperor's Bone is actually the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth, which allows people to unleash the power of the laws without having to master the laws. Su Susu nodded. Now Shower, the skull, sternum, spine, leg bones, and arm bones, 5 parts of his body have all evolved the Emperor Bone divine power. Adding it all together, Shower now possesses a total of 12 great divine powers. Even if all magical powers are used together, even the top masters in the Dao Palace realm may not be able to gain an advantage over Shower. Talking about Li Xiao's excellence, the 7 women felt relieved. No matter what, Li Xiao was the baby they raised with their own hands, better than their own son. At this moment, they had a sense of superiority in their hearts, as if they had a son who would become successful. According to the customs of the ancient world, Li Xiao should call Aobuhui and others, auntie, second auntie, etc. It was just that the 7 people and Li Sanjian had not yet been married, so it was just a formal marriage, which made it inconvenient for Li Xiao to call her that, so he just asked her to call her wet nurse. Whenever he thought of this, Li Xiao couldn't help but complain in his heart that Li Sanjian was such a scumbag. If someone like him were on Blue Planet, he would definitely be attacked to death by online trolls. The indifferent Renning put away the inadvertent smile on her lips, and said in a habitually cold voice, "Originally, our 7 children were also very outstanding, and they could dominate an era, but compared to Li Xiao..." Renning sighed and had no interest in continuing. Ao Buhui's 7 children are also extremely talented. Because the blood of the divine beast in these 7 kids, after they turned 1 year old, gathered and returned to their ancestral level, and the purity reached the level of ancestral beasts. Li Xiuxi's 7 daughters have the blood of ancestral beasts. Not only that, they also have 2 bloodlines flowing in their bodies. One is the powerful bloodline of Li Sanjian, and the other is the bloodline of the ancestral beast. The 2 major bloodlines are clearly separated yet coexist in one. This is also the reason why Renning dares to say that their children can dominate an era. Just awakening the bloodline of the ancestral beast is enough to achieve this. What's more, all 7 of them are extremely powerful, and 2 top bloodlines coexist in one body. At first, all the women thought that their children had the blood of a divine beast at most, but they never expected that when they were 1 year old, they would suddenly revert to their ancestral form. The most exaggerated thing is that all 7 children were like this. But the probability of returning to the ancestral level and reaching the level of an ancestral beast is even smaller than the probability of Li Xiao traveling through time. The probability of 7 people reverting to their ancestral form at the same time is incredibly small. It can be said to be a huge piece of luck. It is really incredible and not an exaggeration at all. Their children are so outstanding, and as mothers they should be extremely proud. Unfortunately, they met this freak Li Xiao, who made them feel that there are always mountains beyond mountains, and those mountains are so majestic that people can't help but look up at them, without any jealousy. After hearing Renying's words, the others also fell silent. After a moment, Ao Buhui changed the subject and mentioned another matter. His expression suddenly became extremely solemn. The enemies of the 3 swords have been acting more frequently and brazenly lately, searching for us everywhere. Given the current situation, they may find our hiding place at any time. Hearing this, the faces of the others all turned grim, and the atmosphere became depressing. After a moment of silence, Renning said coldly, "Why should we be afraid of them? If they come, just kill them." As soon as the words came out, everyone looked at Renning, but no one responded, and the solemnity on their faces did not ease at all. Li Sanjian's enemy is a powerful emperor. Although the several divine beasts are powerful, they are not strong enough to easily compete with the emperor. Especially in the holy land of Yaoqi, there lives a top-notch powerful person who can cover the sky with one hand. Qin Sisi said solemnly. 6 years ago, that group of people took action. It was just that San Jian had left not long ago, and the deterrent effect was still there. In addition, 3 of San Jian's friends also stood up and made their positions clear to protect us. That's why we had 6 years of peace. But recently, they have become more rampant. Everyone's faces grew even darker. Everyone knows why the enemy is so rampant. It's because Li Sanjian has been away for too long. There were even top powerful people in the Holy Land who spread the news that Li Sanjian had encountered trouble outside the era, and the trouble was big. The powerful man did not say directly that Li Sanjian was dead, but his words hinted at something. Qi Xian'e said at this time, "If it really doesn't work, we should compromise with the children's mother clan. With the children's talents, the mother clan will definitely protect them with all their strength. With the deterrence of our ancestors, I wonder who dares to move." Back then, the 7 mythical beasts colluded with humans, and had a very bad relationship with their respective families. Today, this contradiction has not been eased. Ao Buhui was silent for a while, then said in a deep voice, "Let's talk about it later. In fact, we don't need to worry too much. Without the definite news of the 3 swords' death, the emperors will still have some concerns." Su Susa looked around at everyone and said, "And don't forget, there is also the Li family. The 8 children have grown up, and they can't always live with us in the wilderness. They need to get in touch with the outside world." The Zhongzhou Li family is one of the 10 ancient families in the ancient world. Everyone was stunned. Letting the children return to their father's family was also a form of protection for the children. Qi Xian'e sighed. "Does that mean we have to separate from the children?" Hearing this, Gu Shishir, who was chewing on a pancake, was stunned. "Separate? Does that mean that Chef Li is leaving?" Gu Shishir felt reluctant to let Li Xiao go when she thought about him leaving Dahuang, and she wouldn't be able to see him anymore. What no one knows is it Li Xiao himself, or Li Zhao's roasted chicken, roasted fish, and roasted mountain rabbit that she is reluctant to part with? Ao Buhui was reluctant in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "Wait a little longer." Everyone was silent for a while, then stood up quietly, walked out of the lobby slowly, and then came to the gate of the courtyard. Looking around, they saw that the bank of the clear lake was full of joy and peace, and bursts of silver bell laughter came melodiously. Chapter 27 Extreme, Simple. 6 years have passed, and Li Xiao has grown up. His face is as white as jade, his eyes are as bright as stars, and his black diamond-like eyes are very dazzling. There was no trace of impurities in his eyes, which were so clean that they could soften one's heart. But within the cleanness, there was also an innate melancholy that made those who looked into his eyes tremble, and then aroused a desire to protect him. He was lying beside a self-dug swimming pool, wearing only a pair of animal skin shorts, holding a piece of grass in his mouth. The ground was covered with broken white phosphorus stones, sparkling in the sun, as beautiful as a starry sky. There, a water wheel made of spiritual wood several meters high was slowly turning under the artificially created high and low water flows. About half a meter away from the water wheel was hung a small wooden box where people could sit. The overall design is similar to the big turntable in the Blue Star amusement park. Next to the water wheel turntable is an upright wooden pillar that is several meters high and as thick as a person can hug. On the pillar hangs a wooden pirate ship that is about 1 meter long. This is a large artificial amusement park built with sacred wood from the mountains. It is the result of Li Zhao's 6 years of leisure time. Li Xiaoxi, who carries the blood of the ancestral dragon, wears a children's animal skin swimsuit designed by Li Xiao and sewn by Su Susu. She slides down the roller coaster, is thrown high into the air, and then dives into the lake, causing a splash of water that scares away a group of fish under the water. Ha! On the shore, Li Xiao lowered his eyes and glanced, then tilted his head, bit the grass roots in his mouth, and ignored Li Xiaoxi. On the carousel, there was a little girl sitting quietly. She was very pretty, with a pair of big, kiss-me eyes, a ponytail, and wore a fur skirt. The style of this fur skirt was very suitable for students from Blue Star. She was none other than Li Xiaoyan, the girl who, when she was in the cradle as a child, wanted to beat Li Xiao to death with her little fists. But Li Xiao said that she had a problem, which was that she liked to imitate her mother's sentimental appearance. Unfortunately, she had active genes in her bones and loved to laugh and make noises. A little girl in tight clothes sat alone on the swaying pirate ship. Her fair face had a cold expression, and she had an aura that kept people at a distance. She is Li Xiaoqing. She was very cute and loved to eat when she was a child, but in recent years, her personality has gradually become cold, and her temperament is as cold as ice. It's just that maybe she was too deeply influenced by her mother, and was very diligent in her practice, and very strong-willed. But there is an exception only in front of Li Xiao. When she is next to Li Xiao, she will smile sweetly like a little sister, hold Li Xiao's hand, snuggle up to him, and be very clingy. Looking at the laughter and play in the distance, Li Xiao lay beside the swimming pool, basking in the warm sunshine in the wilderness. His skin had a light weak yellow color, and he looked very healthy and full of energy. He looked relaxed, but in fact, the primordial meridian was running in his body, trying to reach the highest level of his blood-tempering realm. A month ago, Li Xiao broke through to the 72nd level of forging, possessing the enormous strength of a Taoist monk at the Dao Palace level. Now, Li Xiao is breaking through to the 73rd level of forging. Only a month had passed, and Li Zhao's body had undergone another transformation, heading towards level 73. This speed of improvement is truly astonishing. For example, the new generation Saint Lady from Yaoqi Holy Land has been training for a whole year, but there is no news of any breakthrough. Li Xiao easily took a month to break through the already terrifying level of forging 72. Soon, the blood in Li Zhao's body began to boil, tumble and surge violently, and his entire body underwent its 73rd transformation. Seeing this, Li Xiao was delighted, his eyes suddenly lit up. Forging 73 is done! At the moment of completing the transformation, Li Zhao's body functions doubled. The ancestral beasts of the same period were far from being as terrifying as him. After breaking through to level 73, Li Xiao was only happy for a moment, then he became indifferent. After all, he had experienced 72 transformations, and he had long been accustomed to it, just like having enough to eat and drink 3 times a day. When I was 3 years old, the mother energy of all things was fully formed. Now 3 years have passed, and I have reached the 73rd level of blood tempering, but I still don't feel like I'm about to reach the limit, Li Xiao said secretly while observing himself. Li Xiao's acquired body has incredible powers that are beyond belief and more terrifying than any known holy body in the ancient world. Because for any holy body, usually only part of the body will have primitive runes, such as a heart or a pair of eyes. But Li Xiao's entire body was engraved with runes. Of course, the runes on his body are hidden and not visible. They are located at a deep level in the body's mechanism. They will only appear externally when activated by the owner. Ordinary people cannot discover them. Li Xiao initially thought that the amazing changes in his body were the result of absorbing the mother energy of all things. But in recent years, Li Xiao gradually discovered that it is not that simple. The other children all have two bloodlines. One is the bloodline of the ancestral beast, and the other is the bloodline of Li Sanjian, the powerful man. However, apart from the blood of the 7 ancestral beasts that he had refined using the primordial Mother Qi cauldron, Li Xiao's body did not contain any other special blood. In other words, this body originally had no outstanding bloodline except for the piece of Emperor's bone that was dug out. But the biological father of this body is a top-notch powerful person, and the biological mother is the saint of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Both of them are extraordinary. Even if Li Xiao did not extract the blood of the ancestral beast from the milk of the divine beast, his own blood should be extremely strong and not ordinary. But before Li Xiao arrived, this body seemed to be of mediocre physique except for a piece of emperor bone. Similar to Li Sanjian back then, he had no special physique, but was born with a sword bone. The holy body and the great emperor's bones do not appear at the same time, and most of the time, only one can appear in one body. But recently Li Xiao discovered that this body was not simple. Li Xiao once guessed that if it were not for this body, he might not have undergone the current transformation after absorbing the mother energy of all things. Another possibility is that this body allowed him to master the primal Mother Qi cauldron when he was an infant. But Li Xiao could not sense any information from himself about what was special about this body. This is very abnormal. One possibility is that the original body was an extremely mortal body. Because being extremely ordinary is itself special. As for why Li Xiao's body did not inherit Li Sanjian's bloodline or his mother's bloodline, it may be that something unusual occurred after the two human bloodlines combined. This is also the biggest characteristic of human bloodline. The bloodline of the human race has always been ordinary. But it is these ordinary parents who gave birth to peerless geniuses with holy bodies and emperor bones. But the bloodline of animals needs to be passed down. Even if it returns to one's ancestors, there must be ancestors with strong bloodline. Li Xiao waved his hand, and a large pill emitting a refreshing medicinal fragrance appeared in his hand. He took a few bites and swallowed it like eating fruit. In the early stage, relying on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can ensure that Li Xiao has the energy needed for practicing in the blood-tempering realm. But after breaking through the extreme realm, the higher he climbs, the greater the energy consumption. The speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is far less than the consumption speed. At this time, a large amount of medicine is needed to meet the demand. After taking the powerful medicine, Li Xiao practiced the primitive sutra again and continued to deepen his cultivation in the blood-tempering realm. Lying by the swimming pool, Li Xiao needed to take a large amount of medicine every half an hour. This powerful medicine was provided to him by 7 wet nurses. The 7 wet nurses are all divine beasts, and the medicines they carry are of the best quality in the world. However, most of the treasures are cultivation resources that Li Sanjian specially left for the children. Before leaving, Li Sanjian thought carefully and considered the possibility that he might not be able to return for a long time. At this rate, I might be able to break through the current limit again in more than a month, Li Xiao thought with a happy smile. It is extremely difficult for others to break through the limit, but for him, it seems to be very simple. Li Xiao also knew that his performance was due to the absorption of the mother gas of all things, formed by the mother energy of all things. The mother energy of all things, this energy, is the original energy of the universe. It gives life to all things and is therefore the mother energy of all things. Snap! Suddenly, Li Xiao was startled by the sound of an object hitting the ground. He turned his upper body and stood up straight. He turned his head and saw a gray mountain rabbit corpse on the ground to his left. The mountain rabbit's cervical vertebrae had been broken by some strange force, and were connected to its head limply. "Xiao Ba, roast a mountain rabbit for me, quickly," said a coquettish voice. She was a little girl with an oval face. She was not fat, but had a little baby fat on her face. Her facial features were distinct. Her eyes were as bright as big black pearls, revealing a child's innocence. She had her hair tied up in a bun, and was very cute. Li Xiao lowered his head and held his forehead with his hand. "It's you again, Li Xiaotong, you foodie. How many meals do you have in a day?" The reason why Li Xiao said this was that he had just roasted 2 wild boars for Li Xiaotong 2 hours ago. Li Xiaotong almost finished eating the 2 wild boars by himself. Li Xiaotong pouted and said, "Don't worry about it," Li Xiao said helplessly. "If you keep eating like this, you will become a fat woman sooner or later." Li Xiaotong snorted and said, "Stop lying, my mother said I won't get fat, you just don't want to do it for me." Li Xiao laughed silently. "You shouldn't listen to your mother, you should listen to your third nanny." Li Xiaotong tilted her head. "Bullshit, you clearly said last time that the third wife is as thin as a bamboo pole, not as plump as she is, and she doesn't look good." Li Xiao was startled, and quickly got up from the ground, covered Li Xiaotong's mouth, and looked around vigilantly. "If you can't speak, don't speak. I also said that third nanny is big in all places that should be big, so don't just say half of the words, okay? It was you who talked nonsense last time, causing me to be punished by third nanny." Li Xiaotong looked at Li Xiao, giggling, harmless, but with a hint of gloating in his eyes. Li Xiao was familiar with this expression, and his heart skipped a beat. At this moment, Li Xiao's neck stiffened. Chapter 28. You are so barbaric. Qi Xianer had her hands on her slim waist. From the angle that Li Xiao looked up, he could see that the tip of her chin was blocked by her plump, spherical breasts. At this moment, her beautiful face was full of anger, and her eyes were like fire as she stared fiercely at Li Xiao, who was half a body shorter than her. Qi Xianer was already very tall, and when Li Xiao was 3 years old, his original mother energy took shape. After that, a strange phenomenon occurred in his body. "What did you say about me?" Qi Xianer said while gnashing her teeth. Qi Xianer suddenly yelled sharply, "Get out!" As the word roll was roared out, a stream of sonic air spurted out of Qi Xianer's mouth, which directly blew Li Xiao away from the edge of the swimming pool and threw him high into the air, like a parabola across the sky. "You are so barbaric!" Li Xiao screamed, splashing water everywhere. "Ha!" Li Xiaotong laughed heartily on the shore. Her laughter was as unbridled as it could be. If Li Xiao was standing next to her, he would definitely want to beat her up. Gulp. Suddenly, it turned out that Li Xiaoxi had left the lake earlier and was thrown down from the roller coaster, and hit Li Xiao, who had just emerged from the bottom of the lake, with his butt. "You little bastard, take my crush!" Li Xiaoxi was not worried about hitting Li Xiao. Instead, he screamed and was extremely excited, as if he wanted to sit on Li Xiao and flatten him. But then, he suddenly jumped into the water, his body as fast as lightning, and instantly moved sideways for a distance, directly avoiding Li Xiaoxi's big butt that was hitting his forehead. Li Xiaoxi fell into the water, making a huge splash. At this time, Li Xiao kicked his 2 little feet in the water, and with a slight recoil force from the impact of his feet and the water, his body soared into the sky and returned to the shore. Hearing this, Li Xiaoxi stuck out her tongue, without showing any fear on her face. "You little bastard, you act like a boss all day long. My mother said you have to call me big sister." Li Xiaoxi stuck out her tongue slightly, turned her head and dived into the water. In an instant she had stirred up a large group of frightened fish of various colors. Li Xiao snorted when he saw this and was about to turn around when he heard Li Xiaodong's voice behind him, mixed with confusion and curiosity. "What is salt? Is it delicious?" There is also a seasoning called salt in the ancient world, but it is not called salt here, it is called salty seasoning. Every month, the blue bird would fly back from outside. This blue bird is extremely good at speed. When it reaches adulthood, its speed alone can rival that of the emperor-level beasts. It only takes about 10 days to travel back and forth across the wilderness. Every time the bluebird comes back to lie down, it will bring back some daily necessities. Among them are salty ingredients. Whenever Li Xiao grills, he always adds these seasonings, but Li Xiao has never used the word salt. because no matter what delicious food he makes, he always makes it himself. This was the first time that Li Xiaotong heard someone curse out loud in anger. She didn't know that salt is a salty ingredient, but she heard it clearly. Li Xiao said that he had eaten more salt than Li Xiaoxi had eaten milk. If salt wasn't delicious, how could he eat so much? Hearing this, Li Xiao turned around and glared at Li Xiaotong, saying angrily, "It's delicious. Next time, I'll give you a whole tank of salt, okay?" Li Xiaotong tilted her head and replied sweetly, "Okay." This sentence choked Li Xiao so much that he was speechless. Too lazy to say anything more, he turned around and walked away. As he walked, a cloud of mist rose from the skin of Li Xiao, who was only wearing a pair of shorts, and dissipated with the wind. In just a moment, all the water stains on Li Zhao's body were dried up by the boiling hot blood in his body. Li Xiaotong turned around blankly, following Li Zhao's back as he walked away, tilting his head. "Where are you going?" "Li Xiao. Find a place to bury yourself." Li Xiaotong. "Is it okay not to bury it?" Li Xiao. "If I don't bury you, don't bother me." Li Xiaotong. "I don't bother you." Li Xiao turned around. "You are so kind, thank you." But before Li Xiao could finish his words, a gray object flew in front of him. Li Xiao was startled and subconsciously reached out to catch it, thinking it was a hidden weapon. Li Xiaotong shouted, "Roast a mountain rabbit for me, and I promise not to bother you." Li Zhao's forehead was electrified. "Don't you know, this is just annoying me again?" Li Xiaotong smiled sweetly and said, "You don't have to make it, but I'm telling you, this is what my mother wants to eat." Li Xiao snorted. "Don't think your mother is in good shape now. If she keeps eating like this, she will definitely become fat in her later years." At this time, Li Xiaotong tilted her head and looked at Li Xiao with a grin. Li Xiao was familiar with this expression, and his whole body froze again. He turned around slowly, and in front of him was Gu Shishir, who was standing there nibbling on a pancake. Li Xiao felt a little desperate. "Why are you all so elusive? Can you make some noise? Don't scare me like this." Gu Shishir chewed her lips and said, "What are you afraid of? I won't punish you." Li Xiao was so happy to hear these words. He was about to say something like, "The mistress is too tolerant to argue with the younger generation." But the next line of the ancient poem made him swallow his words back. "But you have to go to the mountains today and hunt down 100 wild animals. Roast them all for me, and make sure they taste different." Gu Shishir said this with a harmless look on her face. "If you can't do it, then you have to take responsibility for what you said just now." Hearing this, Li Zhao's face turned dark. He would not doubt the consequences of Gu Shishir's words. Last time, he did not do as she said, and in the end, Gu Shishir tortured him for several nights in her childish and special way. He felt worse than death. Thinking about it now, he still gets a chill. Chapter 29: Death Valley? The compound is located in a large canyon surrounded by mountains on all sides. In some high mountains, among the green pines, there are waterfalls that flow down like clouds that scatter the sunlight, making a clattering sound. The waterfalls are not large in area, more like a water curtain. They gather into streams under the canyon and eventually flow into the big lake. The next moment after Li Xiao entered the mountains, Li Xiaoxi suddenly jumped out from the bottom of the lake, landed at the edge of the lake, and then stretched out his short legs to chase in the direction Li Xiao left. After a while, Li Xiaoxi also disappeared into the dense forest. Seeing Li Xiaoxi following, the other children also became curious and followed one after another, either happily leaving the water wheel turntable, or calmly jumping off the pirate ship and the carousel and running quickly into the mountains. Although these children and Li Xiao often fight and curse at each other, they actually have a very good relationship. "These naughty kids!" Gu Shishir was stunned and paused, her hand holding the pancake. The next moment, she disappeared right where she was. Li Xiao had often come to this mountain area in the past 6 years and had never encountered any ferocious beasts. However, as he came here so many times, his guard had weakened. The large rocks exposed were covered with damp moss. Li Xiao sighed helplessly again. These naughty kids are not the kind of people who will stay contented. Whenever I went into the mountains with him before, I would always ruin his plans. Especially Li Xiaoxi, who is extremely reckless. Once, when Li Xiao was about to catch a 3-cornered deer, Li Xiaoxi suddenly jumped out from the side, pounced on him fiercely, and did not control her own strength. As a result, the three-cornered deer was crushed into meat paste. The blood and meat fragments splattered all over Li Xiao. Li Xiao still remembers the nausea he felt at that time and feels like vomiting when he thinks about it. But these kids are particularly attached to him and always hang around him every day. After looking at everyone again, Li Xiao turned around, then nimbly climbed over the mossy crossbar and headed further up the mountain. Among the dense ancient trees, there is an ancient tree that requires two people to hug and is wrapped with old vines as thick as arms. At this time, two large black birds were standing secretly behind the vines of the ancient tree, staring at Li Xiao and the others with sharp eyes, but their necks were retracted into the thick feathers, and they did not dare to make any sound from their whole body. Not until Li Xiao and the others walked away did the two black birds' tense bodies finally relax as if in a humane way, and they finally dared to stretch out their necks, but their eyes remained vigilant. Suddenly, whispers came from between the two birds, and communication between birds and beasts began. The beasts that can communicate are not ordinary. They must be at least spiritual beasts at the Dao Palace level, or holy beasts at the Linghai level. Quack, this group of humans actually walked out of Death Valley safely. How terrifying! Where do they come from? Quack, don't be so loud. Do you want to die? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Quack, quack, it was obviously you who was louder. Quack, it's you. Quack, try talking back again. Quack, quack, yes, A slightly larger black bird let out a whimper and was grabbed on the head by a claw of the slightly smaller black bird next to it. It screamed in pain, but immediately stopped the sound with a look of panic, and retracted its neck into the thick fur, looking vigilantly in the direction where Li Xiao left. But Li Xiao had already gone far away by now, and the commotion here did not attract his attention. Hua, there are powerful humans in the Emperor realm who are clearing the wilderness and conducting a carpet search, as if they are looking for something. It's not safe outside anymore. Perhaps Death Valley is the only safe place. Quack, that's right, the more dangerous the place, the safer it is. Quack, then let's hide here. Soon, Li Xiao walked a long way out of the canyon where the compound was located. Along the way, he caught more than 10 prey, which he kept in a storage ring given to him by Su Su Su. What Li Xiao hunted were only weak spiritual beasts, or ordinary beasts. Although this area is located deep in the wilderness, it is strange that there are few powerful beasts in the vicinity. Instead, there are mostly weak spiritual beasts and ordinary beasts. But today, Li Xiao encountered very few, even though he had walked a long way. Chapter 30. Are you pooping? The surroundings were as quiet as ever, but this quietness at this moment seemed to reveal an eerie feeling that made people vaguely uneasy. Li Xiao was very familiar with this forest, and he quickly noticed something strange. They walked among lush vines with thick and twisted branches. Countless old vines were intertwined and hung on the surrounding giant trees. The vines were so dense that it looked like dense strips of aquatic plants were hung between the branches, wrapped around the tree trunks, connected into one piece, blocking the sunlight and creating a curtain wall made of vines. In the ancient world, the initial realm of a cultivator is the blood-tempering realm to lay the foundation. This stage is extremely important. Many talented descendants of ancient families would rather work hard in this field for many years to push their own potential to the true limit, until there is no room for improvement. Only then will they choose to break through to the next level. If the foundation is not solid enough, it is impossible to construct a towering building. Even if you force yourself to build it higher, there will be endless hidden dangers and it may collapse at any time, resulting in failure. Even if one is a genius, if he does not pay attention, he will not be able to reach the expected level of cultivation and realm. But if the foundation of the blood-tempering realm is solid enough, then in the future, cultivating the Spirit Sea realm, Dao Palace realm, and even the Saint realm, Divine realm, and Emperor realm will be much easier than for those with a weak foundation. This strength is also far stronger than those at the same level. Because of this, in the ancient world, many geniuses have low realms in the early stages, because they need to cultivate deeply in the blood-tempering realm. However, the longer you stay in the blood-tempering realm, the better. Generally, 18 years old is the limit. Beyond this age, the later you break through, the more disadvantageous it will be for your cultivation. The blood-tempering realm cultivates the body and blood, and does not involve the soul. But when it comes to the spiritual sea realm, the cultivator will have spiritual thoughts, which can replace the body's perception and explore the surroundings. However, His body was too strong, causing his perception at this moment to be stronger than that of many spiritual Sea Realm cultivators. Soon, Li Xiao sensed something unusual and immediately stood still, hiding behind a curtain of straw. The 7 little girls were very well behaved and immediately covered their mouths with their little hands. However, their expressions were full of hope and excitement, as if they were doing something very exciting and fun. Soon, he quietly poked his head through the gap between the larger rattan curtains. He was very careful in the process so as not to make any noise. Behind the rattan curtain, there is a wide open space of about 10 feet in size surrounded by rattan curtains on all sides, and the ground is formed by the withered vines. In the center, there was a figure in a Taoist robe squatting on the ground. His face was facing Li Xiao, but he lowered his head and looked at the ground instead of looking forward. His face had a constipated expression, and it was red from holding it in, and it seemed as if all the strength in his body was being used to squeeze downwards. Kindness? Seeing this, Li Jiao's expression froze, and he became extremely embarrassed. He was about to shrink back, but Li Xiaoxi, who was standing right behind him, squeezed up. The space around them was not big to begin with, and this blocked Li Xiao's retreat. Li Xiao, who did not want to attract the attention of the young Taoist priest, did not dare to move. At this time, Li Xiaoxi stuck his head out and looked at the young Taoist priest in the open space, his pure eyes full of curiosity. She looked at the other person and suddenly asked, "Taoist priest, are you taking a shit?" Hearing this, Li Xiao in front of him froze again, his ears turned red, and the next moment, he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. It was so embarrassing. On the other side, the young Taoist priest's body obviously stiffened, and the whole person seemed to be still for a moment. Then he raised his head and looked ahead. He saw that in the vine curtain, there were not only the 2 heads of Li Xiao and Li Xiaoxi, but also the heads of the other 6 people sticking out, and each of them had a grin on their face. Even though the young Taoist priest was calm, he was shocked when he saw this scene and almost jumped up from the ground. Seeing that the young Taoist priest didn't answer, Li Xiaotong asked again, "Taoist priest, please say something. Are you taking a shit?" The young Taoist priest was embarrassed at first, then furious, but the anger only flashed across his face, replaced by a warm smile, quite brilliant. "What do you think?" Li Xiaoxi howled as if she had discovered a new world. "I think you are, and you can't poop." As soon as these words came out, Li Yao's face instantly turned as red as the young Taoist priest in front of him. He just stood there in silence, trying to make himself transparent. The young Taoist priest seemed to be frozen in place by acupuncture. He could only laugh awkwardly to hide his extremely awkward mood. There was silence for a while, and the atmosphere gradually became weird. After a while, the young Taoist priest forced out a laugh and said, "Kids, is it not good to look at it like this?" Li Xiaotong tilted her head. "Then hurry up and pull it." Young Taoist priest. At this time, Li Xiao finally couldn't pretend anymore, and he immediately raised his body. The unexpected movement pushed everyone behind him back 2 steps at the same time. Li Xiao said angrily, "Shut up!" Then he turned around, pushed away the crowd, wiped his nose, and walked away quickly. Li Xiaoxi and others were stunned. Among this group of Lolita, only Li Xiaoqin, who had always had an indifferent expression, turned around first and caught up with Li Xiao without even looking at the field, following him closely. Li Xiao looked back and said nothing. He found another place, and there happened to be a horizontal wooden beam nearby. It seemed that it had just collapsed not long ago. There was almost no moss on the tree's surface, and it was very clean. So he sat on it directly, supporting himself with his hands and swinging his legs, but his eyes were looking in the direction of the Taoist priest. He was not in a hurry to leave. Li Xiaoqin glanced at Li Xiao. Without asking or saying anything, she lifted her buttocks and sat on the horizontal bar, next to Li Xiao. Her cold expression made her seem a little bit well-behaved. Soon, the other little girls also trotted back to Li Xiao, pushing each other to sit on the horizontal bar. Chapter 31 The Taoist Priest is Not Simple. Li Xiao and a group of children sat on the horizontal beam, looking like a nest of fluffy sparrows, huddled together on the branches. Li Xiao looked at the young Taoist priest quietly with a deep gaze. His brows frowned and then relaxed. There was no smile on his face, and he did not speak to anyone else. In the silent deep forest, there is no sound of insects or animals, it is extremely quiet. When the young Taoist priest walked out of the rattan curtain, He patted his robe in front of him, then raised his eyes and looked at Li Xiao and the others not far away. He found that Li Xiao was looking at this side calmly. When their eyes met, he was stunned for a moment, then shrugged slightly, showing a playful smile, and slowly walked towards Li Xiao and the others. But halfway through, he noticed that Li Xiao and the others were unusually calm. He was startled, and then he thought of something. So he smiled slightly, as if mocking himself. I worry too much. Li Xiao looked at him, the runes in his eyes flashed secretly, and he was slightly surprised. A Taoist monk dares to go deep into this wilderness. After cultivating the mother energy of all things, Li Xiao's body evolved into the 5 great Emperor Bone magical powers. Among them, the skull magical power is called Ninefold Pupils. The ability of the first pupil is to see through illusions. Li Xiao was silent just now, but in fact, he had already secretly used the ability of the first pupil of the 9 pupils. Now that the young Taoist priest was in front of him again, Li Xiao just used it again to confirm. His physique is extremely special. With 7 wet nurses teaching him Taoism, Li Xiao had a lot of knowledge about Taoism and knew a lot of secrets, but he couldn't recognize the young Taoist's body. He was obviously poisoned by the 9-tailed scorpion, but he didn't die suddenly. Instead, he was able to excrete the poison on his own. This man's identity and origins are probably not simple. Even a strong person in the Saint realm would still die if accidentally poisoned by the 9-tailed poisonous scorpion. Moreover, a Dao Palace realm did not notice Li Xiao and his group approaching, which was obviously abnormal. He was poisoned, and both his body and soul were affected, causing his perception to decrease. In addition, Li Xiao and the others were not simple people, so he did not notice their approach at the first time. The young Taoist priest sat down and turned his hand, and there was a wine jug in his hand. He raised his head and took a sip. Good wine! The young Taoist priest disagreed. What's the big deal? I can cultivate the Tao in my heart. Li Xiao was surprised for a moment, thinking that this Taoist priest had such a high level of ideological awareness. Then he asked calmly, By the way, Taoist priest, where did you come from? The young Taoist thought for a moment and said with a smile, Longzhou. After saying that, he took another sip of wine and smacked his lips comfortably. Glancing at Li Xiao, he raised the wine pot and asked, Want a sip? Li Xiao did not move. The young Taoist priest smiled and said, This is from me. What he meant was that he forgot that Li Xiao was a little kid and he shouldn't have passed wine to Li Xiao. This action was actually a subconscious behavior caused by his addiction to alcohol. Li Xiao showed a curious expression. Can you tell me about the outside world? The young Taoist was startled and asked in surprise, Didn't you come in from outside? Li Xiao didn't answer, and the young Taoist priest laughed again. I am the one who said too much. He raised the wine jug in his right hand and was about to take a sip, but just as he raised it to his lips, he stopped, looked at Li Xiao and asked, Why aren't you afraid of me? Aren't you worried that I'm a bad guy? At this time, Li Xiao did not answer. Li Xiaoxi laughed first and said, You are a Taoist priest who takes a shit, what is there to be afraid of? The young Taoist's face froze, and then his ears turned red. He was very embarrassed. He chuckled again. Li Zhao's face was calm. You are a good person. Hearing this, the young Taoist priest seemed to have found a way to ease the embarrassment, and said in surprise, Let me tell you, little brat, not all Taoist priests are good people. Li Xiao smiled. But you are. The young Taoist was startled, then took a sip of wine and shook his head. Naive. Li Xiao grinned and smiled without saying anything. In fact, the first pupil of Li Zhao's ninefold skull magical power can see through false moves. It can not only see through the opponent's cultivation level, but also capture the opponent's mental fluctuations. This does not mean that one can see through one's mind, but it does mean that one can sense the fluctuations in one's mind and roughly judge one's inner emotions. Just now, the Taoist priest had no murderous intent in his heart. Li Xiao asked curiously again. You haven't answered me yet. What is the world like outside now? Have you ever heard of the Yaoqi Holy Land in Zhongzhou? In the past 6 years, Li Xiao has not left the great wilderness, and although the 7 wet nurses have taught him, they only told him common sense, such as the realm of cultivation, the major forces in the ancient world, various extraordinary physiques, treasures, and so on. The 7 wet nurses did not reveal a word about what was happening outside the ancient world. In particular, Li Xiao really wanted to know how the holy maiden of the Yao Qi Holy Land who had obtained his original piece of the great emperor's bone was doing now. Was she superior to her peers in this life and famous in the ancient world? Although he was a soul traveling across time and not the original owner, this obsession was engraved in the original owner's body. As time went by, it had an impact on Li Xiao, who had lived 2 lives as a human, and thus established this cause and effect. Therefore, he really wanted to know, how extraordinary could the Holy Lady of the Holy Land be now after occupying his bones? Chapter 32. I'm not interested in this. The young Taoist priest was very easygoing and was willing to talk to Li Xiao as a friend, without any adult airs. They seemed more like close friends. Li Zhao's heart moved slightly, and he asked, I want to know, among the younger generation of Yao Qi Holy Land, are there any extraordinary geniuses? The Yao Qi Holy Land is now truly extraordinary. This generation has produced an unparalleled evildoer. Seeing Li Zhao's reaction, the young Taoist was stunned and couldn't help but look at Li Xiao deeply. Li Zhao's performance made him, who was very sensitive, feel like he was not a child. The young Taoist priest showed an envious expression at the right time and said, Kid, don't be discouraged by what I said. It is said that the current saintess of Yao Qi Holy Land has both the great emperor's bone and the causal holy body, and her aptitude is extraordinary. As he spoke, the young Taoist couldn't help but sigh. Forging 18. Back then, the youngest top-level powerful person in the ancient world, Li Jianxian, who was unrivaled in talent, only reached Forging 18 in the blood-forging realm. Li Jianxian is Li Sanjian, Li Xiao and the others know it. But outside, most people dare not call Li Sanjian by his name, but respectfully call him Li Jianxian. When they heard the young Taoist mention Li Jianxian, the 7 Lolas looked at each other with smiles in their eyes, and a hint of pride was revealed deep in their eyes. But including Li Xiao, no one interrupted the young Taoist priest, but looked at him seriously. He glanced around at the children on the crossbar and asked in a suspenseful tone, Do you know how the holy maiden of Yao Qi Holy Land compares to the powerful Li Jianxian? The young Taoist was stunned, perhaps because he did not expect Li Xiaoxi to react like this. He smiled and said, Kid, that's right. But what I want to say is that the aptitude of the saintess of Yao Qi may be higher than that of Li Jianxian, because she is still striving to reach the pinnacle of her blood-tempering realm. Hearing this, Li Xiao was slightly moved. But because his own breakthrough was too easy, he himself did not feel the difficulty involved. However, the Saint Lady of Yao Qi did not stop yet, and was still trying to reach her limit. However, at this moment, Li Zhao's heart was only shaken for a moment, and then he became calm again. Forge 18? Even if the Saint Lady of Yao Qi really broke through to the 18th level and reached the 19th level, which was unprecedented in the eyes of outsiders, it was still far from enough for Li Xiao. You know, Li Xiao has now reached the 73rd level of forging. Seeing Li Xiao so silent and without any reaction, the young Taoist thought that Li Xiao was hit hard, so he comforted him. Child, hard work can make up for lack of talent. Those monsters may seem unattainable, but if you are willing to work hard, your achievements in the future may not be lower than others. Hearing this, the group of little Lolas who knew Li Zhao's background started laughing again. Their eyes narrowed into crescent shapes and they looked at the young Taoist priest with a strange look, as if they were looking at a fool. The young Taoist was startled again and thought to himself, What does this mean? Is there something wrong with what I said? Li Xiao just smiled, and then asked, I heard that the holy body and the great emperor's bone have never been easy to coexist in one body. Is that Yao Qi Saint Lady really so extraordinary? Is there any trick? Upon hearing this, the young Taoist's face changed slightly, and he quickly put away his playful smile. Don't speculate. The holy maiden of the Holy Land has real talent. How could there be any tricks? From now on, when you go out, you must never say such words again, otherwise you will be in trouble, because the Holy Land cannot be insulted. That saint girl was indeed born with a holy body and great emperor bones. Hearing this, Li Zhao's face darkened slightly. He guessed a lot of things from these words. The saint who had taken the great emperor's bone from his body's original owner, not only usurped the throne and successfully possessed the great emperor's bone that originally belonged to him, but also forcibly distorted right and wrong, and made the despicable act of stealing the bones seem legitimate, as if it was something she was born with. Even though Li Xiao was not the original owner, when he thought of this at this moment, his heart was still burning with uncontrollable anger, and he felt extremely angry. The anger was so intense that even the mature and calm Li Xiao subconsciously clenched his hands, gritted his teeth, and his cheeks bulged. A holy place is so shameless that it can occupy someone else's nest and still call it legitimate. That bone was clearly taken from someone else, Li Xiao said silently with a cold heart. After a moment, Li Xiao sneered and whispered, "Only 18 years of forging." Hearing this, the young Taoist looked at Li Xiao and said, "Kid, self-confidence is a good thing, but you shouldn't overestimate your abilities. You're only at the 18th level. Do you know how many people in history have reached the 18th level in the blood refining realm?" Li Xiao looked at the young Taoist priest, shrugged his shoulders, and said calmly, "I'm not interested in this." The young Taoist priest glanced at Li Xiao and said, "You are young, but you are quite arrogant." The indifferent Li Xiaoqin suddenly spoke up at this moment, as if to defend Li Xiao. "He didn't say anything nonsense, he really is not interested." The young Taoist shook his head. He didn't want to argue with a group of children. He thought they were too young to understand the meaning. Li Jiao's mother energy of all things is extremely special. After it takes shape, it can perfectly restrain the aura on his body. Therefore, the young Taoist priest who was in the Taoist palace realm just now only thought that Li Xiao was very ordinary at this time, but he also knew that this was just an appearance. At such a young age, he actually appeared in the wilderness, which was unusual in itself. As for how extraordinary Li Xiao was, he had no idea. However, he was able to sense the special bloodlines of Li Xiaoxi and the others, but he did not point it out. Among this group of people, he felt that Li Xiao was the one with the worst qualifications, but Li Jiao's tone was the most arrogant. The little brat is just good at boasting and has no idea how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Li Xiao did not continue to talk about this, but asked politely, "By the way, Taoist priest, what should I call you?" Chapter 33 Invisible Versailles. Li Xiao showed respect on his face at the right time. "So it's Master Fae. I'm so sorry." Zhang Xiling curled his lips after hearing this, touched his nose, then shrugged and said, "Why call me Taoist priest? Call me Brother Zhang." Judging from his tone, he seemed not very happy to call the young Taoist priest Brother Zhang. The 7 wet nurses are all divine beasts. They look young, but thanks to their achievements in practicing Taoism, they are actually very old, more than 1,000 years old. Such antiques are ancestors on Blue Star. Li Xiao calls them wet nurses with a sincere heart. But the young Taoist in the Taoist palace looked to be in his early 20s, and with his 9-fold pupils, Li Xiao could tell that his actual bone age was only around 20 years old. Li Xiao called him Taoist priest because of his status. So, when Li Xiao was asked to call the young Taoist priest Brother Zhang, he felt uncomfortable and was not very willing to do so. Zhang Xiling looked Li Xiao up and down. "What do you care how old I am? It's absolutely right for me to call you Brother Zhang." At this time, Li Xiaoxi next to her twitched her beautiful nose, like a little adult, and said crisply, "Master, don't mind it. My little Ba likes to act like an adult on weekdays. It's an old habit. You just have to get used to it." Li Xiao was embarrassed. He reached over Li Xiaoqin beside him and hit Li Xiaoxi, who was sitting there, hard on the back of her head. Li Xiaoxi screamed in pain and turned to look at Li Xiao. Her little face was full of anger, and tears in her eyes as she glared at Li Xiao. Li Xiao ignored her and turned to look at Zhang Xiling, changing the subject. "By the way, Taoist Fa, according to what you just said, doesn't that mean that the Saintess of Yaoqi Holy Land is the best among her peers?" Zhang Xiling took a sip of wine silently, looked at Li Xiao and said, "Almost." Zhang Xiling sighed. If she didn't have that extra bone, there would be people who could match her. But now, she has the holy body and the great emperor's bone, which makes her superior to other geniuses. Zhang Xiling continued. "In this world, in the holy land of Buddhism, a Buddha with 18 relics was born, who is no less powerful than the sword bone of Li Jianxian back then. In the holy land of reincarnation, a reincarnation saint was born, who was born to control the power of reincarnation and has an astonishing fighting power. As for the Taoist sect in the Holy Land, there is also a Taoist who was born with a body that can be transformed into another's body and has extraordinary talent." Other self-existent body? He didn't expect that someone with this kind of physique would be born again in this life. Putting away his inner surprise, Li Xiao asked, Then, Master Fae, since you are from Zhongzhou and dare to go deep into this wilderness, you must have a good cultivation base. Are you also from the Taoist sect? Zhang Xiling smiled and drank silently. I am born stupid, how can I enter the gate of the Holy Land? After a pause, he put down the wine jug, looked at Li Xiao and said, You are the ones who are not simple. The children in front of us are only 6 or 7 years old at most, but they appear in this vast wilderness. How dare they do this if they are not protected by super powerful people? Li Xiao grinned. We are all wild children. Zhang Xiling snorted, raised the wine jug, and continued drinking in silence. Li Xiao was thinking about something and didn't say anything. Seeing that no one was talking, Li Xiaotong, who had been tilting her head and looking at the wine pot in Zhang Xiling's hand with curiosity, finally couldn't help but ask, Master, this wine, is it delicious? Zhang Xiling looked at him, shook the bottle, and said, The most delicious food in the world. Li Xiaotong's face suddenly became excited, and saliva unconsciously flowed out from the corner of her mouth, but she noticed it the next moment and sucked it back. The whole action seemed familiar, very similar to her mother Gu Shishir. Li Xiaotong slid down the crossbar with her buttocks and trotted to the front of Zhang Xiling. She didn't look at Zhang Xiling, but stared at the wine pot in Zhang Xiling's hand. Master, let me have a taste too. When Zhang Xiling saw the look on Li Xiaotong's face, a thought popped into his mind, this is a foodie. Hiding his hand holding the wine slightly behind his back, Zhang Xiling said with a smile. Good wine needs to be tasted. If you don't know how to taste it, it's a waste. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaotong immediately became angry. She thought Zhang Xiling was stingy and refused to share with her. Li Xiaotong waved her little hand, took out a large pill, and handed it over. I'll exchange this with you. I won't drink too much, just one sip. Zhang Xiling didn't take it seriously at first, and was about to take another sip. However, just as he put the wine bottle to his lips, he saw the big medicine in Li Xiaotong's hand from the corner of his eye. He trembled all over, his eyeballs bulged, and his hand holding the wine shook. Is this a god-level medicine? Zhang Xiling almost dropped his jaw and jumped off the stone. She thought that Li Xiaoxi couldn't come up with anything good, probably just some children's food like candied haws and biscuits that little kids liked, so she was full of disdain. As a result, what appeared before his eyes was actually a divine medicine. I eat this kind of food every day and I'm tired of it, Li Xiaotong said nonchalantly. If you like it, take it, but you have to give me some wine. Invisible Versailles is the most deadly. Zhang Xiling was stunned when he heard this. He looked at the wine in his hand and suddenly felt that it didn't smell good anymore. God-level medicine, eaten as a snack? What kind of family situation is this? Do you want to change it? Li Xiaotong held the medicine in one hand and handed it to Zhang Xiling, her eyes full of expectation. Looking at the divine medicine right in front of him, Zhang Xiling's fingers trembled slightly and he instinctively wanted to stretch out his left hand, but he immediately hit the back of his hand with the bottom of a wine bottle to stop his evil thoughts. Zhang Xiling swallowed hard and forced a smile, saying, No need. If you want to drink, I'll give you a bottle. Zhang Xiling quickly turned his hand, and another wine jug full of wine appeared in his left hand. He handed it directly to Li Xiaotong. Li Xiaotong giggled, put away the medicine, and took the pot of wine without any hesitation. Zhang Xiling's face was filled with pain, and he wished he could slap himself. It's a divine medicine, why not take it? Later Li Xiao, who had come back to his senses, joked. Master, you haven't cultivated your mind enough. It's just a big medicine, and look what it did to you. I almost vomited after eating this kind of treasure. Zhang Xiling wanted to jump up and point his finger and curse. This is so infuriating. What is just a big medicine? You vomited after eating? Who are you blaming? Do you know that it is a rare divine medicine? Chapter 34. Isn't it enough to cultivate your mind? If I hadn't cultivated my mind enough, I would have had evil intentions long ago, snatched the elixir, killed you to silence you, and cruelly dumped your bodies in the wilderness. Zhang Xiling cursed inwardly. But when he calmed down a little, Zhang Xiling broke out in a fine layer of cold sweat on his back, and his heart sank and he felt a wave of fear. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiling shrank his neck slightly, then looked around vigilantly. There were dense vines in front of him, and the forest was silent, but there was not a single person in sight. However, Zhang Xiling, who felt guilty, seemed to feel a chill coming from his surroundings like an icy undercurrent. He couldn't help but shudder and let out a long sigh. Gurgle. Li Xiaotong was seen holding the wine jug with both hands, raising it up and taking a sip just like Zhang Xiling did. However, the liquor that entered his mouth was obviously far from what he had imagined. She thought it was some kind of mellow sweet wine, but when she drank it, it was a spicy taste that choked her throat, and her mouth was filled with a bitter taste that was hard to swallow. Seeing this, Zhang Xiling laughed and said, "I told you before that wine needs to be tasted. If you drink it like this, you won't be able to taste the deliciousness of the wine." Zhang Xiling shook his head, then waved his left hand towards Li Xiaotong. "Come here, I will teach you how to drink." As he spoke, Zhang Xiling tilted his head back and took another gulp of the liquor, looking quite enjoyable. After a long pause, she walked up to the young Taoist priest and said, "Then you say?" Zhang Xiling, who was not at all arrogant, patiently taught, "Wine is the most delicious food in the world. When you first drink it, you can't gulp it down like water. Take a small sip at first. Well, like I did, take a sip gently, then slowly put it down your throat, and carefully feel the aroma of the wine. Over time, you will fall in love with wine." As he spoke, Zhang Xiling demonstrated the movements very patiently, as if he had found a drinking buddy and was introducing his favorite wine. She took a sip, slowly savoring the taste of the liquor in her mouth. She sipped it slowly, and soon she felt the sweetness of the wine, and she smacked her lips subconsciously. Zhang Xiling smiled and said, "That's right. Just savor it and drink it slowly." Li Xiaotong felt something different and took another sip. As she savored the wine slowly, she gradually discovered that, although spicy, the wine had a unique fragrance. In the end, she could even taste sweetness occasionally. Li Xiaotong was very happy. He returned to the crossbar with the wine jug in his arms, raised his butt, and sat on it silently. She moved her butt to make herself more comfortable, then picked up the wine jug and took a sip. Every time she took a sip, her eyes narrowed into beautiful crescents, which looked very adorable with her chubby face. Seeing this, Li Xiao frowned, wondering if this foodie would get addicted. Zhang Xiling glanced at Li Xiaotong with a smile, then looked away and looked at Li Xiao, saying, "Oh, kid, why are you in this vast wilderness at such a young age? Where are the adults in your family?" While speaking, Zhang Xiling subconsciously looked around out of the corner of his eye. Li Xiao smiled and said, "Of course I'm at home." Zhang Xiling was startled, then he smiled and said, "I am sorry for saying too much." Zhang Xiling regarded Li Zhao's words as a joke and thought that the other party was unwilling to reveal it. At such a young age, how could you enter this vast wilderness without an adult? You're kidding. It's impossible to even think about it. Li Xiao glanced at Zhang Xiling, not caring what Zhang Xiling thought, and asked, "Why did Taoist Fae come to this inner wilderness? Moreover, I think he was poisoned by the nine-tailed scorpion before? He didn't die from the poison. I guess he is not a simple person." Hearing this, Zhang Xiling was shocked and a look of disbelief flashed across his face. He was poisoned by the nine-tailed scorpion, but now the poison has been expelled. Even the Saint Realm experts may not be able to see through it, so how old is this little kid, and how can he see it? In an instant, Li Xiao and others seemed more and more mysterious in Zhang Xiling's eyes. A little Lolita uses a god-level medicine and treats it as a snack. And this little boy's speech and behavior are extremely organized. He doesn't look like a naive 6-year-old kid at all. When talking to him, Zhang Xiling felt like he was talking to an adult who was more mature than him, rather than a childish and ignorant child. Also, what is this guy wearing? She was almost naked, wearing only a peculiar animal skin garment that covered her crotch. Even though it was very cool, it was definitely something Zhang Xiling had never seen before. There were also other children's clothes, which were nice-looking but also strange. To sum up, there is only one word in Zhang Xiling's heart: sexy. Especially that boy, he is so sexy. In broad daylight, wearing only a pair of shorts, what are you trying to show off? As he was thinking, Zhang Xiling glanced at Li Xiao with an expression that was hard to describe. Li Xiao saw that the other party was silent and had a strange expression, so he asked curiously, "What's wrong, Taoist priest?" Zhang Xiling came back to his senses as if startled. He smiled awkwardly and touched the tip of his nose and said, Nothing. Then he remembered something, and Zhang Xiling suddenly said with a serious expression, I am here to seek refuge. Now the wilderness is not at peace. Li Xiao was surprised. What's going on? Zhang Xiling suddenly showed a solemn expression. The Yaoqi Holy Land, the Samsara Holy Land, the Immortal Holy Land, together with the Zhou family, the Li family, and other ancient families, are clearing the great wilderness, as if they are looking for something. Several emperor-level powerhouses have blocked the outer periphery of the great wilderness, and are now searching the inner wilderness. Those who want to go out, if they don't have a strong background, have all been caught. The intelligent beasts have also been detained and interrogated. Li Xiao was startled, and Zhang Xiling said in a deep voice, I accidentally entered the inner wilderness, and when I wanted to get out, there was no way out. I could only follow those animals that have gained intelligence, and finally escaped to this place. Unfortunately, I was unlucky and was accidentally hit by a nine-tailed scorpion on the road. If I hadn't been so lucky, I would have almost lost my life. Chapter 35 Li Xiao shows his magical powers. Li Xiao smiled and said, Thank you for your kindness, Taoist priest. We will do it. Zhang Xiling glanced at Li Xiao and wanted to persuade him again, but when he thought that his words would probably be redundant to others, he sighed lightly, hesitated to speak, and finally just drank. Zhang Xiling said in a deep voice, I don't know. But thinking back to the time when his soul traveled through time and space, Li Xiao had not been fond of the holy land of Yaoqi. Now that the three holy places and the ancient families have joined forces to clean up the wilderness, with the holy land of Yaoqi participating in it, Li Xiao always felt that their intentions were not good. Moreover, from what Zhang Xiling said, the actions of these major forces were full of tyranny and most of them were not good. Li Xiao held his forehead and said, Damn it! This foodie! Helpless Li Xiao jumped off the horizontal bar and hit Li Xiaoyan on the shoulder, signaling Li Xiaoyan to make way. Li Xiaoyan blinked her big eyes and sensibly moved her butt to make room for Li Xiao. Li Xiao then sat down next to Li Xiaotong and stroked her gently to prevent the shaky Li Xiaotong from getting drunk. At this moment, Zhang Xiling, who wanted to drink again and had the wine jug halfway raised, suddenly frowned, and his right hand holding the wine jug stopped in midair. His ears moved twice quickly, and the next moment his face changed drastically. Li Zhao's face changed when he heard the warning, and then he looked up suddenly as if he sensed something. Above his head, a black striped python as thick as a bucket swooped down from high above among the dense vines on the branches of the giant tree. It was so fast that Li Zhao's heart clenched suddenly when he saw it. Humph! Zhang Xiling flipped his right hand, holding a rune sword tightly in his hand. He stepped forward and was about to rush forward, but at this moment, Zhang Xiling felt a piercing coldness on his back, like a thorn in his back. Evil beast! It's you again! Zhang Xiling's face was filled with rage, and he stared at the trees and old vines behind him. There, a huge poisonous scorpion was showing off its 9 poisonous tails, dancing gently like a peacock with its feathers shed and its tails spread out. 9-tailed poisonous scorpion! Before Zhang Xiling could attack, the 9-tailed poisonous scorpion's legs that were supporting the ground suddenly bent, and when it straightened out the next moment, it suddenly burst out with an astonishing upward force, and used its entire huge body to break free from the thick and twisted old vines around it, and jump towards Zhang Xiling at a high speed. Feeling the pressure from the dark shadow above, the green light under Zhang Xiling's feet shook into a circle, and he rushed towards the 9-tailed poisonous scorpion with a cold snort. Evil creature! Zhang Xiling, wearing a black and white Taoist robe, used all his methods and fought fiercely with the 9-tailed poisonous scorpion alone. On the other side, the black-striped python above Li Xiao and the others opened its smelly bloody mouth, and swallowed the dizzy Li Xiaotong in one gulp. Its target is very clear, the primary target of attack is Li Xiaotong. Facing the sudden beast, Li Xiao remained calm. His eyes suddenly sank and became extremely cold in an instant. The next moment, a terrifying blood aura surged out of his body like a tidal wave. Breath of ancestral beast. The levels between animals are extremely obvious, especially their bloodlines. Those with strong bloodlines are often like the king of beasts. The aura they emit alone is enough to intimidate all beasts and make those with weak bloodlines prostrate themselves in submission. and the ancestor beast is above all other beasts. The aura of its blood can cause other animals with inferior bloodlines to instinctively feel fear. The moment this breath appeared, the black-striped python's cold pupils suddenly shrank, and its icy and frozen eyes suddenly shook, and obviously relaxed, revealing a bit of fear. This black-striped python is a spiritual beast at the Tao Palace level. It is in the ranks of semi-holy beasts, and is only one step away from being promoted to the holy realm. Just now, it and the nine-tailed poisonous scorpion were lurking nearby. The moment Li Xiaotong took out the divine medicine, they smelled the scent of the divine medicine, and immediately became greedy. Because if one gets a piece of the magic medicine, it is very likely that one can break through to the holy realm in a short period of time. Li Xiao stood there naked in his shorts, looking up at the black-striped python. At the same time, he suddenly raised his right hand and pushed forward. The tremendous strength of the 73rd level of the blood-tempering realm was suddenly condensed in this punch, and then it slammed towards the black-striped python's jaw. As he blasted forward, his arm glowed and gray runes emerged from beneath his skin, densely packed and full of mystery. The Emperor's magical power returned to Origin Hand. At the same time, the power of the ancient Kunping ancestral blood in the body also gathered towards that arm at this moment, and the magical power condensed and burst out. The magical power of the ancient Kunping ancestor beast's destruction of the world. Li Xiao used the magical power of Emperor Bone, one of the mother energies of all things, and the magical power of the ancient ancestral beast Kunping almost at the same time at this moment. The blood-tempering realm is about cultivating the physical body and possessing extremely ferocious strength. And the strength that Li Xiaoduan 73 possesses is enough to kill an ordinary Taoist monk with one palm strike. The strength of this black-striped python is close to the holy realm. It is not easy for Li Xiao to kill it with a single slap of his bare hands. However, with the combination of the ultimate magical powers of the two imperial bones and bloodlines, the situation is completely different. Whether it is the magical power of the Emperor's bones or the magical power of blood, they are all the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth, allowing living beings to exert part of the power of the laws without comprehending the relevant laws. The magical power of the ancient Kunping bloodline is the ability to destroy the world, which is the ultimate magical power of material attack. The Emperor Bone's magical power, the Hand of Return to Origin, is also an ultimate material attack. It has evolved to the extreme. When it is swung out with one hand, all the worlds return to their origin and become the original point. Now, due to Li Xiao's weak cultivation, the two great magical powers have only begun to show their power. However, this is the ultimate supernatural power after all. Even if only a little bit of power is exerted, it is terrifying enough. Especially, combined with Li Xiao's tremendous strength that was enough to slap a Taoist monk, Li Xiao's punch at this time was so powerful that the black-striped python could hardly imagine it. Boom! As the fist was thrown, the black-striped python flipped its head with a look of panic in its eyes and flew into the sky. The power of the Emperor Bone's magical power returned to Origin Hand, and the ancient Kunping magical power instantly penetrated into the black-striped python's body, causing its body to collapse inch by inch on the material level. The snake flesh split open, and fishy snake blood fell out. With just one strike, the black-striped python, which was at the Tao Palace level close to the Saint Realm, was seriously injured. Zhang Xiling was fighting fiercely with the nine-tailed poisonous scorpion, but he also kept some attention on Li Xiao. However, he was unable to take care of himself, and it was difficult for him to extricate himself to rescue him. He originally thought that even if Li Xiao didn't die, it was because of the appearance of the powerful man behind them. However, when he saw this scene, he was stunned and almost got hit by the poisonous hook of the nine-tailed scorpion again. Chapter 36: The Strongest Blood Forging Stage in History. The scene before him caused a huge contrast and shock to Zhang Xiling's heart. Li Xiao's tiny body faced a Tao Palace-level black-striped python as thick as a bucket. He actually raised his glowing fist and smashed the latter's head, causing it to fly toward the top of the tree. Moreover, from beginning to end, Zhang Xiling had never sensed any fluctuation of spiritual power from Li Xiao. But this is obviously impossible. Because Li Xiao was too young, only about 6 or 7 years old, and he himself was already at the Tao Palace realm, completely superior to him, at least at the Saint Realm. Either that, this little boy is at the blood-tempering realm. However, If he was at the blood-tempering realm, how could he have managed to knock away the black-striped python, a spiritual beast at the Tao Palace realm, with one punch? Why is his aura so terrifying? I feel like I'm facing an ancient beast. It's terrifying. Zhang Xiling was horrified. Also, the runes on his arms are extremely mysterious and complex. They are obviously primitive runes. At this moment, he felt that the worldview he had built up over the past 20 years had collapsed. You know, even the saint girl in the Yaoqi Holy Land who possessed the holy body of cause and effect and the bones of the great emperor, and reached the astonishing 18th level of forging, but it was only heard that she was on par with the Tao Palace realm, and at most she was almost defeated. Moreover, the Tao Palace realm that the saint girl faced was obviously the weakest level. However, not only was Li Xiao able to defeat him, he was also able to severely injure him with just one punch. In the ancient world, there is such a terrifying monster? Surpassing Forging 18? Zhang Xiling's worldview collapsed, and he was shocked. At this moment, he realized that this little boy was extremely extraordinary. The truly invincible genius of the world is probably this boy. In the past 6 years, Li Xiao often went up the mountain to hunt, and killed quite a few animals. Sometimes he would encounter spirit beasts at the blood-tempering realm or spirit sea realm. These powerful beasts were often used by Li Xiao for training and to hone his combat skills. Even when facing the black-striped python, a spiritual beast at the peak of the Tao Palace realm, Li Xiao was not afraid at all. He himself has an astonishing 7 ancestral bloodlines. The aura of just one of the bloodlines is enough to intimidate all beasts, let alone the 7 he has. The suppression of its bloodline made the black-striped python feel fearful, and its strength unknowingly declined by 2 levels. This is because Li Xiao's realm is low, otherwise, if they were both in the Tao Palace realm, this black-striped python would probably be oppressed by the aura of the ancestral beast's bloodline and would not dare to move, and would tremble in fear. As for cultivators with special physiques or special bloodlines, their strength will be stronger even at the same blood forging level. And the stronger the physique and bloodline, the greater the gap in strength. Now Li Xiao has cultivated the mother energy of all things, refined the blood of 7 ancestors, and reached the terrifying blood-tempering level 73. This makes his brute force enough to surpass the Tao Palace level. With the help of ultimate magical powers, the gap between him and the Tao Palace realm in terms of secret techniques and control of mysteries has been narrowed. Naturally, this gave Li Xiao the power to kill Tao Palace realm. It can be said that Li Xiao is the strongest blood-tempering stage in the history of the ancient world. He had cultivated the blood-tempering realm to the 73rd level, far surpassing the 18th level. He was unprecedented and probably would never be surpassed in the future. The black-striped python crashed into the treetop, causing countless branches and old vines to rustle. Pulled by the snake's head that was flying backwards uncontrollably, the black-striped python's sturdy body, which was several meters long, passed through the vines like a huge chain pulled by a strange force, and the leaves and vines fell like snowflakes. Finally, the black-striped python swept its slightly thinner tail and wrapped it tightly around a tree trunk, thus stabilizing its body. The next moment, it looked down, its cold dark golden pupils filled with fear and horror, staring at the naked human creature below. It possesses extremely high intelligence, and knows very well that a human child of this age should not be so strong. It launched a cautious sneak attack, thinking it could safely devour the little human girl and take away the divine medicine. However, it was hit hard by a punch from the human boy instead. Dark red and fishy blood was still flowing from its head, and it was seriously injured. That was a very terrifying force just now. Under the influence of that strange secret power, the body collapsed like a great destruction and was difficult to stop, while at the same time it condensed its body structure, trying to turn it into a point. Under the pull of the 2 forces, the powerful body of the spirit beast collapsed. This is the power of Li Xiaoyuan's ancient Kunping magical power of destroying the world and the Emperor Bone magical power of returning to the origin. This power, which originates from the most original runes of heaven and earth bestowed upon the bones of the great Emperor, possesses incredible mystery. Come here! Li Xiao shouted at the 7 Lolas. Although the 7 Lolas have the ancestral bloodline, they are still too young and their strength is not as abnormal as Li Xiao. The strongest among them was Li Xiaoxi, but he had only reached the 8th level of forging and was not close to the limit. The next was Li Xiaoqin, who practiced very hard and had reached the 7th level of forging. The rest were at the 6th level of forging. At the age of 6, he had already reached the 6th level of forging, which was already very strong compared to most humans. Only a few evildoers can be compared with him. Of course, this cannot be compared with a super monster like the Holy Maiden of Yao Qi, who has surpassed the ranks of monsters and only appears once in countless years. Another example is Li Xiao. He started practicing the Primitive Sutra when he was a few months old. He can be said to have started practicing since he was a baby. His talent is unparalleled in the world. He is a freak and no one can compare to him. The 7 Lolas listened to Li Xiao very much. At this time, they all had serious faces and moved closer to Li Xiao, but they were not afraid. Instead, they bared their teeth and howled at the black-striped python, releasing the aura of the ancestral beast's bloodline in their bodies. Surrounded by the aura of so many ancestral beasts, the black-striped python's huge body couldn't help but shiver, and the fear in its eyes became even stronger, and it seemed that it almost fell headfirst from the tree. The breath of the ancestral beast, it's all the breath of the ancestral beast. The black-striped python was terrified. It never occurred to it that these human cubs actually carried the blood of the ancestral beasts. Before, although Li Xiaoxi and the others restrained their auras and revealed an extraordinary aura, the black-striped python did not dare to think that they were ancestral beasts. After all, not only ancestral beasts, but even divine beasts were extremely rare. Go! The black-striped python, which was as intelligent as a human, suddenly turned around and ran away. It knows very well that behind the cub who carries the blood of the ancestral beast there must be a terrifying elder who is someone that should not be provoked. No matter how tempting the miracle drug is, it is nothing compared to life. Want to leave? Li Xiao, with a cold face, had already formed a murderous intention. Seeing that the black-striped python wanted to escape at this time, he immediately waved his little hand and took out a black frying pan from his storage ring. His feet showed profound runes, which kept glowing, and then he showed an amazing speed and chased after the black-striped python. Chapter 37 Extraordinary Frying Pan. The Leg Bone Magical Power, one of the 5 Imperial Bone Magical Powers, is an extremely fast magical power called the Two Realms Leg. In simple terms, when this magical power is developed to its extreme, it can cross 2 worlds in one step. In the field under the dense woods, Li Xiao, with his long legs glowing, took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, Li Xiao appeared several feet away. At this moment, it seemed as if the distance had shrunk to an inch. Li Xiao took several feet of each step. After only a few steps, Li Xiao caught up with the black-striped python and moved up and down with it at high speed. It fled very decisively, without any lingering attempt, but at this moment, it was horrified to find a small figure below, with glowing legs and covered with primitive and mysterious runes, catching up with it at a speed that could shrink the distance into an inch. It's time! Li Xiao was seen holding a black frying pan, looking up at the tree, finding the right moment, and stomping his glowing legs on the ground, which immediately created an amazing impact force for his body. He dragged his body up from the ground and rushed straight towards the black-striped python. At this time, the aura of the ancestral beast also enveloped the black-striped python like an undercurrent. The black-striped python was horrified. It had just been hit by 2 powerful attacks from Li Xiao and was already seriously injured. Its head was dizzy at this moment, and its speed was not as fast as the 5th level at its peak. Now it was suppressed by the aura of the ancestral beast and suddenly dropped 2 levels. At this speed, it could not escape Li Xiao at all. Li Xiao, who was near the black-striped python, suddenly had a huge black glow from the black frying pan in his hand. Its diameter suddenly expanded from only 1 foot to half a foot in diameter, and it hit the side of the black-striped python's head at a very fast speed like a big pot cover. The black-striped python's body tilted as it fled, and with stars in its eyes, its entire several-meter-long body crashed backwards, breaking any old trees it passed by. Standing firmly on the ground, Li Xiao tightened the handle of the frying pan in his hand, revealing an even satisfied expression. This frying pan that third nanny refined with the fire of the immortal phoenix is really powerful and very handy. It was just that before, because Li Dao's cooking skills were so amazing, all the wet nurses applauded and became addicted to the food he cooked. Once, Li Xiao, who didn't want to cook, planned to go on strike on the grounds that he didn't have a frying pan. So the greedy Qixiener carefully asked Li Xiao what a frying pan was. Unexpectedly, not long after, Qi Xian'er personally made this extremely black frying pan for him. When refining it, Qi Xian'er used the unique blood refining method of the immortal Phoenix clan as the forging method, and deliberately incorporated 3 drops of Li Zhao's essence and blood, and finally refined it into this blood-refined divine object. The most obvious feature of the so-called blood-refined divine object is that the owner who has integrated his essence and blood into it can control it without profound cultivation. Because under normal circumstances, only when a cultivator reaches the spiritual sea realm and cultivates spiritual power in his body can he use the spiritual power to capture objects and control spiritual tools and Taoist tools. However, blood-refined divine objects, no matter how extraordinary the object is, are not subject to this restriction. Therefore, although Li Xiao was in the blood-tempering realm at this time, he could freely manipulate this extraordinary frying pan made of the rare Hunyuan black iron. Using Hunyuan black iron just to make a frying pan, anyone who heard about it would think it was a luxury and an extremely wasteful act. But this also reflects that the 7 wet nurses are very wealthy, have many treasures on them, and are extremely doting on Li Xiao. Qi Xian'er had originally used her unique blood refining method to make this pot for Li Xiao, with the original intention of just making it easier for Li Xiao to cook. This pot can be large or small and can be deformed. It can be used to fry eggs or stew beef. It can cook any prey. After Li Xiao got used to it, he found it very handy. When he was hunting, he would use the pot as a weapon and hit it with a clang, and every time he hit the bottom of the pot, he would catch a prey. At this time, to kill the black-striped python, Li Xiao naturally used this frying pan. This pot may look funny, but it is actually extraordinary. It is a divine object and possesses the power that a divine object should have. Bang! On the other side, the black-striped python was hit by the frying pan that Li Xiao had used with great force. It fell to the ground powerlessly without being able to use any of its tricks and fainted. Because the snake's body was too long, its head fell from the tree to the ground, blood gushing out, while the other end of the tail was hung on a tree branch and did not fall to the ground. Li Xiao was holding a frying pan and ran to the black-striped python with his feet glowing. He took 2 steps around the snake's head and took a look at it. Not feeling reassured, he picked up the frying pan and hit it again to finish it off. The black-striped python showed no reaction at all and was obviously dead. "You little snake, you still want to eat people? Just wait to be put into the pot tonight," Li Xiao snorted. In his mind, Li Xiao had already thought of 9 ways to cook this snake. At this time, seeing the black-striped python being killed, Li Xiaoxi and his group rushed to Li Xiao, looking at the dead thing in front of them curiously. Li Xiaotong was drunk and felt dizzy at this time, but when she saw the big snake on the ground, she screamed, "Meat! I want to eat meat!" As he spoke, Li Xiaotong struggled to break free from the support of Li Xiaoyan and Li Xiaoxi, and was about to pounce on the black-striped python, but was stopped by Li Xiao, who was in front of the crowd, grabbing her collar from behind. "You bastard, you're so drunk and still want to eat," Li Xiaoxuan said. Boom! At this moment, a vibration was heard that made the ground tremble. Li Zhao's heart trembled and he turned his head to look in the direction of the vibration source. Zhang Xiling was surrounded by bursts of green light and was holding a glowing sword. Behind him appeared the shadow of a mysterious giant sword with complex runes flashing faintly, as if it was being carried on his back. The shadow of the giant sword was 10 feet high and half a foot wide, floating there like a mountain of swords. As Zhang Xiling made a gesture and pulled, a group of small swords with runes appeared densely on the body of the giant sword, and rushed towards the 9-tailed poisonous scorpion in front like a school of fish. Behind the 9-tailed poisonous scorpion, 9 huge shadows of poisonous tails also appeared, and runes could be vaguely seen on the shadows. The 2 strange visions collided with a loud bang. The 9-tailed phantom was pierced by the fish-like chi swords and shattered into pieces in an instant, but the rune chi swords remained and immediately pierced into the body of the 9-tailed poisonous scorpion like flying nails. The 9-tailed poisonous scorpion flew backwards with a loud bang and landed several feet behind, crushing many old trees and creating a large pit with flying earth and rocks on the ground. It was this blow that caused the ground to shake. Chapter 38 Surrounded. The strong ones in the Taoist palace all have Dharma images. However, the black-striped python underestimated Li Zhao's strength, and was hit by Li Zhao's 2 most powerful magical powers without being prepared. Its soul was damaged and its condition was extremely bad. It was too late for it to use the Taoist palace Dharma. Even if it did, the power would be greatly reduced, which would affect its speed of escape. Coming from a technological planet, he longs for that kind of ability. He is a Taoist priest, but at this moment he is not merciful at all. His face and eyes are cold and murderous. At the bottom of the big pit, a nine-tailed poisonous scorpion suddenly jumped out from the bottom of the pit, its entire body surrounded by dark red blood light. A dark red poisonous scorpion phantom that was larger than its original body enveloped its body, causing its speed to suddenly increase at this moment. It instantly rushed to the dense forest in the distance, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhang Xiling flew over the pit and chased for a distance. When he found that he could not catch up, he stopped and stood still in midair. He looked at the direction where the nine-tailed scorpion disappeared with a cold gaze and snorted. "You ran fast! The next time we meet, I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven and kill you, you evil creature!" But it was an underdeveloped nine-tailed scorpion, not in its peak state. But it is a sacred beast after all, and its strength is stronger than that black-striped python. Although he had an extraordinary physique, it was only very peculiar. He did not seem to be extremely strong in terms of combat power. He was unable to cross levels and crush the holy beasts in battle. He was far inferior to monsters like Li Xiao. But after the last serious attack, his strength had obviously increased, and this time he used the Taoist Dharma to severely injure the nine-tailed poisoned scorpion. Not only was he fine after being poisoned by the nine-tailed scorpion, but his cultivation level actually increased greatly after refining the poison. This shows that Zhang Xiling's physique is indeed extraordinary. Landing in front of Li Xiao and the others' gazes, Zhang Xiling was just about to ask if they were all okay, but he saw the giant dead black-striped python behind them, which immediately startled him so much that his pupils shrank violently. The next moment, Zhang Xiling stared at Li Xiao with a terrifying gaze, looking him up and down. He was filled with disbelief. The little boy in shorts in front of him, who was coquettish and looked harmless, actually possessed the strength to kill a peak spirit beast at the Dao Palace realm at the blood-tempering realm. Zhang Xiling felt that the scene before his eyes was extremely exaggerated and unreal, so he asked Li Xiao knowingly, "Did you kill this black-striped black snake?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiling was speechless. The black snake was also at the top level among the spiritual beasts. The human cultivators at the same level were no match for this beast. However, the human boy in front of him, who was obviously at the blood-forging stage, was able to kill him. And looking at Li Xiao's state at this time, it seemed that the killing process was very easy and there was no pressure at all. This is horrible. This shows that Li Xiao's strength crushes the black-striped black snake, a spiritual beast in the Dao Palace realm. Mystery. At this moment, Zhang Xiling looked at Li Xiao and felt that the other party was becoming more and more mysterious. He swallowed and couldn't help asking, "Excuse me, how far have you reached in the blood-refining realm?" Li Xiao glanced at him and said, "You know it's inappropriate, but you still ask?" Zhang Xiling was choked by Li Xiao's words and stood there in a daze, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he touched his nose and coughed lightly, but did not ask any further questions. If others are unwilling to talk, it would be offensive to ask further. Zhang Xiling never does anything disgusting. He quickly felt relieved, took out a pot of wine from his storage ring, tilted his head back and started drinking, with a faint and warm smile returning to his face. Li Xiao withdrew his gaze from Zhang Xiling, glanced at the black-striped mystical snake lying on the ground, walked over, put his hand to the snake's head, and with a thought, he immediately put the black-striped mystical snake into his storage ring. Seeing this, Zhang Xiling's pupils shrank again, and he was moved. He can actually store such a big black snake in his ring. How big must the space in his ring be? But he suddenly remembered that the girl before could even exchange wine for a magic medicine, and he felt relieved again. These kids must have minds in their families. They are all fucking rich second generation. Li Xiao suddenly looked around, his face serious, and said to Li Xiaoxi and the others, "Let's stop hunting, let's go back." In this area, there has never been any beast above the Dao Palace level before. Today it is obviously very abnormal. Li Xiao is worried and does not want to stay any longer. Before leaving, Li Xiao turned to look at Zhang Xiling and said politely, "Thank you, Taoist priest." Zhang Xiling was stunned, as if he didn't understand why Li Xiao was thanking him. After a moment, he realized that the other party wanted to say goodbye to him. Zhang Xiling nodded and said, "We'll meet again. Do you want me to give you a ride? The beasts in the surrounding area are all gathering near this place. It might be dangerous for you to go back." But as soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiling felt that he was talking too much again. Not to mention anything else, just this little boy is so amazing, why does he need his protection? Thinking of this, he smiled bitterly, shook his head, and raised his head to drink. Li Xiao no longer hesitated and led a group of Lolas back home. However, after taking only a few steps, everyone stopped with a changed expression. In the dense forest ahead, I saw a big and strong lion with black hair all over its body walking towards me silently with graceful steps. And all around, there were more dark shadows moving through the woods. Obviously, there were more ferocious beasts approaching in the hidden places around. Before they knew it, Li Xiao and his companions were surrounded by a group of powerful beasts. Even though Li Xiao and his companions revealed the aura of the ancestral beast's bloodline, there was still a group of bold and fearless beasts that still coveted the magic medicine, and even coveted the ancestral beast's flesh and blood on Li Xiao and his companions. Li Zhao's face suddenly darkened. He stretched out his hands to protect the 7 girls and retreated step by step. In the back, Zhang Xiling realized something was wrong and immediately replaced the wine jug in his hand with the rune sword. He looked around alertly. The breath of the black lion made everyone's face change with horror. At this time, the black lion took graceful steps and suddenly spoke ventriloquy in a thunderous voice. "Children of the human race, where are your elders? Can you call them out and talk to me?" Chapter 39. In the reincarnation, there will never be you. This place is quite far away from the canyon where the compound is located. The animals nearby have no idea that Li Xiao has walked out of the Valley of Death, a place they were horrified to hear where one would die if one entered it. Instead, they treat Li Xiao and the other 8 as lost children who had been separated from their elders. This black lion is terribly powerful. If it attacks instantly, it can cover the entire area within a radius of several miles with one grabbing palm, becoming its plaything, an island in its palm. If it is defeated, it can retreat with its own magical powers and will not feel that there will be any loss. The black lion walks gracefully, like it is walking on a catwalk, with a strong sense of rhythm and a pleasing beauty. Its fur was shiny black and very smooth, and seemed extremely hard, like steel needles. Its large, deep eyes were like 2 deep holes, revealing a heart-wrenching coldness and a hostile look. Li Zhao's eyes were extremely alert as he stared at the black lion. He was very nervous, but the black lion was too arrogant, as if it was invincible, which made people feel uncomfortable. Hearing the repeated verbal provocations from the black lion, he said sarcastically with a cold face, "Little black cat, don't show off here. If you don't want to be petted, then leave with your tail between your legs." At this time, the more timid you are, the more likely you are to be killed by this powerful black lion. Hiss! Little black cat? It is a sacred lion. It was so rude that it deliberately called it a little black cat. It was obvious that it was despised and did not take it seriously. "Human child, your mouth stinks. How can you be so uneducated? Didn't your parents teach you to be polite? If your family doesn't teach you how to behave, people outside will." The black lion's ventriloquy was cold, and each syllable sounded like different cubes of ice colliding with each other. The black lion stopped, but the aura on its body became more terrifying, pressing down Zhang Xiling behind Li Xiao so hard that his legs trembled and the green light formation diagram under his feet was forced to appear. However, Zhang Xiling's legs still couldn't support himself and bent down, almost kneeling on the ground. They just felt uncomfortable, but they had no urge to kneel down. The bloodlines of the 8 ancestral beasts vibrated, and even suppressed the black lion in terms of aura, which frightened the holy lion. This feeling of wanting to bow one's head only occurs when one is weak, and it has not felt it for many years. The long-lost feeling of humiliation made the murderous intent in its heart even stronger. Its pressure became stronger and stronger, and it was determined to force Li Xiao to kneel down. But Li Xiao was like a reef under the tide. No matter how strong the pressure was, he remained unmoved. "You are not qualified to talk to me. Tell your parents to come out. If your parents don't come, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your family and let you know what is good for you," Black Lion said coldly. "Children can't do whatever they want. If you say something wrong, you will have to pay the price. It habitually lowered its front body, which was a sign that the lion-like beast was about to launch an attack. Boom! At this moment, an extremely terrifying divine power enveloped from above, and the slightest movement in the surroundings seemed to have stopped in an instant. The group of noisy black shadows suddenly became silent. The black lion's eyes suddenly changed, and he looked up in horror. At some point, a cold woman in a black dress suddenly appeared above. There was a chill about her that kept people away, as if it was innate, and there was no sense of incongruity with her. There was no murderous aura on her, and her face was indifferent, but the black lion below was frightened so much that its black hair stood up, and each strand of cold and hard hair looked like sharp thorns sticking into its body. Divine beast. An extremely powerful divine beast. The black lion was numb, terrified, and trembling on the ground, because the huge pressure was almost directed at it. The woman in the black dress above did not make a move, but the black lion bent its waist, crawled on the ground, and was extremely obedient. "Senior, please spare my life!" The black lion's ventriloquy sounded, but it no longer had the same indifference as before that seemed to dominate everyone. Instead, its tone was extremely humble. Li Xiao and his companions did not feel the pressure of divine power, but they noticed something unusual. They looked up and their eyes suddenly became warm. They were extremely surprised and shouted in unison, "Fifth Nanny! Mom!" Li Xiaoqing's cold face showed rare excitement. Li Xiao didn't expect that the Chaos Peacock Renning would appear so timely. He couldn't help but think that maybe when they went out, the fifth nanny secretly followed them out. Now that she has encountered Force Muncher, she has shown up and taken action. Thinking of this, Li Xiao felt full of security in his heart, and developed a sense of superiority as a strong second generation, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. This feeling of being protected is so comfortable both physically and mentally. He enjoyed it very much. Renning stood quietly in midair, looking at the black lion below, and said coldly, "Don't you want to meet their elders? I am them. What do you have to say?" Upon hearing this, the black lion was almost frightened out of his wits, and his huge body was shaking violently like a frightened kitten. Chaos Peacock Renning is the most murderous among the 7 wet nurses. Under the heavy pressure and fear, the black lion couldn't help but make a sound that made it feel extremely ashamed, meow. Li Xiaoren, who was standing next to him, was stunned when he heard the shout and stood there for a moment. This beast was so arrogant just now, but in the blink of an eye, it is imitating the meow of a cat? He couldn't help but glance at the black lion. "Haha, you really are a cat!" The trembling black lion ignored Li Xiao and said to Renning in fear, You are their elder?" Snap! Renning did not answer, but the black lion below suddenly cracked like a tile without any warning, blood flowed out, and its black fur turned red. "In the cycle of reincarnation, there will never be you again," Renning said coldly. The black lion was shocked. "Senior, please spare my life. I am willing to be their mount and protect and accompany them for the rest of my life," Renning said indifferently. "You are not qualified yet." Boom! Chapter 40. Go back. A powerful holy lion was unable to offer any resistance, and was turned into pieces in the silence of death. This scene petrified Zhang Xiling behind everyone. Without seeing what magical powers or secret techniques the black lion used, it died tragically on the spot without any resistance. It had no room to display its cultivation and magical powers. It was obvious that the difference in strength between the black lion and the woman in black dress was like a chasm, which it could not cross, and it was crushed to death like an ant. Although he guessed in his heart that the identities of these 8 children were not simple and their backgrounds were very powerful, he never expected that an elder who came randomly would have such terrifying power to crush a holy lion. That black-haired holy lion not only has the strength of the pinnacle of the holy realm, but is also a rare species of holy beast. Ren Ying's appearance and the extraordinary means she displayed caused the greedy beasts around her to hold their breath, not daring to breathe. They lightly lifted their feet and retreated silently, like wild cats facing a formidable enemy. Renning just glanced at the dense forest. His expression was like a lake that had been frozen for thousands of years. No one could tell whether he was happy or angry. After she withdrew her gaze, she looked at Li Xiao and the other children. "It's not safe outside now, go back. It's always like this." Every time he appears, he's so mysterious. Li Xiao was not happy about this. He wiped the bottom of his nose and couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Just now, he was surrounded by a group of vicious beasts with bad intentions. He was actually under a lot of pressure and was nervous, but he was not completely fearless. But now, the beasts retreated silently, the mysterious pressure disappeared, and Li Xiao felt inexplicably relieved. He suddenly remembered someone and turned his head to look behind him, only to see Zhang Xiling standing there like a sculpture, his eyes blank and straight, as if he had not come to his senses and was petrified. Zhang Xiling shuddered, and the long sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, hitting a few pieces of gravel hidden in the dry ashes and fallen leaves. The sound made Zhang Xiling scared again. He quickly raised his foot that was close to the falling sword. After realizing that it was his own sword, he patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Xiling was speechless. "Look at what you said, who in this world is not afraid of death?" Zhang Xiling picked up the long sword on the ground and put it back into his ring. He then took out a pot of wine and drank a few gulps. Then he let out a long sigh and seemed to be relieved. He said, "Great!" Li Xiao smiled at him. At this moment, Li Xiao felt something and turned his head to look at a position on the upper right. Suddenly, he found that the fifth nanny who had disappeared just now was standing coldly on a branch again, with her hands folded. Her black dress highlighted her coldness. She looked at him silently with cold eyes. Seeing Li Xiao suddenly turn his head and look away, Zhang Xiling followed his gaze. When he saw the woman in the black dress, his eyelids jumped with fright, and he quickly turned his eyes away, not daring to look at her directly. Li Xiao turned around and bowed to Zhang Xiling, saying, "Master Fae, I have to go home. Thank you for talking to us for so long and for giving us Shaohong wine. You should also find a safe place quickly, or you will be eaten by beasts." Zhang Xiling waved the sleeve of his black and white Taoist robe with his left hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry about me." Li Xiao nodded without saying anything else. He turned around and walked to the drunk Li Xiaotong, carried him on his back, and then led Li Xiaoxi and the others to quickly return to the canyon where the compound was located. They were very agile and nimble, and kept jumping over the crossbars. Like spiritual creatures in the mountains, they quickly disappeared from Zhang Xiling's sight. Watching Li Xiao and the others leave, Zhang Xiling sighed slightly, took a sip of wine, and suddenly became serious on his face, which had a faint and warm smile. "These kids are not simple. Especially the boy in the shorts, he has the strength to cross the level of Dao Palace realm with the strength of the blood refining realm, which is really terrifying. This kind of feat is unprecedented. If he were to appear in the world, he would be the most dazzling and peerless genius in the entire ancient world, and the entire ancient history. The holy maiden of Yao Qi who had seized the emperor's bones would be completely dimmed and overshadowed by the boy's brilliance. I had misjudged him before, thinking he was the worst one among them. But he turned out to be the most evil one, a freak. Well, I am glad to have met him today. Maybe he will be useful to me in the future. The most important thing Taoists pay attention to in their lives is fate." Zhang Xiling and Li Xiao talked so much with each other heart to heart, just to establish a good relationship. After finishing reading, Zhang Xiling looked around, then a green light array appeared under his feet, and he flew away quickly in another direction. Li Xiao only met Zhang Xiling by chance. Although he knew that Zhang Xiling was in the wilderness at the moment, and might be in danger, the compound was the secluded residence of 7 wet nurses, and outsiders were forbidden to set foot there. Especially the 5th wet nurse, who had never liked humans, so it was impossible for her to invite Zhang Xiling back with her. Even without these restrictions, Li Xiao and Zhang Xiling's relationship wouldn't be that good. Ren Ying's appearance restored the peace and tranquility to the area around the compound. Li Xiao and his group of children soon returned to the fairy tale-like canyon. When the clear lake surface came into view, Li Xiao exhaled slightly and smiled with relief. When Ao Buhui and the other nurses came out to greet them, they saw Li Xiaoong sleeping like a pig on Li Zhao's back and frowned. "Huh! She drank? Where did you get the wine for her to drink?" With the cultivation level of Ao Buhui and others, they could tell what was going on with Li Xiaotong at a glance. They did not worry about him or think that he was injured or something. Even though Li Xiaotong fell asleep, her little hand was still tightly holding the pot of wine that Zhang Xiling had given her. Li Xiao was running so fast and the road was so bumpy, but she didn't drop it. It was obvious that she was still obsessed with the pot of wine, and was reluctant to let go even when she was drunk. Li Xiao laughed dryly and said, I met a Taoist priest. The Taoist priest gave him the drink. Ao Buhui looked at Li Xiao. What Taoist priest? Li Xiao was still trying to decide how to describe Zhang Xiling, when Li Xiaoxi next to him suddenly howled. He's a Taoist priest who poops. He's still a cultivator, but it's a pity that he's constipated and can't poop. How funny, ha ha ha. The nurses were confused and frowned. When did these idiots develop this habit of watching other people poop? Li Xiaoxi was laughing happily when Ao Buhui suddenly appeared in front of her and slapped her on the forehead with a slap. He said angrily, What are you laughing at? You don't practice all day long, but just act wild. From today on, none of you are allowed to go out. As he spoke, he looked around at the children and asked, Did you hear that clearly? Yes. Including Li Xiao, everyone responded in unison. Li Xiao, who was sharp-minded, took a special look at Ao Buhui and vaguely saw that Ao Buhui's face looked a little unhappy. Thinking back to what the young Taoist said, and knowing that the 3 holy places were now clearing up the wilderness outside, Li Xiao couldn't help but feel nervous, and had a bad premonition. Chapter 41. The sky is falling and the nurse is holding it up. Now that he had just arrived home, he was strictly forbidden to go out. Li Xiao guessed that the situation outside must be very serious. Among the 3 holy places, there happens to be the Yaoqi Holy Land. The Yaoqi Holy Land and Li Sanjian have long been enemies and the feud is irreconcilable. Even if we don't kill all the people related to Li Sanjian, we still have to test him and use extraordinary means to force him to see whether Li Sanjian really died outside the era and died a carefree life. That was where the 7 nurses often held their meetings, and children were not allowed to go in and cause trouble. Su Susu, who was not very reassured, stopped where she was and solemnly warned everyone. Listen to the nanny, don't go out recently, understand? Hearing this, the cute Gu Shirshir next to her was startled. She was originally going to the lobby, but when she heard Su Susu say this to her, she stopped and turned around and said, 7th sister, am I such a tactless person? Besides, I am a foodie, but I am not a brainless foodie. Behind her, Li Xiao and the other kids, as well as Su Susu, looked at Gu Shirshir's confident back as she left, sneering twice as if to say, You're obviously a brainless foodie. After a while, Su Susu also walked quickly to the lobby. Ao Buhui had just instructed her to come over and discuss important matters. Besides, even if he wanted to do something, he was powerless. So, he just needs to do his own thing. And his own business is to practice. The 7 wet nurses did not tell Li Xiao about many things that happened outside, because they felt that the time was not right. Retracting his gaze from the lobby, Li Xiao looked to the side. Li Xiaoxi, who was hit by Ao Buhui, was pouting, her eyes were full of tears, and she was pinching the corner of her clothes, looking very aggrieved. Li Zhao's heart softened when he saw this and he said, Go prepare it. I'll stew the snake meat for you later. Li Xiaoxi is actually a heartless person with a thick nerve. He does things a bit rashly and the grievances he feels go away quickly. Come on, follow me and get ready. Li Xiaoxi quickly began to give orders. She is the oldest, although actually not much older than the others, but every day older is a day older. Except for Li Xiao, she is a real big sister in the eyes of others. Li Xiao carried Li Xiaotong back to her room and put her on the bed. During this process, Li Xiao wanted to pry the wine jug from Li Xiaotong's hand, but found that Li Xiaotong was holding it tightly. With a little force, she started crying in a daze, actually protecting her food. Li Xiao was also speechless for a while. He shook his head helplessly and didn't care about it anymore. He thought to himself that he could just sleep with the bottle of wine. With Li Zhao's strength, it was possible for him to force it open, but when Li Xiaotong started screaming, Li Xiao couldn't bear to do it. When he reached the door, Li Xiao looked back at Li Xiaotong on the bed. After making sure that she would not fall off the bed, he closed the door and walked to the courtyard. At this time, there was an open space in the center of the compound. Led by Li Xiaoxi, 6 pretty little girls were already busy. Some were chopping wood, some were making a fire, some were moving previously used barbecue racks from the foot of the compound, and some were preparing the seasonings that Li Xiao usually used. They were very busy and happy. This group of little Lolas are Chef Li's helpers on weekdays. Seeing this scene, Li Xiao smiled knowingly and walked over. Your movements are very quick. Li Xiaoyan narrowed her eyes at Kazalin and said with a smile, Hurry up and come over to cook. Li Xiao smiled and said, Okay. Walking to the fire, Li Xiao took the wooden stool that Li Xiaoqin had prepared for him, sat on it calmly, and then took out the frying pan with a flip of his hand. When he was trying to find a place to take out the black-striped python and prepare to dissect it to extract the meat, he suddenly remembered something and patted his head with a look of heartache. Oh, how could I forget such an important thing? Li Xiaoyan next to her looked at her and asked him what was the matter. Li Xiao said in annoyance, I forgot to bring back some pieces of the little black cat's meat. Oh my God! What a waste of food! After being reminded, all the children remembered this incident, and then they followed Li Xiao's example and slapped their heads, saying in annoyance, Yeah! They had just escaped from danger and had not yet recovered, so naturally they did not think about it. Later, Renning urged them, so they forgot about it. The flesh and blood of a holy lion can actually be considered a valuable medicine, but Li Xiao and his group of children usually indulge in eating divine medicines and get sick of them. Given their family circumstances, they actually don't care much about the corpse of a holy beast. Li Xiao felt sorry for it and thought it was a waste of a delicious dish. As to whether Zhang Xiling had forgotten about picking up the corpse, or had some other concerns and did not go to collect the body of the black-haired holy lion, it is unknown. In fact, Zhang Xiling had his own concerns, and they were deep. He was afraid of the woman in the black dress. That was the sacred beast she had killed, so how could he dare to take it? Li Xiao and his companions were making a fire and cooking in the courtyard. In the hall, the 7 wet nurses sat around the table again. Ao Buhui was the main seat without exception, and the others sat on her left and right in an orderly manner, arranged according to seniority. At this time, Ao Buhui's eyes were gloomy, and there was anger between his brows. How despicable the Yaoqi Holy Land is! They actually joined forces with the 2 major holy places and many ancient families to take sudden action, trying to clear the great wilderness and find us. Gu Shishir looked at Ao Buhui and said solemnly, Over the years, they have never stopped their secret actions. Recently, they seem to have determined that we may be hiding in this wilderness. Qin Sisi snorted coldly and said, There is a sword formation left by 3 swordsmen here, with attack and defense skills to conceal the secrets. If they really find this place, they will be courting death. This canyon is engraved with the sword formation set up by Li Sanjian with the great power of a powerful man. Even an emperor-level strong man would die if he touched it. It's relatively safe here. Chapter 42 Situation. The canyon is as safe as the core area of a holy place. But the only difference is that there is no top powerful person in charge here. Li Sanjian is a man of great talent and genius, and he is the youngest top-level powerful being in the ancient world. However, there are people who are as powerful as him. There is a top-level powerful being sleeping in every holy land. The same is not necessarily true for ancient families. Only the top 5 ancient families have top-level powerful beings alive. As top-notch powerful people, they only have certain things they are good at, but they do not have absolute crushing strength. Therefore, even though Li Sanjian is extremely strong, he cannot act tyrannically. There are many strong people in this world who can restrain him. Qixiana raised her eyebrows. The top powerful people wouldn't be so shameless, right? If they move, it would break the rules agreed upon by all the major forces in the ancient world. Ao Buhui thought for a while with a calm face, looked at the sisters, and said, If there is really a top-notch powerful person who does not care about his face, then we can only put ourselves in a difficult position and seek help from our respective families. Even though we have had conflicts with the clan, we are the core descendants after all, and the clan will not let us be bullied and killed by the world. But judging from their expressions, they probably wouldn't commit themselves unless it was absolutely necessary. Ao Buhui shook his head as if he didn't agree. When it comes to the highest-end combat power in the ancient world, it will be difficult for the Li family to help. Previously, the Li family relied on the 3 swords to dominate the situation and lifted the Li family from the last of the top 10 families to the top 3 ancient families. Su Susu nodded in agreement. Besides, every family is inevitably divided into factions, and is not completely united. If the Li family comes out to clash at this time, it may face the situation of being besieged by many top forces. If you are not careful, you may be removed from the ranks of ancient families. Some people may not agree. What are the pros and cons? Those people in power in the Li family are not so stupid as to not be able to weigh them, right? Renning said coldly. You have to consider one thing, Xiao's talent is too extraordinary. If it is leaked, it may cause panic among the world, especially the hostile forces, which will be extremely detrimental to Xiao's growth. Therefore, Xiao's talent must not be revealed to others, not even to the Li family. Li Xiao is too powerful, and now that he is still weak, it is not appropriate for him to show his edge. But the key point is that Li Sanjian's life or death is uncertain now. Ao Buhui said in a deep voice. If the top powerful people really come back to life, the Li family alone will definitely not be enough. If necessary, we have to ask the child's mother's family to come forward. If the 7 great ancestral beast families move together, which human force would not be a little afraid? Qin Sisi said solemnly. That's right. If our respective families knew that the child we gave birth to had the blood of the ancestral beast, they would definitely regard the child as a treasure and hold him in their hands. The mother will be honored by the child. Su Susa looked worried. But at the beginning, the clan was strongly opposed to us being with the 3 swords. The choice we were given was to either sever our relationship with the 3 swords or never return to our ancestral land. Although Li Sanjian is a top-notch powerful person, but the ancestors of the 7 divine beasts were all ancestral beasts bred by heaven and earth in the primitive period. Now their cultivation has already reached the ranks of top powerful beings. Moreover, they are ancestral beasts with incredible combat power, so they are not afraid of Li Sanjian. They care more about face. Li Sanjian is an outstanding person, unrivaled in ancient and modern times, but if he were to marry a woman from one of the tribes, they would be willing to put aside their grudges with humans and accept this marriage. But how does Li Sanjian do things? He is a playboy and has affairs with women everywhere, which is extremely shameful. Of course, the high and mighty ancestral beast family cannot accept this. In the ancient world, there are only these few top powerful people. In the 7 holy places, 1 statue is sleeping in each of them. In the top 5 ancient families, 1 statue is sleeping in each of them. Together with the 7 ancestral beasts, they make up almost the top combat force in the ancient world. There are only a handful of remaining independent and powerful people. Adding all these together, it is the current era, all the top powers accumulated by the ancient world from ancient times to the present day. Seems like a lot. But if the timeline is extended long enough, and we look at the entire era and countless times, we will find that there are actually not many top powerful people. Among all these top powerful people, only Li Sanjian is young and full of blood. The other top powerful people have entered the decay period and are ruthlessly corroded by time. They need to sleep to resist the power of time. If it is not necessary, they will not be revived. Even the most powerful ones cannot exist forever. It's just that their lifespan is so long that it is unrememberable, and is as long as the era. Many top powers are corrupt, and only Li Sanjian is in his prime. It can be seen that there has been no top power born for a long time. In recent eras, only Li Sanjian has appeared. Everyone was silent for a while. Ao Buhui looked around at everyone and said, Let's see how shameless the enemy is this time. As long as the top masters don't come out, the 3 sword formation will not be broken. We don't need to worry and can just live in peace in the canyon. Everyone nodded. But in their hearts, they all knew that since the other party had gone to so much trouble and took sudden action to clear up the wilderness unexpectedly, it was obvious that they were very determined and would probably not give up easily on this matter. Outside the compound, the ordinary and warm atmosphere of life is wafting in the air. Li Xiao took out the black-striped python and laid it horizontally on the ground. He then took out a magic knife for cutting vegetables that his mistress had specially given him and dissected the snake skillfully. In a short while, Li Xiao had cut off pieces of snake meat. He then asked Li Xiaoxi and the others to help carry it back to the courtyard and put it on the chopping board next to the fire. On the fire, the frying pan changed its shape and turned into a large black pot. The clear water was boiling due to the blazing firewood. Chapter 43 Bunny is so cute. Looking to the west, the sun had already sunk behind the mountains. From this position in the canyon, even the afterimage of the setting sun could not be seen, but the warm and soft sunset glow dyed the night sky behind the mountains red, as if there was also a big bonfire under the sky there, exactly the same as the one that the children gathered around in the Dahuang courtyard. The afterglow of the sunset passed through the mountains, through the ancient forests, and into the canyon. The light was already very dim, but people could still vaguely see the swaying shadows of the old trees in the distance. The fire under the night sky is like the light and shadow cast by a fire-colored spotlight, warm and gentle. Next to him, Li Xiaoqin didn't look into the pot, but quietly looked at Li Zhao's profile, not moving her eyes away for a long time, lost in thought. Later, Li Xiao built another bonfire, right next to the one where the snake meat was stewed. He placed a grill on it, which Li Xiao planned to use for barbecue. However, they worked very hard, treated it as fun, and did it with a smile. She is Li Xiaoyu, the daughter of 6th nanny Qin Sisi. Li Xiao gave her a look, and seeing that she was not working, he shouted, "Xiaoyu, come here, I have a task for you. Go and clean the fur of this rabbit, remove the internal organs, and wash it for me." After hearing Li Dao's order, Li Xiaoyu did not respond and act immediately. Instead, she remained squatting and slowly turned her body to face Li Xiao. Her big black eyes with white background flashed with tears as she glanced at the rabbit on the ground. Then, she raised her tearful eyes and looked at Li Xiao. Her pointed chin made her look a little angry and aggrieved. "Rabbits are so cute, why do you want to eat them?" Hearing this, the tears in Li Xiaoyu's eyes grew bigger and looked like they were about to fall down. After struggling for a few seconds, Li Xiaoyu seemed to finally muster up the courage. She stretched out 2 fingers, pinched one of the rabbit's ears, and walked to a large wooden barrel filled with water. She cried as she walked, "Rabbits are so cute, why do we have to eat them?" Li Xiao already knew Li Xiaoyu's character very well. Li Xiaoqin, who was standing beside Li Xiao, turned her head from looking back at Li Xiaoyu, stuck out her tongue, pursed her lips and said, "Rabbits are so cute, why are you eating them? Haha, I'll eat more than anyone else later." About an hour later, the courtyard was filled with the aroma of meat, which made people's mouths water. "It smells so good, Chef Li. That wet nurse is welcome." Gu Shusher walked to the big pot that was transformed from a frying pan and smelled the aroma wafting from the pot. Then she picked up the chopsticks made of wooden strips prepared on the table, reached into the pot, picked up a piece of snake meat, and started to eat it while standing. After eating a mouthful of snake meat, Gu Shusher kept moving her chopsticks and eating non-stop. Li Xiao stretched out his hand to block the mouth of the pot and shouted, "Second wet nurse, leave some for the other wet nurses." Gu Shusher easily pushed Li Zhao's hand away and said while eating, "Don't worry about it. Who can blame them for being slow? Why should they wait for others when eating?" Li Xiao was stunned and speechless. Isn't it normal to wait for others while eating? At this time, Ao Buhui led everyone over and said, "Let her eat. She will get fatter than die." Shishiana looked at him with disdain. "If she continues to eat like this, she will definitely become fat in her old age. Let's see if San Jian still wants her." Gu Shusher paused while eating meat, then looked at Li Xiao unkindly. "Did you teach her to say that?" Li Xiao was immediately shocked and quickly shook his hands and said, "That's not true. Besides, I'm just a kid, how can I teach an adult?" Gu Shusher snorted and continued eating meat. "You wouldn't dare to do that." Li Xiao touched his nose and smiled angrily. Shishiana glanced at Li Xiao, suddenly coughed lightly, crossed her arms and said, "Li Dazhuang, help me move a stool." Li Xiao snorted and was about to say that you have hands and feet and the stool is right next to you, so why don't you go there by yourself? But when he saw Shishiana's malicious eyes, he immediately put away his temper out of guilt, and smiled like a chrysanthemum on his face, and moved quickly. "Okay." Seeing this, Ao Buhui felt sour in his heart, and said angrily, "I am the big nanny, if you don't move the stool for me, will you move it for her? Give them all, give them all." Li Xiao was so frightened that he broke out in a sweat, and hurriedly moved stools for the wet nurses one by one. Ao Buhui snorted and glanced at Li Xiao, then sat down with satisfaction. Su Susa smiled and said, "Don't always embarrass Xiao Ba, he is still a child." Li Xiao burst into tears and thought that 7th nanny was the best. But he would never dare to say this at this moment. Qin Sisi sat down and said, "7th sister, you just spoil him too much. He is so naughty and mischievous because of you." Su Susa disagreed. "How can Xiao Ba be naughty? He is the most sensible one." Li Xiaolian nodded. Ao Buhui had just picked up his chopsticks to eat a piece of snake meat when he saw Li Zhao's expression and slammed his chopsticks on the table. What are you nodding your head for? Li Xiao. I'm imitating a chicken pecking at rice. Ao Buhui glared and stopped talking. Soon, everyone gathered around and started eating, and the scene was warm and cozy. Li Xiao was gnawing on a roasted chicken leg and took a special look at Li Xiaoyu. The little girl was not sitting with the others, but was sitting alone with her back to them. She was holding a large piece of rabbit leg meat in her hand and biting it quickly with tears in her eyes. Rabbits are so cute, why do you still want to eat rabbits? Li Xiao really wanted to kick him. Cute. Chapter 44, Borrowing a Heartfelt Bloat. In just a few bites, Li Xiaoyu had eaten the arm-sized piece of rabbit meat until only a bone with some meat strands hanging on it was left. Li Xiao gave her an unpleasant look and was about to say, "Didn't you say that rabbits are cute and can't be eaten? Why are you eating them?" But before he could swallow the food in his mouth and open his mouth, a small black shadow flashed past his eyes, quickly squeezed between Li Xiaoxi and Li Xiaoyan, and quickly picked up another piece of rabbit leg meat, then returned to his original place, turned his back to everyone, and started eating with big mouthfuls while crying. Li Xiao sneered twice with the corners of his mouth. This Li Xiaoyu is really something. The mistress is right, you really can't wait for anyone to eat. Because if you keep waiting, you may not get a chance. Ao Buhui wiped her red lips elegantly with a handkerchief, sat upright, and faced Li Xiao. His expression became obviously serious as he said, "Shower, come here." Li Xiao knew the personalities of all the wet nurses inside out. When Ao Buhui talks to someone with this expression, he must have something important to say. With a thought, she took out a dark gold bracelet from her storage ring and handed it to Li Xiao, saying, "This is the Qiankun bracelet, a treasure your father got from a powerful man from another world. It can be used for self-defense and to cover up the aura on your body. It can be used to make it look ordinary. You can use it by dripping blood. Keep it. This is a treasure from a powerful person, but Li Xiao, a small cultivator in the blood-tempering realm, has no ability to use it." Ao Buhui nodded. "You are indeed not good enough." Li Xiao smiled awkwardly, then asked in confusion, "Why did the nanny give it to me?" Li Xiao said, "Oh," and understood. Ao Buhui gave him this thing, probably with the intention of helping him cover up his amazing talent. Being talented is not always a good thing, as it can lead to jealousy and fear, and you may be destroyed in the cradle by radical enemies, especially hostile forces. The ruthless ones will stop at nothing. But now, Li Sanjian is no longer in this era, and his life or death is uncertain. The Li family does not know his current situation. Moreover, the Li family does not have a top power like Li Sanjian, so they dare not show too much strength now. And if the forces hostile to Li Sanjian, such as the Holy Land of Yaoqi, knew that the baby boy who lost the bones of the emperor not only survived, but became even more extraordinary, with a terrifyingly high talent, there is no guarantee that the top powerful people among them would not suddenly intervene without regard for their reputation, wipe out this monster, and nip the potential crisis in the bud. After all, reaching the 73rd level in the blood-tempering realm was an incredible talent. Ao Buhui solemnly warned, "You are still weak, and your father is not here, so you should be cautious and don't show your talent to others. Although you have a special physique and can conceal your aura, that is only for weak people. The emperor-level strong and powerful people can see through it at a glance." Li Xiao nodded obediently and accepted the kindness. In fact, Li Xiao was not worried. His mother energy of all things can return to its original state. Although it cannot completely conceal the specialness of his body when facing strong men in the God realm and Emperor realm, the most special and powerful reliance of Li Xiao is the original mother energy cauldron in his body. At the critical moment, by activating this tripod, Li Xiao can hide himself better. Yes. After the mother energy of all things took shape, Li Xiao tried it, and he could indeed activate the original mother energy cauldron. Once before, Li Xiao activated this tripod and quietly approached Ao Buhui, but Ao Buhui didn't sense anything. At that time, he knew that this tripod was powerful and could conceal his extraordinary abilities. After taking the Qiankun bracelet, Li Xiao sat back among the group of children. Beside him were Li Xiaoqin and Li Xiaoyan. Ao Buhui looked at Li Xiaoxi at this time, and his voice softened. "Xiaoxi, come here too." Li Xiaoxi followed his instructions and walked over. Mother! Ao Buhui waved his hand and took out a silver ring. This is for you, wear it and use it to protect yourself. Li Xiaoxi happily took the silver ring and said, Thank you, Mother. She looked at the ring and walked back to her original position. Next, Ao Buhui called the other children one by one, and each of them received a treasure, and each treasure was a precious treasure. These treasures do not have the ability to conceal one's aura, but can be used for self-defense. Ao Buhui didn't want the other children to think she was partial. She called Li Xiao to receive it first because Li Xiao was the youngest and the others were her sisters, so they should give in and would not have any grudges. Second, Li Xiao is not the child of anyone present, so many times, when Ao Buhui does things, he will consider Li Xiao's feelings and not let him feel resentful and think that the wet nurses are not good to him and have prejudices against him. At night, Li Xiao spent the night practicing the original sutra. The next day, Li Xiao was awakened by a loud tremor. He opened his eyes from his cross-legged sitting position, jumped off the bed and went outside. He looked according to his senses, and saw that at this moment, all 7 wet nurses were flying in the sky, staring at a patch of sky outside the canyon. There, a woman in palace dress walked out of a crack in the void, holding the hand of a little girl about 9 years old on her right. The girl was dressed in black and had a stunningly beautiful face, but her expression was cold, and she had an innate arrogance. Behind or beside these 2 women, one big and one small, was a group of terrifying strong men, both men and women. Just now, a male cultivator standing next to the woman in palace dress was wearing a purple robe, with a cold face, Taoist principles lingering on his body, runes flashing in his eyes, and an imperial sword in his right hand. At this moment, he was looking down at the canyon with a look of horror on his face, and his expression was moved. He sneered twice. Li Sanjian is indeed worthy of his reputation. With a sword formation, he easily blocked my sword. The palace-dressed woman opened her thin and cold lips and said, Saint Lord of Samsara, Li Sanjian is a top-notch power after all, and he should be given the respect he deserves. This purple-robed man is none other than the current Holy Lord of the Holy Land of Samsara, a powerful being. Everyone, what does it mean to attack my retreat? Ao Buhui looked at the group of people in front of him, especially the woman in palace dress, and showed no fear at all. The woman in palace dress is none other than the Holy Lord of the Yaoqi Holy Land. She glanced at Ao Buhui and the others calmly, and asked, Where is the baby boy from that year? Ao Buhui sneered and asked disdainfully, You dug up someone's bones, and he's still alive? The Saint Lord of Yaoqi looked up at him and said indifferently, I know he is not dead. Li Sanjian successfully obtained the immortality elixir and saved him. Chapter 45, Get Out. Above the canyon, upon hearing this, Li Zhao's 7 wet nurses' originally cold faces instantly turned gloomy and extremely ugly. It's been 6 years. Ao Buhui and the others were not quite sure why the Saint Lord of Yaoqi wanted Li Zhao's hard blood, but when they heard that the other party mentioned that he wanted to use it to nourish the bone that Li Xiao had been dug out alive, they guessed that there might be a problem with the combination of that bone and the new generation of the same maiden, and it could not be 100% perfectly integrated. So the heart blood of the original owner was needed as a compatibility agent. Back then, she dug out the bones of a human baby and was despised by the world and bore a bad name. Now, she still refuses to repent and even wants to be a despicable and shameless villain again, digging out the blood of the same child again. Heart blood is extremely important essence and blood of the body. Ao Buhui's pretty face was filled with anger, and she said angrily, That child, you dug out a piece of her sternum, and she was dying. She was finally brought back to life, and now you actually want to take her blood. Are you still human? You are the Lord of the Holy Land, you are so despicable and shameless. Bullshit. Stop saying disgusting things like that. You've done so many bad things, yet you're still so righteous and stand on the moral high ground. Upon hearing this, Qi Xian'er raised her eyebrows and cursed. Over the years, Qi Xian'er has been practicing breast enhancement exercises diligently without interruption for a single day. Although the results were minimal in the end, the key is to persevere. This has resulted in Qi Xian'er's figure becoming plump and the best among everyone. Her breasts are huge, even bigger than those of the foodie Gu Shi. At this moment, in anger, her chest rose and fell exaggeratedly, like towering waves, which was extremely exciting. We are both women, Why is there such a big gap between us? Unreasonable. Hateful. Originally, her breasts, figure, and even her appearance were all top-notch in the world. She never felt inferior to others and was extremely confident. But at this moment, even if she was unwilling to admit it, she was indeed inferior to the 7 women opposite her in this aspect. The harsh face of the Saint Lord of Yaoqi became tense, and the murderous intent in his heart accumulated and became stronger. She said in a cold voice, "For the sake of billions of sentient beings, and for a glimmer of hope for the future, I am willing to become a villain, even if I have to bear eternal infamy and be despised by the world. That baby boy has already lost his emperor bone, and his talent has been greatly reduced. It's good enough for him to just live in this life. Why not be generous and devote his remaining energy to help another extraordinary genius? I lent him some of my blood, and he won't die because of it. I promise that I will never hurt him again in the future. I even swear to the 3 holy places to protect his safety in the future, and let him live a happy and ordinary life as a free and easy prince who is unmatched by others." Hearing this, the 7 wet nurses were so angry that their lungs almost exploded. Every word spoken by the Saint Lord of Yaoqi is righteous, and he places himself on the moral high ground, but what he does is disgusting and extremely sickening. What does it mean to be more generous? He dug up other people's bones and refused to repent. He even shamelessly asked for their own blood, just to fulfill the wish of a saint who had taken advantage of him. Not to mention that Li Xiao was extremely gifted today. Even if he was a useless person, the 7 wet nurses would not tolerate such a thing. Why should Li Xiao pay the price? Whether the new generation saint is a peerless genius is none of Li Xiao's business. Below, Li Xiao looked up at the sky, listening to the words of the gorgeously dressed woman, and remained silent with his lips pursed. But his eyes were sharp, his little hands clenched, and then unclenched, and then he smiled, a smile that was a little cunning, but also a little cold. Above, Ao Buhui suddenly laughed in anger. "Saint Lord Yaoqi, I know what kind of person you are. It turns out that you can pretend to be so noble even if you are despicable and shameless. Humph, I am too lazy to waste time talking to you. I just want to say, get lost." Upon hearing this, the face of the Holy Lord of Yaoqi, who was in full makeup, suddenly changed. As the most holy Lord, when had she ever been insulted so rudely in front of others? The Holy Lord of Yaoqi is high above, like an angel descended to the earth, always looking down on everyone with a pure look. But at this moment, her defense was broken. She was very angry, and murderous intent surged in her eyes, but she finally suppressed it and returned to normal. "Ignorance! Today, I will take this blood of my heart." Her pretty face was cold, as if she was issuing an ultimatum. "Stop talking nonsense here, come in and talk first." At this time, Rinning said coldly, with murderous eyes, staring at the Holy Lord of Yaoqi. Not only were the Saint Lord of Yaoqi and the Saint Lord of Samsara present, there was also another middle-aged man in a red robe, who was none other than the Saint Lord of Immortality. The 3 Saint Lords were all powerful. The rest of the people behind them are also at the Emperor realm. It can be said that the lineup is extremely luxurious. The ancient world is so vast that it seems boundless to most living beings. The area of the great wilderness alone is large enough that it would take a god-level powerhouse a month to fly into this inner wilderness, and an ordinary emperor-level powerhouse would also need about 10 days to fly. Only the powerful can break through the void and come directly from afar. The 3 holy places cleared the wilderness, and from the mouths of some powerful beasts, they discovered the Death Valley that had appeared in the inner wilderness in recent years. They immediately guessed that it might be a secluded place left by Li Sanjian for his group of women. After determining the coordinates, they directly tore through the void and came across an endless distance. As a result, Li Xiao and the others were really found. However, the rune sword formation here was carved by Li Sanjian. But Li Sanjian is a top-level powerful being, and powerful people of a lower level do not have the strength to break him. Upon hearing this, Yaoqi Saint Lord said in a cold voice, "I don't want to tear our faces apart. If you don't know what's good for you, the top masters in my holy land will be resurrected to find the baby boy." The 7 divine beasts' faces suddenly changed. This is what they are most worried about. Chapter 46. How are you, my friends in heaven? For this matter, the holy land of Yaoqi did not hesitate to revive the dormant top powers. It can be seen that the Holy Land of Yaoqi was very determined in this action and was determined to get Li Zhao's blood. Of course, there are other reasons as well. Li Sanjian is a top-notch powerful person. If someone he cares about encounters life and death danger, he will feel it even if they are separated by eras and in a distant time and space. Behind each of the three holy places, there is a top-notch powerful being sleeping. Even if Li Sanjian returns, they are not afraid because they have the ability and confidence to resist. Back then, when Li Sanjian was around, the Saint Lord of Yaoqi even dared to dig out the Emperor's bones of his son. This shows that the Holy Land is powerful and confident, and if it touches on its core interests, it dares to challenge Li Sanjian. Deep down, they were already considering bowing to their ancestral land and asking their ancestors for help. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi looked down from above, like a noble god, standing there quietly without taking any immediate action. She was not being merciful, nor was she still having a conscience. Instead, she was giving the group of women opposite her time to think. "Hello?" The sound was loud and clear, standing out in the sudden silence of the world. Hearing the sound, everyone turned their gazes away, and then they saw that in the canyon, next to a large, crystal-clear lake, on top of a thick wooden pillar with a strange wooden boat hanging on it, there stood a sexy little boy in shorts. Seeing the handsome boy in the distance, the Saint Lord of Yaoqi narrowed his eyes and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Even though he hadn't seen Li Xiao for 6 years, and when he saw him that year, he was still a 1-month-old baby and his appearance had changed a lot now, but at this moment, the Saint Lord of Yaoqi was 100% sure that the boy standing on the wooden pillar below was definitely the baby boy from that year. The boneless baby boy. At the same time, her chest began to beat like a leap, as if something inside her body was about to break out and fly towards the body of the baby boy in the distance like a moth to a flame. This abnormality attracted the attention of the Saint Lord of Yaoqi nearby. She frowned slightly and asked, "Xiener, what's going on?" The black-clothed girl still looked in Li Zhao's direction and whispered. The Emperor's bones seemed to sense the original owner and wanted to break out of the body and go back. But it's okay, I suppressed it, and it has submitted to me again. Upon hearing this, Yaoqi Saint Lord felt slightly relieved, but still frowned and said, "This bone still cannot be used 100% by you. It has the opposite sex and does not completely accept you. And this is also the biggest obstacle that prevents you from suddenly forging into the 18th realm. Only the baby boy's heart blood can completely solve this problem." The girl in black pursed her lips and said nothing, as if she was dissatisfied. She turned her face slightly towards the Saint Lord of Yaoqi and whispered, "Master, isn't it against morality and virtue to do this? Our holy land will be despised by the world. Is it worth it? I think I am not inferior to anyone in terms of my natural talent. Even without this imperial bone, I still have the confidence to surpass my peers. Are our actions too cruel to that boy? He is younger than me, but he has to endure this because of me." Yaoqi Saint Lord's face suddenly darkened, and he shouted, "Shut up! Master has told you so many times not to hold a grudge against this matter. Anything, including other people's bones, is just a tool for you to become stronger. Listen to Master, Master will not harm you. Master said too much now, but you don't understand. You will be grateful to me in the future." "Yes, Master." The girl in black lowered her head and pursed her lips. "Disciple has always remembered Master's teachings, but what I want to say is that my talent is not inferior to anyone. Even if I don't have the Emperor bone, I am not inferior to anyone." The Saint Lord of Yaoqi nodded and his expression softened. "Friends in heaven, how are you?" At this moment, a rather unpleasant voice suddenly resounded throughout the canyon. At this time, Li Xiao stood on the top of the wooden pillar, wearing only a pair of shorts, naked and looking very sexy. He put his left hand on his waist, pointed his right hand to the sky, put his right toe on the pillar, and raised and lowered his heel regularly with a strong sense of rhythm, and his little head nodded up and down. He looked very excited, as if he had his own background music, and as if there were millions of fans cheering for him in front of him. He was very confident, with a smile on his face, which was very attractive. What is going on? The Holy Lord of Yaoqi and all the powerful people from the Holy Land were stunned. What was this little slut doing there? In the distance, 7 wet nurses turned around and saw this scene. Their faces froze, their mouths twitched, their faces turned red, and they felt hot and wanted to find a hole to crawl into. What the hell is this kid doing? Wearing only a pair of shorts and jumping around, do you think you are handsome? Ao Buhui silently put on a face. She felt ashamed and embarrassed that her own child was being so coquettish. If there hadn't been outsiders present today, she would have flown down and kicked this show-off away. What is all this? He has no clothes on, just a pair of shorts, and he stands so tall. What's more, he acts very cool and confident, as if he is afraid that others can't see him. I dizzy! Even Su Susu, who favored Li Xiao the most, was speechless at this moment. Her pretty face turned red and she turned away, trying to pretend that she didn't know Li Xiao. This bitch! Below, 7 little lowly sisters all covered their faces, unable to bear to look at Li Xiao above. You can just wear shorts at home, but why do you have to wear them outside to meet people? And you deliberately stand so high and show off. Are you afraid that others can't see you? Brother, they are a group of powerful people from the Holy Land. Can you be more respectful? You are embarrassing us both. Everyone felt ashamed and blushed for Li Xiao, but Li Xiao himself was immersed in it, thinking that he was extremely handsome and a big star on the stage, with millions of fans cheering for him. Friends in heaven, how are you? Chapter 47. A middle finger. You're so good. The 7 wet nurses wanted to die. They covered their faces and didn't want to acknowledge this show-off. It was too embarrassing. But Li Xiao seemed to have social anxiety disorder. No one paid any attention to him, but he was having fun by himself and was even more excited. The people of the ancient world did not understand the meaning of this action, but if there were people from the Blue Star here, they would definitely understand it instantly. This show-off must be suffering from hysteria, pretending to hold a microphone in his hand. What is this show-off doing there? Did he lose his bones and become depressed, leading to a mental illness? As this thought came to everyone's mind, they thought more and more that this was the case. They all nodded silently, feeling sad for the little boy. But no one sympathized. This world is cold and cruel, and the strong are respected. In fact, after comparing himself with the girl in black in his mind, this boy who might have mental problems seemed even more dispensable. They increasingly believed that Li Xiao should take the initiative to contribute his hard work to help a peerless genius. Even the holy lords of the 3 holy places could not see how amazing Li Xiao was at this moment. Li Xiao was flirting below, but he was actually paying attention to the group of powerful saints above him. These uninvited guests have such terrifying cultivation, but it seems that they all treat me as an ordinary child? They didn't even notice the original Mother Energy Cauldron in my body? The original Mother Chi Cauldron was so big that even the 7 Divine Beast nurses, who had been with him day and night for 6 years, did not discover its existence, nor did they find any clues. Of course, this does not rule out the possibility that he was in the rune formation set up by Li Sanjian and was concealed by the formation, so the group of strong men were unaware of it. Yao Qi Saint Lord looked at Li Saobao indifferently, looking down from above, and said loudly, "Are you the baby boy who gave the bones back then? Donate bones?" Upon hearing this, the faces of the wet nurses changed and looked extremely ugly. This Saint Lord of Yao Qi really has no shame at all and is so despicable that it is beyond description. It was clearly she who cruelly dug out Li Zhao's emperor bones back then, but now that she opened her mouth, she actually switched the concept and said that the act of taking the bones was a gift from Li Xiao. Shameless! Shameless! The anger of many wet nurses was aroused again, and they stared at the Holy Lord of Yao Qi with fiery eyes. The Saint Lord of Samsara and the Saint Lord of Immortality glanced sideways at the Saint Lord of Yao Qi, their eyes twitching slightly. Even though they were now united and allies, they couldn't help but feel sick and ashamed of the Saint Lord of Yao Qi's shamelessness and audacity. But the two were very accomplished and understood the situation, so they suppressed their disgust in a moment and looked normal. Ao Buhui cursed. "Saint Lord Yao Qi, you are such a shameless thing! How dare you say such words? It was you who cruelly dug out his bones back then, and now you dare to say that he gave his bones to you. You dare to say that to a child who hasn't even been weaned and can't even speak. If you want to find an excuse, you have to find a decent one. You rubbish! Rubbish!" She learned these words from Li Xiao. Yao Qi Saint Lord was indifferent. Her face was thicker than an old wall, and she was not moved by Ao Buhui's words. She looked at Li Xiao from afar and said indifferently, "Thank you for your generosity. Although you are young, you are very sensible. You are willing to give your own emperor bone to the daughter of my holy land. This is a great merit. I thank you on behalf of the common people. Now I hope you can be generous again and give the saint a piece of your heart's blood. How about it?" Her words were indifferent, as if without any emotion, like a fair and just goddess taking an oath. In the distance, Li Xiao, who was sitting on a wooden pillar, heard the voice, but his expression did not change at all, and he did not respond. He was still so confident, having fun by himself, with a strong sense of rhythm all over his body, and was not affected by external things. At this time, some of the people watching around were actually infected and unconsciously followed Li Dao's rhythm, standing in the air and tiptoeing rhythmically. They are the emperor-level powerhouses among the three holy places, with profound cultivation and great concentration. However, Li Zhao's actions were so brainwashing and exciting that even the emperor-level strong men were infected. Several powerful emperors followed Li Xiao and did the same thing, and the scene was a little funny for a moment. Upon seeing this, the three holy lords frowned and glanced coldly behind them. The powerful emperors were startled and realized their loss of composure. They even put their legs together, clamped their thighs together, looked left and right, and their faces flushed. "I'm dizzy! It's so embarrassing. A powerful emperor is actually imitating the actions of a lunatic. How shameful!" But suddenly, everyone noticed that the movements of Li Zhao's fingers changed again. Originally, he pointed his index finger and middle finger together, but now, he bent his index finger and only extended his middle finger, which was pointing at the strong men from the three holy places, and continued to cheer. He had an innocent face and a harmless smile, and in the eyes of strangers, he even looked a little silly. What does it mean? One finger? The powerful men from the three holy places were confused and puzzled, not understanding the meaning of this action for a moment. Seeing this, Yao Qi Saint Lord thought he was smart, and smiled amiably. "Is this action of yours a sign of approval? Do you agree? You are such a good kid, you know the big picture." She had a preconceived idea that the baby boy had gone crazy and mentally retarded over the past 6 years due to the loss of his bones, and now, under pressure, he compromised. Li Xiao grinned, looking harmless, and became more and more excited, pointing his middle finger to the sky. "Cuckoo!" At this moment, a laugh with the mouth covered was heard in the air. The 7 wet nurses were all laughing with their hands covering their mouths. They didn't want to laugh, but they couldn't help it. Seeing this, the Holy Lord of Yaoqi frowned. She glanced at the expressions of Ao Buhui and others, feeling something strange. She stared at Li Xiao, and after a moment, she realized something was wrong. She was very smart, and had just fallen into a misunderstanding. Now she reacted and immediately understood the general meaning of Li Zhao's action. That little jerk, when he raised his middle finger, it wasn't an agreement at all, it was clearly an insult. After the Saint Lord of Yaoqi figured it out, his face instantly turned red and he was extremely angry. Thinking of what I just said, I suddenly felt ashamed. She wished she could find a hole to crawl into. The next moment, her heart was burning with rage. She was humiliated by a mentally ill child. She couldn't hold back her face. Her defense was broken again, and murderous intent suddenly flashed in her eyes. She lost her composure, and no longer had the reserve of a saint. "This show-off is so hateful!" The Saint Lord of Yaoqi felt his cheeks turn red and his teeth itched with hatred. Chapter 48 That Silly Dog. Above the canyon, the rune hand was like pushing a piece of glass. The space broke in front of the palm and recovered behind the palm. The rune hand just pushed across and pressed towards the canyon. The expressions of the 7 wet nurses changed drastically. However, the owner of this rune hand is a powerful person from the Holy Land. The gap in strength is too great, and they have no chance of competing at all. In the canyon, Li Xiao felt the rune hand, and the terrifying aura penetrated the sky and pressed down, as if it was going to shake down the sky. His face turned pale and his heart was pounding as if it was about to jump out of his chest. He stopped his angry movements, looked up at the sky, staring at it intently. At this moment, he was so scared that he wanted to crawl on the ground. He was very sure that if he was not standing in the canyon, the rune hand would not even need to press down on him, and his body and blood would collapse inch by inch and disappear into nothingness. Li Xiao was showing off. He was only afraid when attacked by the Saint Lord of Yaoqi. This was because of the protection of the sword formation in the canyon and his father, a top powerful person, who was protecting him. How terrifying! If I weren't a second-generation rich man who could live off my parents, I would have been wiped out in just one blow. Li Zhao's heart trembled with fear. Although Li Zhao's life was not in danger, the terrifying pressure that penetrated into the canyon and passed through the trajectory of nothingness frightened him. The pressure covered his body, making him want to kneel down. You can kneel to anyone but not to the Holy Lord of Yaoqi. The other side came with a large army and demanded his blood, which was too much. If he kneels, it will be a shame. He was like a kitten protected in a cage, being stared at fiercely by a lion outside. He was trembling in fear. Although the lion could not hurt him, the fear could not be stopped from spreading. Li Xiaobao, hold on! Below, the 7 lowly sisters also clenched their pink fists and pursed their lips. If he kneels down, it will be a lifelong shame for him. Huh! At this moment, Li Zhao's heart was shocked. At the critical moment, the primordial mother energy cauldron hidden deep in his body suddenly trembled slightly. This tremor made Li Zhao's whole body relax. The huge pressure disappeared as if it had been drained away. His whole body was like dry soil, and suddenly a cool spring flowed through it, making him feel relaxed. It was the primordial mother chi cauldron that helped me! Li Xiao was overjoyed. This mysterious tripod of blue star that carried him across time and space was truly extraordinary and possessed power that was difficult to fathom. Seeing this scene, Yaoqi Saint Lord was slightly surprised. This show-off, who is obviously ordinary and has lost the bones of the great emperor, can actually withstand the pressure I deliberately targeted him. How is it possible? Even with Li Sanjian's formation, it is impossible. The Saint Lord of Yaoqi was shocked and full of disbelief. At this time, the rune hand pushed down horizontally, and when it reached about 100 feet above the canyon, it was suddenly blocked by something out of thin air, and could not move forward even an inch. Even though the runes around the palm glowed as bright as the sun, the space was destroyed and revived, evolving endless horror, but it could not move forward an inch. Li Xiao looked at the sky and let out a breath. My cheap dad in this life may be a playboy, but his strength is really beyond reproach, Li Xiao thought. Humph! Yaoqi Saint Lord snorted coldly, looking at the immortal Saint Lord and the Samsara Saint Lord on his left and right. 2 Saint Lords, please take action too? I don't believe it. It's just a large formation left behind. The 3 of us, the powerful ones, can't do anything about it. Good. The Immortal Lord and the Reincarnation Lord didn't waste any time talking and just raised their hands and pressed down. With this pressure, the 2 rune hands extended again, covering the sky and suppressing the canyon. The moment the Lord of Samsara's hand appeared, the trees in the area about 100 feet around the edge of the canyon withered instantly, and the green faded away in an instant like the tide, and finally turned into dead branches, and the ground was covered with dead gray leaves. But the next moment, all the dead leaves turned over again, along the path they fell, either from the ground or in midair, and returned to the leaves, returning to their original positions, intact. The dead old trees have become lush and green again. This bizarre scene made the 7 wet nurses change color, especially Renning, whose eyes flickered with strangeness and doubts, and then she seemed to realize something and her eyes lit up. The immortal Saint Lord pressed down with his huge hand, causing the space to rupture. Thick and deep dark cracks appeared in the air. The entire sky was like the surface of the earth after a magnitude 10 earthquake, with shocking cracks everywhere. But all the horrific images were only near the big hand, appearing and disappearing as the big hand moved. Boom! 3 huge hands pressed down one after another, and the terrifying power was concentrated in the palms without leaking out. All the strength was suppressed towards the terrifying formation carved in the void on the other side of the canyon. Li Xiao stared at the sky, and at this moment he discovered that in the sky that was originally empty, at the position where the 3 big hands stopped attacking, golden air swords appeared, and countless air swords intertwined to form a golden net covering the sky above the canyon. No matter how majestic and powerful the 3 hands were, they could not shake the golden sword net. Seeing the powerful move that Li Sanjian had made, the tense nerves of the 7 wet nurses standing above the courtyard finally relaxed. Ao Buhui even put his hands on his hips and cursed. Shameless thing, aren't you very capable? Why don't you try it yourself? Yao Qi Saint Lord's face darkened, and he said in a low voice unwillingly, "The gap between us and the top powerful ones is still too big after all. This formation can only be broken if the sleeping ancestor wakes up." At this time, Li Shao suddenly shouted to the sky, "Hey, that silly dog, do you like the bones I threw?" As he spoke, Li Shao stood on tiptoe again, with the middle fingers of both hands raised, glancing at the Saint Lady of Yao Qi and the girl in black beside her. "That stupid dog? Who are you calling?" Upon hearing this, the Saint Lord of Yao Qi was stunned, not understanding why Li Shao shouted like that, but the next moment, she immediately understood. What Li Shao meant was that their saint took away his emperor's bone, which was just like a dog taking away someone else's thrown away bones. This is the ultimate mockery. Make fun of the girl in black, she is just a silly dog picking up other people's discarded bones. The handsome face of the Saint Lord of Yao Qi suddenly became extremely ugly. He was so angry that his chest swelled, his whole body was shaking, and his lips trembled slightly. Li Zhao's words pierced her heart. Because when she thought about it carefully, it seemed that was really the meaning, and she felt powerless to refute it. Looking at Li Zhao's cocky expression, it could make even the powerful ones angry to death. Chapter 49: Breaking the Defense. After all, the bone-digging incident back then has always been a thorn in the heart of the Saint Lord of Yao Qi. That was the biggest stain in her life. Even if she spoke righteously, she could deceive the world but not her heart. The beautiful face of the Saint Lord of Yao Qi was distorted, losing her dignity and elegance. She became like an old lady in the vegetable market. She put her hands on her waist and cursed loudly, spitting all over the place. "Fuck you, you stupid show-off! Who are you calling a stupid dog? Who are you picking up your bones? If you have the guts, say it again!" Everyone around was stunned and stood there, unable to believe their ears. Next to her, her beautiful disciple opened her mouth wide, staring blankly at the Saint Lord of Yao Qi from her angle. She could just see the tip of the other's chin from the bottom up. A little above there, saliva was spurting out and swearing, which made her dumbfounded. Li Shao was also stunned when he saw the woman's reaction. The Saint Lord of Yao Qi was so shocked by these words that her true nature was revealed. She turned into an auntie in the vegetable market and spit out saliva. It was really shocking. "You damn show-off, I fuck all your ancestors. I should have dug up your bones and then strangled you to death." The Saint Lord of Yao Qi cursed more and more fiercely, her face turned red, and her elegant temperament was completely gone. Among those present, there are also powerful people from 2 other holy places. "Master!" The girl in black paused and carefully tugged at the corner of her master's clothes as a reminder. But the angry Saint Lord of Yao Qi couldn't stop after she started cursing. Li Shao even suspected that she had chewed Xianai. Below, Li Shao was stunned for a moment, then his smile became more innocent. He narrowed his pretty eyes, and poked at the pain point of the Saint Lord of Yao Qi and scolded. "You old witch, I didn't expect you have this habit, you like people to call you a stupid dog. Since you want to hear it, then I will grant your wish. You, the master and the apprentice, are all stupid dogs. Does it sound good? Do you enjoy it?" "I'm stupid." Li Shao was really surprised today. His original views on the strongest people in this world were completely refreshed. He suddenly discovered that the so-called powerful ones and the masters of holy lands also have human emotions and desires. They just have high levels of cultivation, but they are not so detached from the world. They are still human beings. If he were to make a comparison, he felt that the people of the ancient world possessed profound cultivation, which was the same as the people of the Blue Star in his previous life possessed immense wealth. The quality, character and morality of some wealthy people on Blue Star are not necessarily very high. Some of them are even more disgusting, and their behavior is more despicable and their means are despicable than other ordinary people. I think the same is true for the great practitioners in this world. They usually seem high and mighty, no different from gods, indifferent to the world and detached from it. But in fact, they just haven't encountered anything that can make them break down. Once their defenses are broken, their joy, anger, hatred and ignorance will be expressed to the fullest. Even because of their high positions and great power, their emotions become more intense when they explode. "Ha, the Almighty! Ha, the Holy Lord!" Li Shao sneered. Soon, under the repeated reminders of the girl in black, the Saint Lord of Yao Qi took a long breath, his chest heaving, and after a few more gasps, the Saint Lord of Yaoqi finally suppressed his emotions that were about to break his defense. But after calming down, thinking about his previous loss of composure, the Saint Lord of Yaoqi suddenly died on the spot, his face stiff and his whole body hot. Damn it, I was broken by a show-off, it's so embarrassing. The Holy Lady of Yaoqi wanted to die. She suddenly stared at Li Xiao with cold eyes and murderous intent flashing in her eyes. This slut has such a bad mouth. The Saint Lord of Yaoqi, who was still angry, wanted to lose his temper again. He wished he could fly down, take off his embroidered shoes, and smash Li Gao's mouth with the soles of his shoes. Ha ha ha, the way this old bitch breaks down, it's making me laugh to death. The 7 wet nurses' waists were bent like willow branches under the pressure of the wind. They laughed so hard that they fell forward and backward, unable to close their mouths, and almost fell over with laughter. Li Xiao continued to stand on tiptoe, showing off. You two silly dogs, my bones, do they taste good? Do you want me to give you another one? Li Xiao continued to stimulate, hoping to break the defense of the Saint Lord of Yaoqi. But Li Xiao was disappointed. It was impossible for the Holy Lady of Yaoqi to fall down in the same place twice in a row. Although her face looked ugly, as pale as pig liver, she kept her mouth shut. Her palms trembled slightly under the sleeves of her palace dress, but she did not lose her composure again. At this time, the girl in black looked at Li Xiao with a murderous look on her pretty face. Li Xiao kept calling her a stupid dog. She was actually very upset, and was so angry that she wanted to tear Li Xiao's mouth apart. But she was still a child and didn't care too much about her reputation. Besides, she was not the one who did that thing back then, so she was able to remain calm. But her face was icy cold, and she suddenly said in a crisp and loud voice, You are a person born with the bones of an emperor, but I didn't expect that you are such a villain. Before I felt sorry for you, but now I look down on you. Even if you don't lose the bones of an emperor, I don't think you can achieve anything. I, Li Xianer, don't care about such a person. As soon as these words were spoken, the 7 wet nurses became furious and wanted to curse at the girl. What are you talking about? You robbed other people's bones and still say such sarcastic words. If you have the ability, don't take the emperor's bones, give them back. Hearing this, Li Zhao's expression gradually turned cold. You little bitch, after you've finished gnawing on the bone, you've forgotten who gave you alms, right? If you have the ability, don't use my emperor bone. Li Xianer said calmly. In my eyes, other people's bones are no different from treasures, and whoever gets the treasure should have the right to use it. If you have the ability, come and take the emperor's bones back. One-on-one, I'm ready to fight you any time. Li Xiao narrowed his eyes and his heart moved slightly. This girl wanted to provoke him to come out and fight with him so that she could subdue or kill him. She had a cold and vicious heart. But Li Xiao was not a child. He was young and impulsive, so he would not be fooled by this despicable provocation. He said with a look of disdain, Oh, a bone that has been gnawed by a dog. I don't want it. I'll just give it to you as alms. It's just a piece of emperor's bone, how could Li Xiao be interested in it? Chapter 50. You can tolerate a show-off, but you can't tolerate one. The bones of the great emperor, isn't that rare? This little mouth is really good at bragging. No one would believe what Li Xiao said was true. They all thought that he knew it was impossible to take back the emperor's bone, so he could only show off his ability to talk and be a king of talking. So ridiculous. I have to say, you are very naive. It is destined that from now on, you and I will take different paths. You will be an ordinary person, while I will eventually reach the pinnacle of cultivation. Li Xianer looked calm. Whatever you say. No matter what, you can't change the fact that you have become a waste. What's more, your bones are already at my disposal. I will step on them and reach the peak that no one else can reach. Li Xianer used other people's bones. Her tone was confident, and her demeanor was unrivaled. Oh my God, this sentence again. Even if Li Xianer really didn't care, Li Xiao kept repeating the same sentence over and over again, harping on the same point, which would make even a clay man angry. She knew that Li Xiao did it on purpose to break her defense, and she didn't want Li Xiao to succeed. What a pity, your extraordinary emperor bone was used by me, and now, I have to take your heart blood to completely subdue this bone and make it equal to mine. Li Xianer retorted, trying to break Li Xiao's defense. Li Xiao stood on tiptoe, showing off, his pants swaying, and asked again. So, you want to be a dog and pick up my discarded bones? This damn show-off, can't you change your words? Hearing this, Lysander didn't break down, but the strong men from the 3 holy places couldn't stand it anymore. They were all ashamed and wanted to curse loudly, especially the Holy Lord of Yao Qi, whose face turned pale and he almost broke down again and lost his composure like before. She gritted her teeth and endured it, but her whole body was shaking slightly, her lips trembled slightly, and she seemed like she was about to explode on the spot. Lysiander's face was also livid, and she looked extremely ugly. She was so angry that her chest hurt. She asked, "Is that all you can say?" Li Xiao tilted his head like Li Xiaotong, looking harmless. "So, you want to be a dog? I fucked your little mouth." This time, before Li Xiao finished his words, Lysiander exploded. She was completely defeated. She put her hands on her waist, pointed at him, and cursed. "You damn show-off, is this the only sentence you can say? Fuck you, you bitch!" This? Li Xiao was stunned. His eyes and mouth were wide open, like a shocked husky, the kind that could be made into an emoticon package. Lysiander's appearance at this moment was exactly a replica of the Saint Lord of Yao Qi when he broke through the defense just now, a younger version of breaking through the defense. Cuckoo! The 7 wet nurses covered their mouths and laughed again, their faces twisted with laughter. They are indeed master and apprentice. They are so unruly after breaking through their defenses. Yes, 2 scheming bitches, who appear to be righteous on the surface, but are actually sinister, vicious, and extremely ugly. Not like this, they will become master and apprentice? They are the Holy Lord and the Holy Lady. They are really corrupt. People like them are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Seeing that the Yao Qi Saint Lord and his disciples were immediately broken down by Li Zhao's rebuttal, the 7 divine beast nurses all felt relieved. The frustration that had been pent up before finally came out, and they started to comment on him at once, without holding back. Li Xiao continued to brag. "Little silly dog, don't you want my blood? If you have the ability, come in and take it. If you don't have the ability, stop nagging." Lysiander's face turned pale with anger and the corners of her mouth kept trembling, but she no longer spoke. She turned her head and looked at the Saint Master of Yao Qi. She tugged at the corner of the latter's clothes and said softly but firmly, "Master, today, I want to get his heart's blood." Yao Qi Saint Lord sneered and said, "Don't worry, disciple. I would have done the same thing even if you didn't tell me. This show-off is just talking nonsense. He is a waste. But he is still useful. He can provide blood for you." With a cold snort, she said grimly, "Originally, taking a portion of his heart's blood would have been enough, but now, I have changed my mind. From now on, he will become your vessel, providing you with a constant supply of heart's blood." They spoke loudly enough to be heard throughout the canyon, deliberately so that everyone could hear them. To be precise, it was so that Li Xiao and others below could hear it. Today, Li Xiao, this show-off, has been humiliating them again and again with words, and they have already made up their minds to kill him. Hearing their words, the faces of the 7 wet nurses suddenly turned gloomy. Li Xiao also put away his smile, his little face full of coldness. But he did not regret angering the Holy Lord of Yao Qi. Because today, the other party came, arrogant and domineering, and demanded his blood. Even if Li Xiao stayed there and kept silent, it was impossible for the Holy Lord of Yao Qi to have a change of heart and let them go. What's more, the Holy Lord of Yao Qi dug out his bones in the past, and now he wants to claim his heart's blood. What does he think of him? A precious medicine to feed her apprentice? You can tolerate being a show-off, but you can't tolerate being a show-off. Li Xiao felt angrily that he just couldn't beat the opponent. If he could, why would he fight with his mouth? He would have flown out and knocked everyone over with his frying pan. The Yao Qi Saint Lord looked around and said in a deep voice, "Two Saint Lords, I will wake up the ancestor of the Yao Qi Holy Land. If there is any accident at that time, please do as agreed." The Lord of Samsara and the Lord of Immortality nodded and said with a polite smile, "Definitely." The Holy Lord of Yao Qi nodded in response. After giving a cold look at Li Xiao below, she flipped her hand, took out a dark red talisman, and crushed it without hesitation. This is a soul tablet, and inside it is engraved a mark of the top powerful ancestor of the Yao Qi Holy Land. If you crush it, the ancestor will feel the response and wake up from his deep sleep. Seeing this, the 7 nurses' faces changed drastically. This bitch actually summoned their ancestor. What should we do then? Qin Sisi asked anxiously. Ao Buhui looked around at the sisters and said in a deep voice, "We don't know what happened to Sanjian, or what happened to him outside. If he doesn't come back in time, we will fall into the hands of this bitch. So, we can't care about so much, so we should just put up with ourselves and compromise with the ancestral land." Hearing this, everyone nodded seriously. Ao Buhui was the first to take out a dark golden talisman, and crushed it without hesitation. "This is a talisman to contact my father. I hope he will put aside the past grudges and respond to me." Soon, the rest of the nurses also crushed their own talismans. But the only people they can contact are their fathers or the elders in power in the tribe. They don't have the power to contact their ancestors directly. Chapter 51. Ancestors' Resurrection. Are they contacting their ancestral land? The movements of the 7 wet nurses in midair were easily seen by the Holy Lord of Yaoqi. Today, we have reached the end of the current era. Therefore, they cherish this last period of time very much. They want to retain their last bit of strength in an attempt to withstand the destructive force when the era collapses. When the era ends, they will die and everything will become empty. Even if the chance of surviving the collapse of the era is only 1 in a billion, they are unwilling to give up easily. Soon, the 7 wet nurses crushed their own talismans and tried to communicate with the strong men in the ancestral land. But at this moment, a series of roaring sounds suddenly came from the distant eastern sky. The next second, the eastern sky turned blood red, an endless blood light dyed half of the sky red, as if the sky was bleeding. The area of the ancient world is so vast and boundless that just for the vast wilderness, it would take a month for a powerful god to fly out. Beyond the great wilderness, there is the even more vast and boundless sacred land of the 5 states of the Central Plains. Yaoqi Saint Lord's eyes glowed with fire. "Ancestor, she has awakened!" Beside her, the immortal Saint Lord and the reincarnation Saint Lord were both moved at this moment, their faces showing a hint of horror. The top powerful people can be killed easily with just one hand, just like killing a fly on the dining table. Gradually, Li Xiao and others' noses twitched, and they smelled the stench of rotting flesh and blood. The breath rolled in from the eastern sky and almost suffocated Li Xiao to death on the spot, but Li Xiao was horrified in his heart, feeling the ultimate terror approaching, as if a world-destroying existence was turning over his rotten body in the coffin. But at such a tense moment, Li Xiao, who had a strange way of thinking, covered his nose and said jokingly, "It stinks. Whose meat is rotten and they are reluctant to throw it away? It stinks to death." As soon as these words were spoken, the disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land in the sky all changed color, with cold eyes, staring at Li Xiao below, as if they wanted to skin Li Xiao alive. That is their supreme ancestor. But this frivolous guy actually called it rotten meat? How outrageous! This is simply a huge insult to the ancient Holy Land. Yaoqi Saint Lord's eyes were cold, and he said hatefully, "You will regret it soon if you don't know how to respect others." Above the courtyard, Ao Buhui had an unpleasant look on his face, and said in a deep voice, "I never thought that the ancestor of Yaoqi Holy Land would really be revived because of this matter. He actually cares so much about this matter?" Ren Ying's expression was serious, and he said coldly, "That saintess now possesses the body of a saint and the bones of a great emperor. Her future achievements are limitless. It makes sense for her to be resurrected." Su Susu's expression was extremely solemn. "Also, they might want to confirm the life or death of Sanjian." Eastern Sky. After 6 years, I'm revived again. I've been revived too frequently recently. Li Sanjian, being in your prime is good, but it's a pity that you are willing to jump to the fallen era just for a woman. You are courting death. This era is coming to an end. After it collapses, it will also turn to corruption. I don't have much time left. The loud and old voice seemed to come from the earth, and also like the whispers of the sky. The voice seemed to ring in everyone's ears, like a night demon whispering in their ears, but the place of resurrection was billions of miles away from everyone. Li Sanjian, are you still alive? As these words were spoken, a towering, rotten hand suddenly stretched out from underground somewhere in Zhongzhou, stretched across an endless distance in an instant, and pressed down from the sky towards the canyon where Li Xiao was. Li Xiao had been staring at the eastern sky. Just now, he saw the big hand reaching out from a distance, but the next moment, the big hand was above his head, covering the sky and the sun. Staring at the big hand, Li Xiao's eyes were filled with horror. That huge hand was covered with rotten maggot holes, like a honeycomb. Some rotten flesh even fell out from the side and hung on the hand. Gray, wriggling maggots gnawed at the rotten flesh on the hand, wriggling their slippery bodies and crawling in the maggot holes filled with corpse oil. There were also countless disgusting maggots hanging outside the flesh and blood, swaying along with the movement of the big hand. Vomit! The stench of rotten meat was now dozens of times stronger. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao couldn't help but retching and almost passed out from the suffocation. However, compared to the unpleasant smell, what terrified Li Xiao even more were the disgusting maggots on the towering hand. He couldn't imagine what kind of maggots could eat the flesh of a top-notch, powerful being. What on earth is that creature? Li Xiao's face changed with horror. Even someone as powerful as the top one couldn't get rid of the maggots on his body, and just let them eat his body? Seeing this, Yao Qi Saint Lord was also moved and asked in surprise. Only 6 years have passed, and the ancestor's body has already decayed to this extent? Last time, Li Sanjian broke into the holy land of Yao Qi and almost turned it upside down. In the moment of danger, their ancestor woke up and used the ancient formation of the holy land of Yao Qi to force Li Sanjian back. Yao Qi Saint Lord was secretly shocked and asked, "Is this the price you paid to resist Li Sanjian last time?" This old fool! The 7 wet nurses looked ashen. They communicated with their ancestral land, but received no response. This time, we're in trouble. Li Sanjian, are you dead? If so, I will help you clear your worries and let them accompany you in reincarnation. The ancient voice sounded like a dream, as if talking to oneself, or as if it was conversing with some existence across the void. The voice was so old that it was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. It seemed as if even his voice was filled with the smell of decay. The rotten hand, as majestic as a mountain, pressed down the canyon. There were no deep cracks in the void, nor any visions of reincarnation near the big hand, but Li Xiao felt endless terror coming. Targeting him again. His body was shaking. After a moment, he half knelt on the wooden pillar. Is he your son? His will is so strong? A doubtful voice came from the rotten hand. Don't kneel! Li Xiao suddenly roared. At this moment, a voice in his heart was howling wildly, and the 7 ancestral bloods in his original mortal blood were boiling wildly, forbidding him to kneel. Chapter 52 Li Sanjian. Just when Li Xiao was about to collapse again, the mysterious primordial mother energy cauldron in his body trembled again. This tremor was like ripples on the surface of a lake. The fear brought by the rotten hand disappeared in an instant. Li Xiao gritted his teeth and slowly stood up from the wooden pillar in front of people's shocked gazes. As he stood up straight, the wooden pillar under his feet suddenly cracked. The pressure that the wooden pillar bore did not come from the terrifying rotten hand, but from the powerful force generated by Li Xiao when he resisted fear. It is like the force a person exerts when he is in severe pain. Seeing that Li Xiao actually stood up straight, there was a hint of surprise in the old voice. Your descendant is really a tough guy. But unfortunately, the bones of the great emperor are lost, and he is now immortal. Do you feel sad? You are a strong man, but you can't protect your young son. Do you feel sad? Li Xiao felt that this rotten old ancestor must be a chatterbox. You old zombie, if you are not in good health, just lie back in the coffin. Li Xiao spoke as he landed on the ground. At the same time, Li Zhao's heart moved, and he was secretly surprised. This old zombie didn't even find out my extraordinariness, nor did he find the primordial Mother Qi cauldron. What is the origin of this cauldron? Even the top powers in this world can't detect it, and it can even help me conceal my aura. And the old voice was calm, and the rotten and majestic hand finally touched the supreme sword formation set up by Li Sanjian. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, with just one contact, countless golden swords were forced to hum and tremble. The expressions of Ao Buhui and the other 7 people changed. The next moment, they flew back to the ground, stood with their daughters, and protected them in front of them. Su Su shouted to Li Xiao, who had fallen from the wooden pillar. Shower, come here quickly! The old voice said again. Can a small sword formation stop me? It's ridiculous, Li Sanjian. You think you can resist corruption just because you are in your prime. How arrogant. As the last voice fell, the rotten big hand pressed down fiercely. With a bang, countless golden swords flew around. Many of the golden swords directly shattered into golden stars and scattered away at that moment. The golden sword formation that could not be shaken by the combined efforts of 3 powerful men was easily destroyed by this rotten big hand. A hole appeared, like a tear in a fishing net. The sword formation was broken. In the courtyard, adults and children alike had pale faces, completely bloodless. Why don't you show up? It seems that you are really dead. On the towering and rotten hand, the 5 big fingers suddenly evolved into the same old woman's face. The face was wrinkled and covered with rotten flesh, with pus oozing from the maggot holes. In the eye sockets were not yellow eyeballs, but a nest of gray maggots that were entangled and squirming constantly. In the nostril, 2 maggot heads, hideous and terrifying, were flying around with their teeth bared. Come with me. Your precious blood will be of great use. 5 heads on the towering fingers spoke at the same time, looking at Li Xiao. The next moment, the heads disappeared and turned into fingers. A huge rotten hand reached down from the sky, trying to dig the entire canyon land out of the ground and grab it into the distance. Buzz! At this moment, a curtain appeared between Li Xiao and the others and the giant hand, isolating the sky above and below. Behind the curtain, a figure gradually became clear from a distance. He seemed to come from another time and space, trying to forcibly intersect with the time and space where Li Xiao was. And the curtain separates the 2 different time and space. 3 swords, yes, 3 swords! The 7 nurses cried out in surprise when they saw the blurry figure appearing. Li Xiao was startled, and looked up at the tall figure that was gradually becoming clearer. That cheap old man, is he here to save the day? Li Sanjian! No one expected that Li Sanjian would actually appear. He is not dead! The faces of Saint Lord Yao Qi and others changed dramatically. The old voice was shocked and said hysterically, You are still alive in the fallen era! How is it possible? Before, I couldn't find any trace of you. How is it possible that you are not dead? But as the figure behind the curtain gradually became clearer, people saw a horrifying scene. A figure in white clothes was surrounded by gray mist. When the gray mist dispersed, a stern face was revealed. On his chest, there was a spear with a black glow. The long hair pierced through his entire chest and was firmly embedded in his body. Spear of the Fallen! The old voice screamed. You are still alive despite the spear of corruption! At this time, the figure in white finally became clear. He was extremely handsome, his white clothes were as white as snow, and he looked like an immortal. However, his expression was cold and murderous intent was hidden, appearing and disappearing in the rolling black fog. Li Xiao stared at him in a trance, thinking, This guy is so handsome! You old fool, are you going to bully my people while I'm away? Are you going to break the rules? Li Sanjian's cold voice came from behind the curtain. The ancestor of Yaoqi Holy Land said angrily, Li Sanjian, why are you pretending? After 2 epochs, how much ability do you have left? At this time, from the direction of Zhongzhou, 2 rays of blood shot up into the sky again, and the stench became stronger again, filling the sky and the earth. 2 large, rotten hands covered with maggots came across the endless distance. The moment Li Sanjian appeared, the immortal Saint Lord and the reincarnation Saint Lord instantly crushed a soul tablet, awakening the ancestors sleeping in the immortal Holy Land and the reincarnation Holy Land. The 3 top powers arrived together, their mighty power was overwhelming, blood was surging like a red tide, and rotten corpse fluid rained down from the sky and earth, causing the ground that was contaminated by it to rot, and all living things to turn into decay. Many people can't stand the smell. Many weak animals in the forest turned into rotten meat the moment they inhaled the corpse gas. The 3 top powers dominated the area, and the impact they produced was terrifying. This was not intentional on their part. In fact, they had tried their best to restrain their corrupt aura, but they still had a destructive impact on the surroundings. Fortunately, Li Xiao and the others were fine. Li Sanjian sheltered them. Li Sanjian, do you still want to show off? Even if you are in this era, you can't stand up to the 3 of us. The ancestor of Yaoqi Holy Land said in a rumbling voice. Snort! Chapter 53, Fall is Unstoppable. Arrogant! The ancestor of Yao Qi Holy Land shouted angrily. Although we are decayed, the abilities of the top powers have not been lost much. Even if you are in your prime, how much stronger can you be than us? What's more, you are in a different era and have been pierced by the spear of corruption. How much strength can you exert? Li Sanjian, let's settle all the past grudges today. Being wounded by the spear of corruption, your future is cut off. Sooner or later, you will be trapped in corruption and unable to extricate yourself. You will no longer be yourself and will eventually turn evil. The other two newly arrived mighty ones from the Holy Land spoke in cold voices, their old and decayed voices rumbling and echoing between heaven and earth. Li Sanjian just uttered 2 words with a cold face. However, Li Sanjian's expression remained indifferent. He shook off the gray mist and suddenly swung out with a sword. In an instant, a sword flew out from behind the curtain that blocked the 3 corrupt hands. It's really 3 swords, he's not dead! It's ridiculous, Li Sanjian. You can send a message across the ages. The Yao Qi patriarch sneered and looked down upon her, raising her hand to slap the sword, but the next moment, when the sword made contact with her, her expression changed drastically. Li Sanjian's sword looked very ordinary, as if it was forged from the most common iron or stone. There were no glowing runes, no astonishing aura, and no terrifying visions. It was just an extremely ordinary sword. Under the sword, the big hand seemed like a corpse hand that was rotten to the point of melting. It had no power to resist and was separated by the sword. The endless runes on the hand glowed and performed many terrible visions, but they could not stop the power of the sword. Rancid corpse oil dripped, the earth was corroded, and the void was smoking as it twisted. It was the horrible corpse oil that was formed after the top powerful beings decayed and accumulated, and it could corrode the void as well. In the last sentence, the voice of Yao Qi Patriarch was trembling and full of terror. This is a level stronger than the top powerful ones, but it is not the true eternal. The top powerful ones can cultivate 3 bodies. These 3 bodies refer to the past body, present body, and future body. The 3 bodies become one, and that is the Tao ancestor. The top powerful beings, also known as Daozu, are in charge of 3 bodies, have enormous abilities, and their lifespan is as long as the era. Above the Tao ancestor is quasi-eternity. The ultimate realm is eternity. Now Li Sanjian, who had been away for 6 years, had actually made a breakthrough in despair and reached quasi-eternity. From the beginning of the ancient era to the end of the current era, no quasi-eternal existence has ever been born in the ancient world. The top powerful beings have always been the ceiling of the combat power of this world. But now, this situation has been broken. Li Sanjian, who was trapped in the era of depravity, was not only immortal, but also achieved quasi-eternity. To be precise, quasi-eternity is still in the category of top powers, but its strength exceeds that of top powers and it possesses some of the abilities of eternalists. Therefore, this stage is called quasi-eternity. At this moment, the immortal ancestor and the reincarnation ancestor were all shocked. The huge hand that was pressing down on them trembled violently, and shrank back to a very far place in panic. This old man is really strong. Li Zhao's face was full of excitement. This time, he has finally established himself as a strong second generation. Li Sanjian howled indifferently, his voice penetrating through 2 eras. I said I would kill 3 of you, you old immortal, do you think I was just talking? After being hit hard by the sword, the rotten hand of the Yao Qi Patriarch retreated rapidly, and at the same time let out a sharp whistle. Good for you, Li Sanjian, you have not died or been corrupted in the fallen era, but you have comprehended some of the eternal truth in the fall. Her voice sounded like a duck with its neck strangled, full of fear and disbelief. She is not on the same order of magnitude as the quasi-eternal being. Retreat quickly. Things are beyond our expectations. This cannot be done, the Yao Qi Patriarch said in a sharp voice. These words were spoken to the disciples of the Holy Lord of Yao Qi, reminding them to leave quickly, as Li Sanjian's strength was appalling and invincible. Since you are here, why do you want to leave? Since you are bullying the weak, I will return the favor. Li Sanjian let out a long roar, and a huge sword appeared out of thin air beside the Saint Lord of Yao Qi and others, then slashed across and slashed at the powerful men from the 3 holy places who were about to break through the void and escape. Li Sanjian, you are shameless! said the Yao Qi patriarch angrily. At the same time, a lotus lantern flew out from the rotten big hand. This lotus lantern was made of light blue ancient jade, with the wick shriveled in the dried-up lamp oil. At this moment, it was activated by the Yao Qi patriarch, and the eternal rune on the lamp body lit up. It rapidly enlarged during rotation, blocking the sword. The two sharp weapons collided, causing the void to explode, sparking a dazzling light, as if a scorching sun had appeared there. Eternal Lotus Lantern! Li Sanjian's eyes flashed with brilliance. The origins of the 7 holy places in the ancient world are mysterious. They have existed from ancient times to the present. It is said that each holy place has an eternal treasure, which is the greatest confidence of the holy place. In the entire ancient world, even quasi-eternity has not yet been born. But in the 7 holy places, there are eternal treasures. It can be seen that the origin of the Holy Land is mysterious, and it is difficult to trace its roots. There are also powerful people who suspect that the eternal treasure of the Holy Land was born from nature, not from human power. Boom! The eternal lotus lantern hung in the sky, like a beacon in despair, blocking the way of the Holy Lord of Yao Qi and others. The most important thing was to protect Li Xian. This girl had a holy body and the bones of the emperor, and she had a bright future. The Holy Land of Yao Qi must not be lost. Then, the eternal lotus lamp rune glowed, covering the people from the 3 holy places, breaking through the void and disappearing on the spot. However, the eternal lotus lamp could not protect everyone. Several emperor-level warriors who came from the 3 holy places were hit by the exploding sword energy, and their bodies broke apart and turned into blood mist. In just a moment, the ancestors of the 3 holy places retreated in shock, and the strong men of the 3 holy places were rescued by the eternal lotus lantern. In the eastern sky, the blood-red light retreated like a tide and merged into the earth. The world returned to peace and clarity again. I told you I would kill all 3 of you, and I'm letting you go! Li Sanjian roared in anger, and another sword slashed out from behind the curtain, flew to the east, and chased after him. A moment later, a scream of "Ah" was heard. The sound was terrifying. It could be heard that the person who was stabbed by the sword was in extreme pain and felt great terror. Li Sanjian, you bastard! You actually killed my future body! The old and terrified voice of the ancestor of the Yao Qi Holy Land came from the east. Somewhere in Zhongzhou, foul-smelling blood suddenly oozed out from deep within the earth, dyeing the soil red for several miles. In just a moment, that piece of land seemed to be soaked in blood, and the stench was overwhelming. The laws of nature were distorted there, and that piece of land became a dead land. The lush vegetation withered, and no grass grew from then on. Black air filled the sky. Li Sanjian was about to draw his sword again to kill 3 enemies, but at this moment, the black light of the spear of Fallen on his chest suddenly surged and submerged him in an instant. He struggled mightily in his fall. The gray fog surged up again. Damn it! It's hard to stop the fall. Before being completely submerged by the black light and gray fog, Li Sanjian looked at the courtyard affectionately, looked at the crowd, glanced at a few little lolas, and finally fixed his eyes on the boy in shorts. The next moment, his figure disappeared, sinking into the gray fog, gradually walking away. Wait until I come back. Li Sanjian's last voice was drowned in the endless black light, and the time and space behind the curtain gradually disappeared. 3 swords! The 7 nurses burst into tears and cried out in shock. Chapter 50 for leaving. The hairy monster had scarlet eyes that were so cold that they seemed to be able to freeze the air. Li Xiao couldn't help shivering when he was seen by it across 2 time and space. The curtain disappeared. The battle between the top powers starts quickly and ends quickly. Moreover, the battle took place in the sky and did not cause much damage to the ground. In addition, with Li Sanjian's special protection, there was almost no damage in the canyon except for the destruction of the sword formation. The 7 little girls no longer had smiles on their faces, and there was still panic on their faces. They felt depressed at this moment, and stood quietly behind their mothers, holding on to the corners of their mother's clothes, and said nothing. But there was sadness in their eyes, and they didn't look very happy. Li Xiao stood on the right side of Su Susu, with Su Susu hugging his shoulders tightly. He also put away his smile and remained silent. Li Sanjian was submerged in the corrupt gray fog and was carrying the spear of corruption. His life or death was uncertain. Ao Buhui and others were very worried about him. Li Sanjian is concerned about the safety of everyone. Even though he is wounded by a spear and is clearly fighting against corruption, he still forces himself to return to save the situation. He was very powerful and had broken through to the quasi-eternal realm, but Li Xiao and his companions were not happy about it. After a moment, Ao Buhui came back to his senses and said solemnly, "The sword formation here has been broken." The three swordsmen revealed nothing in their final moments, leaving uncertainty for the world. "He may have died. I'm afraid the three holy places will not let this go," Ao Buhui said in a deep voice. "Sang Jian was wounded by a spear and fell into depravity. Although he broke through to the quasi-eternal realm, he is now trapped in the era of depravity and it is difficult for him to return. In this case, even if the powerful people from the three holy places do not take action and bully the weak, they may secretly send other disciples to try to get rid of us by dark means." Hearing this, everyone was shocked and moved. Qin Sisi sighed and said, "Then where can we go? Our ancestral land ignores us, so we probably can't go back." After hearing this, everyone thought for a moment and nodded. Qixiana said, "This is the only way. The Zhongzhou Li family has a grudge against us, but they will most likely take the children in." Ao Buhui looked around at everyone and immediately said, "There is no time to lose. Hurry up and pack up and leave." In fact, everyone didn't have much to pack. The important items were all stored in their storage rings. They just packed up some clothes and gathered in front of the courtyard. Li Xiao no longer wore shorts, but a pair of knee-length leather pants made of animal skins, similar in style to the jeans in his previous life. He wore a t-shirt-style top, and looked very refreshing overall. However, since they were all made of animal skins, his temperament was inevitably a bit wild. Ao Buhui glanced at the adults and children in front of him. After scanning the area, he suddenly remembered something and looked at Su Susu and asked, "Where's Xiaoqing?" Xiaoqing is the bluebird that reports back and forth once a month. It came back to report once before, but after being driven away by Ao Buhui, it did not leave the canyon immediately. Usually, it stays for a day and leaves the next day. Su Susu shook her head. "I don't know. Maybe in the guest room," Qin Sisi said dissatisfiedly. "It's already this time, don't worry about it, let's hurry up and leave." Ao Buhui frowned and said, "No! Xiaoqing has been with us for so long, we can't just abandon her like this." After saying that, he swept his mind across the entire compound, and soon, Ao Buhui found Xiaoqing. Ao Buhui suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This coward actually hid in her room and didn't dare to come out. In his mind, the blue bird transformed into a small green-haired bird as big as a sparrow. It hid at the foot of the bed in the room, buried its head deeply in its feathers, and shivered. "Xiaoqing, come out!" Ao Buhui transmitted the message through his mind, and the voice rang in Xingniao's ears. When the bluebird heard the sound, it pulled its head out of its feathers. Its face was panicked, and it responded with its mind. "Sister Ao, I'm scared." Ao Buhui heard this and said angrily, "I'm not afraid of you. Everyone has left, and you're still hiding. I've never seen a bluebird as afraid of death as you. If you don't leave, we'll leave. This place is no longer safe." The little bird immediately cried out, "Don't leave me, I'm scared." Ao Buhui was ashamed. This bluebird was too timid. After all, it is a blue bird at the divine level. The bluebird itself is a mythical beast that is particularly good at speed. A divine beast is so afraid of death. It's such a shame for the divine beast clan. Ao Buhui said impatiently. "Get out here now." "Understood." Xiaoqing started, flapped its wings and flew up from the ground, quickly flew from the door to the courtyard, circled around the crowd, flapped its wings lightly, and hovered in the air. "Let's go!" Ao Buhui called everyone. With a burst of divine power, Ao Buhui rolled up Li Xiaoxi and flew directly into the sky, heading towards the eastern sky. Renning glanced at Li Xiao, then looked at Qingniao and ordered, "Xiaoqing, take him." As she spoke, she pointed at Li Xiao. Xiaoqing was very afraid of Renning, so she didn't dare to say much. She nodded and said obediently, "Yes." After a while, the 7 divine beasts each brought their own children, and Li Xiao was carried by the blue bird and flew away into the sky, heading east at a very fast speed. The blue bird excels at speed, and with Li Xiao, its speed is actually faster than the other 7 divine beasts. However, in order to take care of the others, she did not fly in front alone, but followed behind the crowd. It was the first time that Li Xiao was taken flying at high speed, and he flew very high into the sky. He was a little scared at first, but he quickly adapted. The faint fragrance of a young girl emanated from Xiaoqing beside him, which made him relax his tense mood. After they left for a while, in a dense forest in the wilderness, a figure in a black robe stood in a hidden place, looked up at a group of people going away in the sky with cold eyes, and the next moment, he disappeared from the spot. After flying for 3 consecutive days, the group only managed to fly a small area out of the inner wilderness. That night, everyone stopped to rest. In a woodland, they built a bonfire and sat close together in a circle. Xiao Ba, I want to eat stewed snake meat. Foodie Li Xiaohong came up to Li Xiao, who was cooking at the moment, and said with a smile. She said she wanted to eat, as she hadn't eaten last night. Li Xiao glanced at her and did not refuse. Okay. Everyone was silent for a moment. No one made a sound, only the sound of water boiling in the pot. At this moment, Ao Buhui and the others' faces changed, and they all stood up, staring at the black forest in front of them. Chapter 55, Encirclement and Killing. This is a group of super powerful people dressed in black, with black cloth covering their faces. They have no obvious sect logos on their bodies and their identities are unknown. They walked out of the dark forest without making any sound. Their footsteps were lighter than a civet cat's. Their aura was as quiet as an ancient well, without any fluctuations. It's not that these men in black are not powerful, but their aura is deliberately concealed so that they cannot be detected beforehand. From the holy land of Yaoqi? Ao Buhui glanced coldly at the group of men in black, with an alert look on his face, and a huge black hammer weapon in his hand. A tall figure in the lead stopped and stood only a few feet away from Li Xiao and his group. He was the leader, and at this moment he spoke indifferently. Don't make wild guesses. We are not from any holy land. We are just passing by. It was a dark and windy night, and we happened to meet a woman and a child. They were so beautiful that we couldn't help but stop and wanted to come over to build some ties with them. Just passing by, are they a group of super powerful people? Obviously, they are unwilling to admit their identities. After all, the 3 holy places were concerned and worried that Li Sanjian would return again. Renning snorted coldly and said, You are a coward who hides his head and shows his tail. The leading man in black lowered his voice, with a cold murderous intent and a bit of cat-and-mouse playfulness. Such a fierce and cold beauty, very much to my taste. Renning had a very bad temper. Her face was cold and gloomy. She took a step forward, pressing forward, the aura of the peak of the divine realm emanating from her body, like a galaxy of stars. This group of people don't even want to reveal their names, but instead use code names. The leading man in black is number 1, and the 2 people next to him are number 2 and number 3. Ren Ying's face darkened, and her figure flashed forward and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, she was in front of number 3 and punched him, with the Dao shining brightly. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson, number 3 shouted in a deep voice, raising his fist and punching forward. His fist was glowing brightly, covered with terrifying runes, and his imperial power was overwhelming, but he deliberately concentrated his power into one punch, focusing it at one point, and unleashed a powerful secret technique. Although he spoke frivolously, he was ruthless and merciless in his actions. Boom! The 2 fists collided with each other, causing a thunderous roar. Shock waves spread in all directions, and the dirt under the feet of the 2 men exploded. At the center of the collision, the road hummed and turned into chains. The rest of the shock waves and avenue chains were calmed down by the hand of number 1 at the back. Ao Buhui and 6 other wet nurses also took action to block the shock wave that was heading towards them and protected Li Xiao and the others. But when Ao Buhui saw the leading man in black calmly suppressing the aftermath, his face changed and he had a bad feeling. This man in black is extremely powerful. Ha! At this time, number 3's face suddenly changed. His hand, which he had used to fight with Renning, suddenly dried up starting from the palm. The skin was like dead bark, covering the bony bone inside. He was horrified and said, It's the power of reincarnation! Renning shouted coldly and punched again, not giving number 3 any time to breathe. Number 3 looked panicked for a moment. He slammed the ground with his right foot and soared into the sky, flying to the top of the tree. Renning was filled with murderous intent, and with a long roar, he followed him. His fist was glowing brightly, wrapped in the Tao principles, and he blasted towards the back of Number 3. The two men fought on the treetops, the shock waves were rampant, and countless ancient trees were destroyed as if they were hit by sea waves. The avenue continued to roar, and the chains of the avenue raged like electric snakes. They fought so hard that the heavens trembled. Below, Number 1 narrowed his eyes and secretly said in horror, "The divine beast is indeed terrifying. It can even fight against an emperor-level opponent." These unidentified men in black are all at the emperor level. There are 7 of them in total, and the leader is the most powerful. The emperor realm is a great realm, which is divided into different stages. The abilities in each stage vary greatly. Li. Once the battle in the sky began, it instantly reached a fever pitch. At this time, Renning turned into a huge black peacock, spanning the sky, her cold red eyes staring at the man in black in front of her. The rune on the black peacock's forehead lit up, becoming more and more intense. Finally, a terrifying magical power was transmitted through the air and enveloped Number 3. The magical power of Chaos Peacock. Number 3's face changed. He was clearly at the emperor level, but after being locked onto by the black peacock, he felt terrified. The next moment, his body withered away, just like his hand before. No! He kept mobilizing the power in his body, and the Tao of the Emperor realm glowed and covered his entire body. Beside him, the laws of the universe roared, the sky broke apart, and a network of cracks appeared. But it was of no avail. Hit by the magical power of the Chaos Peacock, he seemed to be trapped in reincarnation. He experienced birth, old age, sickness, and death in an instant. His body functions were failing and his abilities were regressing. It was as if he had lived his entire life in an instant. He is in the Emperor realm. However, at this time he could hardly resist reincarnation. He could only sink into despair, watching his body decay and turn into a withered old man. The black clothes on his body also became fluffy, because his body had become as thin as a mummy, and his spirit and energy were reaching that of an old man in his 70s, and he looked very old. At this moment, Renning suddenly appeared in front of him, and punched out with a glowing fist, smashing Number 3's body into pieces, and his withered corpse flew all around. This is changing too fast. Boom! Number 1 disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he was next to the black peacock and threw a punch. On his palm, the Tao was swirling and the light was strong. Renning was unable to block in time, and was knocked away by a punch. His huge body knocked down old trees several miles away. After he stopped, blood spurted out of his mouth. She shook her body and turned into a human form, her divine power condensed into clothes. Her face was pale and blood was oozing from the corners of her mouth. "You actually killed him!" Number 1 Lin Tian roared. He didn't expect that this Chaos Peacock, which had the blood of a divine beast, was so powerful. It was beyond his expectations. Number 3 was at the Emperor level, and his combat power ranked third among the crowd. However, he never expected that after a split second of fighting, he would be killed by the Chaos Peacock's magical power. "Kill them all!" Number 1 stopped pretending and gave the order in great anger. "Yes!" The other 5 men in black flashed and rushed up. "Shaoqing, take the children and go first!" Ao Buhui shouted, and was the first to soar into the sky and kill Number 1. At the same time, Renning flashed and rushed back again, joining forces with Ao Buhui to fight Number 1. This person is very strong. Even if 2 people work together, they may not be able to defeat him. The other wet nurses each stopped a man in black. The blue bird, which looked like a girl, was trembling and her lips were shaking. She was very scared, but at this moment she plucked up her courage. She wrapped her divine power around Li Xiao and the 8 children, and with a mysterious blue light surrounding her, she soared into the sky. But before it flew far, a cold arrow of light shot out from the black forest below and pierced the blue bird. Chapter 56 A Fair Fight. The blue bird suffered a heavy blow and fell towards the dark forest below. One of her wings was pierced by a light arrow filled with Tao principles, and it got stuck inside. Blood from the bird was splattered in large amounts, and the scene was extremely tragic. Aunt Bluebird, are you okay? Li Xiao asked nervously. I'm fine. The blue bird spoke intermittently, its body turned into a parabola, and it crashed into the dense forest with an unstable body. The bluebird was several feet long, with a wingspan of nearly 10 feet. There were densely populated old trees in the dark forest below, and it crashed headfirst into the forest, breaking many old trees along the way, creating a huge mess. She was obviously seriously injured and was very timid, but at such a critical moment, she did not abandon the children. It can be seen that she was kind-hearted and kept her promise. She agreed to Ao Buhui to take the children away and was willing to do her best to do it. It's the arrow of light. But at this time, the light arrow rune had dimmed and the arrow body no longer glowed, so the arrow itself could be seen. The shrunken bluebird stood in front of the children, like a hen protecting her chicks. The lady was an old woman in gray, holding an ancient bow, with a grim face, wrinkles all over her face, and cold eyes. The villain is none other than the new generation saint of the Yaoqi Holy Land, Li Xianer, who possesses the holy body and the bones of the emperor. You little beast, do you think you can run away? The old woman spoke gloomily, with murderous intent in her mouth. The holy land of Yaoqi did not give up. But they did not let the powerful one take action. Because only the powerful can tear the void and cross long distances. Before, Li Xiao had humiliated her with words, which she remembered deeply in her heart. She probably hated Li Xiao to the core. The blue bird was very scared, its body was shaking, and its feathers were quivering and bursting, but she stood firmly in front of the children, never giving in or escaping alone, but showing fearlessness and confronting the enemy. Across from him, Li Xianer stared at Li Xiao, her thin lips moving slightly. I said I would take your heart's blood, and I never break my promise. Li Xiao looked at the two men, feeling nervous, but he was very rude and sneered. You are a dog that picked up my bones. Are you taking advantage of the power of others? Standing behind an old immortal, who do you think you are? Without your old immortal, you, stupid dog, wouldn't even dare to bark. The old woman's expression became increasingly gloomy. The boy opposite her had a really stinky mouth. People always call her old and stubborn. Even though she is really old, she doesn't allow others to criticize her like that to her face. Her eyes were grim, and she said in a suppressed tone, At such a young age, you don't know how to respect your elders. Are the children of the Li family so uneducated? Facing the old woman, Li Zhao's heart was obviously beating fast, but he still couldn't help but glare at her. Who do you think you are, a senior? You only know how to bully the weak. Who would respect you? The old woman's face suddenly darkened at a visible speed, looking extremely ugly. The murderous intent in her is even stronger. She was about to take action but was stopped by Li Xianer, who also had an unhappy expression on her face. Li Xiao once again insulted her in person, mocking her as a dog that picks up human bones. Li Xianer was so angry that her pretty face turned pale and her little body was shaking. She clenched her fists and spoke word by word. You say that because you are incompetent. You must be in pain and resentment for losing the Emperor's bone, right? I'm giving you a chance now, a one-on-one fight. If you're capable, you can take back your bones. If you're not, I'll dig out your heart's blood. Li Xianer's tone was icy and cold. I'm not much older than you, so we're the same age. I'm not bullying you, am I? Even if your father is here, he can't say anything. You are inferior to others, you are inferior to others. Do you dare? Do you want to fight? You don't just know impotent rage, do you? Li Xianer took a step forward and left the old woman. The old woman's face changed and she immediately took out a black rune arrow, put the bow on it, and aimed at the blue bird opposite. Li Xianer frowned and said, Third Elder, there is no need to do this. I will fight him fairly. The old woman nodded and said, Don't worry, I'm just keeping an eye on the bird for you. Li Xiao did not get angry. He laughed and said, You took my bones and you still want to fight me fairly? How ridiculous. You can even say such things. Do you have any shame? Li Xianer opened her thin lips and said, In a battle with you, I will not use my emperor's bone or my sacred body, but will use the most ordinary means. At this time, Li Xiaoqin behind Qingyao looked dissatisfied and said coldly, You are obviously 3 years older than Xiaoba. How dare you call this a fair fight? 3 years. This is already a huge advance in spiritual practice. It's almost like a small era. Moreover, after losing the great Emperor Bone, if Li Xiao had not cultivated the mother energy of all things, he might now be just a mortal body, and his cultivation speed would be far slower than that of Li Xianer. How could this be considered a fair fight? Li Xianer avoided the main point and stared at Li Xiao, saying in an aggressive tone, "I'm just asking you, do you dare?" Li Xiao smiled, took a step forward, and left the protection of the blue bird's wings. He said in a somewhat cold voice, "Come on. I don't believe I can't defeat you." Hearing this, the old woman couldn't help but look at Li Xiao with contempt. This show-off is really arrogant. He was a mortal body, but he had such a confident and powerful attitude, which made her very unhappy. Qingyao coughed lightly, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She was seriously injured. At this time, she said anxiously, "Don't go, stand behind me." Qingyao was afraid that the old woman opposite would not keep her word, so she suddenly took action to capture Li Xiao. The two of them came here just for the blood in their hearts. Li Xiao ignored the blue bird and stood directly in the front. The old woman saw through Bluebird's thoughts and sneered, "Don't worry, they will fight fairly, and I will never interfere." In her mind, the saint was 100% capable of defeating the opponent, so of course she was not worried. Li Xianer smiled and said, "You are brave. Stop talking nonsense." Li Xiao stepped on the ground and ran towards Li Xianer, clenching his fists and rushing towards Li Xianer. He did not use his magical power at the first moment, and only used a small part of his strength. Li Xianer sneered, her brows full of disdain. She stood there quietly, waiting for Li Xiao to arrive. The moment Li Xiao approached, she raised a palm, seemingly lightly, but pressed towards Li Xiao with all her strength. She has already reached the 18th stage of forging. Her body functions are vigorous and her strength is immense, comparable to that of ordinary Dao Palace realm strongmen. Chapter 57, Bullying the Small. Li Xiao rushed over directly, his eyes slightly narrowed. His movements were extremely clumsy, and he seemed to have no time to dodge Li Xianer's palm. This woman wanted to cripple Li Xiao with one slap and dig out his heart blood. There is an unwritten rule in the ancient world that when people of the same generation compete, they decide their own life and death, and the elders are not allowed to interfere. Because once the elders intervene, the nature of the situation changes, and it will trigger a series of chain reactions, which may eventually lead to tribal wars or holy wars. But at the moment when Li Xianer's palm landed on his chest suddenly glowed, the runes were dazzling, the light was so scorching that people dared not look directly at it. Li Xiao has the bones of an emperor, and 5 great emperor bone magical powers were born in 5 places. The supernatural power at the sternum is a power called transformation of all things. As for the degree of immunity, it depends on the strength of the enemy. 9 floors. If they were at the same realm, the 9th level of strength would be dissolved, and it could be said that Li Xiao would be basically unaffected. Li Xianer pressed her palm on Li Xiao's glowing chest. However, his chest did not cave in as imagined, nor did blood spurt out. His body did not fly backwards like a broken bag, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. She was shocked and felt that the place where she hit was extremely hard and difficult to shake. Bang! Bang! After taking a bite of the stewed pot, Li Xianer felt stars spinning above her head. She was hit by the black pot and felt dizzy. A big bump suddenly appeared on her head like a bamboo shoot. She was confused and didn't know what was going on. She used all her strength to strike back, and even if she didn't use the power of her holy body and Emperor's bone, there was no way Li Xiao would be able to withstand it. However, the result was far beyond her expectations. Not only did Li Xiao take her full strength blow without any injury, he even turned the tables and blamed her for it. This style of play is really surprising. Li Xiao's strike was so powerful that Li Xianer's soul felt dizzy. There were stars all over her head, her scalp was numb, and her thinking was stagnant. What? The old woman's face changed drastically, and she asked in shock, "What is that on his chest? Could it be that he has grown a new piece of emperor bone?" This scene shocked the old woman beyond words. Can the lost emperor's bones grow back? At this moment, Li Xiao approached Li Xianer, wanting to capture her alive as a threat. Li Xiao had planned it out from the beginning. He agreed to fight with Li Xianer not because he was provoked by the other party, but because he planned to catch Li Xian'er by surprise and capture her alive with lightning speed from the very beginning. The bluebird was hit by an arrow and was seriously injured. Even if it wasn't injured, it would still be no match for the old woman. If it weren't for Li Xian'er as a bargaining chip, they would have been dead today with no way to escape. Capturing Li Xian'er alive is the only possibility Li Xiao can think of to survive. Li Xiao and Li Xian'er were very close and could grab each other by just lowering their bodies. However, he underestimated one thing, that is, the old woman's power. Whoosh! At the moment when Li Xian'er was in danger, a glowing arrow shot towards Li Xiao's head. The old woman broke her promise and interfered in the fight between the two. Li Xiao's hair suddenly stood on end, and he felt a chill from the tips of his hair to his toes. He felt that death was approaching. The old woman's arrows can even kill a divine blue bird from a distance. No matter how talented Li Xiao is, he can't block it because his strength is crushed. At this moment, a green light flashed in front of him, and a figure blocked his way with his physical body. At the critical moment, the blue bird behind him activated its magical power, flashed over and protected Li Xiao. The bluebird is a mythical bird that excels at speed. Its magical power is said to be extremely fast as lightning. However, she blocked Li Xiao, but suffered a serious blow herself. Phew! Her chest was pierced by an arrow of light. After the arrow entered her body, the force exploded, blowing a big hole in her chest. Blood spurted out, dyeing the dead leaves on the ground red. Bluebird coughed up blood again and trembled all over, but her eyes were extremely firm. She stared at the old woman without retreating a single step. "Auntie, how are you?" Li Xiao exclaimed, his face full of fear. He was scared and thought the bluebird might die. Because his face was covered with bluebird's blood. From behind, he clearly saw an arrow stained with thick blood, piercing out of the bluebird's back, with fragments of the bluebird's internal organs on it. The blue bird did not respond to Li Xiao, but spread its wings and protected Li Xiao. Li Xiao's eyes turned red, and he roared, "Old bastard, I curse your ancestors for 18 generations!" This old woman went back on her word, bullied the weak, disregarded the rules, and had a very ugly face. Although he had thought of this ending a long time ago, he couldn't be so foolish as to believe that the other party would really not take action when Li Xian'er was in danger. He was just betting on a possibility, capturing Li Xian'er as a threat before the old woman took action. But it turned out that Li Xiao was still naive. He underestimated the old woman's reaction speed. This is not Li Xiao's fault. He does not have an accurate understanding of the strong people in this world. The old woman helped Li Xian'er up from the ground, her face full of murderous intent, and she angrily said, "You little thing, you are so vicious at such a young age. You have treated such a good girl so harshly." This sentence made Li Xiao feel that the old woman was ridiculous. When they thought their saint would win, they pretended not to interfere and said they would have a fair fight. As a result, when something goes wrong, you immediately act without regard for your own dignity, and then bite back at others, hating others for their viciousness? It's so shameless and despicable. Li Xiao sneered. "You mean you are allowed to kill people, but I am not allowed to fight back?" The old woman's face was icy, and she said in a deep voice, "How can you compare with the life of the saint? Humph, so what if you bully the weak? Today, none of you can escape." The old woman used her imperial power to protect the unconscious Li Xian'er, then she drew the bow with the arrow in her hand again and shot towards Li Xiao. This old woman doesn't seem to like using any other means but to shoot enemies with arrows. Li Dao's expression changed drastically. In the back, several little girls screamed in fear. Suddenly, the blue bird let out a cry, extremely mournful. The blue light on its body suddenly became stronger, and it was covered with the laws of nature. It neither retreated nor gave in, and took the light arrow from the old woman opposite. Phew! Bluebird suffered a serious blow again and started coughing up blood. She was timid by nature, but she did not retreat at this moment. Instead, she used her life to protect the children just to fulfill a promise she made to others. Seeing that Bluebird was injured, the 7 little girls and Li Xiao's eyes turned red and they shouted, "Auntie Bluebird, please leave now and leave us alone." The children were smart and knew they couldn't escape today, so they didn't want to implicate the Bluebird. Because with Bluebird's speed, there is a chance of escaping if it runs away alone. Phew! The old woman looked indifferent and shot another arrow. The bluebird trembled, but did not retreat at all. A hole exploded in her body again, and the scene was horrific. Later, a few little girls saw this scene and cried loudly out of heartache and were very scared. "Don't worry, little ones, Auntie won't let anything happen to you." Although Bluebird was seriously injured, he spoke intermittently to comfort the children behind him. "She is so kind." Li Xiao was filled with grief, his face full of tear marks. Chapter 58. A Stinky Foot. There was a gleam in the old woman's eyes, and her look was extremely terrifying. She already had a strong desire to kill Li Xiao. The recovery of the Emperor's bones is unprecedented and unbelievable. With such strength, even if Li Xianer had not used the power of the holy body and the Emperor's bone, she could never be compared to a boy who had lost his bones. But what happened just now? The most important point is, all this shows that this boneless boy is not as simple as he seems. He deliberately hid his talent and didn't want to show it to others. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to remain safe and sound after being hit by Li Xianer's murderous palm, and even easily knock the latter down. 3 years younger. For the early stages of practice, this is a huge lead, especially when one is among the peerless geniuses. This is equivalent to leading by a small era. Li Xianer, who possessed the holy body of cause and effect in the bones of the great emperor, was actually defeated, and lost to a boy who had lost his bones. But defeat is defeat. She shouldn't have lost. The emperor's bone was lost and recovered, and became even more powerful. The old woman drew her bow and arrow, locked onto Li Xiao, her eyes extremely cold. "Today, I will pave a smooth road for my saint daughter. You cannot be an obstacle to her. She is related to the future. You can only be her stepping stone, not a stumbling block." Even though Li Xianer was defeated by Li Xiao, the old woman still firmly believed that Li Xianer had a much better future than Li Xiao. In the future, Li Xianer's limits will be unmatched by anyone. Because Li Xianer possesses the holy body of cause and effect and the great emperor's bone, and the great emperor's bone has not yet been fully utilized, its upper limit is huge. In addition, Li Xianer's comprehension is extremely terrifying, unprecedented and brilliant, making all the celebrities and sages in history pale in comparison, not to mention Li Sanjian. This is reflected in the fact that she can subdue a strange bone purely by her own ability. The most important thing to subdue a strange bone is to forcibly comprehend the original runes on the bone. Generally, only the original owner can understand the emperor's bones. For others, it is like reading a heavenly book, which is bitter and difficult to understand. However, Li Xianer, who was very young, did it. Not only that, it also subdues the alien bones and suppresses the rejection. From this we can see that her understanding is truly amazing. Looking back on the long history, there is no one with such understanding as her. And understanding is about the limits of the future. If you want to reach the pinnacle of spiritual practice, understanding plays a vital role. The old woman locked Li Xiao with an arrow and said coldly, "Since a new and more extraordinary emperor bone has grown, it's perfect. It can be transplanted into my saint's body, so that she can master 2 emperor bones and her talent will be further improved." Whoosh! As she spoke, the old woman mercilessly shot out the light arrow in her hand. This arrow was more terrifying than any previous one. In the void as it flew through, chains of the great Tao emerged, the Tao of heaven and earth roared, and a dark crack appeared. The darkness in the crack was so black, darker than the night, and clearly visible. The old woman was determined to kill, and she went all out. Li Xiao and his men all turned pale, knowing that if this arrow shot at them, they would all surely die. "Lie!" The bluebird cried once again, and the cry was heartbreaking, revealing its tragic and cruel nature. There was a bright blue light on its body, but within that blue light, there was also a gleam of blood, which made people's heart palpitate. It was fighting desperately, burning its original blood essence, forcing its strength and condition to the limit, fighting for the final blow. "No!" Li Xiao yelled. "Auntie!" 7 little girls cried out in sorrow, their faces full of tears. "Li Sanjian, hurry up and come out! Hurry up and jump back from the different era!" Li Xiao roared in his heart. At this moment, he realized for the first time how insignificant he was. It was useless to blame himself. How he wished that Li Sanjian would appear from another era at this moment, and kill the old woman across the curtain. In fact, Li Xiao was in pessimism at this time. He has only been in the ancient world for more than 6 years and has been practicing since he was a baby. It is amazing that he has achieved what he has today. At the age of 6, he can kill people at Dao Palace level with the blood-tempering realm. This would be extremely dazzling in any era in the ancient world, eclipsing all the geniuses. However, Bluebird might die because of him and was in a desperate situation, so he hated himself for being incompetent. The arrow of light was merciless, seeming to arrive in an instant. Buzz! At this moment, a thick crack in the void appeared between Li Xiao and the light arrow. An old roar rolled out from the crack in the void. I am a member of the Li clan. Do you think you, an old man, can bully me? As the words came out, a smelly foot covered with maggots suddenly kicked out from the deep crack in the void to the surface. Before the foot arrived, the familiar rotten stench came first, making people want to vomit. Bang! The stinky feet full of maggots and wormholes, dripping with rancid corpse oil, were the last to attack but the first to arrive. The rotten toes touched the arrow, and the terrible arrow of light that drew the chain of the avenue was kicked to pieces on the spot, turning into sparks that scattered into the night sky. The Almighty! The old woman's face changed with horror when she saw this. After kicking the light arrow to pieces, the stinky foot moved sideways and forward, but stopped half an inch in front of the pale old woman's nose, hovering there in midair, stinking to high heaven. The athlete's foot from that rotten big foot was really stinky. The smell seemed to have materialized and was lingering there. Even in a desperate situation, Li Xiao couldn't help but cover his nose tightly and look as if he was about to vomit. He is not pretending, nor is he being hypocritical, nor is he careless, but his stinky athlete's foot is really unbearable. Chapter 59 Water of Life. Hearing Li Xiao's words, the rotten and smelly foot in the air staggered and fell comically. The toes seemed to be right on the spot, and it seemed as if the owner of the stinky foot did it on purpose, as they suddenly poked directly into the old woman's nostrils. The toes covered with maggots poked into the old woman's nostrils, forcefully stretching them wider, and moved restlessly inside, as if trying to find a suitable angle. The taste is so unbearable. The next second, her Adam's apple rolled up, and with a wow sound, she vomited white foam from her mouth, which was mixed with leftovers and had a sour taste. It mixed with the athlete's foot that was enough to kill people, and the taste was so sour and refreshing. But even at this time, the old woman still did not forget to use her imperial power to wrap around Li Xian and protect her behind her. It can be seen that everyone in the holy land of Yaoqi regards it as a treasure, holding it in their hands and protecting it everywhere. On the other side, Li Xiao glanced at the old woman who was vomiting due to athlete's foot, gritted his teeth and made a sound of disgust. In his heart, although he hated the old woman very much, he really felt sorry for her at this moment. How can it not be uncomfortable? The key point is that such a foot is so unkind as to poke into the person's nostrils and pick around inside. The owner of that stinky foot is obviously a cheap person. He didn't kill the old woman directly, but made her smell his stinky feet. He did this deliberately to disgust her, and it was a bit cynical. When Li Xiao heard the sound, he covered his nose even tighter and didn't want to breathe. He really wanted to say, "Sir, your feet are the real athlete's feet, and they have not been washed for thousands of years." But he didn't say that. Instead, he asked, "Sir, are you stuttering?" The old voice angrily asked. "How can you talk like that, you bastard? I am your great-grandfather, great-grandfather. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I'll marry your grandma. Does this bastard not understand what people say?" But soon, he realized that Li Xiao might have misunderstood, and cursed. "There are so many ancestors, you stutter!" At this time, the old woman recovered, but her face was blue and a little pale. She said in a deep voice, "Are you the old man from the Li family? As a powerful person, you want to intervene in this matter and bully the weak. Aren't you afraid of triggering a war among the saints?" Old Master Li poked the old woman's nostrils with his rotten toes in hatred, and his voice roared out from the cracks in the void. "You old immortal thing, you think you can bully the weak? Why are you whining here? Have you smelled enough of athlete's foot? If you have, then die." This old man is very mean. Instead of killing people directly, he lets others smell his athlete's foot first. The old woman felt so aggrieved, she wanted to say, "You are already rotten. Who is the immortal one?" At this moment, another crack in the void appeared. Li Mu, that's enough! You can't just kill the people of the Holy Land at will. Do you want to start a war among the Holy Clan? This void crack appeared next to Li Xianer. At the same time, in the depths of the crack, a huge hand kept extending endlessly and rushed out in an instant. In that hand, I saw I was holding an ancient lamp with runes glowing on it. It was the Eternal Lotus Lamp. However, this time, the ancient lamp was not operated by the Yaoqi Patriarch, but by the Yaoqi Saint Lord. The moment the ancient lamp appeared, its divine power was displayed, immediately enveloping the unconscious Li Xianer and protecting her. Then it began to spread and protected the old woman again. Humph! So what if the saints fight? The worst that can happen is that we will turn the sacred land of Zhongzhou upside down. In this world, you are not the only one allowed to bully others in the Holy Land. You want to leave like this? Did I let you go? Old Man Li shouted angrily, and as he spoke, his rotten feet were very violent. Without any fancy moves, he just kicked the old woman. The two were already close to each other, and the attacker was a powerful one, so the old woman couldn't hide, and the Holy Lord of Yaoqi was unable to save her. The old woman didn't even have time to change her expression before her head exploded. Kicked to pieces by the rotten big foot, the void exploded, and countless laws of heaven and earth vibrated in the resulting black hole. Then, chains of the great Tao appeared out of nowhere, and wrapped around the old woman's headless body. When countless avenue chains became invisible, the old woman's body disappeared, without even a trace left. The old woman was also a powerful emperor, but at this moment she died without any reaction, and her body was not found. This scene moved Li Xiao. He once again felt the power of the Mighty One. The angry voice of Yaoqi Saint Lord came from the depths of the void. Li Mu, you have interfered in this matter, and the nature of the matter has changed. Your Li family, wait for the reckoning of the 3 holy places. After the harsh words fell, the Saint Lord of Yaoqi shrank back quickly, and the crack in the void that she had broken disappeared in an instant. She was not afraid, but was worried about Li Xianer's safety and was unwilling to fight a big battle with Old Man Li. Because of the battle between 2 powerful men, if one is not careful, the weak Li Xianer can be reduced to ashes. Cough. At this time, the blue bird, which had been hit by several arrows, turned into a young girl and kept coughing up blood. Her face was frighteningly pale, without a trace of blood, her body was weak and shaky, and there were shocking blood holes in many places on her body. Auntie! Are you okay? Li Xiao and 7 Lolas surrounded her and supported her. Their faces were filled with worry and fear. Because the young man who received it was cold and shivering. Li Xiao was very uneasy, feeling extremely guilty and in pain. Xiaoqing is in a very bad condition and feels like she is about to die. In the void crack, the voice of the old man of the Li family sounded, and he sighed and said, Good child, thank you for protecting my Li family members. In order to repay you, this drop of water of life will be given to you to heal your wounds. Whoosh! In the dark and deep crack of the void, a drop of clear blue liquid, but only the size of a bean, flew out from the depths and flew towards the blue bird a moment later. Before the blue bird could react, the drop dripped onto her forehead and merged into her body. Huh! Xiaoqing was shocked. After the azure water of life entered her body, her injuries improved at a noticeable speed, and her pale face gradually turned rosy. In fact, her divine body seemed to have become more energetic, and its functions were nearly twice as strong as before. This treasure is so magical, Xiaoqing said excitedly. Then she said gratefully, Thank you, Senior! Boom! At this moment, in the distance, 7 wet nurses were fighting fiercely with 6 other black-clothed Emperor-level strongmen. A roar was heard, and that piece of land was shining with strange light. The Tao was dancing like fine snakes, and the avenue was roaring. Soon, the roar of an ancient dragon was heard from that place, the sound shook the sky, and there was also a huge dragon figure crossing the night sky. It can be imagined that it should be the big wet nurse Ao Buhui who has transformed into her original form to fight. The power of the divine beast is greatest when it transforms into its true form and unleashes its magical powers. In normal battles, the difference between the human form and the true form of the mythical beast is actually not much. Li Dao's face changed, and he even looked behind him, then turned to the stinky foot and said anxiously, Grandpa, Can you help my nurses? There was a pitiful pleading tone in Li Zhao's voice. The rotten Bigfoot turned and faced the direction of the battle, but before Old Man Li could make any move, 3 cracks appeared in the sky, and 3 terrifying figures walked out of them. These 3 people are the Holy Lord of Samsara, the Holy Lord of Immortality, and the Holy Lord of Yaoqi who left and returned. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi holds the eternal lotus lamp in one hand. These 3 were active and powerful men from the 3 holy places. Their bodies had not decayed and they were in their middle and prime years. In addition, there are actually 1 or 2 corrupt and powerful beings sleeping in the Holy Land. This is the foundation of the Holy Land, which is extremely profound. As for the Li family, apart from Li Sanjian, there is only one powerful old man in the decadent stage. Compared with the Holy Land, the Li family's foundation seems weak. However, the strength of the Li family lies in the fact that they gave birth to Li Sanjian, who is unrivaled in ancient and modern times. Chapter 60 Old Troll. The 2 sides were on guard from a distance, and the roar of battle could be heard in the distance. Up to now, Mr. Li has not shown his true form yet, only a stinky foot has poked out from the crack in the void. Hearing the words of the immortal saint, Mr. Li cursed. You little brat, how can you talk to your uncle like that? You have no manners at all. Is this what people from the Holy Land are like? Although Mr. Li is indeed much older than him, the 2 of them are not from the same generation at all. However, he did become a powerful person after all. But Li Mu took advantage of his seniority, and called him a young brat, taking advantage of him all the time. The immortal saint was so angry that his nose was crooked. Little boy, when your uncle was dominating the ancient world, your mother's mother wasn't even born yet. Are the people in the Holy Land so uneducated? You don't respect the elders and bully the young. You guys have disgraced the face of the ancient Holy Land. Aren't you ashamed? Old Master Li was unforgiving and scolded them harshly. He still did not show up, only the sole of his rotten foot was facing the 3 holy masters, and his 5 toes were specially transformed into a mouth. The small mouth moved very quickly, and the corpse oil flew everywhere, spraying 10 times per second. After all, they have lived for a long time and experienced countless things, but being called brats is a great insult to them. This made them extremely angry, and their fury rushed to their heads, and they wanted to yell at Li Mu. Seeing this, Li Xiao felt extremely ashamed and admitted defeat. If he were on Blue Star, he would definitely be an invincible keyboard warrior. The 7 Lolas and the Bluebird opened their mouths into an O shape, stunned. And that old witch from Yaoqi Holy Land, I heard that you dug out my child's imperial bones? You really don't care about your face anymore. I can't believe that this was done by the master of a holy land. Old Man Li changed the target of his attack, and he started to criticize the Holy Lord of Yaoqi, who was dressed in palace clothes, by calling him uncle all the time. He turned into an old troll, and became more and more angry as he cursed. Finally, the old man's tone was filled with great sorrow, as if he was beating his chest and stamping his feet at the end of a crack in the void, feeling sorry for Li Xiao. What a good child, born with an imperial bone, but he suffered such a great sin back then, poor child. It's all my fault. I was too sleepy and didn't wake up from my deep sleep, causing you to suffer. But fortunately, you are very hardworking and did not remain ordinary. Instead, you rose up through forbearance. In fact, when Li Sanjian was around, he alone was enough, and the Li family naturally would not wake up the sleeping old man. And tonight you actually wanted to repeat the same mistake and hunt down my great-great-great-great-great-grandson and dig up his bones. Humph, if your uncle hadn't woken up from his deep sleep, you would have succeeded again. Old Man Li became more and more angry as he spoke, and the mouth on his toes was spitting saliva all over the place. That was not real saliva, but corpse oil and pus. After it was sprayed out, the trees that were contaminated melted directly, the ground was corroded, and there was a sizzling sound, emitting an unpleasant odor. It can be heard that the Old Man Li was really emotional and extremely angry, and he felt distressed and sad for Li Xiao. Li Xiao, who was a thoughtful person, felt the emotions of Old Man Li. He was an old man in his 70s, who felt sorry for his grandson and stood up for his grandson who had suffered an unfortunate life. Old Mr. Li was heartbroken about the suffering Li Xiao suffered in his childhood. Just think about it, a 1-month-old baby had his bones dug out alive. How cruel is that? What kind of beast could do such a thing? How lonely and helpless Li Xiao was back then. He had to endure the cruelty of the world right after he was born. How cruel was that for a child? Now, the old man took action not only because Li Xiao and his friends were members of the Li family, but also because of the talent that Li Xiao had just displayed. A dead baby boy was reborn with imperial bones, and the new bones were stronger than the original bones. He knocked the stunning Yao Qi saint to the ground with just one look. How extraordinary is this? It is a great fortune for the Li family to have this heir. Moreover, the 7 little Lolas beside Li Xiao had a vast aura of blood. It turned out that they had the blood of ancestral beasts and top powerful beings, and they were all his Li's descendants. With 7 descendants of the ancestral beasts, plus Li Xiao who defeated the holy maiden of Yao Qi, the Li family can be said to be glorious and prosperous, and it is on the verge of great prosperity. Li Xiao stood beside the blue bird, feeling touched, and could not help but comfort him. Grandpa, if you stutter, just say less. Let's not talk about the past, just live in the present. Those 2 stupid dogs like to pick up other people's bones, so let them do it. Grandpa, you have to understand one thing, good people don't fight with dogs. Mr. Li was furious at first, and said angrily, Grandson, how many times do you want me to say that your uncle will not stutter? However, when the old man heard Li Xiao calling the bone snatcher a stupid dog, he seemed stunned for a moment, and then he heard unbridled laughter coming from the crack in the void. Ha! Old Master Li laughed heartily. Okay, grandson, well said. You have a very good attitude, and you have the integrity of my Li family. You are not happy with things, nor sad with yourself. Grandfather has high hopes for you. As long as you work hard and strive to improve yourself, you will not lose to that Yao Qi Holy Land genius in the future. From these words, it can be seen that Mr. Li obviously also believes that the saint girl from the Yao Qi Holy Land has 2 amazing talent. Even if Li Xiao grows a more extraordinary imperial bone, he does not think that Li Xiao can definitely compare with her. He has to work hard to have a chance. Li Xiao wanted to cry but had no tears. He really wanted to say, Stop calling me your grandson. Why does it feel like you are scolding me? Old Man Li was very pleased and Li Xiao was deeply loved by him. The reason is simple, Li Xiao is very rude, and when compared with him, the 2 of them seem to have met each other too late, and at this moment they sympathize with each other. Li Xiao learned and used the swear words immediately. That stupid old dog, get out of here right now. We, the Li clan, will never allow anyone in the world to bully us, not even the Holy Land. The old man's voice became cold and stern, and he issued an ultimatum to the 3 holy masters, asking them to get out. The faces of the 3 holy masters were gloomy, becoming increasingly darker and uglier than an old pot. Especially the holy lord of Yao Qi, his beautiful face was distorted, the corners of his mouth twitched violently, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. But after what happened last time, she had experience and became immune to the term, stupid dog. She didn't break down on the spot, but she definitely felt bad. The other 2 Holy Land Masters were not good at speaking and did not want to argue with the old troll anymore. They were afraid that the more they cursed, the harsher the other party's words would become. At that time, they might follow in the footsteps of the Saint Lord of Yao Qi and break their defenses. Yao Qi Saint Lord had a cold face and spoke foully, gritting his teeth and saying, You old troll, you are dying. I advise you not to get angry, or even the coffin lid will not be able to suppress your depravity and decay, and you will die prematurely. She held the eternal lotus lamp in her hand. The mysterious ancient lamp glowed slowly, illuminating her cold and murderous face. This earth-suppressing treasure is extremely powerful and is an eternal ancient artifact. However, the Holy Lord of Yao Qi can only exert a small part of her power, but it is enough, which makes her stronger than the powerful people who do not have the eternal treasure. Li didn't have the eternal treasure, so she wasn't afraid of Old Man Li at all at this moment. What's more, their 3 holy places acted together. If all 3 of them activated the earth-suppressing treasure, Li Mu, who was in the decayed stage, might die. Mr. Li was fearless and said, You are just a broken lamp, do you really think you are invincible? He showed no fear at all and described the eternal treasure as a broken lamp. Li Xiao and the 7 Lolas were ashamed again. Chapter 61 The Battle on the Other Side. If he attracts so much hatred, he will end up in trouble. Li Xiao panicked and felt a little scared. There are 3 strong men of the same level on the opposite side. Aren't you afraid of being defeated by their combined strength? Li Xiao did not say it explicitly, but he hinted at something, reminding the old man not to be too ostentatious, as it would not be good to be beaten up by a group of people. Li Mu didn't want Li Xiao to say that he stuttered again, so he omitted countless ancestors, and directly called himself grandfather. This was also a reminder to Li Xiao that he should call him grandpa from now on. Generally speaking, if the descendants are inconspicuous, the extremely elderly elders are almost regarded as strangers, and at most they are related in name only. In fact, even when Li Sanjian called this old man, he was just calling him grandpa. After hearing what Mr. Li said, Li Dao's face turned darker and he felt a headache. Can you even bend an iron tree by scolding it? This boast is getting bigger and bigger, which makes people feel uneasy. Li Xiao felt more and more that this old man was too jumpy and unreliable. Boom! There was also blood of beasts splashing in the sky, dyeing the night red. Ao Buhui turned into a human form again. His face was pale, he was gasping for breath, but his eyes were terrifying, staring at number 1 opposite him. Beside her, Renning was in an even worse condition than her. One of her arms was cut off and she was trying to grow it back, but her movement was extremely slow. If it weren't for the influence of the Emperor Realm Dao principle, with Chaos Peacock's own powerful vitality, it would only take a moment to recover its broken arm. Due to excessive blood loss, her face was extremely pale and her lips were like a dead body, completely bloodless. Ao Buhui had a horrifying knife wound on his chest. The flesh and blood of the divine beast kept squirming, but it just wouldn't heal. Because it was also entangled with the terrifying Imperial Realm Law, which emitted black light and contaminated the enemy's wounds. On the other side, number 1 was not unscathed either. There were several cracks on his head, and blood was flowing out. The black clothes on his abdomen were torn, revealing the scarlet flesh. There was also a wound like black rotten old bark that was difficult to heal. The skin around the wound was extremely old, and the flesh was torn apart, revealing the internal organs. Originally, as a powerful emperor, his vitality was also terrifying, but at this time, those injuries could not be healed at all. That place seemed to be necrotic, and the body's functions were deprived by some force, making it difficult for the injury to heal on its own. This is a power different from reincarnation, it comes from time. That was a blow from Ao Buhui using his magical power of time and space to severely injure him. He was unable to dodge it, and his body was immediately hit hard. The magical power of time and space catastrophe is very strange. When it is used, the space around the body is sealed, the flow of time slows down, and his movements become sluggish. In addition, the power of space and the power of time combined to form 7 terrifying tribulations, which bombarded his body one after another. It was this blow that caused him the most serious injury. Plus, there's a Chaos Peacock next to it. Just now, this Chaos Peacock used his reincarnation magic once again, trapping him in reincarnation. Fortunately, he was strong enough and used his tremendous energy to reverse the cycle of reincarnation and avoid decline. But his strength was affected at that time, and Ao Buhui seized the opportunity to hit him with a hammer, causing his head to fracture and bleeding profusely. Number 1 stood in midair, and beneath his feet was a huge broken tree. At this time, he said in a ferocious voice, "You 2 evil beasts, you forced me into this state. But that's all. Can you still use your magical powers? You can't. Without your magical powers, how many blows can you take from me?" As he spoke, he raised his knife and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he arrived in front of Ao Buhui and slashed with a knife. This knife was extremely terrifying. The blade dragged chains of the avenue, and wherever the knife left a mark, the avenue of heaven and earth vibrated. Although the powerful emperors have many methods, their most powerful ability is still close combat. No matter how powerful you are, as long as it is not a crushing match, bloody and thrilling close combat is always the means to exert your strongest strength. Ao Buhui's pale face changed drastically. He shouted angrily, raised his hammer in both hands, and rushed forward. Beside her, Reningqiang took a deep breath and attacked again with her elder sister. Her pretty face was indifferent, and even though she was not in good condition, she did not show any cowardice. "Big sister, 5th sister, I'm here to help you." At this time, Su Susu rushed over from another battlefield. Although she is the youngest among the seven, her strength is quite terrifying. Her world of supernatural powers is the ultimate supernatural power of divine thoughts. Once it is used, a world of the heart will descend and drag the enemy's mind into it. If they cannot break free, their mind will wither in the world of the heart, their soul will decay, and they will eventually die. Even if one is able to break free from the power of the heart world, one's soul may be severely damaged and one's strength may be greatly reduced. The attack from divine thoughts was too terrifying and extremely strange, and could only be resisted with the power of divine thoughts. Unable to stop it, it will only fall. Just now, Su Susu used the world of heart to drag the consciousness of the enemy in the Emperor realm into it. The black-clothed man's spiritual power was strong enough, and he broke free from the constraints of the world of his heart in a moment. But unfortunately, his soul was damaged, his strength was cut in half, and he lost consciousness for a moment, and then Su Susu's sword pierced his head. Immediately afterwards, Su Susu burst out with strength and completely wiped it out. Ha! Number 1 was surprised. Unexpectedly, another man in black fell. They are all at the emperor level. Moreover, he is from the 3 holy places and is not an emperor who has grown up from a small force. His strength is definitely extraordinary. However, due to their qualifications, their achievements were stuck at the emperor realm. But they are undoubtedly powerful. Wherever they go in the world, they are the godless beings respected by everyone. But tonight, they lost 2 people in succession. Moreover, he was killed by a group of divine beasts that were at the peak of the divine realm, which was a bad start. Seeing Su Susu coming to help, Ao Buhui was overjoyed and shouted, "Let's join forces to kill the emperor tonight! None of these people will be able to escape!" Ao Buhui was filled with murderous intent. She knew Su Susu's magical powers, and using them as an aid would be even more terrifying. Just now, Su Susu only used her magical power once, and she can use it again now. As soon as Su Susu joined the battle, she used her magical power of the world of heart without hesitation. But this number 1 is really too powerful. Su Susu's magical power only affected him for a moment. Although at this moment, his head was bombarded by Ao Buhui and his heart was shattered by Ren Ying's glowing punch, he did not die. Even without a head or a heart, he still fights hard. Chapter 62, Against the Rules. In the field, number 1 transformed into a headless god of war, and his sword skills were like a galaxy of stars, crossing the sky. When the sword slashed out, the Tao roared, shaking the heaven and earth and causing chaos. Number 1 roared, and the blade moved forward, slashing Su Susu's chest as she was unable to dodge. It almost split Su Susu in half. At the same time, Su Susu coughed up blood and retreated. Su Susu, who had just joined the battlefield, suffered a serious blow and almost lost her fighting power. Although the magical powers of the Linglong Beast's heart world are extremely powerful, all of its power is concentrated on its spiritual thoughts. In terms of fighting, it is inferior to the others. Relying on the magical power of the world of heart, Su Susu quickly killed it. "Seventh sister!" Ao Buhui and Renning screamed in shock, their faces turning pale. "Big sister, 5th sister! I'm here to help you!" Gu Shishir is facing number 2. Although she is a foodie and a little silly, her fighting power is quite strong. Number 2, the second strongest man among the men in black, was killed by her with her magical powers. He died tragically on the spot and no body was left. The next moment, Qi Xianer also flew over. After being touched by the immortal phoenix divine fire, the man in black could not be extinguished. His flesh and blood were burned into charcoal, and his whole body was black and without any skin left. Even his soul and divine consciousness were burning, and he wailed while covering his head and scratching his skin, dying in agony. However, it is relatively balanced, not extreme, but its power is also extremely terrifying, and can reach the level of burning emperor. At this time, the 2 men surrounded and attacked, and number 1 felt even more frightened. These freaks in front of us are all divine beasts, and they are descendants of ancestral beasts. They have incredible combat power and can kill emperors of higher levels. Not good! Number 1, who was a powerful emperor, suddenly panicked. Ao Buhui and Renning can hold him back for a while. If 2 more divine beasts with similar combat power come at this time, he may be unable to fight against 4 people with just 2 fists. Especially, those 2 divine beasts had just used their magical powers once, and now they come over, they must be able to use it again. In a short period of time, the magical powers of the divine beast can usually be used twice in succession. What number 1 fears the most is the magical powers of this group of special beasts. In addition, number 1 noticed from the corner of his eye that the other 2 companions who were still fighting were also in a bad situation. They were being suppressed and could be killed at any time. If those 2 men finish the battle and come to surround and kill him, no matter how strong he is, he won't be able to withstand it. Number 1 suddenly began to have the urge to back out, and wanted to run away. He was finally shocked to realize that the 7 mythical beasts in front of him were all abnormal beings. Crash! Gu Shirshir, with her towering breasts, came across the sky. Halfway through, a black light from her body shot up into the sky and spread out in the form of a sea tide. She seemed to be bathing in an ancient deep sea. The next moment, her body swelled, jumping and tumbling in the black light, and finally turned into a ferocious creature nearly 100 feet in size. It was completely black, like a fish but not a fish, like a bird but not a bird, and its sound shook the 9 heavens, showing its ferocity. Its 2 short fleshy wings, which were connected to its body, suddenly glowed black at the joints, and the 2 sides connected like lightning. In its cold eyes there was a black light like an electric snake. The next second, it stared at number 1 not far away. Wow! The space was like thin ice that was shattered by the huge force, and the terrifying magical power of destruction was launched. This force instantly acted on number 1. Number 1's face turned pale with horror, and he tried his best to push the Tao of the Emperor realm to the extreme, with a bright light. Although number 1 defended himself desperately, and used all his secret techniques, his body still couldn't help but collapse on a large scale after the destructive force descended. His immortal flesh and blood exploded, his skin was full of pits, and blood was flowing everywhere. He was hit hard. At this time, Ao Buhui, Rinning, and the immortal Phoenix Qixiener came one after another, desperately bursting out with their strongest power, and bombarded number 1. Number 1 was suddenly terrified. He had a bad feeling that he might die. Kill! He roared, his aura penetrated the sky, and he fought back desperately. In the sky, the 3 holy masters noticed this scene and their expressions changed slightly, but it was not easy to detect. The 3 of them were shocked. They knew that the group of men in black were sent out by them to slaughter Li Sanjian's 7 lovers as passers-by. They are a group of powerful emperors in the Holy Land. But unexpectedly, he was no match for the 7 divine beasts at this time. How dare you! For millions of years, the beast race has been suppressed by humans, reduced to being mounts and ruled by our race. How can an emperor-level cultivator of our race be killed by beasts? This is against the rules. The Lord of Samsara spoke in a deep voice. His voice was not loud, but it penetrated the world and exploded in everyone's ears. He was cold and ruthless. His palm transformed into a giant hand that covered the sky and the sun. His 5 fingers were like mountains, pressing down from the sky. Before the palm arrived, the grass and trees below changed from lush to withered, and then from withered to lush again, repeating the cycle like a slide, a brilliant scene. Below, Ao Buhui and others' faces changed drastically. Ao Buhui said angrily, "Shameless thing, as a powerful person, do you want to bully the weak and wipe us out?" Ao Buhui did not forget to curse even when he was dying. He had a bad temper and a bad mouth, and he dared to call the Lord of the Holy Land a shameless thing. The beasts killed our human race's strong men for no reason. I took action. It was not excessive. I was just protecting the interests of the human race and complying with the law. Humans are humans, and beasts are beasts. Humans are superior to beasts. Human lives cannot be destroyed by beasts. The Holy Land of Samsara speaks wise words, stands on the commanding heights of justice, and has a legitimate reason to do so. In fact, he took action only because that person was a disciple of his reincarnation Holy Land. Shameless. This Holy Lord of Reincarnation is truly shameless and despicable. Ao Buhui and others were so aggrieved that they wanted to yell like this. They are a group of God Realm people. They were first surrounded and killed by a group of Emperor Realm people. They finally broke out of the siege and were about to kill the Emperor. As a result, the powerful people in the Holy Land took shameless action. He wanted to wipe out Ao Buhui and several others, and he did it with great righteousness. He was clearly breaking the rules of the ancient world, but he called it justice. In the distance, Li Xiao looked up at the 7 nurses. Seeing this scene, his face changed drastically, and he turned around and shouted, "Grandpa, please save them!" Li Xiao was extremely anxious and begged Old Man Li to help. "Has the face of the Holy Land become so ugly? I've never seen anything like this in my life, and it's the first time I'm so disgusted." Old Master Li roared like thunder. The stinky feet swelled up and turned into celestial feet. They stretched out into the air and kicked towards the big hand of the Lord of Reincarnation. This foot had no runes, no light, and no Taoist principles surrounding it. It was only filled with a foul stench and overwhelming athlete's foot. In the sky, the Saint Lord of Yaoqi and the Saint Lord of Immortality frowned, their throats moved slightly, and they felt like vomiting. That foot was so smelly that even the Holy Lord could not stand it. Li Xiao was speechless. This old man's moves are unique and a bit cynical, like a naughty old boy. "This old immortal hasn't washed his feet in several years," said the Saint Lord of Yaoqi, covering his nose. But she waved her other white hand that was holding the eternal lotus lamp, and the eternal lotus lamp glowed, blocking Li Mu's big foot halfway. Chapter 63 Athlete's Foot is Contagious. The light of the eternal lotus lantern changed from soft to extremely brilliant, with countless petals dancing in the light. The Holy Lady of Yaoqi had an expression of disgust, like a noble lady in the palace, looking down on a sloppy old beggar on the dirty and messy street, unwilling to get close to or touch him at all. It seemed as if it was going to break Mr. Li's thigh in half, making him a cripple. "Old witch, try touching your uncle's feet. Let me tell you, athlete's foot is contagious, be careful not to pass it on to you." Old Man Li cursed and seemed very angry. Li Xiao was anxious and originally in despair, but when he heard the old man's careless words, he was speechless. "And it is contagious? Mother!" At this time, the 7 little girls were filled with fear and screamed at the same time. At this moment, everyone was in despair. Ao Buhui and the others were in despair. That big hand was targeting them. It was a situation of certain death. "Samsara, you old thief, stop being so arrogant. All living things in the world are born equal. Have you forgotten the agreement between the human race and the beast race? Then let me see, old thief, in what way are you superior to others? Is your fist harder than mine? Or is your mouth harder? The beast men will never be slaves." Crash. In the 7 cracks in the void, 7 tall and majestic figures stepped out. The moment they appeared, they all attacked with unparalleled power, bombarding the Holy Lord of Samsara. The Lord of Reincarnation's face changed drastically. "The mighty ones of the 8 ancestral beast clans!" He pressed down with his big hand to wipe out Ao Buhui and the others, but in an instant, his fingers were blasted apart by 7 powerful energies, turning into flying minced meat and blood spurting out. The Lord of Samsara hurriedly retracted his arm, and after it returned to its original size, only the 5 fingers on his hand disappeared. The Lord of Samsara's face turned ashen. Although his broken fingers were restored in an instant, his expression was still extremely ugly. They were 5 terrifying powerful beings from the ancestral beast clan, possessing super strong combat power. Just look at the following divine beasts, and you will know that they can cross levels and kill emperors in the divine realm. As they are all powerful beings, generally speaking, the combat power of the powerful beings of the ancestral beast clan will be stronger. 7 people attacked at the same time, and even the Lord of Samsara could not resist. In a one-on-one fight, although the Lord of Reincarnation himself is extraordinary, he can suppress a powerful member of the ancestral beast clan without using the eternal treasure that suppresses the earth. At the same time, he can face 7. If those 7 powerful members of the beast clan had not had some reservations and did not attack with all their strength as soon as they arrived, but only tried to stop him from killing people, I'm afraid that his death would not be as simple as cutting off a finger. However, the Lord of Reincarnation has an eternal treasure on him. Even if he is surrounded and attacked by 7 people, there is no problem in keeping his life. He is not afraid at this time. Although the beast race is strong, the upper limit of the human race is higher, and the probability of giving birth to super powerful beings is greater. The understanding of the peerless monsters is incomparable to that of the beast race. Among the powerful, There have always been those with incredible combat power in the human race who can overpower the ancestral beasts and dominate the era. Since the Great War for supremacy among all races that year, the human race has prospered and become the leader of all races, leading the dynasty and ruling over the most fertile land of Shongzhou in the ancient world. Talents have emerged in large numbers and top powers have come to dominate the world. Under pressure from humans, the beast men, led by the 8 ancestral beast families, formed tribes, with the 8 ancestral beasts as the core, to fight against humans. In fact, in ancient times, the human race was weak, but later the human emperor rose and led the human race to prosperity. The most typical representatives are the 3 pure ones in the Taoist Holy Land, the 3-generation Rui Buddha in the Buddhist Holy Land, and the Taishian sword ancestor in the Taishian Holy Land. In the ancient times, these people dominated the world at that time, swept across the ancient world, and were extremely powerful. In that era, their pressure was so overwhelming that all races bowed their heads and retreated. These human emperors, with their invincible force, cleared out the ancient ferocious beasts that were wreaking havoc on the world at that time, such as Taotai, Golden Crow, Pishio, Yachi, and other ferocious and unruly ancient beasts. Some were killed, some were imprisoned. Some even converted the evil beasts through Buddhism and became mounts of bodhisattvas and arhats. Since then, the human race has swept across the world and laid a solid foundation for Decheng. But now, the era has entered its end. No matter how strong one is, he is not eternal, and everyone is in danger. The human emperor of that time, some left, some fell into deep sleep. Now, the human race is gradually showing signs of decline. The beastmen gradually raised their heads. The conflict between the 2 tribes that had been accumulated for countless years was torn apart again, and some beastmen did not want to be slaves. Especially the 8 ancestral beast families, they have never been afraid of the human race, but for the sake of the overall situation, they were forced to compromise with the human race under pressure from the human emperor. Midair. Among the 7 Taoists, there were 5 men and 2 women. The men were middle-aged and dressed in fancy clothes, while the women were beautiful ladies with their looks still intact. But without exception, their faces were extremely cold and filled with murderous intent. A middle-aged man with dark yellow scales on his forehead said in a deep voice, "The descendants of our Zulong clan, even if we are expelled from our ancestral land, cannot be bullied by the world. The same goes for the descendants of my Chaos Peacock clan. If they die, they must die at the altar of repentance in our ancestral land, and not be killed by humans who bully the weak." A middle-aged man in a black robe spoke in a cold voice. This group of people stared at the 3 holy masters in the sky with murderous intent, ready to fight at any time and destroy the sky. "Father! Mother! Elder!" Ao Buhui and the other 7 shouted in surprise. Their eyes suddenly became red and they were very excited. It turns out that the ancestral land has not completely given up on them. But the 7 powerful men above ignored them. Boom! On the other side, the eternal lotus lamp collided with Mr. Li's rotten big feet. The imagined thigh break did not occur. Instead, the eternal lotus lamp was kicked back and was then controlled by the Saint Lord of Yao Qi and flew back into his hands. However, at this moment, the Holy Lord of Yao Qi's face changed, and he showed disgust and disgust. His palms trembled as if he was holding hot potatoes, and he almost threw the lotus lantern in his hand. I saw that the lotus lantern was stained with a whiff of shit yellow smell, which now flowed along the lamp body and rushed towards the white hand of the Saint Lord of Yao Qi as if it had a spirit. "Damn it! What is this?" The Saint Lord of Yao Qi's face fell. She couldn't get rid of the shit yellow smell for a moment, and it instantly attached to her delicate skin. Her originally intact skin suddenly began to rot and emit an unpleasant odor. "Ha ha ha, you old witch, I've already told you that your uncle's athlete's foot is contagious, and you still don't believe it. I'll kill you, you old stupid dog." Old Man Li's boastful voice resounded through the heavens and earth. Upon hearing this, the Saint Lord of Yao Qi wanted to die. She was a woman who loved cleanliness so much, but she was infected with athlete's foot by an old man. It was so disgusting and uncomfortable. She wanted to cut off her entire arm and didn't want it anymore. None of the old guys are good people. If you want to fight, just fight. Why use athlete's foot to attack? Do you have any martial ethics? The energy in her body surged, quickly eliminating the necrotic flesh, but at the same time, she was extremely frightened. Chapter 64 The Nose Can't Be Fake. This scene was also discovered by other powerful beings, including the 7 powerful beings from the ancestral beast clan. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe that a veteran who was about to be buried due to decay could actually display such strength. That leg is rotten, how could it still have such power? Like the Holy Lord of Yao Qi, the first thing he did just now was to protect Li Xianer, and then he turned back to settle accounts with Old Man Li. Could it be that this old immortal had a breakthrough in strength under the coffin and lived another life? Then they were all shocked. The top powerful ones will have a longer lifespan. Although this Li Mu is corrupt, he is not one who has survived from the beginning of the era to the end of the era. But if Li Muzhen breaks through to become a top-level powerful being, his lifespan will be greatly increased. In this case, he may be able to return to his youth, return to his prime, and live his life again. Everyone knows that only by seizing the precious prime years of youth to practice can a powerful person have a greater hope of a breakthrough. Once it reaches the decay stage, the difficulty of breaking through increases greatly. However, Li Mu, who only showed one rotten foot, seemed to have done it. His strength had greatly improved and he was about to enter the ranks of top powerful men. The Zhongzhou Li family already has a Li Sanjian in his prime, and now Li Sanjian has reached the quasi-eternal realm unprecedented in the ancient world. Unfortunately, he was too conceited, which led to his downfall and being trapped in the age of decadence, with no hope of returning. Because he is in his prime, he does not need to sleep to resist the erosion of time, which means that he is a top-notch powerful being who can move freely. This old immortal, could it be that he has achieved a breakthrough in strength? Has he regained his youth? Has he lived another life? Without making a move, the immortal Holy Land who was standing nearby to keep watch narrowed his eyes slightly, with a cold light shining through his eyes, which was extremely captivating. Of course there was also shock and disbelief. Until now, he has not revealed his true form, only a stinky foot. Immortal Saint asked doubtfully. Could it be that only this foot is rotten, while his body has already recovered to its prime? The Immortal Saint guessed so. He did not use any seal to cover up his voice, and his words were heard by everyone present. Everyone was shocked again, and at this moment they all felt that something was clear. No wonder this old immortal was so rampant, daring to criticize the 3 holy masters. It turns out he has the confidence. Li Xiao was shocked when he heard this, then he became extremely excited and his face turned red. If this great-grandfather were to live again and become a top-notch powerful being, then the status of the Li family would be elevated once again. Then, from now on, he must truly establish himself as the strongest second generation. Before, Li Sanjian displayed his extraordinary power and killed the future incarnation of the Yao Qi patriarch across the era, shocking the world, but in the end, he fell into depravity and was unable to extricate himself. This makes his identity as the strongest second generation a bit hollow. Because everyone knows that Li Sanjian is very likely not to return. Therefore, the Holy Land and the ancient families are not very wary. This can be seen from the fact that they dared to send the Emperor Realm to intercept and kill the 7 wet nurses. However, they only did a little superficial work for this purpose, and deliberately let the Emperor Realm who took action act as a passerby, without revealing any tricks. The old woman and Li Xianer were there with the intention of waiting for Li Xiao to be captured and handed over to Li Xianer for disposal. Later they took action when they saw Li Xiao escaping with Blue Bird. But the original intention of those 2 people was to let Li Xianer take action against Li Xiao. The younger generation would compete and decide their own life and death. But they never thought that Li Xiao was so amazing. With just one encounter, he actually defeated Li Xianer, who was known to be the best of his time. This old immortal has been lying in the coffin for so many years, and now he is going to live out his life? The Saint Lord of Yao Qi was shocked. The great man of the Zilong clan said in a concentrated voice. The Zhongzhou Li family is not simple. The family fortune is really too prosperous. First there was Li Sanjian, who was the most talented in ancient and modern times, and then there was a monster who was born with the bones of a great emperor. Now, even this old man under the coffin is about to enter the top powerful. As soon as these words were spoken, the other 6 mighty ones of the ancestral beast clan were all moved. The currently family's fortune is really great and too strong. It can be seen that the ancestral land has excellent feng shui and may have occupied the heavenly vein. After a moment, the 7 people glanced at the 3 Samsara Saint Lords in the sky, and the great man of the Zulung clan said in a deep voice, "You have bullied our people too much. Today, you must leave something behind." Boom! As the words fell, the 7 people flashed and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, they were already in the sky, using all their powerful means to attack the Holy Lord of Samsara. The Lord of Samsara's face changed, and when he flipped his hand, a grayish-black mysterious disk appeared on his palm. 1 black and 1 red were swirling around the center of the disk, and a terrifying aura filled the air. "This is the most precious treasure of the holy land of Samsara, the disk of eternal Samsara." "Humph, do you think you can be so rampant just because you hold the eternal treasure in your hand?" The mighty ancestral dragon clan shouted angrily, and exerted a mighty force that could collapse the sky. The order of time and space was moving at his will. "Do you want to outnumber us and bully the human race?" The immortal saint shouted in a deep voice, and a monument appeared in his hand. It seemed to be stained with eternal blood, which had never dried up for countless years and was bright red in color. On the front of the monument, immortal runes were engraved. That was the inscription of eternity. Now activated by the immortal saint, the inscription glowed brightly. The immortal monument appeared, the heaven and earth collapsed, and a huge rift appeared. The powerful men fought each other so fast that Li Xiao and his companions could not see anything. There was only the wailing of the road in the sky and the collapse of the sky. However, the place where they were was strangely almost unaffected. It was as if wherever the old man Li's big foot was, everything became invisible, leaving a piece of pure land. But this pure land is a bit smelly and very unbearable. On the other side, Ale Buhui and his group were not affected. A powerful man from the ancestral beast clan looked at them and then cast a secret spell to block the aftermath of the battle. And soon, they broke into the constantly tearing cracks in the void. Then, the sky returned to calm, with only occasional rumbling sounds being heard. They fought outside the boundary and fought in endless chaos. Only the Holy Lady of Yaoqi was left in the field. She was dressed in palace clothes, but her face was tense and her expression was ugly. Especially when she saw the rotten foot below, she felt nauseous. "You old witch, you still want to smell my athlete's foot?" Old man Li's voice was old, but frivolous and cynical. The face of the Saint Lord of Yaoqi darkened, and he said coldly, "You old immortal, keep your mouth shut!" "Shut up!" But just as she finished speaking, Mr. Li suddenly shouted angrily. Without any warning, his foot disappeared instantly, and the next second, it kicked the pretty face of the Saint Lord of Yaoqi with its stinking rotten athlete's foot. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi reacted a little slowly, and only blocked it with the eternal lotus lamp, but failed to block it completely. The foot deviated from its trajectory, but kicked her nose exactly, and the entire nose was kicked crooked, which looked extremely ugly. Li Zhao's eyesight was good enough to see at night. Although he didn't see the whole process of the fight between the two, he saw the result. The Saint Lord of Yaoqi actually had a crooked nose. Chapter 65, The Sprayer. "You are fake, your whole family is fake." The Holy Master of Yaoqi above was in midair, but he staggered, and his body swayed as if he was about to fall from midair. "You know, she is a powerful person, but she is so out of control at the moment." She was irritated by Li Zhao's words. "This young and pretentious guy is really mean. Every time he opens his mouth, his words are extremely tricky and always touch people's hearts, making them very angry." Upon hearing this, Mr. Li was stunned for a while, but then he understood and spoke with confidence, as if he was patting his chest and guaranteeing something on the other side of the crack in the void. "It must be fake, your uncle is a professional counterfeiter. This nose is real and it can't be crooked." As soon as I said it was fake, he immediately followed up, saying that he is already an adult, but he still arrogantly calls himself a professional counterfeiter? This old man Li said this deliberately, in fact, just to discredit the Holy Lord of Yaoqi. He is very thick-skinned and dares to call himself a professional counterfeiter. Even Li Xiao feels inferior to him. After Mr. Li said that, he climbed up the pole and said, "Grandpa, then try her breasts again. I guarantee that they are also fake. How can she look good when she has such a dark heart? She must have had plastic surgery to make them look good." Next to them, 7 Lolas and the Blue Bird lowered their heads and covered their faces, feeling ashamed for the grandfather and grandson and not wanting to say they knew them. In the sky, the Saint Lord of Yaochi was so angry that his liver hurt, and he really wanted to curse. The Saint Lord of Yaochi's nostrils flared in anger, and he wanted to curse, saying that everything about her was genuine, and she was fake. These two, grandfather and grandson in front of me, are both talkative. If we continue talking, who knows what nasty words they will say. But even if she didn't say anything, the grandfather and grandson would not shut up. Mr. Li's old voice was slightly stunned, and he said curiously, "What do you mean, grandson? What is plastic surgery?" Li Xiao was ashamed and his face turned slightly dark. He seriously suspected that the old man was deliberately calling him grandson to disparage him, just because Li Xiao had deliberately said that he was a stutterer before. This old man is disrespectful to his elders, has the mentality of a naughty boy, and holds grudges. He remembers everything others say about him. He is undoubtedly a troll. But Li Xiao still gave an explanation. Plastic surgery means that people who originally looked ordinary have been transformed into stunning beauties through artificial transformation. Generally, they will make their noses taller and their breasts fuller. They may look beautiful and charming, but in fact, everything is fake and not natural. After hearing this, Mr. Li did not say anything else. He suddenly made a final conclusion and said firmly, "That's right, this old witch must have had plastic surgery. With her heart, she is as black as a ditch. It is impossible for her to grow up like this. It's impossible. Grandson, you have a discerning eye." Old Mr. Li became more and more fond of Li Xiao, and was very pleased, as if he had found a confidant. The grandfather and grandson sang in unison, especially the Stinky Foot, who stood in the air, but was very human, as if thinking carefully, and finally came to the conclusion that judging others' noses and chests as fake and criticizing them was very disrespectful. Yaochi Saint Lord was furious. Her defenses collapsed again. She said, "I'm lying to you. I can't beat you to death." She got mad. His heart was filled with rage, and he tried his best to activate the eternal lotus lamp, which flew down angrily. The heaven and earth Tao retreated all the way, and the avenue wailed. The power of the eternal lotus lamp was pushed to the extreme, and the sky seemed to be collapsing. The Saint Lord of Yaochi was furious, and wanted to wipe out the two annoying old and young trolls below. The eternal lotus lantern suppressed its progress along the way, and a huge crack between heaven and earth appeared along its moving trajectory, tearing open a hole in the sky behind it, in which the endless Tao collapsed, and the heaven and earth seemed to be split in two. Li Xiao, Blue Bird, and the seven Lolas all changed color. The eternal lotus lantern was descending so fast that they couldn't even see the light. They could only see that the night sky seemed to be torn apart out of thin air, leaving a shocking large crack. The entire sky above my head seemed as if the heaven and earth were collapsing and the end of the world was coming. This depressing scene makes one's heart beat faster, and it seems as if the heart is about to jump out of the chest, and one feels the great terror coming. But as Mr. Li's big feet glowed and runes appeared, Li Xiao and the others finally felt relieved. The palpitations disappeared and they felt a sense of security and protection. "You old witch dressed in fake clothes, you have no right to act wildly in front of your uncle!" Old Man Li roared to the sky. His rotten feet finally glowed, and the supreme Tao turned into runes, performing a brilliant performance. But Li Xiao and the others covered their noses because when the rotten big foot showed its power, the athlete's odor became even stronger, making people almost faint and having difficulty breathing. Could it be that this old man has mastered the ability to attack with athlete's foot? Li Xiao couldn't help but wonder. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the stench to double during the attack. Above, the Saint Lord of Yaochi changed color. That rotten big foot actually dared to use its flesh and blood to collide with her eternal treasure, and in the end it got the upper hand. The eternal lotus lamp was kicked away, and the lamp was once again stained with the smell of shit. When she caught the eternal lotus lamp, although she was able to get rid of the shit yellow smell, she felt uncomfortable in her heart and almost vomited. That rotten athlete's foot was not ordinary. If you look closely, you can see runes evolving in athlete's foot. This old man Li has a unique method. He is really attacking with athlete's foot. How can this old man be so disgusting that he actually studies athlete's foot attacks? The Saint Lord of Yaochi was shocked and felt nauseous. Her stomach ached and her face was filled with disgust. But at the same time, she also discovered a clue, which was why she was so shocked at the moment. This old immortal is really about to break through. He actually lived a lifetime under the coffin. The Holy Lord of Yao Qi was completely moved. It is unimaginable that this corrupt and powerful Li was able to suppress corruption and depravity at his deathbed, successfully continuing the river of life, living out another life and returning to youth. This is amazing and incredible. Are you going to live out your life? Even though he was hostile, the Saint Lord of Yao Qi couldn't help but ask, because he was too shocked. She knew very well that once a powerful being was tainted with corruption, it would be very difficult to break through, suppress, and eliminate the corruption. Is it the water of life that Li Sanjian snatched in the Yuanshu land that gave you hope? The Saint Lord of Yao Qi caught the eternal lotus lamp and asked while staring at the big feet below. Why are you asking so many questions? Don't worry, the water of life will not make your fake nose and fake breasts real. Old man Li has a very vicious tongue. You! Yao Qi Saint Lord was furious. This old man has such a foul mouth and has no respect for others at all. What do you mean by you? Is it because your uncle didn't fight against counterfeiting thoroughly that you are still so confident and arrogant? Old man Li yelled. At the same time, he kicked out with his big foot again, at a tricky angle, heading towards the opponent's chest. He believed Li Zhao's lies and really wanted to expose it on the spot. The Saint Lord of Yao Qi snorted angrily and tried to block with the eternal lotus lamp, but both she and the lamp were suppressed. She took the opportunity to break through the void and ran away in a somewhat embarrassed manner. In the end, if Li Xiao and the others could see clearly, they would definitely see a trace of athlete's foot with runes on it that had stained the woman's chest. In her last moments before leaving, her chest glowed as she fought off the old man's rotten athlete's foot, and her entire face was blue. Eternal treasures are great. I wonder when I can bring one back from the major holy places. Old Master Li sighed, but did not pursue. The other party was holding an eternal treasure, and he knew it was meaningless to chase him. He was also worried about the safety of Li Xiao and others. After hearing what the old man said, Li Xiao was speechless and frightened. He felt that the old man was not just talking just now. Because the old man's tone was very excited, as if he really wanted to do that. He couldn't help but think, this old man, maybe he is the devil who dares to covet the eternal treasure of the Holy Land. Grandson, work hard and become stronger soon. Then you can follow your grandfather to visit the Holy Land and get their treasures. The big foot encouraged Li Xiao. Li Zhao's forehead was crackling with electricity. I really want to say, is there anyone who encourages the younger generation like you? How can there be such elders in the world who specifically teach their own children to take things from other people's homes? If you want to go your own way, go your own way, don't take me with you. Can anyone in the world go to the Holy Land casually? Also, can you please stop calling me your grandson? Bigfoot said to the 7 little girls. You are all good kids too. You have worked hard. When you grow up, you will follow Grandpa and live a life of luxury. The 7 ignorant little girls nodded obediently. Especially Li Xiaotong, who nodded the most vigorously when hearing about eating delicious food and drinking spicy drinks, with a look of anticipation on his face, as if he was expecting that day to come soon. Grandpa, you can go by yourself, you don't have to take us with you. Li Xiao couldn't help it and refused directly, saying that he didn't want to go. At the same time, Li Gao's heart moved. The old man of the Li family said that just now to express his attitude. He obviously acknowledged the 7 Lolas with half-beast blood as his Li clan members. The 8 ancestral beast families have always been at odds with humans. Mr. Li's adoption of 7 Lolas is a risk of great disapproval from the world and will lead to criticism from other human forces, putting the Li family at the center of public opinion. Even people with ulterior motives would use this as an excuse to spread rumors. There is reason to suspect that the Li family has ulterior motives. But Mr. Li still did it. This demonstrates his confidence and full confidence, and also reflects his importance to the 7 Lolas. If these 7 kids are properly brought up, their future achievements will be limitless. By then, the prestige of the Li family in the ancient world will reach an unprecedented peak, and it will be an unparalleled event. Although the era is coming to an end, this end is actually still an extremely long period of time. It can last for thousands of generations in the mortal world, so it is measured in tens of thousands of years. What needs to be considered still needs to be considered. Life goes on as usual. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden tremor and roar from the distant sky, followed by a rupture of the void, and a bloody powerful arm fell out and crashed to the ground. The Lord of Samsara's exasperated voice came from outside the realm. Chapter 66, Return, the Desired Second-Generation Life. The arm of the Lord of Samsara was torn off by the claws of the ancestral dragon, and he fell back to the ancient world from outside the world, and the blood of the powerful man splattered in the air. Afterwards, a dragon tail covered with dark yellow dragon scales whipped back from the broken crack in the void at a high speed. The order of time and space was reshaped around the dragon tail. The tail was swung on the broken arm, and the arm exploded in the air, turning into bloody and flesh fragments that fell like rain. It was just blood ejected from an arm, but it caused a highly concentrated acid rain to fall in the distant sky, landing in the wilderness and polluting the forest for miles around. The trees withered as if corroded, making a sizzling sound. The sound was like meat being grilled on a grill. However, this muddy lake was filled with evil spirit and darkness, just like the forbidden land of an ancient demon god. Fortunately, the location where the blood rain from the powerful man fell was far away from Li Xiao, Ao Buhui and others, and did not affect everyone. A moment later, 7 tall figures tore through the boundary wall of the ancient world and returned to the sky above Ao Buhui and his group. Several divine beasts at the peak of the divine realm are brutally hunting the black-clothed emperor. During the great battle, the 7 wet nurses were not idle, but joined forces to kill the black-clad men from the imperial realm who were hunting them. Do you think we are easy to bully because we are in the god realm? Renning approached number 1, who was retreating with his hands covering his chest with murderous intent. At this time, he gathered ahead again, which was a square-faced, cold-blooded middle-aged man with fear in his eyes. His face was extremely pale due to exhaustion from the battle, his breath was weak, his body was covered with burns, his skin was charred black, and there were terrible laws on it that prevented his powerful flesh and blood from recovering. However, the only response he got was a cold snort from Renning. Then he saw a cool and pretty figure disappear from the spot, and the next second, appeared directly in front of him. Number 1 was very strong in the Emperor realm, and he could fight without a head or a heart. However, when that punch came down, the energy penetrated his whole body, and in just a moment, all the life in his body was destroyed, leaving only a dead body. This number 1 was strong, but after the other 2 men in black fell, he was besieged by 6 powerful beast nurses and eventually fell, dying on the spot. Being beaten to death by a group of gods was extremely heartbreaking. Back then, they ignored the obstruction of Zudi and insisted on being with Li Sanjian, and eventually rebelled against Zudi. They had previously thought that their ancestral land had completely abandoned them. As a result, Zudi did not do that. Instead, he put aside his past grudges and came to the rescue. When they were in danger, the mighty ones from the ancestral land took powerful action. 7 of them attacked together, and angrily cut off one of the arms of the Lord of Samsara, causing the arm to turn into a rain of blood and making an area of land a restricted area. The body of a powerful person is extremely strong and contains tremendous energy. Even if a limb is broken, it can be regenerated, but recovery requires the consumption of energy and blood essence in the body. For a powerful person, the impact is not small. Moreover, it is a shame for a powerful person to have his arm cut off. The Holy Land of Samsara, as an ancient holy land, will lose all its dignity. If the world knew that a powerful human had his arm cut off by the beast men, it would certainly cause an uproar. The 7 powerful ancestral beasts appeared in the air, and the powerful ancestral dragon clan glanced coldly at Ao Buhui and the other 7. His eyes were cold and showed no emotion. Ao Buhui lowered his head deeply, and the other 7 divine beasts did not dare to look up at the powerful beings from their respective ancestral lands. After a while, the ancestral dragon clan said indifferently, "You have already sworn to leave the ancestral land in this life, so you are no longer members of the ancestral beast clan. We have done our utmost to protect you today, so we will do our best in the future." Ao Buhui and the others trembled, their faces turned pale, and they buried their heads even deeper. The Chaos Peacock clan's mighty one said indifferently, "Also, remember to be nice to your children. If there is a chance, let them return to their ancestral land. The mistakes of adults are not as serious as those of children. They should enjoy the glory of their ancestral land." Ao Buhui and the other 7 were stunned. Then they probably guessed that the reason why Zudi was willing to take action this time was most likely because of their children. After all, those 7 children carry the blood of the ancestral beasts, which is amazing, and the ancestral land attaches great importance to them. Yes. The 7 beast nurses bowed their heads and nodded respectfully. Afterwards, the 7 mighty ones from the ancestral land glanced at the 7 Lolas next to Li Xiao, with strange lights flashing in their eyes, but in the end they said nothing and simply tore through the void and left. After a moment, in the extreme west of the ancient world, in the ancestral land of the 8 ancestral beasts, the whispers of powerful ones were heard. Brother Ao, those children are so extraordinary, why don't you bring them back to the ancestral land? Have you ever thought about this? Those children were born into the Li family of Zhongzhou. With the blessing of the family, they were able to return to their ancestors and give birth to the bloodline of the ancestral beasts. Letting them stay at the Li family is the best choice. That's right. I agree with Brother Ao. Besides, their father is the human Li Sanjian after all. Now that man has become quasi-eternal. The end of the era has arrived. If this man can escape from the fallen era and enter eternity in the future, his descendants will surely benefit from him. Sister Qin, do you want to take advantage of me? Humph, what's the point of basking in the glory of the human race? I won't take advantage of it, but for the sake of the continuation of my family lineage, I have to be prepared. Haha, Brother Ao, I admire your art of speaking. Hey, little sister, learn this. The top powerful ones can ignore the 8 ancestral lands of the ancestral beasts. But if it is quasi-eternal, it has to attract their attention. Because quasi-eternity is only one step away from true eternity. However, although this step is just around the corner, it is not easy to break through. That step may take until death, and you may not be able to take it until the end of the era. In the wilderness, the night is as dark as ink. Sususu's face was pale, and the knife wounds on her body had mostly healed. She was an exquisite divine beast with a very strong vitality. Once the Emperor Realm Dao rule was applied to the wounds, they healed easily. But she lost too much blood and felt a little weak. In addition, Ren Ying's broken arm was also restored, but her already cold face was now a little frighteningly pale. Just now, she and Ao Buhui joined forces to fight number 1, withstanding the greatest pressure, and she suffered heavy damage. After resting, everyone flew across the sky and landed towards Li Xiao. Seeing the rotten Bigfoot, the 7 wet nurses did not dare to show any disrespect. Even though the stench from the rotten big feet made them frown uncontrollably, they soon relaxed and kept their expressions normal. Senior! The 7 people bowed respectfully. Yeah, Mr. Li replied in a calm voice, and he seemed to have suddenly lost a lot of enthusiasm. Although the 7 divine beasts are Li Sanjian's beloved women, they are, after all, a clan of ancestral beasts, and have always had deep grudges against the human race. Old Man Li would not be overly enthusiastic when they first meet. But that doesn't mean that Old Master Li disliked or hated the 7 wet nurses. In fact, for him, he treats people regardless of their background, but only respects their preferences. Seeing that Mr. Li was so cold, the 7 wet nurses felt nervous and dared not speak a word. This person is not only an elder of Li Sanjian's clan, but also a powerful person. No matter in which aspect, he makes them extremely restrained. At this time, Mr. Li said, "These 8 children are the descendants of that bastard Sanjian. They are members of our Li family. From today on, they will return to the clan land and be raised and protected by the family." Upon hearing this, the 7 nurses looked at each other and said in unison, "Yes, that's what the senior meant." They left the canyon in order to send their children to their father's clan, so naturally they had no objection at this time. Old Master Li added, "As for you, after all, you are the child's mother. They are still young and need their mother's company. If you don't mind, follow me to Zhongzhou and join my Li family." When these words were spoken, all the wet nurses were shocked and looked at each other in bewilderment. Mr. Li's words were beyond everyone's expectations. You know, the relationship between humans and beastmen has always been extremely sensitive. The Li family is one of the 10 ancient families of the human race. The Li family is so close to the beast race, and is the ancestral beast race among the beast race. Doing so will cause criticism from the entire human cultivator community, and will have a huge impact on the Li family's reputation. As a powerful man, this old man has considered this aspect. Instead, he took it into consideration, but didn't care about it and didn't take it to heart. This also demonstrates Mr. Li's fearless mentality, indicating that he has enough confidence to deal with any criticism on behalf of the Li family. This confidence comes from the fact that he is about to live out his life, become a top-notch powerful being, and become an ancestor of enlightenment. In addition, Li Sanjian has already stepped into quasi-eternity. Although Li Sanjian was trapped in the fallen era, he was not dead after all. As long as he's not dead, that's a deterrent. If he comes back, no one in this world will be able to defeat him, and he will sweep away everything. Who wouldn't be a little cautious? Seeing the 7 women remain silent, Li Mu said calmly, "Why, you're not happy?" The 7 nurses came back to their senses from their shock, and they all hurriedly clasped their fists and bowed, saying, "Younger generations are extremely happy to do this." Mr. Li nodded, his rotten big foot suspended in the air. "Let's go!" The 7 nurses nodded, and Mr. Li turned to Li Xiao and said, "Grandson, go home with your grandfather." "Yes." The 7 innocent Lolas nodded obediently. Only Li Xiao had a dark face and didn't want to pay much attention to this old man. At this time, the rotten big feet glowed and enveloped everyone. The next moment, everyone disappeared from the void crack that had never closed. Inside the void crack, Li Xiao and the others looked around curiously. Before my eyes was a passage of strange lights and glass. Time seemed to be distorted, and everyone's faces could be seen. On some of the distorted time ripples, I could even see the previous battle scenes in a shocking way. Li Xiao was even shocked to find a young man who looked similar to himself, who seemed to be his future self. Could it be that he had jumped out of the timeline and treated time as a scale that could be manipulated at will? Li Xiao was shocked. This scene is so magical, it's unbelievable. According to Li Xiao's understanding, the channel that the powerful people use to tear the void and jump from place to place seems to be the wormhole that the technological civilization of the previous life had been struggling to study but could not find. Almost instantly, the scene before everyone's eyes changed and they saw the real scene again. A huge clan land with many antique mansions came into view. Li Xiao looked at the magnificent scene in front of him and felt proud. He couldn't help but express his true feelings. From now on, in this place, I, Li Xiao, will begin my glorious life as a second-generation rich man. Chapter 67. My youth is my own. As soon as Li Xiao finished speaking, everyone landed in a quiet large mansion with birds singing and flowers blooming. This brat just returned to his hometown, and he's already thinking about becoming a second-generation rich kid? It's outrageous. How dare you say such nonsense and not behave a little better? What does the old man think? The 7 wet nurses couldn't help but think a lot at once. Although they were in a relationship with Li Sanjian in name only, they had children after all. In their hearts, they already regarded themselves as Li's daughters-in-law. If the old man thought that they were not educating their children properly, they would definitely lose points in his heart. Ao Buhui glanced at Li Xiao angrily, and even put on the attitude of an elder and scolded Li Xiao. "Xiao, how can you talk like that? Your thoughts just now are very dangerous. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a descendant of the Li family and have a prominent family background." Li Xiao squinted his eyes and groaned. "My father is Li Sanjian, my great-grandfather is a powerful man, and he is also a professional in fighting against counterfeiting. He can make the Holy Lord flee with just 1 foot. The Li family is one of the top 10 ancient families, ranking at the top of the human race in the ancient world. If I am not a second-generation ancestor, what am I?" If it were any other time, she would have ignored Li Zhao's nonsense. But right now, Mr. Li is here. Until now, Mr. Li still shows people his rotten big feet and has never revealed his true body. Ao Buhui lowered his head, not daring to speak loudly, and whispered softly, "But senior, the child's behavior is inappropriate, shouldn't adults?" Old Master Li was furious and scolded. "What should you say? This kid suffered so much when he was young. He finally returned to his ancestral land. Let him do whatever he wants." Li Xiao smiled, and suddenly felt that the name of grandson was so pleasant. Grandpa is the best. This old man actually dotes on his grandson so much? The 7 wet nurses had a significantly changed impression of Mr. Li, and felt that this old man was an elder who protected his children. Mr. Li continued, as if he was talking to Li Xiao, but in fact he was talking to everyone present. "Later, I will order Li Chongyang to convene a clan meeting and have the whole clan welcome you. At that time, I will have him announce you as the first order prince of the Li family in front of the whole clan. You will enjoy the best treatment in the clan, and all resources and manpower will revolve around you." After hearing this, Li Xiao was extremely happy, and all 7 wet nurses were moved. The Li family is one of the top 3 ancient families of the human race. They knew very well what it meant to be named the first sequence prince of the clan. It can be said that from now on, nearly half of the Li family's resources will be tilted towards Li Xiao. When going out, there will be powerful members of the Emperor realm accompanying him to protect him on the way, and his means of transportation will be noble beasts such as the Divine Hound, Ping Bird, Divine Lion, etc., which are very majestic. If Li Xiao can always maintain his position as the first-ranked prince, and not be challenged and knocked down by other clan members, then he will inherit the Li clan's throne and be able to call the shots in the future. And brush it down. The 7 wet nurses all knew that with Li Zhao's super terrifying qualifications, the probability of him being eliminated by the geniuses of his generation was 0. This old man Li actually values Li Xiao so much? The 7 nurses were confused, but they did not dare to show it, let alone ask. Could it be that this old man has already seen through Li Zhao's extraordinary talent? But after thinking about it carefully, the 7 wet nurses felt that it was not right. Because even the ancestors of the Holy Land had not discovered that Li Xiao was different from ordinary people, and treated him as an ordinary body. This once frightened the 7 wet nurses, and they finally attributed it to the extremely special physique of Li Xiao and the concealing ability of the Qiankun bracelet. As for the scene where Li Xiao knocked Li Xian over, the wet nurses did not see it. At that time, they were some distance away from Li Xiao, and were busy dealing with the group of black-clothed men at the imperial level. They had no energy to pay attention, and later they had no time to ask. The ancestor of the Holy Land is a top-notch, powerful being. Even if Old Man Li lives another life, he will at most be a top-notch, powerful being. He should not be able to discover it. But if it wasn't because of Li Zhao's qualifications, why would this highly respected ancestor of the Li family favor Li Xiao? Is it just because of love and pampering? Li Xiao smiled and said, "Thank you, Grandpa." In his previous life, Li Xiao studied hard for more than 10 years and became nearsighted. Finally, through studying, he escaped from the poor countryside, became a top graduate student, and achieved class transition. At that time, he envied the rich second generation. Have you ever imagined what life would be like if you were a rich second generation? Now, in this life, his family is prominent, and the dream of being a rich second generation is right before his eyes. How can he refuse? In this life, I want to be a playboy, a second generation rich man, and a strong second generation. My youth is my own. Li Xiao roared in his heart. Li Xiao didn't say he wanted to be a rich second generation. Because in this world where force reigns supreme, being strong means being rich. He is rich enough now. Think about it, if you get tired of all the miracle drugs, how can you not be rich? Thinking of the glorious life in the future, Li Xiao looked around happily, and then said crisply, "Grandpa, why is this place so deserted and deserted? There is no one here. Why are there so few people in our family land?" Old Master Li said calmly, "This is the mansion where your father lived before. It is an important place in the clan. Most clan members regard it as a restricted area, so this place is relatively deserted. Don't worry, grandfather will not treat you badly. Later, I will ask that cowardly Chongyang to send some maids and servants over." After saying this, before Li Xiao could ask any more questions, Old Man Li's big feet disappeared from the spot. "Gone?" Li Xiao scratched his head. Then, he and the 7 Lolas smiled at each other, and happily rushed towards the magnificently built mansion. The 7 wet nurses smiled and walked slowly behind the children, looking left and right, admiring the scenery along the way. The wood used to build this mansion comes from ancient sacred trees found in the millions of sacred mountains in the south of the ancient world. It naturally emits a refreshing fragrance that can calm the mind and is conducive to cultivation. The vast courtyard in front of the mansion has rockery fountains, artificial low waterfalls, and ponds and hot springs. In that pond, there were colorful fish swimming around, all of which were sacred objects, with a few divine objects mixed in. There was a pond under the waterfall with green lotus leaves crisscrossing and a crane standing there. The 7 nurses were shocked to find that the crane's aura was even stronger than theirs. This is actually the Emperor Realm Immortal Crane. The water flowing in the hot spring waterfall is misty and is a precious, holy spring. If you scoop it up and drink it, it is extremely sweet. Chapter 68 Fish Head Soup. The ancient world is really too vast. It was still late at night in the great wilderness, but in Shongzhou, which was far to the east, the sun was already at its highest point in the sky and very big. Qi Xianer, who was worried about getting tanned, kept covering her forehead with her fair hands. The sunlight shone through her fingers, making it look pink. In fact, her cultivation was so high that she was not afraid of the sun at all, but she was just being pretentious because she loved beauty too much. Even though she knew she would not get tanned, she still imitated the ladies of the secular world and acted like a spoiled girl. Ao Buvui was walking in front, and at this moment he turned around and glanced at her. Day by day, you really think of yourself as a weak and fragile woman? After saying this, all the wet nurses except Su Susu rolled their eyes at her. The fish in that group were extraordinary creatures, each of them had a spirit. At this moment, they turned their eyes upwards and glanced at Li Xiao and the others leisurely, but they didn't pay much attention to them and just swam leisurely in the water. Where did this kid come from to enter the forbidden area of the Sword Immortal Master? Those little girls may be weak, but the aura they exude makes me feel palpitating, as if they have the blood of ancestral beasts flowing in their veins. At this time, a divine fish with golden scales transmitted the message. Sister Jean, are you kidding? Those girls all have the blood of ancestral beasts. Since when did the blood of ancestral beasts become so common? Ahem, I dare not. Before, the powerful men from the 3 holy places had also noticed this. But at that time their attention was on Li Xiao and they were not in a hurry to pay attention. If they had gotten rid of Li Xiao at that time, they would definitely have gotten rid of the 7 little Lolas next. Half of their bloodline is human, and the other half is from the ancestral beast race. It's incredible! Then that boy dressed so slutty should be even more amazing. Those cubs of the ancestral beast bloodline are surrounding him. Although Li Xiao was not wearing any pants, his outfit, which came from Blue Star, was very fashionable. But in the mouths of these fish, it became sexy. Him? He's very ordinary. I guess he's too coquettish, which is why he attracted those little Lolas. After all, he's small and likes to judge people by appearance. By being coquettish? That's something that only you can do. But why did I seem to hear that rotten Bigfoot just now? Let him be the first order emperor of the Li family. I dote on you. This group of fish were swimming leisurely, exchanging frivolous words with their minds. What a big fish! At this time, Li Xiaoxi felt inexplicably excited when he saw the fish. He lifted his calves and shook his buttocks, wanting to step over the white jade fence and jump into the water. Li Xiao was quick to grab her and scolded her. Are you stupid? Why are you jumping in there? Catching fish, Li Xiaoxi said with a smile. Later, we'll make fish head soup. Boil your head, Li Xiao said unhappily. You cook it yourself. Li Xiaotong followed up and shouted. Xiao Ba, make me some fish head soup. Whenever Li Xiaotong came across anything related to food, she would definitely get involved. Li Xiao was speechless and didn't want to talk. Below, the group of strange fish were startled, their eyes opened as wide as copper bells, with fear in their eyes. How cruel! The kid wants to eat fish. Shut up, that's an ancestral beast, it's normal for it to eat you. Hurry up and swim away. Don't hang around in front of them. Below, after Li Xiaoxi and Li Xiaotong finished their words, the group of fish at the bottom of the water scattered far away as if frightened. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single fish left under the water in front of everyone. Li Xiao was slightly stunned. Frightened away? On the other side, 2 cranes' straight and hard red legs lightly tapped on the lotus leaves. At this time, they felt the movement of the leaf and turned their necks, looking over in surprise. After so many years, this place is finally popular again. It's been several years since I last saw the human race. Well, Master Sword Immortal has been gone for a long time. I wonder how he is doing. I miss him so much. TSK, you probably missed the food he gave you. Oh, you don't miss it? 2 cranes with smooth feathers stood there and communicated with each other through their telepathy. Although these beasts are all very powerful, especially the 2 cranes, which are at the emperor level, They are just spiritual pets raised by the human Li Jianxian. They don't care who enters the mansion. They have been here for many years and understand one rule very well: those who can enter this place are not simple people. After turning around, Li Xiao and his companions entered the ancient lobby and took a short rest. Not long after, a middle-aged man led a group of servants and maids to the gate of the mansion. They stopped and bent down, but did not dare to take a step inside. He said in a high voice, "Sir, the clan leader ordered me to bring some maids and servants to serve you. They are already outside." Hearing the voice, Li Zhao's expression changed. He looked at the lobby, but the man was sitting there carelessly, not moving his butt. He shouted, "Come in." The middle-aged man outside was probably a steward of the Li family. When he heard the voice, his expression became serious. He did not dare to be negligent, and winked at the group of pretty maids and handsome servants. At the same time, he said in a low voice, "Serve me well." The servants observed his expression and immediately understood what he meant. They lowered their heads, pushed open the door, and walked in. The middle-aged man looked out the door and said in awe, "Who on earth did the ancestor bring back that he was allowed to stay in the forbidden area of the Sword Immortal Elder?" Although Li Sanjian is strong, his status in the Li family is just an elder. Originally, the family wanted him to be the patriarch, but he was free-spirited and did not want to be bound by his position, so he only took the title of elder. In fact, he only holds the title of elder, and rarely intervenes in clan affairs. The middle-aged man didn't dare to meddle in other people's business. After seeing the group of servants coming in, he left cautiously. He didn't dare to take heavy steps, and his back was always slightly bent, showing his humility. He only dared to approach this forbidden area after receiving the order from the patriarch. Normally, he would not dare to approach this area. When the servant came in, he immediately and efficiently cleaned the room that had not been occupied for a long time and boiled water to make tea. Not long after, a maid brought Li Xiao and the others steaming hot fragrant tea. The fragrance wafted to them before they even entered the room. Li Zhao's nose twitched. "It smells so good." The maid came in and handed teacups to everyone one by one. Li Xiao picked it up, opened the lid, brushed away the mist and the light red tea leaves on the surface, then nodded and took a sip. "Good tea!" After drinking the tea, Li Xiao felt refreshed and his brows relaxed. "The tea is really good." Su 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 also took a sip and said, "This is dragon blood tea grown in the northwest. It is of course good. Drinking more of this tea can calm your mind and help you meditate." When Li Xiao heard this, his eyebrows raised. Dragon's blood tea. Just the name sounds awesome. A big family knows how to enjoy life. Just an ordinary cup of tea can actually be a treasure that helps in spiritual practice. Chapter 69, Ordinary. Is it ready so quickly? Li Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of the Li family members. But Li managed to prepare everything in just one afternoon, which shows how much importance Li attached to this matter. Because this was a clan meeting ordered by the old man, even Li Chongyan, the current patriarch of the Li clan, did not dare to slack off in the slightest. When Ao Buhui heard the voice, he was the first to stand up from his chair, and the other wet nurses also stood up one after another. Only Li Xiao is an exception. "Xiao, why are you still standing there? Let's get going. This is your first clan meeting since returning to the tribe. You must not be late. Leave a good impression on the clan elders," Ao Buhui said seriously. She looked at Li Xiao sitting on the chair, and suddenly anger rose from her chest. This brat, once he got back to his ethnic group, really thinks himself a second-generation rich kid. No matter how good your qualifications are, you can't help but work hard. Ao Buhui suppressed his anger and tried not to lose his temper. He said sternly, "Xiao, did you hear me? You are getting more and more outrageous. You." As he spoke, Ao Buhui took a step forward and attacked as fast as lightning. Before Li Xiao could react, Ao Buhui grabbed his ear fiercely, causing him to scream. No, can I just get up?" Ao Buhui let go of Li Xiao and said angrily, "If you continue to behave like this, I will show you how I will deal with you." Because Li Xiao really thinks of himself as a second-generation rich man. He sits there drinking tea like a big boss, and only knows how to enjoy himself. "It's boring. I have a superior family background, inexhaustible resources, and a natural talent. Why should I work hard?" Li Xiao looked dissatisfied, squinted at Ao Buhui, and rubbed the ear that was pulled painfully with his hand. Ao Buhui gave him a stern look and Li Xiao quickly shrank his neck. But Li Xiao stopped making trouble and followed everyone out of the lobby and walked out the door. At the door, the middle-aged man lowered his head when he saw Li Xiao and the others coming out. Li Xiao pushed aside the wet nurse in front of him and squeezed to the front from the middle. Qi Xianer, whose butt was pulled by her, gave him a disgusted look. Li Xiao was completely unaware. He just looked the middle-aged man up and down and said calmly, "You are the one sent by the clan to receive us. Hurry up and lead the way." The middle-aged man lowered his head even deeper and said, "Sir, follow me." The 7 wet nurses were ashamed and looked at Li Xiao, but since there were outsiders around, they couldn't offend Li Xiao, so they didn't say anything. But they were all thinking in their hearts, this idiot, no matter how crazy he is, does he really think he is a second-generation rich kid? As the middle-aged man walked a long way, turned and passed through several alleys, Li Xiao and his companions finally arrived at the ancestral temple of the Li family. The ancestral temple is the ancestral hall of a clan. It is the place where the clan holds weddings, funerals, birthdays, happy events and other events, as well as discusses important matters. The welcoming ceremony for Li Xiao was personally chosen by the Li family's ancestor, and was naturally regarded as the most important event in the clan. Entering the ancestral temple, Li Xiao looked around and couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. At this time, many people of different ages, old and young, gathered in the ancestral temple. The moment they came in, all eyes were focused on them. Li Xiao had never been stared at by so many people before, and he couldn't help feeling a little nervous for a moment. But when he thought about the fact that he was the second-generation rich man chosen by the old man, he suddenly felt confident. He adjusted his collar out of habit, but unfortunately there was no tie there. He coughed lightly again, walked in front of the crowd, and walked in with his head held high. The eyes of the people around him moved with his steps, and they seemed to be full of curiosity about this group of people. Under the throne in the ancestral hall, Li Chongyang was wearing a solemn blue robe, his long black hair tied with a black belt. He was 9 feet tall, with no smile on his face, and looked at Li Xiao and his group with a slightly curious look. Next to this man, there are 3 old men on each side. They are not very old, and are very serious. The first impression they give is that they are extremely stern. Li Xiao walked over with a swagger, which made the old men frown. Li Xiao smiled widely, looking around, and then he murmured, "The Li family is so big, but only a few people came to welcome me?" Judging from his tone, he seemed not very satisfied. His voice was very low and timid, but the people present were so accomplished that they all heard his words clearly. Everyone was ashamed and speechless. I really want to say that the people here are all the core of the clan. Those who should come have come, and those who shouldn't come have also come. What else do you want? If our ancestors hadn't spoken, who would care about you, a show-off? Sexy. Li Zhao's outfit is really sexy. This was the first impression the Li family members had of him. Li Chongyang looked at Li Xiao, glanced at the others behind him, and was shocked. These little girls, could they be the daughters of the Sword Immortal Elder? As expected, they all have the blood of the ancestral beasts. Seeing this scene, Li Chongyang was slightly surprised. The probability of the ancestral beast's bloodline awakening is extremely low. And these people actually returned to their ancestors at the same time, and showed the blood of ancestral beasts, which would surprise anyone. The most important thing is that half of these people are of human blood. Even in such a situation, we can collectively regress to our ancestors. Everyone couldn't help but wonder, when did the bloodline of ancestral beasts become so common? Look at Li Xiao again. Nothing special. Is this the evil genius our ancestors talked about? Li Chongyang couldn't help but look at Li Xiao with suspicion, thinking. The ancestors said that he has grown the bones of the emperor again, but why can't I sense it at all? Li Xiao has the primordial Mother Qi cauldron hidden on his body, which can help him restrain his aura. Even the top powerful ones cannot see it. Li Chongyang is not even a powerful one, so of course he cannot see it. He couldn't help feeling strange at this moment. Not only him, but also the serious old men next to him had the same look. If the ancestors had not specifically told them, they would never believe that Li Xiao had grown the bones of the emperor again. But they dared not doubt or refute the words of their ancestors. Li Chongyang's eyes fell on Li Xiao, and he deliberately said in a calm voice, "You are Li Xiao, the son of the Sword Immortal Elder?" Li Zhao's eyes slanted slightly, and he really wanted to say, "A big shot like you don't even have this much vision. I'm so handsome, who else could I be if not the son of a Sword Immortal?" But he didn't say anything. Su Su, who knew her well, poked him in the back and coughed lightly, meaning that he should speak properly. Li Xiao shrugged, but he listened to Su Su the most, so he adjusted his attitude and said, "That's right." Li Chongyang hummed. His eyes left Li Xiao and looked at the 7 nurses and the 7 Lolita girls, especially the 7 Lolita girls, and asked, "Are they the daughters of the Sword Immortal Elder?" Chapter 70. Is this the final decision? Li Chongyang was stunned for a moment, then he coughed lightly, not wanting to argue with Li Xiao, and then he smiled and said loudly, "Welcome back to the clan. The old man specifically ordered that you be welcome tonight." Li Chongyang followed the rules and said some polite words, which was nothing more than briefly introducing Li Xiao and others to the tribesmen present, and expressing polite words of emotion. The table was already filled with various dishes that were delicious and tasty, including dragon meat, tiger meat, snake meat, etc. As soon as Gu Shishir and Li Xiaotong, mother and daughter, sat down, they drooled with greed. Without waiting for others to sit down, they grabbed a piece of tiger leg meat and devoured it. The 2 of them shoveled in one mouthful, their mouths full of oil, and the way they ate was unbearable to watch. "Seventh sister, let me change seats with you." Qi Xianer, who was originally sitting next to Gu Shishir, glanced at Gu Shishir with disdain, stood up and left, changing seats with Su Su. All around, the Li clan members were watching. When he saw the way the 2 of them were eating, his eyes suddenly became strange. Or is it the reincarnation of a starving ghost? But some members of the tribe have different opinions. "This beautiful sister is so cute. I like her." "You are attracted by her figure, right? A little plump is tempting, isn't it?" "Shut up, that's Elder Sword Immortal's woman. Are you looking for death by saying that?" The 2 people who had spoken frivolously immediately shut up and dared not say any more. Therefore, some members of the clan dared to speak like this. "It's delicious!" Li Xiao exclaimed. Ao Buhui glanced at him, then looked at Gu Shishir and Li Xiaotong. She felt a headache and couldn't help but scolded. "We are not in the canyon. There are no outsiders. Can you please be more careful about your eating manners? You have embarrassed me." Li Xiao didn't even raise his head, just chewing the meat, humming and groaning. "Then don't eat it." "You!" Ao Buhui was furious. "Are these people really the descendants of Elder Sword Immortal?" An old man at Li Chongyang's seat looked at Li Xiao and expressed his doubts. Li Jianxian was so handsome and elegant, how could any of his descendants be starving to death? Li Chongyang looked calm, coughed and said, "Whatever the ancestor said is right, don't worry about it." After these words were spoken, no one else dared to speak. They fear their ancestors the most. Halfway through the dinner, a young clan member, representing his respective lineage, came towards Li Xiao, holding a triangular copper cup filled with fine wine and smiling. "Are you my cousin Li Xiao?" "Yeah." Li Xiao didn't even raise his head, just focused on eating and drinking. "You have suffered over the years. From now on Li Jun will take care of you. Whoever dares to bully you, no matter if he is the holy son or holy daughter of the 3 holy places, or the eldest son of an ancient family, I will beat him until he cries for his mother." A handsome young man in green clothes patted his chest and said. He drank a lot of strong liquor, and when he opened his mouth he smelled pungent alcohol and spoke nonsense. His name is Li Jun. He is one of the top 10 sons of the Li family, and his talent astonishes the world. Damn it, that Yaoqi holy land is so despicable. They even dare to dig out the emperor's bones of my Li clan member. Li Jun took a big gulp of wine and said angrily. Humph, you call it the holy land of Yaoqi? I think it's the demonic land of Yaoqi in the future. When I meet their younger generation outside, I will beat them up every time I see them. I will definitely avenge my cousin Li Xiao. Another young man in a white robe gritted his teeth and said hatefully. His name is Li, and he is also one of the top 10 princes of the Li family. That's right, and we have to whip them, Li Jun echoed. When Li Xiao heard this, he almost spit out the meat in his mouth. Beating with a whip? This is really something. Great job, brother Li Jun! Li Yi suddenly realized. Brother Li Xiao, you have suffered. Brother Li Xiao, if you have any difficulties in the future, just tell us and we will help you if we can. As for other sisters in the clan, if you encounter any problems, just look for the brothers and they will help you solve them. In the Li clan, only Li Chongyang was told the truth by the ancestor, and knew that Li Xiao was reborn with a more extraordinary emperor bone. Others have not yet learned about it. But they knew one thing, that is, Li Xiao and others were the descendants of the Sword Immortal Elder. No matter how talented Li Xiao is, he still needs to be treated with due courtesy. After a while, many young members of the Li family gathered around Li Xiao and his group. They were talking and laughing around Li Xiao and his group. They were not only courteous to Li Xiao, but also showed enthusiasm towards the other 7 Lolas. Before they came over, they were told by people in the tribe that those Lolas were not simple people, and that after they went over there, they should try to build relationships with them and not be rude. But perhaps because they knew that those Lolas had half beast-man blood, the people in the Li clan did not have the enthusiasm towards them as they imagined. After all, it was the orc blood that created resentment in their hearts. Otherwise, with the qualifications of the 7 Lolas and their father's identity, many clan members would curry favor with them and flatter them. Listening to the flattery of the people around him, Li Xiao threw the remaining bones on the table and said, "Then remember what I said today. Next time when I call you to fight, don't run away." Everyone was stunned and didn't know how to respond. After a moment, everyone chuckled and said, "No, you must remember. Whoever runs away is a dog." While everyone was talking and laughing, clan leader Li Chongyang left his seat, walked to the center of the ancestral hall, faced everyone, pressed his palms together, and said, "Quiet!" Hearing this, everyone below looked towards Li Chongyang, and the voices in the field gradually quieted down at this moment, like a wave receding. The gazes of the several old men beside Li Chongyang also fell on the face of the patriarch. At this time, seeing that everyone was quiet, Li Chongyang waved to Li Xiao and said, "Li Xiao, my clan member, come to me." When Li Xiao heard the clan leader calling him, he didn't even raise his head and ate meat in big mouthfuls, making smacking sounds with his lips. Cough! Ao Buhui looked at him, his face changed slightly, and he coughed quickly. Li Xiao looked up in confusion. "What?" "The clan leader wants you to go up," Su Su reminded in a low voice. Li Xiao said, "Oh," and then left his seat and ran to Li Chongyang. Li Chongyang's mouth twitched slightly. This child has no manners at all. If it weren't for the ancestor, if it weren't for the Sword Immortal Elder, I would have given you a hard time. Li Chongyang was unhappy, but did not show it. He glanced at Li Xiao, then turned to the crowd and said loudly, "Today, I am announcing one thing. The position of the First Order Prince in the clan has been selected. There is no need for competition to select again." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. "What? It's already been decided? What are you talking about? Didn't we say before that the position of the First Order Prince will be won by the younger generation? No way, he asked the son of the Sword Immortal Elder to go up. Isn't he trying to announce that this person is the first Sequence Emperor's son? How is this possible? How can a mere mortal body have the ability to?" The tribesmen below were in an uproar. Li Chongyang hadn't made the announcement yet, but from the fact that he specifically called Li Xiao up, many of the clansmen had a sense that something was wrong. Chapter 71 I Can Eat It. As soon as the clan leader's words came out, the faces of some of the Emperor's sons' family elders changed immediately. They froze for a moment, and some even looked extremely gloomy. The atmosphere in the field became extremely strange and depressing. The smiles of the tribesmen surrounding Li Xiao froze as they stood there stiffly. Their enthusiasm gradually faded away. The radical ones even looked at Li Xiao with a wrong expression, showing ferocity. Why? How can I be so worthy of this? Is it because he is the descendant of the Sword Immortal Elder? Many members of the clan were filled with indignation, and even many of the young and energetic members looked at the clan leader with anger, indignant at the injustice. Such behavior will chill the hearts of many clan members. Once he is appointed as the First Order Prince, it means support from billions of resources. From then on, he can practice with peace of mind without worrying about the problem of insufficient resources. Although the Li clan is one of the top 3 ancient families, it has a prominent status, strong clan power, and extremely abundant resources. However, There are many members in the clan. How to allocate? The Emperor's Son sequence is a mechanism for allocating family resources. The higher your ranking, the more generous the resource support you will receive. Because the first sequence prince is too important. The most important requirement is that the clan members must cultivate deeply in the blood-tempering realm until they have the strength to defeat the late Spirit Sea realm. And in terms of age, there are even stricter restrictions, which is that it must be done before the age of 14. Among the top 10 members of the Li clan, there are only 4 members under the age of 14. What does the clan leader mean? Does he want the Sword Immortal Elder's son to be directly and unconditionally ranked first among the Emperor's sons? An elder of the Emperor's son had a gloomy face and said dissatisfiedly, I think this is what the Patriarch meant. It's unfair, it's really unfair. Can the son of the Sword Immortal Elder just go through the back door? Have the rules of the clan become so rotten? An elder said angrily with a flushed face. His words were fierce and his voice was loud, causing many people to turn and look at him. After hearing his words, many members of the Li family clenched their fists on their knees, feeling extremely dissatisfied. Li Chongyang has not announced it yet, but he has already aroused dissatisfaction among the tribesmen. Because his behavior was too obvious, he directly called the son of the Sword Immortal Elder to his side and said such words at the same time. You can guess what he meant with your butt. Li Chongyang looked around at his clansmen, his face calm, and he raised his voice and shouted, Be patient! Snort! Angry hums were heard in the field, expressing dissatisfaction, but the scene soon quieted down. Li Chongyang looked dignified and said, I declare that Li Xiao is the First Order Emperor son of our clan in this era. He will enjoy the support of billions of resources from the family. All doors will be open to him, and all levels and veins will respond to his requests. As soon as these words were spoken, the place became unusually quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. Because there was no need for the Patriarch to say it, everyone present had already guessed it. It's really like this. The position of the first Emperor's son was directly sealed. It was neither fought for by strength nor voted by the clan. It was directly announced by the clan leader. Moreover, judging from the attitude of the clan leader, it seems that he is very determined, and it is not like he is just talking about it for the time being. Li Chongyang looked at the quiet ancestral temple. His eyes paused slightly, and then asked symbolically, Do you have any objections? There was silence. After a while, an old man with a gloomy face snorted. Humph, you have already made your own decision, why are you asking us? It could be heard that he was extremely dissatisfied. At this time, one of the several old men who were sitting next to Li Chongyang said, Clan Chief, did you decide such an important matter without the consent of the Elders' Council? Why do you do this? Ask yourself, what is this to other clansmen? Son, is it fair? Another old man also said in a deep voice, No matter whose descendants you are, if you want to get the support of family resources, you have to show your true ability. This is the foundation for our clan to become strong. Have you forgotten it, clan leader? Are you breaking this rule now? As soon as the two men's fierce words came out, they immediately received responses from the rest of the Li family members. Yes, this is unfair. Without any real ability, you are just relying on your parents to enjoy the family resources? When did the rules of my Li family become so corrupt? If I'm not mistaken, he is just a mortal body, right? How can he enjoy billions of resources from our clan? Can he eat them all? Faced with so many dissenting voices, Li Chongyang felt embarrassed, and his face gradually became gloomy and ugly. This was the decision of the ancestor, and he didn't want to say it out loud. As a result, he met with opposition from the clan members, causing them to be seriously dissatisfied with him as the clan leader. Li Chongyang was considering his words and trying to convince everyone, but suddenly, a strange voice rang out. Li Xiao, who was standing beside Li Chongyang, suddenly shouted back, I can eat it! I can eat it! As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into unusual silence. Everyone was stunned. After a moment, people's emotions exploded. How can this person be so shameless? Are you a pig? You can eat it! Also, can't you understand the voiceover? What people say is that if you don't have the corresponding qualifications, you shouldn't match such resources. But what happened is that, when it came to you, you understood it as just eating it. The way he ate just now was like a starving ghost. He is indeed a glutton. Humph, does he think that family resources are commonplace? He can just eat them whenever he wants. What does he think of the god-level and emperor-level medicines? Why, does he just take it for granted? The clan leader said he would give him resources, and he shamelessly accepted them. Doesn't he know what shame is? Li Zhao's words made many tribesmen very angry. Even the 7 wet nurses felt a headache when they heard Li Xiao say such words. This brat is becoming more and more outrageous. The wet nurses were very confused. Where did this kid learn these bad habits and develop the character of a rich kid? I never saw him like this when I was in the wilderness. Li Xiao stood there, smiling broadly, and said shamelessly, "My fellow clan members, you probably don't know yet, but I, Li Xiao, am the 2nd-generation ancestor chosen by our ancestors. It's nothing for me to enjoy these few resources." Listen, is this human language? People exploded. What did you hear? How dare someone say that he is a 2nd-generation rich kid? And he even said arrogantly that this was chosen by our ancestors? How can you be so arrogant? You are just an ordinary person, why would your ancestors care about you? Humph! Do you know that falsely spreading the words of our ancestors is a capital crime? Even if you are the descendant of the Sword Immortal Elder, you will still be sentenced to death. How shameless! Are you such a wild kid? Many elders shouted, their faces full of anger. These people spoke sarcastically and directly put the blame on Li Xiao. Chief, his attitude is so bad, how do you plan to deal with him? Li Chongyang glared at Li Xiao fiercely and really wanted to give him a beating, but when he remembered what the old man had said to him, he gritted his teeth and swallowed back his anger. He shifted his gaze to the center of the field, then he said calmly, "He's right, it was indeed chosen by our ancestor." Ah? Chapter 72 Am I the Villain? They wondered if they had heard it wrong. Or was it that the patriarch was wrong? This title has always been a derogatory term. Now, a member of the dignified Li family has been chosen as the 2nd-generation ancestor, and the chosen person is a highly respected ancestor of the family? Absurd. Ancestor, how could this be possible? An elderly man of a very high generation murmured, not believing that what he said was true. I don't believe that our ancestors would do such a thing. Many elders in the clan had dark and gloomy faces and stared at Li Chongyang with suspicion. They all suspected that Li Chongyang was behind this. Li Chongyang, is it you who did this good deed, but you are trying to push the blame onto our ancestors? An elder of the clan scolded. However, Li Chongyang was the head of the clan after all. Being scolded by the clan elders in front of other clan members, he couldn't save his face, and quickly became embarrassed. Li Chongyang's face was calm with thick eyebrows. He snorted. How can I take such a big matter lightly? Presumptuous! The elder from the 4 clans suddenly looked shocked and a look of panic flashed across his face. He knew he had said something out of turn and didn't dare to speak loudly anymore. Instead, he lowered his head, breathing heavily, his ugly face mixed with a hint of panic. Even Li Sanjian didn't dare to say a word of this. Because the Li family can have the current situation all thanks to the efforts made by the master back then. Li Chongyang looked around at the most senior elders in the scene, pondered for a moment, and felt that if this matter was not explained, no one present might be convinced, and instead the existing conflicts among the various halls and branches would be intensified. Thinking of this, Li Chongyang carefully considered his words and said solemnly, "According to the ancestor, this boy's talent is not inferior to that of the Sword Immortal Elder. Therefore, it is only natural that he is ranked first among the clan members. This matter was also decided by the ancestor himself, and I am just acting on his behalf." What? Everyone in the ancestral temple was shocked again. The position of the First Order Prince was also appointed by the ancestor? Why? No matter how I look at it, he is just a mortal body. How can he have the talent to surpass that of the Sword Immortal Elder? Everyone present felt that the patriarch's words were absurd and difficult to believe and accept. An elder stared at Li Chongyang deeply and said in a deep voice, "Then, ancestor, can you explain the reason?" Li Chongyang glanced at him and explained, "This boy's great emperor bones have grown again and are even more extraordinary." The elder was immediately moved. Can the emperor's bones grow again? How is this possible? Looking at the history of the ancient world, there is no way to find any historical examples to confirm such bizarre things. Because no one has ever encountered this situation. Once the great emperor's bone is lost, if he does not die, then most of his talents will be gone, and he will be immortal for the rest of his life. Because of the loss of the bone, his physique will even become weak, and his lifespan will be difficult to extend. Is this true? The elders stared at Li Chongyang. Li Chongyang snorted and said, "You elders of the clan don't believe my words, so do you think our ancestors don't believe them either?" When they heard the name of the ancestor, the expressions of several elders changed again, and finally settled on disbelief. Even though they had doubts in their hearts, since their ancestors said so, they could only believe it for the time being. However, because of everyone's cultivation level, they could not tell that Li Xiao possessed the bones of the great emperor, so they always felt that this matter was not true. Deep down in their hearts, they believed that this was their ancestors favoring Li Sanjian's descendants. But even if it is partiality, what can it do? Now, although Li Sanjian is trapped in the fallen era, his cultivation has already broken through to the quasi-eternal level, and his status in the Li clan has risen to an unprecedented height. It's the end of the era. In the future, if Li Sanjian escapes from his depravity and makes further progress, breaking through to the ultimate eternal realm, then the entire Li family will benefit from it. For the sake of the future, the entire Li family is trying to curry favor with Li Sanjian. An old man in a dark red robe sighed. He was the elder of the Li family. He put his hands behind his back and said solemnly, "Since this is what our ancestor wants, then let's just leave it at that." The other elders also remained silent, and no longer raised any objections. They had strongly opposed it just now, but it was difficult to accept at the moment, which was understandable. After all, the position of the first sequence prince was too important. To directly and unconditionally confer the title would make everyone's first reaction feel that it was absurd. The words of the clan elders made many of the Li family's elders below look gloomy, with resentment and jealousy flashing in their eyes. They knew that once the elders of the clan had no objection, the matter would be settled, and it would be extremely difficult to change it. It also means that the princes of their respective lineages have absolutely no chance of being ranked first among the princes. Snort! Opposite the table where Li Xiao and his party sat, there was a table of 8 people. Sitting on one side of the hall, an old man with dark red fur on his face said with a stern tone, "It's really unfair." He was standing up for the young man next to him. This person is the head of the second branch of the Li family, Li Wei. Next to him, there sat a young boy who looked less than 10 years old, with a delicate and childish face. But at this moment, his eyes were fierce, his fists were clenched as tight as hammers, and hatred occasionally flashed in his eyes. This young man is not simple. He is less than 10 years old, but ranks second in the sequence of the younger generation of imperial sons. He has amazing talent, surpassing the current generation of the Li family, and his brilliance shines throughout the ages. Originally, the 9th level in the sequence of the first emperor's son might be him. But now, a wild boy came in out of nowhere, and snatched away the glory that should have belonged to him without doing anything. As a young boy, he was naturally angry and hated the injustice of his family. He is so upset. How can he be peaceful? His talent has not yet been revealed, but the honor has already gone to him. He can't calm down. The young man stood up, clenched his fists, stared at the clan leader without hesitation, and said in a deep voice word by word, "I don't accept it, I want to fight." Everyone's eyes were focused on him, and at this moment, he became the focus of the whole audience. No one from the tribe present dared to say no, only he did. The elders of the clan and the elders from each branch fell silent. They did not stop the young man's extraordinary behavior. They all wanted to use this boy to test Li Zhao's ability. Li Chongyang looked at him indifferently and shouted, "Li Mubai, don't be rude in front of the ancestral temple." The young man Li Mubai gritted his teeth and said angrily, "I just said one sentence, is that rude? Is the family's partiality so obvious?" Instead, he ignored the already enraged Li Chongyang and turned to look at Li Xiao with a fierce gaze. "Brother Li Xiao, do you dare to accept my challenge?" Hearing this, Li Xiao stood there, glancing at the indignant young man below him. Suddenly, his mind became active and he thought of the plot in the online novel he had seen in his previous life. At this moment, he felt that he was the villain who relied on his family background to seize opportunities from others. Chapter 73 Your acting skills are not good. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. The boiling sound of sighs erupted from every table, and the entire ancestral hall roared. However, no one among the crowd uttered any objection. Li Xiao is the son of the Sword Immortal Elder, and is doted on by the old ancestor, so he has a strong background. Even though some of the young members of the Li family were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to speak out to vent their anger, they were held down by the elders around them and were not allowed to speak. These are things that the shrewd elders present do not want to see. Presumptuous! At this moment, Li Xiao was organizing his villain speech and did not respond immediately. However, Li Jun, who had just toasted with him, stood up and shouted at Li Mubai with a drunken face. Li Mubai, Li Zhao's cousin, is he someone you can't mess with? Why don't you kneel down and admit your mistake? Hearing this, Li Xiao couldn't help but greet him. Li Mubai turned his head and stared at Li Jun, but he said calmly, Li Jun, you really can't change your dog nature. Do you feel good when you lick others? As the second-order prince of the Li family, Li Jun had always been polite to him before this. When had he ever dared to speak to him like this? He is older than Li Mubai, but his ranking in the sequence of imperial sons is lower than Li Mubai's. It is obvious that there is a huge gap between the two. But now, the position of the first sequence prince has fallen into his family. Li Jun immediately changed his attitude and took the opportunity to express his position on the spot. He stood on Li Gao's side and kicked Li Xiao to speak. Being insulted as a dog in public by Li Mubai, Li Jun, under the influence of alcohol, laughed angrily and taunted. Li Mubai, you are very unwilling, right? Something that should have belonged to you was taken away by someone for no reason. Haha, I feel sorry for you. Boom! This punch was not only fast, with many clan members only seeing a flash of the fist shadow, but also extremely powerful. Li Jun, who was also in the top 10, didn't have time to react before he was knocked flying by a punch and hit a dining table, which instantly broke into pieces. You talk too much! Li Mubai's face was cold. He took a big step and disappeared again. He came in front of the fallen Li Jun and kicked him hard. You lackey, I've seen through people like you. Do you really think I take you seriously? Li Mubai said in a grim voice. Stop! A ray of light swept past, and the next moment, Li Mubai flew out, fell to the ground, and coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. He suddenly raised his head, stared at Li Chongyang, and said in a fierce voice, When clan members fight, the elders are not allowed to interfere. Are you going to break this rule, clan leader? Haha, the modern Li family is really a failure with a clan leader like you. Li Chongyang's face was extremely gloomy. The ancestral temple is not a place for you to act wildly. Li Mubai laughed out loud, stood up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was injured, but only slightly. Li Chongyang still took his talent into consideration, and just gave him a lesson without using any harsh measures. Li Mubai, don't be rude! The other elders also scolded at this time. The son of Elder Sword Immortal is not someone you can insult or provoke. Come out and apologize immediately, an old man in a black robe said in a deep voice. He is Li Jun's elder. Li Jun was humiliated, so he naturally has resentment towards Li Mubai, and he deliberately said this at this time. Li Wei of the Second Meridian heard this and stood up angrily, his face full of anger. Li Gui, do you think you can teach my son a lesson? The situation suddenly became tense. It seemed as if they would dare to destroy the ancestral temple if they had a disagreement. Presumptuous! The group of tribesmen in front of him didn't take their leader seriously at all. Li Chongyang suddenly shouted loudly. With this shout, everyone present, regardless of their cultivation level, felt a sharp pain as if their eardrums were pierced. The 7 wet nurses' faces changed. They felt Li Chongyang's terrifying aura and were horrified. Next to Li Chongyang, Li Xiao covered his ears. At that moment, his eardrums were buzzing and vibrating, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. His mind went blank. This Li clan leader is so powerful! Li Xiao was shocked. He is also a man who has seen the world and has witnessed many battles between powerful people. But at this moment, he still felt that the Li clan leader was very strong. But he certainly couldn't judge how strong it was. The faces of the adults in the field also changed. Only then did they realize that the patriarch was already furious. In terms of strength, Li Chongyang is the strongest among those present, and even the elders of the clan cannot compare to him. He is the most powerful person in the entire Li family, except for Li Sanjian and the ancestor. Li Chongyang looked extremely unhappy. You all think that I, the clan leader, am dead. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Li Wei and Li Gui, fell silent. Li Chongyang snorted and glanced at the crowd. Everyone whose heads were lowered fell in his sight. Finally, his cold gaze fell on Li Mubai. Li Mubai had his head down, but when he felt the clan leader looking at him, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Li Chongyang fearlessly. Li Chongyang narrowed his eyes, and Li Mu's white eyes were fierce, but his expression was calm and he said, Patriarch, I think I did nothing wrong. Haha, what a first-order prince, but a coward. He shook his head. I am superficial. It is not worth it to compete with such a person. Why not give him the position of the first-order prince? In fact, Li Mubai had something to say, which is that even if he lost his position as the first sequence prince, and lost his family's support of billions of resources, he could still rise. Resources are external things after all. In the end, you still have to rely on yourself. Li Xiao, who had been watching the show, became more and more excited at this moment. Wonderful! So wonderful! Is he the protagonist of the novel? Sure enough, he is so confident that he thinks he can rise again and crush me, the big villain? For some reason, Li Xiao was extremely excited at this moment. He was a little into the role and found it very fun. At this moment, he seemed to have put himself in the shoes of the villain in the novel, playing that role himself, which was extremely exciting. After Li Mubai finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the hall door. Hello? At this time, Li Xiao shouted. You left just like that, how boring! Don't you want to say a few inspiring words? For example, things change over time, and don't despise the poor young people? Hearing this, Li Mubai paused and stood there stiffly. The next moment, his face was distorted and he was stunned. He felt that Li Zhao's words were humiliating him. He turned around and glared at Li Xiao. You don't dare to fight, you only know how to talk nonsense? Chapter 74. If I can't defeat you with one move, I lose. After hearing what Li Xiao said, everyone in the ancestral hall was speechless. If you don't dare to fight, then don't dare to fight. Why talk about acting skills? Moreover, this guy is so fucking pretentious. Li Mubai stared at Li Xiao and sneered. I don't understand what you are pretending to be. Just because you are ranked first among the Emperor's sons doesn't necessarily mean that you are strong. To be honest, even if you really grow the great Emperor bone again, what does it matter? I, Li Mubai, fight those who have the heaven-failed saint body and the Emperor bone. Li Mubai's words were obviously sarcastic, implying that Li Xiao relied on his connections to get to the top. Li Mubai's repeated provocations finally aroused Li Gao's fighting spirit. But before Li Xiao could open his mouth, Li Jun next to him took the lead again. Li Jun, who had already climbed up from the ground, stared at Li Mubai and taunted him. Li Mubai, confidence is a good thing, but you shouldn't be arrogant. Who do you think you are to say such a thing? Because he possesses the powerful holy fire body, but Li Mubai is just an ordinary mortal body. However, Li Mubai was ahead of everyone else and became the second sequence prince of the Li family. He was also recognized by everyone as the best candidate for the first sequence prince. Although, since ancient times, there have been examples of humans using mortal bodies to suppress saints and great emperor bone geniuses. After such a long time, not even one was produced. Once upon a time, there was a casual cultivator, with a mortal body, who comprehended the mysteries of nature and learned a three-leaf clover sword technique. His power shocked the worlds throughout history. He could pick grass and kill powerful people. At that time, he made all the geniuses bow their heads. Afterwards, this person disappeared without a trace, and no trace of him could be found in the ancient world anymore. Some people also said that this person left the ancient world to look for the true meaning of breakthrough. However, even though this person no longer exists in the world, his legend has been passed down to later generations. Because his life was so brilliant that it was enough to be recorded in history and ranked alongside the most evil geniuses in history. And this Li Mubai is also a mortal genius who lacks the holy body and imperial bones. However, he was able to rank second among the emperor's sons and suppressed many contemporary descendants of the Li family, an ancient family. It can be seen that this person is indeed extraordinary. Some members of the Li family said that he resembled the old Clover elder. This is a high evaluation. Li Mubai's eyes were focused, his brilliance was restrained, and he said in a deep voice, Saint Body and Emperor Bone only allow you to take the lead in the early stage, and have more advantages among people in the same realm. In the later stage, what is being competed is comprehension, perseverance, and mentality. You, Li Jun, will never understand these principles in your life. Li Jun taunted. Yes, you know a lot, but what's the use? You still lose to aptitude. Li Xiao, my cousin, was directly ranked first in the sequence of Emperor's sons based on his aptitude. Don't you think aptitude is not important? Li Mubai shook his head and said, My goal has never been just the Li family, but the entire ancient world. Then, he turned to Li Xiao and said calmly, From the moment he rejected my challenge, I knew that he was destined to be on a different level from now on. I will eventually be higher than him. I have to say, this Li Mubai is really confident. Li Xiao excitedly felt that this person was extremely suitable for the path of rising from a useless genius. Think about it, he is just an ordinary person, but he overwhelmed his contemporaries. How extraordinary he is! The characteristics of a protagonist of the era are extremely obvious. However, his words made the calm Li Xiao feel uncomfortable, as if his ears were pricked. This Li Mubai is too young and hot-tempered, and he doesn't speak tactfully. After all, he still cares and is still upset. Li Xiao left Li Chongyang and walked towards Li Mubai. This action made Li Chongyang turn his head to look at him. The other tribesmen also turned their eyes to him with confusion. What do you want to do, kid? Could it be that he is going to accept Li Mubai's challenge? Everyone's expression changed. Some people showed expectation in their eyes, but others showed contempt. But without exception, they all wanted to see how outstanding this descendant of the Li family, who was directly named the first sequence imperial son by the ancestor, was, to the extent that the ancestor made an exception for him. Li Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, not far in front of Li Mubai. He turned his head to look at him, and said with a smile, Are you unwilling to give up? Well, I'll give you a chance. If I can't defeat you in one move, I lose. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd exploded again, with sighs and uproars rising one after another. In everyone's mind, the same word popped up, how shameless. Li Zhao's words made people look at him sideways, and the contempt in the eyes of those who looked down on him became even stronger. Too arrogant. At such a young age, he speaks so arrogantly and looks down on his opponent? What ability do you have to be so arrogant? Even the peerless saint from the sacred land of Yaoqi would probably not dare to say this, right? Hearing this, Li Mubai's face darkened, and he looked a little distorted. Li Zhao's words were obviously an insult. His face was ferocious. He slammed the ground with his right foot, rushed towards Li Xiao, and punched forward with all his strength. One move? Half a move is enough! Li Mubai roared at the same time. Li Xiao stood there quietly with his hands behind his back, his smile still lingering. Many Li family elders narrowed their eyes. How could this man not panic at all when facing a battle? Is he just pretending, or does he really have the ability? Just when Li Mubai's fist was half an inch away from his forehead, Li Xiao moved. He separated his hands from behind his back, raised his right hand suddenly, and punched forward with a fist. This punch was as fast as lightning, and it hit Li Mubai's fist first. Boom! The next moment, a figure flew out like a broken bag and fell heavily on the ground of the ancestral temple. Wow! After Li Mubai landed on the ground, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and could only use his left hand to support himself on the ground to prevent himself from falling. And his right hand had been broken into pieces from deep within the arm bone, and was hanging there limply. Li Mubai raised his head in astonishment, staring at the boy who was only 6 years old not far away, his eyes filled with horror. How is this possible? Brush. At the same time, many elders of the Li family stood up from their chairs, their eyes gleaming with disbelief. Before this, everyone thought that Li Xiao was just talking nonsense and did not take his words seriously at all. But in the end, Li Mubai, who was ranked second among the current generation of Li's emperor's sons, was knocked away by this man with one punch, his arm broken, and he fell into the mud. Chapter 75. Do you want to learn? I'll teach you. Li Mubai, who defeated all the geniuses in the clan with his mortal strength, was really defeated in just one move? Inside the ancestral temple, everyone from the elders to the underage children were dumbfounded and stunned. Everyone knows Li Mubai's strength. He is the only one among the current young generation of the Li family who has broken through the 9th level of forging. Even Li Jun, who possessed the holy fire body, was stuck at the 8th level of forging and could not even reach the 9th level. It is obvious that breaking through the extreme boundary is not easy. This boy is definitely not an ordinary person. The elder's eyes shone with brilliance as he stared at Li Xiao. What the ancestor said is true, he must have grown the bones of an emperor again. That's amazing! We shouldn't have doubted our ancestors, another elder exclaimed. That's right. He defeated Li Mubai with one move. It shows that his strength is far ahead. He is comparable to ordinary Dao Palace cultivators. So, his talent is no less than that of the saintess of Yaoqi Holy Land? In an instant, the entire ancestral hall was filled with heated discussions. Is Li Zhao's cousin so powerful? Not far away, Li was stunned and muttered to himself. He came to drink with Li Xiao before only because of Li Zhao's identity, not because of his talent and strength. Such a genius can only be made friends, never enemies. He raised his eyes, staring at Li Xiao opposite him with madness, and said hysterically, Impossible, absolutely impossible! What was that trick you just used? He was so crazy that he couldn't accept this fact. Some even foolishly believed that he was defeated because Li Xiao had a better background and stronger skills than him. Until now, he was still unwilling to admit that Li Zhao's talent was better than his. On the opposite side, Li Xiao looked down at the unwilling boy and said calmly, Want to learn? I'll teach you. There was a loud bang in Li Mubai's head, and there was a period of blankness. His pupils shrank in an instant, and his eyes trembled. He supported himself on the ground with his palms and slowly raised them up until they formed a fist. His nails dug into the flesh of his palms, piercing the skin, and blood oozed out from between his fingers. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Li Xiao, his eyes full of dejection. I lost. Li Xiao looked at him calmly without saying anything. The field suddenly became quite quiet. At this time, it seemed to be tacitly accepted that the two clan members were the focus and protagonists of the whole scene, and the rest of the people were just spectators and had no intention of interfering. The next moment, the dejection in Li Mubai's eyes suddenly turned into a terrifying brilliance. But I will defeat you in the future. Li Xiao was looking down at him. From his bottom-up perspective, Li Mubai could only see the tip of his chin and the part above his eyes. I'll wait for you to challenge me again. If you lose again next time, you must be my follower for the rest of your life. Li Mubai's eyes narrowed, and after a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, if you lose, you will also be my follower. Hearing this, Li Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said nothing more. He loses? It's impossible to lose, never in this life. He is so talented, smart, and handsome, how could he lose? Mubai! At this time, Li Wei came to Li Mubai, helped him up, then stared at Li Xiao fiercely, snorted angrily, and was about to say something. At this moment, Li Mubai looked at his father and said in a deep voice, Dad, I can't afford to lose. I can't blame anyone for not being as skilled as others. Besides, this is a lesson for me, reminding me to work harder and strive for progress. My child, you are not strong enough. Li Wei turned to Li Mubai and said with relief, You have such a character, and your life is destined to be extraordinary. Good. I am not ashamed to have such a son. Li Mubai was defeated by Li Xiao in one blow. Although Li Wei felt sorry for his son, he was more embarrassed. He was angry and humiliated, so he habitually wanted to use his status in the clan to suppress Li Zhao's arrogance and save some face. But after hearing what Li Mubai said, although Li Wei was still angry, he couldn't vent it on Li Xiao. Li Wei said, Go back. Yeah. Li Mubai nodded. Then Li Wei turned to the clan leader, bowed, and said respectfully, Clan leader, my son is seriously injured and needs to go back to recuperate. I will take my leave first. Hearing this, Li Chongyang came back to his senses from the shock and nodded to Li Wei and his son. Go! After Li Mubai and his son left the ancestral temple, everyone's attention was completely focused on Li Xiao. The clan leader Li Chongyang looked even more embarrassed and said, "Good, very good. This generation, our Li family will prosper. Ha ha." Li Chongyang tied up his beard, laughed heartily, and expressed his true feelings. "That's right, Dang Xing. What a good kid! As soon as I saw him, I knew he was smart and different from others. Yes, as the saying goes, naughty children are very smart. This child is very smart." Several elders laughed so hard that crow's feet appeared on their foreheads, and their foreheads were covered with wrinkles. They looked at Li Xiao with very kind eyes. "All right. The clan meeting continues. Let's drink to our heart's content tonight." Li Chongyang looked around the field and smiled. Then, he looked at Li Xiao and said kindly, "Go back to your seat and eat more. If it's not enough, tell me." "Yeah," Li Xiao responded and returned to the wet nurses. "Shower, sit here." Su smiled and greeted Li Xiao. After Li Xiao came over, she gently rubbed Li Zhao's head with full of doting. "Eat some vegetables." Ao Buhui looked unusually gentle and personally picked up a piece of lean meat for Li Xiao. It was Li Zhao's performance just now that satisfied all the wet nurses. Li Xiao was shocked. "Big Nanny, I'm not used to you doing this." Ao Buhui's eyes narrowed. "So are you going to eat it or not?" "Eat." In panic, Li Xiao picked up the lean meat that Ao Buhui put in the bowl and started eating it in big mouthfuls. "Brother Li Xiao, I respect you. Brother Li Xiao, can you let me be your follower? I will follow your lead for the rest of my life. I want to be a follower too." Chapter 76. Everyone calls me Grandpa. Because Li Jun came to chat with Li Xiao before he showed his talent, he seemed to have made a very good deal and looked very proud inside and out. On the other hand, he couldn't stand the sight of the other brothers and sisters trying their best to compete, and their expressions showed contempt. "That's right, get out of the way. Do you think Li Xiao, your cousin, will like your expression?" Upon hearing this, Li Jun became even angrier and sneered. "Whose face is so ugly? When Li Zhao's brother didn't show off his power just now, you guys weren't so enthusiastic. I was drunk at the time, but I'm sober now. Please move aside and don't block me from reminiscing about the past with my cousin Li Xiao." Li Jun was so angry that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Ha! You just woke up, but you can't even find a decent excuse," someone shouted indignantly. For a moment, the shouting in the area around Li Xiao became louder and louder, making people feel annoyed just by listening to it. Bang! Immediately, with this bang, the noisy sound stopped abruptly. Everyone was startled and stopped arguing. All eyes turned to Li Xiao. All the clan members fell silent and stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to say for a moment. "I would like to, too." "I also." But just as they opened their mouths, they saw that Li Zhao's face became even darker, and those people tactfully shut up. In fact, Li Xiao didn't know that being a follower of a peerless genius was the norm among the major forces in the ancient world, an unspoken rule. Because true extreme geniuses are really rare. For ordinary geniuses, it is very difficult to become an emperor. And the emperor realm is just the beginning of high-end combat power. There are still several stages between it and the powerful. The road is long. However, the evil geniuses usually have a large amount of resources from their family. And when they grow up in the future, most of them will take up important positions, or even become leaders of the new generation. If you are their followers in the early days, you will benefit endlessly in the future. For example, Li Chongyang, the patriarch of the Li family, had a group of followers around him back then. Today, almost all of those followers hold important positions in the family, control the key points of resources, and benefit future generations. Geniuses will only compete with each other when they are almost the same. When you know that there is a genius who is far superior to everyone else and is the best of his time, other geniuses will naturally follow him. Li Xiao turned around, glanced at the clan members behind him, and then said calmly, "You want to be my followers?" Many of the clansmen surrounding him nodded. Seeing this, Li Xiao paused for a moment before saying, "My followers cannot be ordinary people. They must have good character and moral integrity, and their qualifications cannot be bad. If you really want to be my follower, first of all, you must rank in the top 10 in the clan competition, and then come to me." When everyone heard this, they looked at each other in surprise. This difficulty is too high. What's more, among the top 10 tribes, how many are willing to be your followers? However, there were still some clan members who knew they had no hope of making the top 10, and their expressions were filled with disappointment. Brother Li Xiao, I am sincere, a clan member said anxiously, but was interrupted by Li Xiao, who raised his hand. Li Xiao looked indifferent and said, Don't try to get close to me. I don't have any feelings for you guys yet. The following words shocked the entire clan. Even the elders of the Li clan who heard about it turned their heads to look over. Li Xiao said, From now on, I will sweep across the entire ancient world, and my followers must be saints and saint daughters. To be honest, you are not qualified, but considering that we are from the same clan, I will give you a discount. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Listen, everyone, is this human language? Too arrogant. Would the holy son or holy daughter be your followers? We are from the same family, but you give us a discount, as if we are so bad. Brother Li Xiao, you. Stop! Before the boy could finish his words, Li Xiao stopped him. Then Li Xiao side-glanced at him and said, Also, don't call me cousin all the time. It makes me uncomfortable. Then should I call you boss? Someone said. Li Xiao glanced at him. You have evil intentions. The man was full of doubts. How could he have such evil intentions? At this time, Li Jun came over with a playful smile and said, Then what do you want us to call you? Li Xiao crossed his arms, thought seriously, and said, My father is Li Sanjian. If I'm not mistaken, he has a very high seniority in the clan, right? When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned at first, and then all of them were stunned. What does that mean? He wants to deal with people according to their seniority? Click! At this moment, the sound of several pairs of chopsticks falling to the ground was heard. The voices came from the group of elders and Li Chongyang. Hearing the voice, Li Xiao stretched his neck to look over there, and saw several elders and Li Chongyang. They coughed slightly, looked serious, bent over naturally, picked up the chopsticks on the ground, looked straight ahead, picked up the dishes on the table, and started eating silently. What does that mean? Are they lower in generation than my stepdad? Li Xiao couldn't help but think so. But Li Xiao didn't think deeply about it. He turned back after a moment, cleared his throat, and said, You, all call me Grandpa. What? When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned on the spot. After a moment, people became angry and glanced at Li Xiao sideways. 7 Lolas were stroking their foreheads, looking socially dead. This damn old man is at fault again. Everyone stared at Li Xiao, as if they wanted to see how thick-skinned this guy was. How dare you say that? How old are you? You are still a baby, haven't you been weaned yet? And you dare let others call you Grandpa? I dare to shout, do you dare to agree? Nonsense! How shameful! Not far away, although the other elders were eating and drinking, they were actually paying attention to Li Xiao. Upon hearing this, they all snorted and looked unhappy. If their children really called them that, where would they put their elders? Also call that yellow-haired boy Grandpa? Sure, come back when you've had enough fun, and don't bother me anymore, an old man shouted with a sullen face. Oh! A boy about 10 years old standing next to Li Xiao nodded obediently and walked back. Next, other members of the clan were also called back by their elders. Before long, there were only a few people left around Li Xiao. Oh, you don't know any rules and you still want to be my follower? You're dreaming! Li Xiao muttered to himself upon seeing this. Li Jun, who was standing next to him and had not left, felt ashamed when he heard this. I really want to say, are you dissatisfied with this? Also, how brave you are to let others call you Grandpa. Chapter 77, Rice Pot. Seeing that Li Jun had not left, Li Xiao squinted at him and said, Why are you still standing here? Do you want to eat the delicious food on my table? Li Jun's expression froze, and then he touched his nose awkwardly. After saying that, Li Jun ran away holding his bladder, as if he really wanted to go to the toilet. Seeing that Li Jun, a fence-sitter with a face as thick as an old wall, had left, those people felt embarrassed to stay there and turned away angrily. Looking at the surroundings that seemed to have suddenly become empty, Li Xiao exhaled. Finally, it's quiet. These children of big families are too flattering. Could they be born in the year of the dog? This show-off, how can he talk like that? You can't keep your mouth shut even when you're eating. Ao Buhui glanced at Li Xiao and said angrily. Li Xiao glanced at Ao Buhui, stopped talking, and continued to eat and drink. The original Mother Qi cauldron is very mysterious. Anything Li Xiao eats will be absorbed by it, and then transformed into the Mother Qi of all things. However, the ability to purify original material properties is not applicable to all things. Something, this thing will not extract. As for the others, no original substances have been extracted in the past 6 years. Over the years, Li Xiao has already discovered that if he wants to improve the mother energy of all things, the best way is to absorb the mother energy of all things. Wow, I'm so full! Li Xiao ate even more voraciously than Gu Shishir. He finished nearly half of the meat on the 2 large tables. I knew from a young age that he was a foodie and would snatch food from me. Look, it all came true! The cute Gu Shishir was puffed up with anger and smacked her mouth hard. She was an adult but still angry. Soon, Li Xiao, who was finally full, lazily sat in a chair, gave his mistress a look, and picked his teeth leisurely with a wooden toothpick, spitting out crumbs from time to time. This look made Gu Shishir more and more angry. Humph, you guys are like this, and you still want to compete with me. I have a rice cauldron, do you have one? If the mother gas of all things had not been absorbed to saturation, I could still eat more. Li Xiao was feeling cocky in his heart. The food that enters his body is actually transformed into the mother energy of all things and is absorbed by the mother energy of all things. Li Xiao felt full, but in fact it was because the mother energy of all things had absorbed the mother energy of all things and reached saturation. In this case, Li Xiao would feel hungry only after the mother gas of all things had refined its energy, and only then would he need to continue eating. It's great to have a rice cooker. You can eat as much delicacies as you want from the land and sea, Li Xiao thought happily. At this moment, Li Xiao felt that the primordial mother energy cauldron deep inside his body suddenly trembled, and white mist spewed out of the cauldron's mouth. Li Xiao was shocked. He felt the emotion conveyed by the tripod. Is this an expression of dissatisfaction? What happened to the rice cooker? Li Xiong was puzzled. The white mist was not a mysterious energy, and was useless. As the voice of the heart rang out, the primordial Mother Qi cauldron reacted even more violently. You don't like the name Fanding? Li Xiao soon understood what the other party meant. This tripod is spiritual, and can sense Li Xiao's thoughts. It was unhappy when it saw Li Xiao calling it the rice tripod. Oh, you devour so many natural treasures day after day, what else can you be but a rice cauldron? Li Xiao despised it in his heart, and communicated with the cauldron through his mind. At this time, Li Xiao discovered through introspection that 2 volumes of white mist were emitting from the mouth of the tripod hidden in his body, just like the white mist coming out of the nostrils of an angry bull. This cauldron was like a demon. It really had emotions, as if it was mad at Li Xiao. Li Xiao was surprised. How could this tripod get angry? Seeing this, Li Xiao was very happy. After teasing this strange tripod for a while, Li Xiao calmed down and stopped calling it the rice tripod. At this time, Li Xiao had finished picking his teeth clean and sat up straight. He turned around and shouted habitually to a maid standing not far away waiting to be served. That beauty, come and help me pack! When the maid heard this, her face flushed instantly as she lowered her head. She was just a maid, and this was the first time that a member of the Li clan called her a beauty. Her heart started pounding and she walked to Li Xiao nervously, her imagination running wild. The maid was only about 18 years old. She was not very beautiful, but pretty, like a farm girl, with the purity of a rice field. Princess, does beat and pack up mean to put things away? The maid didn't understand, so she came over and asked in a low voice. Li Xiao poked at the toothpick and nodded. Yes, pack it up, I want to take it away. The maid whispered. Son of the Emperor, if you want to eat, just tell the servants and we will cook it for you again. Just throw away these leftovers. When Li Xiao heard this, he immediately shouted angrily. Don't you know that waste is shameful? Stop talking and pack up. The maid panicked. Yes. 7 wet nurses were sitting nearby watching, and they were also very curious about Li Xiao's behavior. Qin Sisi was also quite full. She looked at Li Xiao with her pretty eyes and asked, What are you doing? Li Xiao said calmly, I'll bring some back to Aunt Bluebird. Hearing this, the wet nurses' expressions changed. They had almost forgotten about the blue bird, but they didn't expect that Li Xiao, who was only 6 years old, would remember it. Today, Bluebird almost lost his life for his 8 children. She was also brought back to the clan by Mr. Li, but Qingniu felt that she was not a member of the Li clan, so she did not participate in the clan meeting tonight on the grounds of recuperating from her injuries. Ao Buhui snorted and said, "You still have some conscience." The maid packed up the leftovers from the 2 tables, but since there were 3 foodies here, there was not much food left. Li Xiao pointed at the table opposite and said, "Pack up their table as well." The maid was stunned for a moment, but when she saw Li Zhao's stern look, she had no choice but to walk over. Soon, under the strange looks of the clansmen at the opposite table, the maid picked up the remaining good meat and brought it back to Li Xiao. "You're taking leftovers back with you. You're eating too much," a tribesman at the table sneered. "Being able to eat is a blessing. Otherwise, how could he be so talented?" said another tribesman. This made the person who spoke earlier extremely ashamed. Why are they all licking this wild child? Chapter 78, Never Become Famous. This child. An elder of the clan shook his head with an indescribable expression, probably because he thought Li Xiao was too naughty. Li Xiao walked in front of the group, carrying 2 lunch boxes, followed by 7 lolas, and behind them were a group of wet nurses. The middle-aged butler only escorted them to the door, then politely took his leave, not daring to enter the restricted area. Li Xiao and the others ignored him and pushed the door open and walked in. Li Xiao rushed in with a lunch box, shouting as he ran, "This human kid has such a loud voice." Hearing the sound, Qingniao did not come out, but several maids came out first. They hurriedly stepped forward to help Li Xiao carry things, but were pushed away by Li Xiao with their elbows. Qingniao walked out of the guest room and saw Li Xiao. A smile appeared on his pale face and he said, Xiao, you guys are back?" Li Xiao responded and ran to the lobby, saying to Bluebird, "Come quickly, the food for tonight's clan meeting is very delicious, all of which are very nourishing and the most delicious food in the world." In the Li family, an ordinary cup of tea is a treasure that helps in spiritual practice. Each of the dishes above is carefully prepared by the imperial master of alchemy, and even the lowest quality meat comes from sacred beasts. Otherwise, Li Xiao would not be able to saturate the mother energy of all things just by eating vegetables. "What did you eat tonight?" Bluebird walked in and asked. 8-ingredient dragon meat, 3-ingredient tiger meat, 6-ingredient snake meat. Come and try them, every dish tastes great, it's like eating a god-level tonic. Bluebird was not vague. He walked over, sat down, picked up a pair of chopsticks prepared in the lunchbox, picked up a piece of dragon meat, and began to eat it politely. "Tasty!" Bluebird narrowed his eyes and exclaimed in admiration. "These are all for you," Li Xiao said with a smile. When the Bluebird heard this, he was moved and felt warm in his heart. She glanced at Li Xiao and said with a playful smile, "Then you're welcome, little auntie. It's okay, you eat. I'm full." Li Xiao waved his hand with a generous look. At this time, 7 little girls and a wet nurse came in one after another from the door. Ao Bouvet stepped over the threshold and happened to see Li Xiao saying this. He said disdainfully, "It would be strange if you are not full. How much did you eat just now?" "That's right, auntie, he's just a glutton." Li Xiaotong ran to Bluebird, snuggled up to it, and said with a pout. However, her eyes were fixed on the various kinds of meat on the table. Seeing this, Bluebird glanced at her and said softly, "Do you still want to eat?" Li Xiaopong nodded and was about to say yes, but Ao Buhui glared at her sternly and said, "Still eating? How much have you eaten? This is specially for Auntie Qingniao, there is no share for you." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaotong's eyes suddenly turned red and tears welled up in her eyes. Qingniao said softly, "Sister Ao, it's okay, let her eat if she wants, I can't eat that much." Ao Buhui snorted angrily. "She's just like her mother. She only walked a few steps and she wants to eat when she comes back." Li Xiao held his forehead with his hand as if he had a headache. He stood up and walked out of the lobby, then wandered around outside the mansion. Li Xiaoqin looked at Li Zhao's back as he walked out, thought for a moment, and then quickly followed him. The mansion was very large. Li Xiao took a tour around it, and then, under the arrangement of the servants, returned to the residence specially prepared for him. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Li Xiao calmed his mind and began to practice the primitive sutra. This scripture came from the primordial Mother Qi cauldron. With years of practice, Li Xiao felt more and more that this scripture was extraordinary and extremely mysterious. In the blood-refining realm, I have broken through to the 73rd level, Li Xiao thought to himself. But I feel that this is far from my limit. I still have a long way to go in this field. A genius like Li Sanjian only reached the 18th level of blood-tempering realm. Such achievements are rare. However, Li Xiao broke through to the 73rd level of forging, but he did not stop there. Instead, he felt that he still had a very long way to go. Could it be that I can achieve sainthood in the blood-tempering realm? Or even achieve godhood in the physical body? Li Xiao guessed. This possibility is very high. Because at present, Li Zhao's strength has already far exceeded the Dao Palace realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to flip over a peak spirit beast at the Dao Palace level with his strength. The physical body can become a god. If that's the case, I can possess the power of a god when I'm in the blood-tempering realm. Li Xiao imagined excitedly, and at the same time found it incredible. Time passes quickly during cultivation. Since Li Xiao lives in the forbidden area of the Li clan, others dare not come here even if they want to. This resulted in many members of the Li family who wanted to establish a relationship with Li Xiao and become friends with him being unable to do so, but could only stand at the door from a distance and linger. This leads to a phenomenon. Every day, at the intersections of many secluded paths outside the mansion where Li Xiao lived, there were groups of clansmen blocking the way, all waiting for Li Xiao to go out and leave the forbidden area. But in the end, several days passed and Li Xiao was never seen stepping into the door. My cousin, don't you want to go somewhere else to play? Who knows? In fact, if I lived in a forbidden area, I would not go out. Just think about it, how superior it is to live there. That's what you said. The group of tribesmen were looking around and killing time with boring conversations. However, this group of tribesmen completely underestimated Li Xiao. In terms of staying at home, Li Xiao can be said to be a top-notch powerful person. Unless something big happens, he will never go out. He is a complete and utter stay-at-home guy who doesn't like to go out. Every day in his mansion, he admired the fish in the pond and fed the 2 cranes. The rest of the time, he practiced the primordial sutra. In daily life, they are taken care of by servants. The cultivation resources will be delivered by the clan on a regular basis. He lived a very comfortable life, enjoying himself to the fullest without any worries. However, Li Xiao was getting a little fed up with this kind of life and wanted to stay away from it. That day, he was lying on the lawn. There was a pond in the distance, and 2 beautiful cranes were within his sight. His thoughts were drifting, and suddenly he remembered something, and he sat up straight on the grass. That day, I knocked down the Saint of Yao Qi with a frying pan. My record was so brilliant! Now, can you spread my name outside? If not to mention becoming famous in the ancient world, then it should be famous in Zhongzhou, right? Thinking of this, Li Xiao became itchy and immediately ordered someone to inquire. He was the first sequence prince, and he would respond to any request from his clan. It was very quick to inquire about such trivial matters, and Li Xiao got the exact news the next day. However, the result made Li Xiao extremely angry. He has never become famous. Chapter 79, Preaching. But after asking in detail, Li Xiao found out that no one in the Li clan knew about his achievement in defeating the Saint Maiden of Yao Qi. Because Mr. Li never mentioned this matter to his clan members. The great wilderness is too vast. Only the powerful can see the scene from a long distance. Other powerful people simply cannot pay attention to the scene that day. Those who can become powerful people are all transcendent. Why would they be so talkative and spread the matter on behalf of Li Xiao? As for the holy land of Yao Qi, the holy land of samsara, and the holy land of immortality, it is even more impossible for them to say. Especially the holy land of Yao Qi, they wish they could completely seal this matter up. This resulted in Li Zhao's battle not being known to the world. I achieved such a brilliant record, but was forced to reveal some of my background, but I didn't gain any fame at all. How can this be acceptable? Li Xiao said unhappily. Anyway, he had already revealed part of his talent, and the 3 holy places knew that he had regrown a more extraordinary emperor bone, so there was nothing to hide. As for his other talents, he plans to keep them hidden. Never reveal all your secrets. This is the basic rule of being in the underworld. Humph, I will definitely spread this matter so that the entire Central Plains and hundreds of millions of human beings will know my name, Li Xiao. Li Xiao stood with his little hands clenched. Sitting in the hall, Li Xiao shouted loudly. As soon as the voice fell, a middle-aged man strode in. This man is called Zhang He. He has a calm and sophisticated temperament and a serious expression. Li Xiao looked at him and said, "Go and help me do something." Zhang He said, "Please speak, my lord." Li Xiao waved his hand and said, "Go and arrange for people to spread the news that Li Xiao, a member of the Li family, defeated the saint of Yaoqi with one move. Remember, you must publicize it well, and it's best to make a big fuss so that everyone in the world knows about it." Ah! Even Zhang He, who was known for his calmness, couldn't help but be stunned at this moment. He thought to himself, Li Xiao, the ancestor of the Li family, isn't that you? You even defeated the Saint Lady of Yaoqi with one move. At least make up a decent rumor. Who will believe you when you say such big words? Wouldn't people laugh at you and the Li family? Zhang He wanted to say something but stopped himself, thinking that the prince in front of him was too childish and such behavior was really nonsense. He considered his tone and said, "Sir Emperor, can you please consult the clan leader and the elders first on this matter?" Li Xiao snorted when he heard this and said angrily, "For such a small matter, why bother asking for instructions? Just do it now." Zhang He still felt that it was inappropriate. "Sir, insulting the holy maiden of the Holy Land is a big deal. It is easy to trigger conflicts between the two major forces, and it is easy to bring bad reputation to the Li family and attract gossip." Li Xiao interrupted Zhang He and said, "What are you afraid of? This is the truth. If Yaoqi Holy Land is unhappy, you can ask them to come out and confront you. See if they dare to do it." Zhang He was choked and didn't know how to persuade him. He didn't believe what Li Xiao said at all. "I just feel that this prince is too domineering and does things according to his own will. Alas, she has a good family background, so what can you say if she is a little willful?" Zhang He muttered in his heart. "Hurry up and go!" Li Xiao shouted softly, turning his head to look at Zhang He with a stern expression. "Yes." Zhang He stopped persuading, clasped his fists and left. As he walked out of the hall, he shook his head. Etc. Not long after Zhang He walked out of the door, Li Xiao suddenly shouted from behind, "By the way, go and call the Prince Li Jun to my house." "Clear!" Zhang He clasped his fists again, then turned around and strode away. There is a secluded path at the gate of the mansion. Several clansmen are sitting and chatting under the shade of a tree, looking towards Li Dao's mansion from time to time. However, at the door, only the sound of wind blowing past, and not even a shadow can be seen. Among these clan members, Li Jun is in the middle. Occasionally, he would come to the forbidden area and waiting to meet Li Xiao and establish a relationship with him. This cousin is too much of a homebody. He has been here for a month and has never left the house once, Li Jun said with a sigh. Isn't it? Humph, if not for this, how could brother Li Xiao have such strength to defeat Li Mubai with just one punch? Said another young member of the clan. Li Jun couldn't help but turn his head to look at him, and sneered. Li Qingyang, you are really a dog, you can lick this? Hearing this, Li Qingyang angrily said. Li Jun, how dare you say that to me? If it comes to licking, no one in the entire clan can compare to you. Li Jun sneered. I am good at making friends, but can I be as good as you? The others snorted, their faces full of contempt. Just then, another member of the tribe shouted. Quick, someone is coming out of the forbidden area. Everyone was startled and looked over, and saw Zhang He walking out of the mansion. Everyone's eyes immediately changed from excitement to disappointment. Li Jun curled his lips and said, Don't be so startled. Zhang Heping often went out of the mansion, and everyone had seen him many times. At this time, Zhang He looked at them and walked straight over. Li Jun and the others withdrew their gazes and stood there lazily again. Although Zhang He was at the imperial level, he was only a worshipper of the Li family. In terms of status, he was not as good as the imperial sons of the Li family. Emperor Li Jun, Emperor Li Xiao is looking for you. Zhang He stopped and said as he walked in front of Li Jun and his group. Huh! Li Jun was startled and stood up from the tree trunk he was leaning on. What did you say? Zhang He added. Emperor Li Xiao is looking for you. Li Jun was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud, his face full of pride, and said, I told you, Li Xiao will never forget me. When will we meet? Li Jun asked anxiously. Zhang He said. Now, please follow me. Okay, lead the way. Li Jun's eyes lit up and his expression was full of pride. Amid the envious and jealous gazes of the people behind him, Li Jun swaggered into the forbidden area that even the elders of the clan were not allowed to easily set foot in. No way! Li Zhao's clansman actually likes this kind of fence-sitter. Li Qingyang wailed, looking indignant. When Li Jun entered the hall, he saw Li Xiao, who was lying in a chair drinking tea like Giyu. His face was immediately filled with enthusiasm. Brother Li Xiao, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much. Chapter 80. Li Jun was tricked. Although Li Jun was ridiculed by everyone as a fence-sitter, he was still a teenager after all and had a strong sense of self-esteem. He couldn't bring himself to call someone younger than him grandfather. At this moment, he stood there, feeling awkward for a moment, but he was thick-skinned, so he regained his composure after a moment and said with a smile, I heard you were looking for me? Li Jun was immediately excited when he heard this. What is it? Don't worry, Li Jun, will go through fire and water to help you complete it beautifully. People say you are a fence-sitter. How can I know if you are doing things with all your heart, and whether you can do it 100% according to my wishes? Hearing this, Li Jun immediately patted his chest and assured, Brother, you can rest assured that I will do the job. When Li Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Humph, so slick! Li Xiao looked away with disdain. Li Jun laughed, not blushing at all. This is called eloquence. Li Jun's smile became more and more brilliant, making Li Xiao feel like he was looking at a blooming chrysanthemum. Li Xiao looked into Li Jun's eyes and said solemnly, It's very simple. Help me publicize something. That is, you go out and tell others that I, Li Xiao, knocked over the peerless saint of Yaoqi Holy Land with a frying pan, and beat her to the ground. Her image as a saint is no longer there. Hearing this, Li Jun was stunned. You, Li Xiao, beat down the Saint Lady of Yaoqi? Beat her till she was completely defeated? For a moment, Li Jun felt like he had fallen into a pit. Li Xiao ignored Li Jun's gradually collapsing expression and continued seriously. Also, you must portray me as a man of unrivaled heroic spirit, the most handsome man in the world, and possessing unrivaled qualities. This is just too arrogant. Not only do you brag about yourself, you also need others to help you promote it. There's really no one like it. I have never seen such a person in my life. At this moment, Li Jun felt that he had been cheated. If he really told this to others, he would definitely be scolded to death by everyone and chased all over the street, especially the group of beauties with tiger teeth in the Yaoqi Holy Land, who would be the first ones not to let him go. His face turned dark as he looked at Li Xiao and said, Brother, isn't this inappropriate? This could easily bring bad luck to our family. Li Xiao snorted and said, You are so shameless, this is the fact, go and tell me, and see if Yaoqi Holy Land dares to fight back. As he spoke, he went up and patted Li Jun's shoulder vigorously, and said earnestly, If this is done, you will be my brother, Li Xiao, from now on. Li Jun's face changed when he heard this. He struggled for a few seconds and nodded. Okay. I'll help you. Li Xiao smiled, with a pleasant expression. Well, I knew you wouldn't refuse. I believe in your ability. By the way, do you know any disciples from other ancient families in Zhongzhou, or from the 7 sacred places? If so, talk to them more and do your best to let the world know about this. Li Jun felt bitter at heart when he heard this, as if he had eaten shit. If he really advertises this to others, how will his friends view him in the future? His reputation is ruined in this life. But since he had already agreed to it, he couldn't refuse it, so he had to bite the bullet and leave. As he walked, he was struggling with how to do this smoothly without affecting his reputation. Although he is ridiculed as a fence-sitter, he still wants to save his face. Li Xiao watched Li Jun's back disappear at the lobby door. He smiled with satisfaction and drank his tea more comfortably. This is Li Zhao's double preparation. The purpose is to make sure this matter spreads to the outside world. He didn't trust Zhang He very much, fearing that he would consider the higher-ups of the Li family, so he didn't dare to do it. But Li Jun is different. He is one of the top 10 princes of the Li family. He has a prominent status and is favored by the elders. He is not afraid of being scolded for doing this. Moreover, Li Jun is a sly guy and must know a lot of people outside. And given his dog-licking nature, the talents of the people he knows are mostly similar to his, or even higher than his. If it spreads among this group of people, it will have a greater impact on the younger generation. Li Xiao believed that there must be many people who had grudges against the holy land of Yaoqi at that time. This group of people would definitely add fuel to the fire, and even exaggerate the matter in order to achieve the purpose of discrediting and attacking the holy land of Yaoqi. Humph, you want to dig my blood, I will blacken you to death. Li Xiao sat there humming. Li Jun left the mansion with a dejected look on his face, and his spirits seemed to be exhausted. Li Jun is out! Li Qingyang and others had been staring at the door. When they saw Li Jun from afar, they immediately perked up. Hey, why does he look like he's wilted? Did he have an unhappy meeting with his cousin Li Xiao? Humph, most likely. I told you, Li Xiao, how could you possibly like this fence-sitter? Li Qingyang finally felt better. He was very unhappy when he saw Li Jun's expression when he came in just now. When Li Jun approached, Li Qingyang shouted, Li Jun, what's wrong? Why are you unhappy? Were you scolded by Li Zhao's cousin? Li Jun looked up and glanced at him. Then something clicked in his mind and he immediately started laughing. He walked over politely and pulled Li Qingyang aside affectionately. Li Qingyang felt strange and had goosebumps all over his body. Don't do this, I'm not used to it. What do you want to do? Li Qingyang looked alert. He knows Li Jun too well. Usually at this time, he is up to no good. Li Jun smiled enthusiastically and said, Look at what you said. We are brothers and have a good relationship. Li Qingyang looked at the other person with disdain. No, we're not that close. Just tell me, what do you want to do? Li Jun smiled and said, It's like this. Brother Li Xiao asked us to do something. This matter is extremely important. If we can do it, we will be his good brothers in the future. Hearing that it was Li Xiao who wanted to do something, Li Qingyang's expression changed. What is it? Li Jun considered his tone and said, It's like this, it's not difficult, it's just. At that moment, Li Jun repeated Li Gao's words. But before Li Jun could say anything, Li Qingyang and the people around him had constipated expressions on their faces. Li Qingyang didn't even listen to the end. He shook off Li Jun's hand and turned away. This is none of my business, go do it yourself. Hey, don't go! Li Jun shouted anxiously. Seeing Li Qingyang walking away, Li Jun sighed, and remembered that there were people next to him. He was about to go over to greet them, but unexpectedly, those people turned around and left very decisively, pretending not to see him. Seeing this, Li Jun snorted disdainfully. Humph, you're running away after such a small matter. You still want to make friends with Li Zhao's cousin. Finally, Li Jun sighed, looking like he accepted defeat. Chapter 81 Baidi City. After making both arrangements, Li Gao's life returned to being leisurely. As the first order prince of the Li family, he enjoys inexhaustible resources every month. For example, the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Holy Land, and the first sequence Imperial Son of the Ancient Family. Because once this position is decided, it will occupy a huge amount of resources within a force, and all manpower and material resources will revolve around it. Unless you are a peerless genius with the potential to surpass your peers, you cannot be ranked. It doesn't mean that as long as you are the best among your peers, it's enough. The first and the second may seem to be only one person apart, but the power and resources they represent are completely on a different level. This was also the reason why Li Xiao was unreasonably listed as the First Order Emperor's son, which immediately caused strong dissatisfaction among many elders in the clan. At this moment, his eyes were filled with excitement. In just 1 month, he had already broken through from forging level 73 to forging level 74. Blood Tempering Realm, reaching the 74th level. Even outsiders may find it ridiculous, and no one will believe it if you tell others. Jumping off the bed, Li Xiao swung his fist in the room, hitting the air, making it explode. Although I have reached the 74th level of forging, far surpassing the so-called peerless demon, but I feel that my limit is far from this. It is not difficult to continue to break through the limit. He felt that in another month, he would break through again and reach forging level 75. Think of the Saint Lady of Yao Qi, who possesses the holy body of cause and effect in the bones of the great emperor, but she has been stuck at the 18th level of forging for a whole year and still has no signs of a breakthrough. In order to help her break through, the Yao Qi Holy Land even joined forces with the Immortal Holy Land and the Samsara Holy Land to awaken the sleeping ancestor and try every means to get Li Xiao's blood. Li Xiao was happy about his breakthrough, and then he remembered something. 3 days have passed. I wonder how Zhang He and Li Jun have done what I asked them to do. Thinking of this, Li Xiao walked out of the room, came to the lobby, and called a golden armored guard. This guard is a powerful person at the peak of the divine realm. He is commanded by Zhang He, a person at the emperor realm, and is responsible for Li Xiao's security. Although Li Xiao will not encounter any danger within the Li clan, he still has everything he needs. In case Li Xiao wants to go out, this group of people will have to accompany him. Where is Zhang He? Li Xiao, still a young boy, stood in the hall with his hands behind his back. The golden armored guard clasped his fists and said, Your Excellency, Lord Emperor, Lord Zhang He is out on business and has not returned yet. If you have any urgent business, I will go and inform you immediately. Li Xiao said. Go quickly. By the way, please inform Emperor Li Jun and ask him to come to my place as well. Yes. The golden armored guard clasped his fists and left in a swift and decisive manner. After the golden armored guard left, Li Xiao said unhappily, How do these people do things? They don't know how to follow up and report on the progress of things. The Li clan is located in a place with outstanding people and talents, close to Baidi City, one of the 3 major cities in Zhongzhou. This city is extremely majestic. It is said to control the ancient land veins of Zhongzhou. It was built in ancient times by a powerful man named Baidi. He served as a shelter to protect the weak human race at that time. His merits are immeasurable, and later generations praised him as the ancestor of Baidi. Unfortunately, Baidi ultimately failed to enter the realm of top powers and was annihilated by the power of time. However, the city continues to bear his name, remembering his indelible contribution to the rise of the human race. After development by successive generations of human saints, Baidi City has now evolved into a majestic city with a permanent population of hundreds of millions. Because it radiates over a very wide range and is located on the most important land vein in Zhongzhou, the surrounding area is full of rich spiritual energy. Therefore, there is more than just the Li family in the surrounding area. 3 of the top 10 ancient families are located near this city, including the Zhou family, the Li family, and another ancient family, the Ji family. The Ji family is also the second-ranked ancient family. In addition to the ancient families, the Yao Qi Holy Land, the Immortal Holy Land, and the Taoism among the 7 holy places also have their roots here. In addition, the Holy Land of Samsara also has a branch built nearby. The Holy Land of Samsara is extremely special. All important places in the ancient world have its branches, and its influence can be said to be spread all over the world. Due to its special geographical location, Baidi City is often a place where major forces communicate. Many industries of major forces are also located in Baidi City. Over time, conflicts of interest inevitably arose among the major forces, and the contradictions accumulated over time and gradually became inseparable. The rise of a force is more than just a change in status. Also changing are the huge interests behind it and the allocation of resources. When the Li family rose to power, they affected the core interests of all major forces. As a result, the Li family developed an irreconcilable hatred with the Immortal Holy Land and the Reincarnation Holy Land, and the conflicts were extremely fierce. The Zhou and Li families were originally above the Li family, but the Li family's sudden change in status oppressed their interests, causing deep resentment between the 2 families. However, frightened by Li Sanjian's pressure, the 2 ancient families could only swallow their anger and shrink their territory in order to preserve themselves. This is also the fundamental reason why they colluded with the Immortal Holy Land and the Yao Qi Holy Land to jointly clean up the wilderness. Only by relying on the Holy Land can they regain their lost interests. The most famous Fenghua Tower in the city is owned by the Ji family. In a private room, Li Jun sat among a group of young boys and girls, drinking until his face was red. He patted his chest and said loudly, "Don't you all disbelieve it, my clan's first-order Prince Li Xiao is not only handsome, the most beautiful man in the history, but also has the most talent among his contemporaries. You all know how powerful that Yao Qi Saintess is, right? Humph, Did you know that she was knocked to the ground by my cousin Li Xiao with a frying pan, and her teeth were all over the ground? Li Jun, if you were eating some peanuts, you wouldn't say such things. A young man in blue, with a face as handsome as an ancient jade, said while eating peanuts. Brother Li Jun, don't drink if you're drunk. You can drink as much as you want, but you can't say anything you want. If you say that, won't you bring bad luck to your Li family? Who is Li Xiao? Everyone was laughing and joking. No one believed Li Jun's drunken words. Chapter 82. The more you describe, the worse it gets. After hearing what Li Xiao said, many people present were startled. Are you talking about the baby boy whose bones were dug out by the Yaoqi Holy Land? Someone at the table looked at Li Jun in surprise. The young man in blue was named GFA. He said calmly, I heard about this matter. I also know that he was named the first emperor's son as soon as he returned to his clan. This Jifa looked at Li Jun calmly, feeling confident. This person comes from the Ji family, the second most ancient family. He is currently the second sequence prince of the Ji family, and is expected to be ranked first sequence prince. Li Xiao returned to the clan's land and held a grand banquet. All the important members of the clan were present. Behind this group of people, each had their own interpersonal relationships. During their casual conversation afterwards, they inevitably spread the matter as gossip. And we also know that this person is Li Sanjian's son. But some people have been practicing in seclusion recently, and just ended it recently, so they have not yet learned about this. GFA nodded and said, Spreading such rumors will at most make Yaoqi Holy Land jump up and down, and look down on this person even more. If he spreads rumors like this, when he reaches the secret realm, the Saint Lady of Yaoqi will definitely not let him off easily. GFA looked at the pretty girl with a mocking expression and snorted. Sister Jiang, as if Yaoqi Holy Land would let him go if he did nothing? The young man in black sneered. No matter what, he is spreading rumors like this, which is really embarrassing for the Li family and Li Jianxian. Li Xianjian is such a talented person, how could he give birth to such a playboy? Li Jun's face turned even redder, and he said angrily, This is the truth. If you don't believe it, let the evil woman Yaoqi Saint come out to confront me. Everyone snorted and stopped looking at Li Jun. They turned around and either drank or cracked peanuts. Inside the car, Li Jun was no longer drunk and was scratching his head, looking very regretful and distressed. However, today's drinking party is the third one in these 3 days. He kept his promise and did it seriously. He contacted his usual friends, and under the pretext of drinking, spread the news of Li Zhao's instructions through casual chatting and bragging. At the same time, Zhang He was doing the same thing. It was just that he bribed some gossipy people in Baidi City to infiltrate and spread the matter among the people. He even found a famous storyteller on the street and made it into a popular story. Zhang He's method is appropriate, and the effect is better. Gradually, the news spread throughout Baidi City. But no one believed it at first, and just thought that the Li clan member had gone crazy. But later those who hated the holy land of Yaoqi exaggerated the matter. Originally, it was just that Li Xiao knocked down the Saint Maiden of Yaoqi, but after the story was passed down, it became that Li Xiao captured the Saint Maiden of Yaoqi. What's even more outrageous is that some people said that the saint of the Yaoqi Holy Land had been defiled by the Li clan's kinsman, and her sanctity was gone, and she was no longer fit to be a saint. This is way off the mark. If Li Xiao heard about this, he would be completely confused, with black lines on his forehead. How old are you, yet you have defiled the saint? On the other side, Li Jun and Zhang He returned to the clan land and were immediately summoned to Li Zhao's residence. Just spread it out. Li Xiao snorted and stopped paying attention to the matter. He continued to live his idle life of cultivating immortals. A few days later, this incident caused an uproar in the outside world. After several versions of the rumor spread by Li Xiao, the tone has changed and it is getting more and more outrageous. To the south of Baidi City, there is a pure land, which is the holy land of Yaoqi. At this time, in the main hall of the Yaoqi Holy Land, the Holy Lord of Yaoqi was sitting on the Holy Lord's throne made of black gold divine iron. His beautiful face was very gloomy, and below him stood a group of women, some of whom were relatively young, and some were old women. Next to her, Li Xianer had a gloomy face and bit her lip, standing quietly beside the Holy Lord of Yaoqi, like a fairy child serving him. Have you found out who is spreading the rumors outside? Yao Qi Saint Lord said in a cold voice. An old woman below bowed and responded. Holy Lord, we have checked it out. It's Li's people. Li family? Yao Qi Saint Lord's dark eyes instantly burst into a fierce light. The dignified Li family actually did such a despicable thing. They are still an ancient family. Her chest heaved violently, and she was furious. The old woman said in a deep voice. Holy Lord, now outside, not only are there rumors that our saint was defeated by the boneless baby boy, but there are also rumors that our saint was defiled by him. If we don't respond to this matter, I'm afraid it will only make things worse, and the image of the saint and the Holy Land will be greatly damaged. Humph! Yao Qi Saint Lord stood up from his seat, his 3,000 strands of hair flying in the wind. If Sienna hadn't been careless that day, how could I have been defeated by her? This kid is really abominable. He had the audacity to win by chance and dared to brag about it. He is really shameless. At this time, Li Sienna gritted his teeth and whispered, Master, I request to issue a challenge to the Li family and invite everyone in Zhongzhou to watch. I want to defeat him in front of the world. Let the world know how big the gap is between him and me, Li Sienna. Upon hearing this, an old woman below beamed with joy and said, Holy Lord, I think this is a good idea. And before the challenge, we must build momentum and let everyone know. Right. Another gray-clothed old woman sneered. If Li doesn't dare to accept, this rumor will be broken on its own. If Li dares to accept, then let the saint find an opportunity to kill him in battle and dig out his blood. Chapter 83 Hanging. The Li family's land and the mansion's restricted area. Li Xiao sat slumped in a chair, holding a cup of steaming dragon blood tea in his hand, blowing the tea vapor gently. At this time, Li Xiao took a sip of tea and found it a little hot. He couldn't help but sucking his tongue. He put the teacup on the tea table, tilted his head slightly and looked at Zhang He with squinted eyes. You also think that I spread rumors, right? Li Xiao said angrily with a stern face. But he has a good family background, Zhang He sighed. He had worked so hard, but now he could only bow to the evil forces. Li Zhao's eyes became more and more slanted, and the more he looked at this person, the more he felt that he was a worthless person. Oh shit! At least make up a decent excuse. How are you going to get along with big bosses with such little cleverness? Li Xiao sneered and retracted his gaze. He couldn't help but pick up the cup of dragon blood tea again and took another sip. This time he spat and cursed. Why is it still so hot? At this time, Zhang He below was hesitant to speak. Li Xiao could see his hesitation, but he said nothing. Finally, Zhang He still wanted to tell the whole story and said, This time the spread very well. Not only did the outside world know about the great feat of the Emperor's son, but there was also a rumor that you captured the Holy Maiden of the Yaoqi Holy Land. When Zhang He saw this, he felt really disgusted. You are so excited about the rumors spread outside. But Zhang He had learned his lesson this time. His face was calm and he did not reveal his inner emotions. He said, Yes. And? Zhang He pondered and said, Also, someone outside said that you. Zhang He said, They said you defiled the saint. Ah? Li Xiao was suddenly confused, as if he didn't hear clearly. What? You have defiled the saint? Zhang He repeated with a red face. He felt very embarrassed and ashamed. This time, Li Xiao heard it clearly, but he was also stunned. The next moment, he jumped up and said, Damn it, who told you to say that? How old am I? Hearing this, Zhang He looked at Li Xiao's lower body with an unfriendly look, and muttered, How do I know how old you are? Li Xiao was almost mad and cursed. Look at you, how do you do things? Did I ask you to spread it like this? Damn, don't I have any face? Zhang He snorted in his heart and thought, You still care about your face, but you don't have any face in the outside world. But in order to calm the anger of the Emperor's son, Zhang He explained, Sir Emperor's son, this matter was not spread by me. It was spread by those people outside who hated the Yaoqi Holy Land and exaggerated it. Li Xiao covered his forehead, he had a headache. He never thought that the matter would turn out like this. After calming down, Li Xiao regained his composure and asked, What was the reaction of Yaoqi Holy Land after hearing this? Zhang He whispered, I didn't go to inquire. Li Xiao shouted, Then why don't you go quickly? Zhang He. Yes. However, at this moment, a voice came from outside. Brother Li Xiao, something is wrong, something is wrong, someone has challenged you. Li Xiao heard the sound, glanced at the door, and then ran out. He knew who the voice belonged to. It was the lackey Li Jun. After the last incident, Li Xiao gave Li Jun a pass to enter and exit the mansion and told him to come and report if he had any problems, without informing anyone. From a distance, Li Xiao saw Li Jun running towards him from the garden path. The other party looked flustered and extremely anxious. Why are you so panicking? Li Xiao looked at Li Jun, who was running towards him with dissatisfaction. Li Junren was unable to stand still, and he kept saying, Big, something is not good. The saint of Yaoqi Holy Land has announced to the entire Zhongzhou that she is going to challenge you. Li Xiao was stunned. This was something he didn't expect. After a moment's pause, Li Xiao said, It seems that this saint lady is very impatient. After these words came out, Zhang He and Li Jun beside him couldn't help but glance at him. I really want to say, you are talking without any pain. You have ruined someone's reputation, and you can still remain calm? Do you know how much harm that would cause to a girl? What's more, the other party is the saint of an ancient holy land, with a noble status, and she values reputation the most. Li Jun said anxiously, Brother Li Xiao, run away quickly! Hearing this, Li Xiao glanced at him mockingly. Run away? Why run away? You lackey, what's in your head? As he spoke, Li Xiao walked forward and poked Li Jun's forehead hard with his finger. Your defeatist and escapist ideas are not good, Li Xiao scolded, but before Li Jun could refute, he added. But that's true. After all, you are a lackey and a fence-sitter. That's your nature. Li Jun was extremely ashamed. At the same time, he felt very aggrieved. I'm not doing this for your own good. If we really fight, can you beat him? After hearing this, Li Xiao just snorted and said nothing. Li Jun asked again. Since you don't want to escape, what do you want to do? After thinking for a while, Li Xiao waved his hand, turned around and walked back to the lobby. Leave it there. What the hell? Li Jun was stunned. How is this different from running away? So, if you get into trouble, you want the Li family to protect you? Are you begging the family to take the blame for you? Second-generation rich kid, he is indeed a second-generation rich kid. Li Jun was speechless. This Li Xiao cousin really relied on his family. Outside world. The Holy Land of Yaoqi spread the news widely and argued to the world that the rumors were untrue. Someone was slandering the Holy Land of Yaoqi and throwing dirty water on it. It also issued a declaration of war to Li Xiao of the Li family, declaring that it would defeat him fairly in front of the world. People from all walks of life, come and witness it. A major Holy Land issued a declaration of war to an ancient family. This was a major event in the ancient world. This matter did not need much publicity. It naturally spread from Baidi City and in a short time, spread to all parts of Zhongzhou. For a time, people with good intentions from all over the place rode their mounts and rushed to Baidi City. What on earth does this bastard want to do? Chapter 84, Declaration of War. Li Xiao accepted it. Li Chongyang put his hands behind his back and breathed heavily through his nose. After taking several deep breaths, he finally calmed down a little of the anger in his chest. Li Chongyang cursed. This Li Xiao, does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because the ancestors are backing him up? Li Chongyang choked and stared at the elder with a terribly gloomy expression. Oh shit! But why does this sound reasonable? The gray-robed elder bowed his head and said, The Emperor's son Li Jun went over and told him. Li Chongyang looked at him and asked, What did he say? Do you have the confidence to fight? Li Chongyang shouted. If you have something to say, just tell me. What? Hearing this, Li Chongyang was confused for a moment. After a moment, he shouted in a deep voice. I want to hear the original words. Li Chongyang tilted his head. Which 2 words? Li Chongyang was stunned. The next moment, he flew into a rage and roared. Leave it hanging? How dare he say that? After causing such a big incident, he only said 2 words, leave it hanging? He has brought shame to the family. Li Chongyang was extremely angry. He had a headache and couldn't help rubbing his brows. This bastard is always making trouble. He left without cleaning up the mess he made and made the family take the blame for him. After a pause, the gray-robed elder said helplessly, "Besides, this matter has been completely distorted by the outside busybodies who have exaggerated it. This time, the family's reputation will definitely be damaged." Li Chongyang pondered for a moment and gave an order. "You must immediately announce to the public that our clan members are upright and have a pure family tradition. They would never do anything to defile a girl. Tell outsiders not to believe the rumors." After hearing this, the gray-robed elder nodded, remained silent for a moment, and asked, "Are you still going to respond to the declaration of war from Yaoqi Holy Land?" Li Chongyang's nose was almost crooked with anger, and he said angrily, "Reason? How can we reason? Letting that bastard fight is just to die, and be knocked to the ground by the saint. Let's let the matter go on outside. This time the family will take the blame, and give that bastard time to grow up." The gray-robed elder sighed and said helplessly, "This is the only way. I hope his talent can catch up later." Actually, both of them knew very well how terrifying the talent of the person in the Yaoqi Holy Land was. Deep down, the two had no confidence, and did not think that Li Xiao had the possibility of surpassing the Holy Lady of Yaoqi. After looking at the clan leader, the gray-robed elder shook his head and walked out. On the second day, the words released by Li spread throughout Baidi City. The Li family refused to admit that their clan member Li Xiao had defiled the saint. As for the declaration of war, Li did not mention a word. The sacred place of Yaoqi. Yaoqi Saint Lord and Saint Maiden Li Xiener have been paying close attention to this matter. Upon learning of Li's reaction, Yaoqi Saint Lord, who was sitting on the Saint Lord's seat, snorted coldly and said with a sneer, "Is Li afraid? Don't dare to let that show-off come out to fight." In the hall, an old woman said coldly, "The Li family is not stupid. Coming out is like committing suicide. How could they do that? After all, he is Li Sanjian's son. He must be protected no matter what." Next to the Saint Lord of Yaoqi, Li Xiener had a blank expression on her face. She moved her thin lips slightly and said, "Are you scared? Hee hee. I thought you were so brave." The Saint Lord of Yaoqi turned his head to glance at his most proud disciple, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Li Xiao of the Li family did not dare to fight, so the previous rumors were self-defeating. However, the Saint Lord of Yaoqi still felt that he had to intensify his efforts and continue to add fuel to the fire in case that show-off got carried away and accepted the declaration of war. Then the blood of my heart might be there. Yaoqi Saint Lord waved his sleeves and ordered in a cold voice, "If you spread the word again, say that the person Li Xiao knocked over was not our saint daughter, but another daughter, and the person who was defiled was also that woman. Our saint daughter was acting on behalf of heaven to get rid of that dandy villain, but she failed and was framed by him instead." Hearing this, Li Xiener's lips curled up slightly. If this news spreads, her image as a saint who serves the people with justice will be greatly enhanced. "Yes, Holy Lord!" Everyone below the Saint Lord of Yaoqi responded in unison. As one of the 7 ancient holy places, the Yaoqi Holy Land condenses enormous energy. In just one day, this matter fermented in Zhongzhou, especially in Baidi City. Because this matter itself attracted a lot of attention, cultivators from all over Zhongzhou traveled thousands of miles to Baidi City just to join in the fun. What? This is outrageous. Relying on his power and strong background, this guy actually did such a thing? Is there still law? Is there still justice? After being spread by people attached to the Yaoqi Holy Land, especially the Zhou and Li families, the matter quickly fermented. On this day, Li was scolded the worst in history. Many righteous people in Zhongzhou were filled with righteous indignation and threatened to have the 7 holy places join forces to force the Li family to hand over the villain who murdered the vulnerable girl from a good family. Punish them according to the law and restore justice to the world. The Li clan's land is a forbidden area. Li Jun and Zhang He stood in the hall without saying much. They both looked quietly at Li Xiao, who was sitting on the chair. Just now, they had reported the situation outside to Li Xiao. They felt that if they did not fight back against this matter, the entire Li family would be caught in a whirlpool of public opinion and bear the infamy. Li Xiao sipped the dragon's blood tea and glanced at the two people. He looked leisurely, as if he didn't take what they said just now seriously at all. Li Jun felt a headache when he saw this. Damn! What time is it? Can I still drink tea? Are you really going to shamelessly let your family take the blame? Li Jun couldn't help but wonder how thick-skinned he was. The two people had different thoughts in their minds, and their expressions couldn't help but become disgusted. There is no hope for this second-generation rich guy. Seeing the two people's expressions, Li Xiao took a sip of tea, put down the teacup, and said with a squinting look, "Why are you panicking? At worst, we can accept their letter of challenge and the rumors will be broken by themselves." The two were stunned and really wanted to say, "Then just answer it. All talk and no action?" Moreover, once you accept the challenge, you have to win to be convincing. If you can't win, not only will public opinion be difficult to reverse, you may even lose your life. At this moment, based on their understanding of Li Xiao, they all agreed that Li Xiao was only good at talking. If they really asked him to take action, he would probably hide in a corner and dare not even breathe. But Li Zhao's next sentence seemed to be heard by the two of them, and they stood there in a daze. Chapter 85 Diarrhea? What did you just say? Li Jun looked at Li Xiao in a daze, wanting to hear Li Xiao repeat it. The time will be tomorrow at noon, and the location will be Baidi City. Li Jun said blankly. I heard it clearly, but... No buts! Li Xiao interrupted directly. Just do it if you understand it. Men should act decisively and don't be fussy. How dare he accept the declaration of war from the Saint Lady of Yaoqi? Li Xiao was getting impatient. Zhang He, you are good in everything except that you have too many rules and regulations. You are an emperor after all, but why do you live in such a restrained way? It's really embarrassing for the emperor. Zhang He's face turned red. But what do I have? All my achievements today are the result of my careful and hard work, moving forward step by step. Is it easy for me? Zhang He felt mixed emotions and felt very uncomfortable. Same person, different fate. Zhang He sighed and said, But no matter what, I am responsible for your safety, so I cannot let anything happen to you. Yes. Zhang He clasped his fists, turned around and strode out of the lobby. At this moment, he was looking at Li Xiao with a disgusted look on his face, and his eyes seemed to say the word, disbelief. Li Xiao glanced at Li Jun and said, You lackey, hurry up and do your job. Li Jun asked doubtfully, Are you really going to accept the challenge from Yaoqi Holy Land? Upon hearing this, Li Xiao immediately became unhappy. You lackey, you doubt me? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up first to let you know how powerful my fist is. Li Jun was startled and quickly took a step back. Even Li Mubai was knocked down by Li Xiao in one move, so how could Li Jun dare to beat him? It's just a fight between the top disciples of two major forces. It's not right not to inform the Council of Elders or the clan leader. What if something really happens? Li Jun also felt that it was inappropriate, and held the same idea as Zhang He. Li Xiao was furious. Go now, or I will revoke your status as the First Order Emperor's lackey. Li Jun panicked and said quickly, Yes. He turned around and walked out, but as he walked, he always felt that something was wrong. No, why should I care about the identity of a first sequence emperor's son and a lackey? Wrong. I'm not a lackey. Li Jun felt ashamed and turned around to make a face at Li Xiao in the lobby. Then, not daring to look at Li Xiaoyao's reaction, he ran out of the mansion. After the two left, Li Xiao drank the dragon blood tea leisurely again. Hee Yaoqi Saintus. If I don't bring you back to warm my bed this time, I'm not named Li. On the other hand, Zhang He reported the matter to Li Chongyang. Li Chongyang was furious at first, thinking that Li Xiao was making trouble again. Wasn't he going to die? But after a moment, he regained his temper with an angry look on his face and began to ponder. Finally, he ordered Zhang He to allow Li Xiao to accept the challenge. At the same time, he went deep into the ancestral land and began to contact his ancestors. This matter is important. Nothing can happen to Li Xiao. The ancestors must be informed. The reason why Li Xiao accepted the challenge was because Li Chongyang later considered it carefully and figured out the intention of Li Xiao's words. He believed that Li Xiao might not be talking nonsense, but might have really defeated the Saint Lady of Yaoqi. If this was true, then this battle could be accepted. The Li clan leader approved of Zhang He's return to the forbidden area to reply to Li Xiao, and he once again led his subordinates to cooperate with other members of the Li clan to carry out publicity work. In just half a day, Everyone in Yaoqi Holy Land and Baidi City knew about this. The sacred place of Yaoqi. When the Saint Lord of Yaoqi heard the report from the people below, he was excited. This show-off is really still young and can't keep his composure. Beside her, Li Xian'er's bright eyes were gleaming with a hint of excitement. Are we going to fight now? I really can't keep my composure. Then I, Li Xian'er, will take revenge for that pot. And your blood. Li Xian'er's heart was filled with murderous intent. She had already planned to kill Li Xiao swiftly in the decisive battle, dig out his heart blood, and refine the bones in his chest. The Saint Lord of Yaoqi looked at his beloved disciple solemnly, and gave him a look. Seize the opportunity! She didn't say anything extra, but Li Xian'er understood what she meant. Don't worry! Li Xian'er replied confidently and calmly. The Holy Lady of Yaoqi nodded. She had great trust in this beloved disciple. After tomorrow, you will have the blood from your heart to nourish that bone. There was anticipation in the eyes of the Yaoqi Saint Lord in his gorgeous attire. At the same time, the Saint Lord of Yaoqi ordered that this matter be vigorously publicized, and all major forces and major cultivators in Zhongzhou must be informed of this matter, and then everyone will come to watch and see how her saint kills that hateful show-off. Thanks to the operation of the Yaoqi Holy Land, on the second day, Baidi City was crowded with monks who came from all over to watch the battle. Someone actually dared to accept the challenge from the saintess of Yaoqi. Is this person so brave? There are always people in this world who don't know how high the heaven is and how deep the earth is. That person is the son of Li Jianxian. His position is already there, and he has no choice but to take it. In the martial arts square of Baidi City, monks who came to watch the battle from all over gathered around the arena. Since the battle had not started yet, the monks who knew each other started talking to each other. In front of the ring, Li Xian'er, who was as cool and elegant as a fairy, arrived at the agreed battle location on time, accompanied by a group of old women. It can be seen that the Holy Land of Yaoqi attaches great importance to this matter. At the same time, by doing so, the Holy Land of Yaoqi is also doing a good job of appearance, leaving the world with an image of being punctual, keeping promises, and being able to face challenges with ease. In fact, it was Li Xian'er who was extremely anxious and couldn't wait to get Li Dao's blood. But after waiting for so long, no one from the Li family showed up. The monks who came to watch the battle gradually became impatient. This son of Li Jianxian is really too arrogant. It's already this late, and you still haven't shown up. Damn it, this guy has no sense of time at all. Putting Yaoqi Holy Land in such a place is so disrespectful. What a dandy guy. Are you planning to stand us all up? Rumors were spreading everywhere, and Li Xian'er also frowned. What is this show-off doing? Why doesn't he show up at the time and place he proposed? The land of Li Xiao's clan. In the forbidden area, Li Xiao was lying on the grass with a group of people standing beside him. Li Jun and Zhang He were both on the list, but their faces didn't look very good. Looking at Li Xiao lying on the ground, they were so angry that they wanted to go over and beat him up. Beside them were other elders of the Li family. All of them were in a state of panic, as if they were dying of anxiety due to something. Li Xiao, you promised to fight someone, why don't you go? An elder asked with a gloomy face. Chapter 86. Xiao He died, feeling bad. Upon hearing this, the elders almost fainted from anger. Nonsense, too much nonsense. Li Xiao, if you continue like this, I will tie you up and take you over. You are so careless. How can this matter be treated so lightly? Damn. I really want to pick this bastard up and give him a good beating. Could it be more ridiculous? The elder who had just spoken tried hard not to lose his temper and spoke in a calm tone. This is inappropriate. Look, you've already promised them, so at least show yourself. Besides, you're at the blood tempering stage, how could you get diarrhea so easily? Li Xiao was lying there, and he glanced at the man. I ate something bad. I'm still a child, I haven't grown up yet. Isn't it normal to have diarrhea? The elder suppressed his anger and said in a friendly manner, Just tell me what it will take for you to come over. Since you have promised to fight, it would be bad to run away like this. The elder was stunned and speechless. So, you do have a point. Li Xiao bit the grass root, spit it out, and said, No! A man's words are unchangeable. This kid really deserves a beating. He looks so nonchalant. I really want to go over and beat him up. It's time for the battle, but you're afraid again? I should have expected him to do this. With this second-generation rich man's character, how could he dare to fight? The two of them thought in different ways. What should I do? The elders looked at each other. Tie him up. A radical elder. Then tie them up. If Elder Jianxian comes back, you can explain to him then. My arm hurts a little. How about you guys come over? Roll. The elders whispered and communicated for a while, and finally came to a conclusion. Let the patriarch decide. When they left, this group of elders shook their heads. They must have felt that as elders of an ancient family, they had to trouble the clan leader for such a small matter. It was really embarrassing and a disgrace. But what can we do? If we use force and something goes wrong, it will be difficult to explain and no one will be able to take responsibility. Besides, the Li family had never been fond of the Yaoqi Holy Land, and standing them up for one day was a good opportunity for them to vent their anger and discuss this pompous ancient Holy Land. It's just that it's a bit embarrassing. After all, they are one of the top 3 ancient families in the ancient world. It is really a loss of face for the children of the family to do such a ridiculous thing. When Li Chongyang learned about this, he was so angry that he cursed at first, but in the end, he agreed indifferently. This made the group of elders feel ashamed. It turns out that they are the ones who are always scolded, while the bastard who is the source of the evil is not at all responsible. He does not take any responsibility at all. Well, who can blame his dad for being so awesome? The ancestors still favored him and doted on him. In the afternoon, Li sent people to Baidi City to seriously inform the Holy Land of Yaoqi that their family member was unwell and had diarrhea. He was not in the best condition today and could not fight, so he would come again tomorrow. When they heard this, everyone in the Yaoqi Holy Land looked as ugly as pig livers. Li Xian'er gritted her teeth and clenched her hands tightly under her sleeves. An old woman's chest rose and fell violently. She breathed heavily and said angrily, "How can this be absurd? How can you treat me like a child? What do you think of my Yaoqi Holy Land? Diarrhea? Who would believe such an excuse? Damn, he did it on purpose to disgust us. Fight, start a war with the Li family." Everyone in the Yaoqi Holy Land was filled with righteous indignation and was extremely angry. All right. At this moment, the silent Li Xian'er suddenly shouted coldly. Her thin lips moved slightly and said, "Stop talking!" After saying that, Li Xian'er turned and left. The old women behind looked at each other and followed after a moment. "Saint, are you going back just like that?" An old woman stood side by side with Li Xian'er, frowning and asking with her head tilted. Li Xian'er raised her head and chest, her face indifferent, like a fairy walking in the world, and said softly, "He is a member of the Li family, and the son of Li Jianxian. If he doesn't fight today, he will have to fight tomorrow." Looking at the people from the Yaoqi Holy Land leaving, the people who had been waiting to watch the show with great interest just looked at each other in confusion. Then, angry sound waves rose and fell around the martial arts square like a tide. "This kid! How despicable! How dare he stand me up? How dare he do that? Does he have no dignity? He has brought shame upon Li Jianxian. Diarrhea! How could he come up with such an excuse?" People were very emotional. If they saw Li Xiao here, they would probably go up and tear him apart with their bare hands. How outrageous! I took off my pants, and this is what I'm showing you. After returning to the resting place in Baidi City, the Holy Land of Yaoqi made it clear that they hoped to see Li Xiao tomorrow and not let the world look down on them. The sarcasm is very obvious in his words. On this day, Li was scolded by the angry monks in Baidi City, and his reputation dropped significantly. In fact, many people who like to gossip are just watching the show. Those who really dare to say this are the minions of the Holy Land of Yaoqi, as well as the Holy Land of Samsara and the Holy Land of Immortality who never mind getting involved. It was these people who added fuel to the flames, ignited the emotions of many people and created public pressure. Night. Li Chongyang's face looked extremely ugly as he listened to the report. In front of him, a group of elders also had gloomy faces. "If this boy dares not to go tomorrow, I will break his legs. We can't let him do whatever he wants. We have to have some rules. On the second day, Li Xian arrived at the agreed battle location on time again. But after waiting for a while, everyone's faces turned completely dark and extremely ugly. That show-off still hasn't shown up. They vaguely felt that they were going to be stood up again today. The Li clan's land. The elders of the Li family once again blocked Li Zhao's way. It was the elder from yesterday again. His name was Li De. He had a sullen face and asked Li Xiao, "Didn't we agree yesterday to fight today? Why did you change your mind?" Li Xiao squatted on the ground, staring at something on the ground. His face was sad and he was in a very low mood. He whispered, "When I went out, I stepped on Xiao Hei to death. I'm in a bad mood, let's talk about it tomorrow." Li De and the other elders twitched their faces when they heard this. Li De's tone softened and he asked, "Who is Xiao Hei?" Li Xiao raised his head and glared at him angrily. "Are you blind?" Li De's eyes twitched, and he looked carefully at the ground where Li Xiao pointed. As expected, he saw Xiao Hei. A black ant. Li De took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. Chapter 87. Don't be too Li Xiao. The next second, Li De jumped up and yelled, "You bastard, are you going or not?" With his repeated inappropriate remarks, Li must be under tremendous pressure from public opinion. Such a face is disgusting. Li De was so angry that his liver, stomach, and back ached. He gritted his teeth, turned around, and shouted to the elders behind him, Tie him up, and take him over. Damn it, I'm so pissed off." Hearing this, the elders behind just glanced at Li De, but did not take any immediate action, standing there hesitantly. "You said you would do it, don't call us. Just give him some kind words of advice, he's still just a child." The last sentence broke Li De's defense. He jumped up and down and shouted angrily, "Kid, how dare you say he is a kid? Where can I find a kid like him?" He was really mad at Li Xiao. But after taking a deep breath and gritting his teeth, Li De finally suppressed his rage and forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Li Xiao, you can't be like this. You've already promised him, right? If you don't want to fight him, at least show your face. Hiding like this is not a solution." Hearing this, Li Xiao was angered. He shouted angrily, "Bullshit, when did I hide? Do I need to hide? Little saint, I'll teach her a lesson with a slap. Do you think I can't beat her? I really want to say, if you can beat him then go ahead." Not only Li De, the person in charge, but everyone else felt disgusted after hearing it. Li De snorted in anger and muttered, "That sounds good, but why don't you go? You're just hanging around here and bringing shame to the family." Li De glanced at him and asked, "Are you sure you won't regret it this time?" Li De provoked him. "If I don't go, what will you say?" Li Xiao patted his chest and said, "If I don't go, I'm a dog." Li De's eyes lit up. "You said it, if you don't go, you're a dog." Li Xiao waved his hands impatiently. Go, don't disturb me from mourning Xiao Hei." Upon hearing this, Li De and his group of elders twitched their eyes. "An ant died, why are you so sad? If you don't know me, you'd think I had a very good conscience." But after finally getting Li Zhao's assurance, Li De turned around and signaled to the elders behind him. The other elders nodded and left. Before leaving, everyone turned around to look at Li Xiao. That bastard was squatting on the ground with tears in his eyes. Seeing this, even though these elders were experienced, they couldn't help but twitch their eyes. This kid is so fucking pretentious. I want to vomit. Not long after, the Yaoqi Holy Land in Baidi City received another serious notice from the Li clan members. Today, a friend of their clan member Li Xiao unfortunately passed away. He was in a bad mood and was preparing for the funeral. He could not come, but he would definitely come tomorrow. At this time, the faces of the people in the Yaoqi Holy Land were already uglier than pig livers. An elder from Yaoqi asked, "Which friend died?" The Li family members reported the truth: an ant had died. That day, an old woman in the Holy Land of Yaoqi vomited 3 liters of blood and almost couldn't breathe. How can this be possible? How can this be possible? This Li Xiao is clearly playing tricks on us. Don't bother with any challenges. At this point, everything is obvious. That loser doesn't dare to accept the challenge. Let's fight the Li family. They have united with the Holy Land of Samsara and the Holy Land of Immortality to sweep away their clan land. This humiliation is unbearable. In the resting place of Baidi City and the sacred land of Yaoqi, a group of old ladies were venting their anger with red faces. However, Saint Lysiana sat quietly on the side with a sullen face, and no one knew what she was thinking. But looking at Lysiana's cheeks with blue veins, it can be seen that she is not calm inside. After a long while, when the elders had calmed down a little, Lysiana said quietly, "Since he will definitely come tomorrow, let's wait for him for another day." An old woman's expression changed. "Does the saint not want to miss any opportunity to dig out the blood from your heart?" Lysiana nodded expressionlessly. Seeing this, the old ladies looked at each other and said nothing more. In Baidi City, many cultivators were stood up again and again. Even a clay man would get angry, let alone they are cultivators. On this day, a saying spread in Baidi City, "Don't be too Li Xiao." Day 3. Lysiana dressed up and went out, and arrived at the agreed battle location on time again. However, this time, the people in the holy land of Yaoqi could no longer force a formal smile on their faces. Instead, they all had gloomy faces, as ugly as if they had eaten shit in the morning. Only Lysiana had a calm expression, as if she was not affected at all by what happened in the past 2 days and her emotions were not affected at all. Around the martial arts square, the number of monks watching the battle not only did not decrease, but increased. They were crowded in 3 layers, all waiting for the abominable second-generation ancestor of the Li family to show up. Everyone was stood up repeatedly, and the accumulated resentment was like a worm gnawing at their hearts, which was very unpleasant. "I can't feel at ease if I can't see Li Xiao." Everyone had one thought in mind, which was, no matter what, they had to see that abominable second-generation rich kid get embarrassed and be knocked to the ground by the saint of Yaoqi. Otherwise, you will feel unhappy and upset. However, after waiting for a long time, just like the previous 2 days, no member of the Li family showed up. Everyone suddenly had a bad feeling. Today, I won't be stood up again. Once or twice is enough, how can there be a third time? Next to the martial arts square, Lysiana's calm face gradually became gloomy, and finally showed a hint of blue. She was obviously not at peace in her heart, and was suppressed to the extreme, almost bursting out. The body that stood there was trembling slightly even though no one noticed. "That's because I was angry." The Li clan's land. Li De and a group of elders surrounded Li Xiao, who was feeding the fish beside the pond, with equally grim faces. "Li Xiao, what's your excuse for not coming today?" Li Xiao threw a handful of fish into the pond and said slowly, "The air I breathe today is a bit cold, so I won't go." This? Could it be any more sloppy? Li De and his group stood there, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. They understood clearly that Li Xiao did it on purpose. The reasons for not going there each day became more and more ridiculous, and even his own people couldn't stand it anymore. The elders also guessed in their hearts that Li Xiao might want to use this to avenge the Yaoqi Holy Land for digging out his emperor's bones. However, this method made him happy, but it brought hardship to his family. The family's reputation has been completely lost in the past few days. Li De looked gloomy, thinking that he could still save the situation, and said provocatively, "You said yesterday that if you don't go today, you will be a dog. Are you willing to be a dog?" Unexpectedly, Li Xiao just turned around and looked at him quietly, then said, "Woof." Chapter 88. Do you think what I say is bullshit? How could there be such shameless people in this world? Are you shameless? This completely unexpected woof made Li De completely dumbfounded. In order not to go, he went back on his word and said he didn't mind being a dog. How big is his heart? He didn't feel ashamed of himself, and even Li De felt ashamed for him. The other elders nearby twitched their mouths when they saw this. This bastard was really something. No wonder he would do such a thing. He was really too stubborn. Li De frowned, sighed deeply, and walked away shaking his head. Looking at the backs of the people walking towards the gate of the mansion, Li Xiao snorted twice, then turned around and returned his gaze to the pond, muttering softly, "You want to play with me? When it comes to shamelessness, no one in the world can compare to me." Judging from his final tone, he seemed a little complacent. If cranes had faces and their expressions could be seen, then their expressions at this moment would definitely be shocked husky faces. "This human kid is really shameless. I have never seen anyone like him before." "That's right, He has no shame at all. He has broken his promises time and again. Aren't you afraid that others will dig up his ancestral graves? Well, that's true if you say so. Baidu City. Members of the Li clan came to report again, as the people who came to report 3 times were all from the same clan. That's not the case, he is really that thin-skinned. The group of monks around him who had taken off their pants and were waiting to watch the fight stared at him with red eyes as if they couldn't wait to go up and beat him up. Wu Yan. You bastard, you can be angry, but don't hit me. Damn it, what evil has befallen me, Li Shan? How did I end up in such a situation? This member of the Li family was terrified and kept praying for himself in his heart. Soon, he walked in front of everyone in Yaoqi Holy Land again, trying to keep a serious face and not embarrass himself, and said, Everyone, I'm sorry, my Lord Emperor's son can't come today, again. He said, he will come tomorrow. Across from them, everyone in the Yaoqi Holy Land had faces as dark as old pots, their eyes seemed to spit fire, and they stared at Li Shan. Li Shan felt a chill in his heart, but he had to remain calm on the surface, as he was very panicked inside. This time, none of the old ladies from Yaoqi Holy Land spoke. Li Sienna was the first to speak. Her face was gloomy, her cheeks were ashen, and her voice was bone-chilling. She said coldly, This time, what is his reason? Li Shan let out a long breath and touched his nose. This? I don't know whether I should say this or not. Li Sienna frowned deeply. Next to her, an old woman in gray shouted, Just tell me what you have to say. I want to see what excuse this bastard will come up with this time. Li Shan originally just felt that the matter was awkward and a bit humiliating. He had no favorable impression at all on the holy land of Yaoqi. On the contrary, he hated it extremely. Seeing the attitude of the people in Yaoqi Holy Land, he no longer felt uncomfortable. He suddenly raised his head, looked at the people opposite calmly, and then said seriously, My clan's prince breathed in the cold air and was in a bad mood, so he didn't come. As soon as Li Shan finished speaking, the faces of the old women in the Yaoqi Holy Land became gloomy at a visible speed. They looked extremely ugly, as if they were covered with a layer of haze. Among the crowd, Li Sienna, who was like the moon surrounded by stars, was even more pretty than before. Her thin lips trembled slightly uncontrollably, and her body was shaking slightly. It was obvious that her inner repression had reached the point of explosion. She exhaled cold air and uttered a few words through gritted teeth. If he dares to come, I will kill him in one move without saying a word. Li Shan just looked at Li Sienna coldly and arrogantly. Goodbye. After saying this, he flicked his sleeves and strode away with his hands behind his back. When he passed by the crowd, that group of people were also gritting their teeth and staring at him with murderous eyes. But this time, Li Shan snorted and walked away with a swagger. Although everyone was angry, they held back and did not explode. It's not that they don't want to be people, but they don't have to. Because the Li Shan in front of him was just a messenger. The real disgusting guy was Li Xiao, the second-generation ancestor of the Li family. As the saying goes, every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its creditor. Envoys from other countries should not be killed. This group of people held this belief, and that's why they did not lose their temper. The Li family is one of the top 3 ancient families. If you provoke them, you will get into trouble. After Li Shan left, angry discussions began to rise from the people around the martial arts square. Oh my God, how can there be such a shameless person in the world? I can't stand it anymore. What does this Li Xiao from the Li family look like? I really want to know if his face is as thick as the soles of my shoes. Damn it! If I could, I would slap him hard in the face with my boots. It's so abominable. Oh my God, Yaoqi Holy Land can tolerate this, breaking appointments again and again? At this time, Li Sienna turned around in shame and anger, without even looking at the people around her, and left with a gloomy face. Behind her, the group of old ladies from the Yaoqi Holy Land followed Li Sienna with gloomy faces and clenched fists. Everyone watched the people from the Yaoqi Holy Land walk away in silence. After a moment, someone sighed. Alas, a saint is a saint. She is indeed extraordinary and cannot be compared to mere mortals like us. That's right. Even in this situation, you can still be so calm. I suspect she's deaf, otherwise no one would be able to hold back from losing their temper. You mean she's not human? Shut up! Don't misinterpret my meaning. The saint is definitely not a human. She is a saint. Cut! The second day, the Li clans land, a forbidden area. Someone, prepare the car, I'm going to fight. Early in the morning, Li Xiao, who had just finished breakfast, started shouting loudly throughout the mansion. Zhang He, who heard the voice, hurried in and asked incredulously, Are you serious? Stop talking nonsense and go! Li Xiao shouted impatiently. Why? Zhang He quickly responded, turned around and took 2 steps, then turned back and asked again, not quite sure. Are you kidding me this time? Li Xiao said angrily. Do you think what I say is bullshit? Chapter 89 We Don't Force It. As soon as Zhang He walked out of the door, he flashed and suddenly moved in front of a patrolling Divine Realm guard as if by teleportation. He excitedly grabbed the guard's collar. This frightening action scared the guard so much that his expression changed drastically, and he thought Zhang He was going to kill him. Zhang He roared excitedly, spitting all over the guard's face like water, and said anxiously, Quick, quick, go and inform Elder Li De immediately, just tell him that the second-generation ancestor is willing to move. Zhang He raised his other hand, slapped the guard's head vigorously, and shouted, Wake up, don't you understand what I'm saying? If we were a step later, that kid might have regretted it. Now, everyone in the forbidden area is aware of Li Xiao's character. Not likely, right? Go quickly! Zhang He shouted. The guard stood up straight and responded, then just took the order, turned around and ran out quickly. Hurry and prepare the carriage. If we're slow, that brat will definitely have another excuse. Zhang He, a powerful emperor, ran so fast that his pants almost fell off. He gave orders loudly in the mansion and mobilized all the available manpower. He was really scared. I am very worried that Li Xiao, who has a changeable temperament and is careless, will change his mind again. He put his hands behind his back, frowned and walked out of the lobby shouting, Where are the people? Is the car I want ready? You are so slow, can you be more efficient? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang He appeared in front of Li Xiao as if by teleportation. Li Xiao was so frightened that he thought a big black rat had run out from somewhere, and his neck shrank. Patting his frightened chest, Li Xiao angrily kicked Zhang He and cursed, Damn it, you're going to scare me to death! Zhang He didn't dare to say anything and just endured it. There was sweat on his forehead, and he panted and said, Emperor, Your Excellency, everything is ready. Please move to the gate of the mansion. Hearing this, Li Xiao glanced at him and snorted. It's not that slow yet. If it's any slower, I won't go. Zhang He was shocked, but at the same time he was very glad for his own wit. I knew it might be like this. Fortunately, I was very thoughtful, otherwise I would definitely take the blame and be scolded to death by Elder Li De. Zhang He breathed a sigh of relief as if he had escaped a disaster. He was an emperor and had experienced countless battles, but at this moment, he was so tense that a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. This really is. Living with the king is like living with a tiger. Li Xiao glanced at Zhang He again, taking in his expression, and then a cynical smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lead the way, Li Xiao said with his hands behind his back. He looks so old-fashioned, like a bad old man, and it makes people angry just by looking at him. Zhang He looked at Li Xiao and felt disgusted. He was right in front of his own house, why was he still taking him away? After hesitating for a moment, Li Dao's expression changed and became gloomy. Zhang He was startled and said quickly, Please follow me. Soon, under the respectful leadership of Zhang He, Li Xiao arrived at the gate of the mansion. In front of the door was a traveling procession. Behind a majestic divine beast was a shiny and luxurious chariot. The body of the chariot was made of black gold from outside the realm, and even the strong ones in the divine realm could hardly break it. The roof was made of the precious skin of a strange beast in the imperial realm, and was extremely rare. Next to the chariot stood 8 tall black-armored guards riding on black-scaled monsters. Among these 16 people, the black-armored guard standing in the front is also a powerful emperor. The 2 guards on the left and right are the leaders of the left and right teams. Those behind are all powerful people at the peak of the divine realm. Including Zhang He, who must accompany him on this trip, there are 3 emperors accompanying Li Xiao. Of course, Zhang He is definitely the strongest among the three emperors. In front of the chariot door, there stood a well-behaved and pretty maid, waiting to help Li Xiao get on the carriage. She would then go out with the prince and look after him all the way. Princess Emperor, please get in the carriage. In front of the carriage, Zhang He made a gesture of invitation. Li Xiao stood where he was but did not move. Instead, he kept looking at the situation in front of him, frowning as if he was dissatisfied with something. Zhang He's heart suddenly skipped a beat and he thought, it's over, it happens again. I knew that this ancestor would never accept the challenge so easily. He would definitely find fault and excuses. At this time, Lida led a group of elders behind him and walked over from a distance. Lida put his hands behind his back, his face changed from smiling to cold, as if he was not interested in anything. From a distance, he said to Li Xiao in a somewhat veiled tone, "Oh, little ancestor, you are finally willing to move. What, you won't make excuses this time?" Li Xiao turned his gaze towards Lida, relaxed his frown, and said sideways, "Look at what you said, do I look like that kind of person?" Lida choked and his eyes twitched. "I really want to say, you don't look like it, you fucking are it." But it seemed that after experiencing Li Zhao's many blows, Lida's mentality was completely relaxed. At this time, he said with a sneer, "It's okay, Li Xiao, if you don't want to go, we won't force you. Just tell me what your reason is this time. No matter how ridiculous it is, I can handle it." Hearing this, Li Xiao was stunned. He scratched his head with his little hand in embarrassment and said, "No. Elder Lida, I really want to fight this time. Don't worry, I will definitely not bring shame to our family." Upon hearing this, Lida snorted. "Hasn't it been enough for you to embarrass the family?" After that, Lida said again, "Tell me, what is your reason today? I'm telling you the truth, it's okay if you don't go, I won't force you." Lida was really scared by Li Xiao and didn't dare to believe that what Li Xiao said was true. It's strange, why doesn't anyone believe in themselves? Li Xiao was very puzzled. He shouted hi, and said casually, "Hey, Elder Lida, I am really going this time. Don't disbelieve me." Lida glanced at him sideways, surprised, and his guard was somewhat relaxed. He asked, "Really?" "Yeah." Li Xiao nodded, looking sincere. At this time, Zhang He stepped forward and said to Lida, "Elder Lida, the carriage for Emperor Li Xiao to go out is ready." "Oh?" Lida believed it a little more. Several elders who followed Lida came forward one after another and spoke in a friendly manner. "I told you, Li Xiao is not that kind of person. He really had something going on a few days ago." "That's right. How could the descendant of the Sword Immortal Elder go back on his word? Just think about it, it's impossible. By the way, Li Xiao, this time, it doesn't matter whether we win or not, the most important thing is to protect ourselves." "That's right, be careful and don't hurt yourself." Several elders spoke politely and smiled brightly, as if they were concerned about their most beloved grandchildren. Beside him, Lida glanced at Li Xiao indifferently and said, "Since we are going, let's go." "No!" Li Xiao refused sternly. Lida's face froze, and then turned dark. "Damn it, I shouldn't have believed this bastard. Look, you regret it again." He sneered and glanced at the elders around him whose faces had also become stiff, and snorted. "See, I'll tell you." The other elders also looked embarrassed. The more they looked at Li Xiao, the less he looked like a good-looking person. This bastard, you shouldn't trust him. Chapter 90. People will be embarrassed. Extended version? This chariot made of black gold from outer space has the same specifications, so there is no such thing as an extended version. If you don't want to go, just say so directly. Why make excuses like this? He is responsible for this job. If he fails to do it well, he will be held accountable. Lida is so angry that he will definitely take the blame. Upon hearing this, Lida's face changed. He turned around and stared at Zhang He sternly, shouting, "Zhang He, you are responsible for this matter. I give you half an hour to handle it." "I don't care." Lida raised his hand to interrupt Zhang He. "No matter what method you use, you have to solve this matter anyway. You can't delay Emperor Li Zhao's trip because of such a small matter." "Damn, you told me this is a small matter?" The black gold from outside the realm is rare to begin with, but it is extremely strong and hard to break even in the divine realm. The manufacturing process of a chariot made from this black gold is so difficult that it cannot be made without an emperor-level refiner. In this case, where can he get the extended version? Zhang He was in tears. Li De nodded expressionlessly and said, Li Xiao glanced at Li De, snorted twice, and turned back to his house to drink tea. Half a quarter of an hour later, Li De appeared in the lobby very punctually. Facing Li De and other elders and Li Xiao, he said respectfully, Elder, Emperor's son, the extended version of the black gold chariot is ready. Zhang He said sternly, It is my duty to get things done. Elder Li De put down his teacup, stood up from his seat, and looked at Zhang He with appreciation. Not bad. Turning his head to look at Li Xiao, who was lying there like Guyu, Li De's crow's feet twitched, and then he said, Li Xiao, your request has been met, why don't you set off? Li Xiao took a sip of tea, put down the teacup, patted the chair handle with his little hand, stood up, and said, Let's go! Soon, everyone arrived at the door. Looking at the extended version of the chariot in front of them, Li De and the others' eyes lit up, but Li Xiao fell into deep thought. After a while, Li Xiao turned to look at Zhang He, who looked embarrassed, and asked, You call this an extended sedan chair? Zhang He put away his embarrassment, and said calmly, Son of the Emperor, this is longer, isn't it? Li Xiao was almost angry to death. He took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He said, You are a car tow truck, brother! Zhang He didn't think there was a problem. But it is indeed longer. Li Xiao was silent. After thinking it over, Li Xiao decided not to embarrass Zhang He anymore and got on the extended version chariot with a pinch of his nose. A moment later, with Zhang He leading the way, the chariot left the Li family mansion with great fanfare, attracting the attention of the Li family members along the way, and drove along the avenue towards Baidi City, looking extremely cool. At around noon, Li's chariot arrived at Baidi City. A big flag was flying on the car, and a huge word, Li, on the flag attracted attention. Upon seeing this, the people in Baidi City made way for him. As one of the top 3 ancient families, the Li family has a huge reputation in Baidi City. When ordinary cultivators encounter members of the Li family going out, they will avoid them if possible and try not to have conflicts with them. Not long after entering the city, the people who were on guard and waiting for Li Xiao to appear immediately showed excited expressions. Quick, quick, inform Yaoqi Holy Land immediately, Li's chariot has appeared. That disgusting thing is finally here. Go away. Let me see what this person looks like and how thick-skinned he is. I can't see it. It's in the chariot. No, that chariot is very unique. Why is there another one towing behind it? If you asked me, who should I ask? Dad Ada? Dad Ada? Shenhu stepped on the floor. Zhang He had a grim look on his face, and he led the way. The crowd made way for them, and Li Xiao and his party slowly drove towards the martial arts square. The people who had been squatting here for 3 days waiting to watch the battle stared at the moving chariot, as if they had some deep hatred and moved with the movement of the chariot. Li Xiao pushed aside the car curtain and saw this scene. He sighed. The people in Baidi City are suffering. Xiaoyun, look at them, each of them is filled with deep hatred and hatred. How much suffering must they have endured in this world? Xiaoyun was the maid who accompanied Li Xiao on this trip. She was 16 years old, and pretty. Upon hearing this, she lowered her head and blushed, not knowing what to say. The Emperor's son, can he see that those people are glaring at him? Li Xiao sighed, feeling that he had a long way to go. There are so many sufferings in this world, and it's hard to find a bowl of sweetness in the world. I have to work hard. Outside the window was a black armored guard on horseback. When he heard Li Xiao nagging in the chariot, a frown immediately appeared on his forehead. This second-generation rich guy is so good at pretending. He acts like he's so noble. Can't you see that group of people are targeting you? The chariot procession stopped and was located on the other side of the central arena, facing the people from the Yaoqi Holy Land who had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing Li's chariot coming, the old ladies in the Holy Land of Yaoqi immediately gnashed their teeth in hatred. This disgusting thing is finally here. He actually dared to come here. He is truly fearless and has no idea of his own limitations. Don't say that. Such ignorant and brainless people are the easiest to deal with. Well, if he doesn't come, how can the saint bleed? Wait and see the saint perform. Among the old women, Li Xian'er, like the moon surrounded by stars, remained silent, but her beautiful eyes stared at the Li family's formation opposite from afar. She was as calm as an ice block that had been frozen for 10,000 years. With the help of a black armored guard, Li Xiao got off the sedan chair, yawned and stretched. The people around all focused their eyes on Li Xiao, and he was the center of attention. People's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Feeling the warm gazes around him, Li Xiao's heart moved, and then he looked at the crowd, waved and greeted with a confident smile. "Hello, everyone. I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to look at me like that. I'll be embarrassed." When saying the last sentence, Li Xiao's expression was a little embarrassed, as if he was really embarrassed. Li Xiao's voice was very loud. Everyone was stunned when they heard it, and then people's emotions exploded. "No! How can he be so confident? Can't you see the anger in our eyes? And you still think you're so handsome? You think we are looking at you because of your face?" Zhang He's face was trembling all around and he almost couldn't hold it anymore. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Chapter 91 tells a fact. In the crowd, someone with a red face raised his foot, took off his stinky boots, and was about to throw them out, wanting to hit Li Xiao's stinky face. This person has a bad temper and can't stand Li Xiao. Are you brave enough to be thicker-skinned? Calm down, bro. They are from the Li family. You can't afford to offend them. When the young man was about to throw the shoe, his friends around him held him down and grabbed his arm to stop him from doing anything stupid. The people around were already holding back their anger, so no one spoke. The whole place was actually very quiet. Li Xiao, who had just stepped off the sedan chair, also glanced sideways and frowned. Zhang He also noticed the movement there, and his expression suddenly turned cold. Snort! Crash! As he made this move, the other 16 black armored guards drew their weapons in unison. A cold, murderous aura instantly spread around them, and all the black armored guards stared at the angry young man with a chilling look. Seeing this situation, the young man's friends let go of him who was struggling, turned their faces away, pretending not to know him. Hey guys, pull me up! The young man was stunned and his face turned as pale as paper. At this time, his friends ignored him, but he took the initiative to put his hands into other people's nests. When the young man heard the voice, his face turned even paler, without a trace of blood. He regretted it so much. I really want to slap myself. Why am I so rude? The young man froze there for a while, then he turned around stiffly, raised his head and looked around, while making a sound. Woof, 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 woof. Crowd? The young man shamelessly imitated the barking of a dog, pretending not to hear Li Xiao's words, and pretending not to see the people of the Li family. He walked while barking, and gradually slipped away. Li Xiao looked at the scene in confusion. Is this person crazy? Why are you barking like a dog? Also, he was so scared that all the blood left his face after just asking half a question. Am I that scary? In fact, Li Xiao just wanted to say, brother, your boots are too smelly, it is not very elegant to take them out in public, don't be so confident, put them on quickly. Shaking his head, Li Xiao ignored it, sniffed his nose, and turned his gaze to the other side of the ring. There, a fairy-like girl with a frosty mask was staring at him closely, with flames of uncontrollable anger jumping in her eyes. Seeing this, Li Xiao smiled slightly and walked towards the ring. When passing by Zhang He said seriously, Emperor's son, please be careful. Li Xiao nodded, smiled, walked to the stage, and nodded politely to the crowd. Seeing that Li Xiao was so well-mannered, the anger in the eyes of many onlookers gradually subsided. I thought, although this boy was not trustworthy and broke his promises many times, he was very polite and courteous to others, and he did not have the airs of a child from an ancient aristocratic family. Looks like, it seems pretty good. Maybe he really had something to do before, so he couldn't come. Many people suddenly thought so. However, the next second, Li Xiao's words extinguished their thoughts. Li Xiao looked around at everyone, smiling broadly, as if in the spring breeze, and said with a smile, My fellow Taoists, how are you? Let me introduce myself to you. I am Li Xiao from the Li family, the one who fooled you 3 times. When he said the last sentence, Li Xiao's tone seemed to be a little proud. When these words came out, the crowd was stunned. The next second, all the fists hardened. Oh shit! I have to mention this specifically, but you fooled us 3 times, so you must feel a sense of accomplishment, right? You look so proud that it seems like this is a very glorious achievement in your resume. And, when he said that, wasn't he admitting that he had deliberately broken the appointment before? Damn it, it's really damned. People gnashed their teeth and wanted to hit someone. But when they saw Zhang He drawing his sword, no one dared to step forward. On the opposite side, everyone in the Yaoqi Holy Land also had grim expressions, as if they had eaten a dead child. Li Xiao mentioned that on purpose, making them feel seriously offended. Because the protagonist who was stood up 3 times was none other than their saint. Damn it, this show-off is really talking about things that are not related to the topic, an old woman cursed in a low voice. After a moment of silence, someone in the crowd shouted angrily first. Saint, teach him a lesson! As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately aroused the resonance of almost everyone around, and one voice after another was denouncing Li Xiao. We have high hopes for you, Saint. Please make sure this abominable guy knows what it means that there are always people better than you. The descendants of an ancient family cannot act recklessly. This shameless guy spread rumors before that he beat up the Saint of Yaoqi with such a cool look on his face. How could he have done that? Yes, I also heard that she defiled a decent girl. Such a beast should be executed. Hearing the angry voices of the people, Li Xiao frowned, turned his head and shouted to Zhang He. Zhang He, quickly maintain order and arrest all those who spread rumors about me. Yes. Zhang He accepted the order with difficulty, and his answer was not very straightforward. Because he felt ashamed and wrong, he just couldn't bring himself to arrest people. However, Li Xiao is the first order prince of the Li family, and everyone in the family must respond to his requests. Zhang He had no choice but to do it no matter how reluctant he was. All black armor guards, listen up! Arrest all those who are talking nonsense! Zhang He controlled the Emolin monster, turned around and gave direct orders to the other black armored guards. Seeing this scene, most of the monks in the field immediately became intimidated and shut up. Those who had just cursed fiercely lowered their heads timidly, as if they wanted to hide themselves. Snort! Just then, a cold snort sounded. An old woman from Yaoqi Holy Land spoke coldly. Humph, you Li family are so arrogant. I just stated a fact. Why do you want to arrest people for no reason? Hearing this, Li Xiao raised his hand, signaling Zhang He to stay put, then looked towards Yaoqi Holy Land and said in a loud voice. Where's your silly little dog? Come out and get beaten. After I beat her, I have to go home for dinner. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of all the old ladies in the Yaoqi Holy Land darkened and they stared at Li Xiao with unfriendly expressions. An old woman said in a deep voice, Kid, keep your mouth shut. Li Xiao shrugged lightly and said, I'm just stating a fact. Why don't you allow me to continue? Your saint girl is always picking up other people's bones. What else can she be but a fool? Li Xiao was very sharp-tongued and even cursed the sacred place of Yaoqi. He was quite experienced in this. It is very clear that just one word, stupid dog, will be enough to break his defense. You! Sure enough, when the old woman heard this, she was so angry that she pointed at Li Xiao with a trembling finger. Just when the old woman was about to start cursing, Li Xianer, who was the most praised by everyone, suddenly waved her hand and stopped the old woman with a cold face. The next second, she flashed and silently walked onto the stage, and rushed towards Li Xiao with an expressionless face. Chapter 92. The Holy Land is so fake. Li Xianer really said nothing. She gritted her teeth. Murderous intent burst out of her body, and she forged 18 levels of strength and infused it into her feet. Almost in the blink of an eye, she rushed to Li Xiao. But he was used to talking nonsense, so he said, You silly dog, you want to bite me without even barking. Hearing this, Li Xianer's pretty face suddenly sank, and at this time she also approached Li Xiao, and pressed her glowing palm hard on Li Dao's head. It can be seen that Li Xianer is determined to kill Li Xiao. It was also as if Li Xianer's attack was too fast, and Li Xiao was too weak to react in time. Good! The saint is very decisive. She put away her undue mercy. Very good! Yes, she is not too soft-hearted. It shows that she has grown up. When the old ladies in the Holy Land of Yaoqi saw this, their eyes lit up and were full of admiration. Yes. The other old women responded respectfully. The old woman was full of anticipation. Huh! Li Xianer's face changed slightly, and she was surprised. But before she could think about it, a fist suddenly flew towards her face. The fist was dull, but incredibly fast. In a hurry, Li Xianer suddenly raised her hand and blocked it horizontally in front of her. At the same time, her body was glowing, and a hazy light surged out of her body, full of mystery. However, she still underestimated the power of the punch. Her palm failed to block it completely, and Li Xiao hit her in the nose with a punch. The bridge of her nose collapsed instantly, and 2 streams of blood flowed from her nostrils. Li Xianer felt tears coming out, her nose and eyes ached, and she felt ashamed and angry. But she was not a genius, and her reaction was extremely fast. When she was hit, she pushed off the ground with her feet, and used the force that Li Xiao had hit her to retreat rapidly. This time, she retreated 2 or 3 feet. The diameter of the entire arena was about 30 meters. Even though she retreated 2 or 3 meters, she was still standing on the arena and did not fall out of the arena, leading to her defeat. The next second, she stood firm, her beautiful eyes raised in shock, staring at Li Xiao in amazement. No, this can't be possible. What? How so? Outside the arena, the old ladies from the holy land of Yaoqi were the first to change their expressions. Their eyes widened in shock and they couldn't believe what they saw. After just one move, the one who got hurt was not the show-off on the opposite side, but their unparalleled saint? How is that possible? Before this situation happened, no one dared to think about it in this direction. What's going on? Am I dazzled? Am I seeing things right? No, that disgusting thing was not beaten to death by the saint, but instead broke the saint's nose. Is it possible that the saint was careless? That should be the case. If it were me, I would inevitably let my guard down when facing such an opponent. The monks watching around were equally incredulous. Everyone could not accept this fact and at the same time made excuses for this unreasonable scene, thinking that it was the Saint Maiden of Yaoqi who was careless and did not dodge. Everyone in the world knows how extraordinary the talent of the Saint Maiden of Yaoqi is. This is an unparalleled genius who possesses the holy body of cause and effect and the bones of the great emperor. He is one of a kind throughout the ages and can subdue all strange bones. His talent is truly astonishing. The idea that the saint is the best of her generation has been deeply rooted in people's minds. Impossible to lose. And he was defeated by a younger boy who was unknown in the world. Even if I saw it with my own eyes, it still felt unreal, and I suspected something might have happened. Below the ring, Zhang He, who was ready to go, saw this scene and his eyes suddenly widened. His bulging eyeballs looked like 2 light bulbs that almost popped out of his head. This second-generation guy actually won? Didn't he brag before? Thinking of what Li Xiao said before, Zhang Heran, the powerful emperor, was a little confused. This scene is really dramatic. In the field, Li Xiao looked at Li Xianer who was staring at him after standing firm, with a look of disgust on his face. He shouted in front of everyone. I'm throwing up. Do all the people from Yaoqi Holy Land have fake noses? How come they break after being hit? Alas, the morals of the world are going downhill. Even the Holy Land is so fake. It seems that I need to inherit my great-grandfather's craft and become a dedicated counterfeiter. Finally, Li Xiao spoke with great confidence, as if he was really going to do it. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience suddenly fell silent as if a pause button had been pressed. People were stunned. After a moment of silence, the whole audience burst into an uproar again. No! You broke someone's nose, and instead of apologizing, you were so rude and insulted his nose in public, calling it a fake. How dare you say that? She is the saint of the ancient Holy Land. Doesn't she have any dignity? Also, how can you say you are an expert in fighting against counterfeiting? Have you ever been weaned? You are still a child, yet you dare to say such things. This kid is such a jerk. He just won a move by chance and he dares to say that. I've never seen such a shameless kid in my life. Hush, don't talk nonsense, that's a member of the Li family. Also, don't fall into subjective misunderstandings. Even if the Saint of Yaoqi was really careless, Do you think that kid can beat him if he doesn't have some skills? Hiss, you are right. I heard that his great Emperor Bone is lost. As a mortal in this life, he shouldn't. Shut up! Don't say these things in public. Do you want your whole family to be exterminated? The person who had spoken before was shocked when he heard this, and quickly covered his mouth, not daring to speak any more nonsense. Discussing that incident is a big taboo and could very well lead to the extermination of the entire family. On the other side, everyone in the Yaoqi Holy Land's faces suddenly turned red with anger. They stared at Li Xiao in the field with vicious looks. The Holy Land cannot be insulted. Li Jiao's words made everyone in the Yaoqi Holy Land hate him. This boy should be killed! The old woman in the lead shouted in a low voice. Li Xianer stared at Li Xiao and said in a deep voice, I still underestimated you. But that's all. I won't give you any more chances. After saying that, she rushed towards Li Xiao again, and this time, a strange light continued to shine on her chest, so brilliant that it almost drowned her face. The Emperor Bone magical power that originally belonged to Li Xiao was activated by her. Just now, her body was glowing, and she was using the magical power of the holy body of cause and effect. But the result, even with the blessing of the holy body's magical power, her nose was still injured, and her nose bridge was collapsed by that show-off. Chapter 93, World Tribulation. The holy body of cause and effect is a top-level holy body, almost on the same level as the 18 relics Buddha bodies and the holy body of samsara, and involves the illusory and mysterious power of cause and effect. All living things have cause and effect. The magical power of the holy body of cause and effect is called the mirror of cause and effect. At the highest level, the causal mirror can reflect 7 levels of enemy attack power, which is very abnormal. In addition, the power of cause and effect is a force that is extremely difficult to guard against. Therefore, at the same level, it is very difficult for enemies to guard against causal attacks, and they will be seriously injured if not killed. On the other side, although Li Xiao had a smile on his face, he was actually stern in his heart. When he threw a punch just now, he controlled the strength and did not reveal all his details. However, according to predictions, that punch was enough to kill Li Xianer, but it did not happen. Li Xiao also realized that most of the force he used in his attack was bounced back by Li Xianer's body. Fortunately, Li Jiao's sterner magical power can transform him into anything. Although the cause and effect attack is mysterious, it can be restrained by his magical power. Silly dog, are you going to use the bone I threw to you? Is that your power? To be honest, Li Xiao is really talkative. He keeps muttering even during a fight and can't stop talking. But at the same time, he did not show mercy when he attacked, controlling his strength so as not to reveal too much of his own strength and cause panic among the people, while still being able to kill Li Xianer. Although Li Xianer is an extremely beautiful woman with a charming appearance, Li Xiao shows no mercy to her. You cripple, I was able to dig out your bones in the holy land of Yaoqi back then. Today I, Li Xianer, can also dig out the blood from your heart. Li Xianer shouted coldly. I'll use your bones to kill you, and then dig out your blood. You must be very sad and angry, right? If I were you, I would be so miserable. Li Xianer's thin lips moved slightly, her eyes were cold, and her attack was merciless. You don't even know what extraordinary magical powers your great Emperor Bone possesses. Today, I will let you see them and let you die with peace of mind. As Li Xianer spoke indifferently, the next moment, a beam of light that had been brewing in front of her sternum burst out. The mysterious and primitive principles in the light turned into particles of light, which continuously interpreted complex mysteries in the beam of light. This is like the light of creation, and also like the light of destruction. World calamity. The Emperor's Bone magical power has been activated. Once the ultimate catastrophe occurs, all the worlds will collapse. This is a massive material attack. Let's see whether you live or not. Li Xianer stared at Li Xiao with cold eyes. There was a kind of confidence in her eyes that she was sure to win. She was only at the blood-tempering stage, and she did not have heart blood. The Emperor's Bone could not be completely subdued for her to use, and the power of the realm tribulation was not the strongest. But she decided it was enough. With this move, she could leapfrog 2 major realms and be on par with Dao Palace realm cultivators. This is something that even the geniuses throughout the ages have found difficult to achieve. But she, who possesses the holy body of cause and effect in the bones of the great emperor, has achieved this. All things are transformed by him, but I am like a rock, unmoved. Li Xiao was like a charlatan, muttering to himself in his heart. At this time, his chest was also glowing, making his face look sacred. Upon seeing this scene, the pupils of the old ladies in the Holy Land of Yaoqi suddenly shrank and their expressions were extremely shocked. Emperor's bone! His emperor bone has indeed been reborn! How did this kid do that? Even though she had been told by the Saint Lord of Yaoqi, the old woman in Yaoqi Holy Land still could not control her shock when she saw it with her own eyes. The monks watching from all around all widened their eyes, staring at the scene in disbelief. The baby boy lost his bones, and the emperor's bones were reborn. How is it possible? At the edge of the martial arts arena, there are ancient pentagonal towers. Standing on the pentagonal tower, you can overlook the entire martial arts square and take in the scene below. It is the best place to watch the battle. At this time, on a pentagonal building, in front of a guardrail made of black wood, several young men stood holding the horizontal railing, their eyes cast toward the martial arts square, watching the battle that had attracted worldwide attention. It was Li Jun and his friend GFA. The Saint Maiden has used the magical power of Emperor Bone, so Li Xiao is probably in danger. GFA shook his head and said firmly. He felt that he had a very accurate vision, so he made a very confident conclusion. However, the next moment, in the field, Li Xiao took a big step forward, his chest glowed and surrounded his body, and he took in the ray of light. Then, to everyone's surprise, Li Xiao, who had received the robbery light without any abnormality, waved his right hand, and a huge black frying pan appeared in his hand. He jumped high on the spot, grabbed the handle of the pan, and hit Li Siena's head with a hammer, making a loud noise. Bang! Li Siena was stunned, with a circle of golden stars spinning above her head. This time, she tried her best without holding back at all, but in the end, she was still beaten half to death by a frying pan. Why? This is impossible! Jifa's eyes suddenly bulged out in shock, and his eyeballs almost fell out. Emperor Bone divine power, he dares to resist it. Nothing happened yet? Even a genius like Jifa couldn't accept this situation for a while? How come the Saint Maiden of Yaoqi, who was said to be unrivaled, looked like she was played around by her opponent after just 2 moves? Next to GFA, Li Jun first froze in place, not reacting for a moment. The next moment, he was so excited that he shouted, "Great! The prince of our clan is invincible!" As soon as these 2 words came out, the young geniuses who were originally in shock couldn't help but turn around and glance at him. Upon seeing this, Li Jun snorted twice. He was not ashamed at all, but rather quite proud. It seems to be saying, "Look, this is my cousin, isn't he awesome?" Everyone was speechless, and then turned to look at the martial arts square, with strange lights dancing in their eyes. Is it possible that the son of Li Jianxian is more extraordinary than Li Siener, who has a holy body and imperial bones? No! Beside the arena, all the old ladies from the Yaoqi Holy Land changed color. On the ring, Li Xiao jumped up again and ruthlessly covered the opponent with the frying pan with incredible force. Li Siener, who was still dizzy, had no way to dodge this attack. If she was hit, her head would have exploded like a watermelon. Li Xiao, who seemed harmless, actually used the killing move at this moment without mercy.